the crucible of competition, legends are forged one swing at a time.
You're feeling all sorts of emotions in that moment, and it is really difficult to focus. But once you have been there a few times, you are more like a cold-blooded killer.
This past spring, a new milestone was etched into Flesh and Blood's history.
And Pablo Pintor is a two-time Pro Tour champion!
Pablo Pintor became the first ever two-time Pro Tour champion, transcending the tables in London to stake his claim as the king of the Pro Tour stage.
Where's it going in your house?
Next to the other one, I believe.
Come on!
But the crown is heavy, and challengers gather. Riding the winds of recent victories, Titans descend into the Lion City, hungry for their next title. And they are not alone. From every corner of the world, heroes and hopefuls come to make their mark. Decks sleek, minds sharp. Each one reaching for the blade to carve their name alongside the greats. Under the lights of the Pro Tour stage, history will be made. Again. Each play could echo forever.
Off the top.
You can't be serious!
Every match could birth a legend.
At the top of the mountain, at the head of the dragon, is Pablo Pintor, a two-time Pro Tour champion.
In a field of the world's best, anything is possible as our competitors head into battle. 3 days, 15 rounds, live from Singapore, the Pro Tour starts right now.
I mean, you heard Brian Gottlieb, folks. It is time to make some history. The Pro Tour is back, and we are live from Singapore, baby. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Vajwani. I normally ask you how you feeling, but I feel like this is an extra special tournament for you, Pankaj. How we doing?
The Lion City, indeed, Sam. I'm so glad it's come to Singapore. It's where I'm from. It's my home. So glad to see all of y'all here, all the friends here, and I cannot wait for this weekend to start.
Dude, that video honestly got me so hyped. I was, it's always like, okay, we got to get the show started. Here we go, Pro Tour start. And then I was watching that just like, here we go. I cannot wait to see just what our players have in store for us as we are frolicking throughout a beautiful metagame. A metagame where you have so many top decks potentially that are really looking to just cruise through and take over. But at the end of the day, we are looking at a more open field than perhaps we have seen at more recent Tier 4 events.
What's so exciting is how the metagame has been shifting the past few weeks. We are coming off the back of National Season. And throughout National Season, we saw a little shifting, what I was calling the Ferris wheel of what is at the top. And it just keeps shifting next to week after week to adjust for what was at the top the previous week. It has been extremely exciting.
Yeah, we've got a lot of incredible action coming up, and we're going to dive into the meta. We're going to talk about Nationals. We're going to do a fair amount of Flesh and Blood watching, but I'd like to do a little bit of Flesh and Blood remembering. Let's go ahead and send it over to our good friend, Mitch Uber Shouts Leslie, as we hear from the two-time. I want to hear from Pablo Pintor about how his journey has been since etching his name into the legend books. Let's send it over.
I feel like we'd be remiss if we didn't take a moment before jumping into the action here at Pro Tour Singapore to, of course, look back and talk to our most recent Pro Tour champion. It wasn't even the first one you'd won. It's Pablo Pintor, folks. Man, thanks so much for taking the time to join me. How are you feeling?
It's a pleasure, always being here in the background of what's happening in the Pro Tour. It's great seeing you all guys work and do this magnificent thing for all to see in home. I'm feeling good. Not confident. Not as confident this time. I believe no one should be as confident this time. We're in a very open, very strange metagame.
Yeah.
As a player, that's delightful to play. As a competitive player, it's way more difficult to navigate, We also face one of the most interesting draft formats of all time. I believe in Flesh and Blood, it has a ton of depth, and it's very difficult to master.
Sure.
So I think no one should be confident on doing well on
Are you ever truly confident coming into an event like this? Because obviously your start in Jersey wasn't what you'd hoped, and you still converted that into a miracle.
I believe I have never been confident going into a tournament.
Okay.
That's true. That has been various different levels of confidence, right? But never like 100% full confident that I'm happy with my choice. You never know that.
I mean, it obviously worked out for you beautifully in London. Tell me what it's sort of been like in the months since then, because that's a legendary, it's a historic moment in Flesh and Blood for someone to be, you know, a multi-Pro Tour winner. How did it feel going back into the tank, prepping obviously for the next one, and with Nationals obviously on the horizon there?
You know, it creates more pressure on you, right? You want to do well again once you taste the glory. And I was really thankful to the people I did prepare this tournament with, not only the Sunflower Samurais, but the folks over at the Armory who helped me a ton for London. So we did a testing house again, this time on Malaysia, which was pretty crazy. It was not the same as having a testing house in London.
Sure.
You know, play the game, see the world. It has been a really interesting see the world this time. And yeah, these months have been full Flesh and Blood focused.
Yeah.
Heading into London, I was thinking of maybe skipping Singapore, taking off some time, do some things, and then I was like, nah, I guess I will.
Once you win London, yeah, I guess that changes the texture of your outlook, right? Getting that sort of second Pro Tour win. Are you enjoying Singapore? Obviously, you spent some time testing in Malaysia, virtually come across the road here to Singapore, but I know it's a very different vibe. Have you managed to get out and see the sights at all, or have you been locked in?
It's very, very cool. Well, not cool in a literal sense, because this is very hot and humid, even for a Spaniard like me. But this country is beautiful. It's beautiful. It has the perfect mix between, you know, ultra advanced things and wilderness. And I'm been very, very, very much enjoying it. I look forward to having some days off after the Pro Tour to properly visit.
You stay here for a bit?
Yeah, I will stay for like 3-4 days.
Nice.
And take some time off to properly be able to visit, right? Because these days before the Pro Tour are always so busy. You're always coming with new ideas. How should I focus on this matchup? What should I change last minute from my deck? You know, till you hit the submission deck list on the fabtcg.com, it's never over, right? And this is the first time that I start to relax when I go into the tournament, surprisingly.
Relaxing now?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is like the first moment you start to relax because all the work is done. You only have to see like how it goes, right? And then after the tournament, we will have this beautiful beach party that I'm really looking forward to, and then to visit the city. So very, very hyped for this next few days.
Well, of course, you're hoping that you're celebrating your third Pro Tour win at that at the end of it all.
Very cool, to be honest.
Tell me a little bit about like how you see the metagame right now, because it feels like, I mean, Nationals was 17 different heroes winning a Nationals. Every class was actually able to win one of those tournaments. How did you feel coming out of that? Because you mentioned it's a bit stressful when the metagame seems so varied and so up in the air. How do you, as a pro player, zero in and kind of mitigate the variance and risk coming into a tournament like this?
I believe you have to do like a very careful analysis of what's happening in the national season, right? Then you have to look at the potential options you have for this tournament. Which ones of them fit your style? Which one of them you can adapt to fight the broader metagame? Or if you expect people to be more focused on a deck. For example, I do expect Slippy to be the most represented deck on this tournament. And you just take a gamble, right? I believe that's how it goes. There's never like a 100% correct deck answer for each tournament. I'm feeling pretty happy about what I'm playing. I'm playing Gravy in this tournament. Let's see how it goes. It is a pretty crazy deck, one way or the other.
Yes.
So let's see. I'm feeling happy about my deck choice because it is so fun to play. It is so fun to play. And I do think that people should also value that because we are going to play a bunch of rounds in a single day. Yes. And your mental strength and your mental focus is also important on this kind of tournaments.
And the Gravy, of course, is a really technical deck, but we've seen just how incredibly powerful it can be if the hands line up well or if you're able to sculpt those particular turns. So, ladies and gentlemen, Pablo Pintor, absolutely the player to watch coming here into Pro Tour Singapore. 2 Pro Tour wins under his belt, looking for a third. Thank you so much for your time. I can't wait to see you out there.
Pablo Pintor almost decided to give the players here a chance by not showing up, but in the end did show up to sunny, warm Singapore. It is very humid, Sam. As you know, we've been hanging out this past few weeks, and it's been really interesting seeing everyone deal with the humidity and the heat of Singapore on my side. I'm like, oh yeah, I just grew up with this. But the other hand as well, what I really like, what I've been really enjoying about coming back home is getting to introduce everyone to the amazing food that we have here. And it is spicy, though.
It's a little spicy. It's a little spicy. The place we were at, we were able to choose our spice level, which I did appreciate. You know, I like to enjoy myself, but I also don't like to just find myself lying down on the sidewalk, mouth open, waiting for the eyes of God to let some sweet precipitation fall down. But I know, you know, to everyone, each their own. Talk about some spice, though, because we have got such a tournament, and you have to imagine that there are going to be players out there who have brought forth something that the rest of the field might not be expecting. I actually already have something in mind because of some of the whispers from out there in the tournament hall. So we might be in for some interesting deck choices and card selections as we move forward. But I think it's time to really set the stage and prepare ourselves for what Pro Tour Singapore has to offer. Not the least of which, the prizing that is here. Everything that is on the line for this Pro Tour. Pongage, we have got 175,000 USD on the line. And when you look at all the rest of what is on offer, it does not get better than this.
And the lion's share of that, of course, going to the first place, 50,000 USD going to our Pro Tour champion here this weekend. Definitely life-changing money, alongside, of course, the Gold Foil Legendary, the Pro Tour invite for Yokohama happening next year in April, and the very coveted Champions Prize card.
Yeah, Pro Tour Yokohama. We're going to be talking about more throughout the weekend. That was just announced yesterday during the keynote. The Pro Tour returns to Japan. Can't wait for that. But honestly, Singapore, giving Japan, we'll say, a run for its money, is pretty glorious out here as well. Take a look at some of the past Pro Tour winners in the Champions Prize cards here on the screen. Enigma's had a couple different Champions Prize cards given out within the last 365 days. But I will say my favorite one of the three might have to be Azuri. What an incredible meta call by Shoma Yamamura. He is in the building, and we might see him after not too long.
I'm really excited to see what he has brought to the table here this weekend, Sam. As we've been talking about, the metagame has been so incredibly open. Might be tough to find a unique angle into it, like how Shoma did at Pro Tour Amsterdam. Let's see if he's able to repeat that this weekend.
Yeah, and take a look at the bottom right of your screen as well. The 28 World Tour points. We've been talking about the World Tour leaderboard all throughout this year, and I believe it is time we take a look actually within them one more time, because we are going to be seeing which of those players is going to take home these 28 points. And when you look as the year is really beginning to ratchet up, I think we're basically in the home stretch, folks, of our Player of the Year race. So let's break it all down. 1.5 mil on the line in the whole World Tour bracket and circuit this year, going throughout all the different incredible destinations. We have got so much on the line here from this World Tour, and Singapore is going to be just magnificent.
And these players have been traveling all around the world to rack up these World Tour points, which is one of the magnificent things about this system. It really encourages players to get out. Players who don't typically travel as much are actually getting out there to rack up these World Tour points. It is absolutely incredible to see the breadth of players going all over the world.
Yeah, Player of the Year, of course, going to be given to multiple different regional champions. There are so many different ways to win. There are going to be 3 different winners from all 3 of our major regions in Flesh and Blood. Some cold hard cash on the line. 15K for the 2 regional champions, and then 10K and 5K for the 3 second and third, with the overall Player of the Year getting an additional cold hard 10K. This is where, of course, the World Tour points are on offer, and this is the second most amount of points that you can win. After this, it's just the World Championships in Philadelphia. So this is really the beginning of the home stretch for this Player of the Year race.
And of course, the World Tour points don't just go to the winner, it does go to everyone in the top 8, and I believe in some tournaments also going all the way down to the top 16. Here we have the Player of the Year leaderboard for the Americas, of course, leading the pack, Brody Spurlock, known world traveler, sitting at the top with 93 World Tour points.
Yeah, taking a look down the list, you can see some players that have done, like you said, they haven't maybe won any major tournaments this year, but they continually do well. I'm thinking of a Pro Tour top 8 competitor over there, Sean Dolly, while sitting at 3. He's rocketed up and now sits to make some money. You have to imagine he has got his eye on second, and if he can really put together the run of a lifetime, perhaps even catching Brody up there at the top. Looking, of course, at Europe, the EU leaderboard, Pablo Pintor, he has needed a full, Pro Tour win even to get close to Jacob Clements, who is just been pacing the field all year long. But if you look down, you see a bunch of players that did well in London and put themselves right in the race. I'm looking at Paul von Heysel. I'm looking at some of these players, Tommaso Vecito, who actually put new across the finish line over there at the Calling Bologna. He is now within striking distance of some money himself.
I'm looking at 8th place over here. Evan Tanguy just won the Bellhard in the last week. weekend at Kuala Lumpur, right across the pond, honestly, from Singapore.
And of course, the APAC region putting Tam with just that 1 point lead. It's been fun to watch him and Nick Butcher square off all year long as they are each trying to become the player of the year for the Asia Pacific region. But you look down throughout the list, there are just some, you talk about, we might be in the high seas meta. These are some heavy hitters on our screen.
Absolutely. And Xavier McLean, of course, third place over there. Our most recent Japanese national champion, running it back, actually. Also won the Japanese national championships last year.
You can see that the cool 10166. Remember in 2023 for the Gem IDs when they launched in Armory stores in Japan, you were able to get that cool, clean 5-number Gem ID. Happy for Xavier there. Let's see if he can keep his spot as the World Tour continues. And we look at the overall leaderboard here. And this is where you can really try to get that final little leg up. But Brody continuing to just stay at the very top of the field.
Remember, up to 28 points available here this weekend in World Tour Singapore. So you could absolutely see perhaps Jacob Clemens, Michael Hamilton catch up right there to Brody. Or who knows, maybe Brody just skyrockets past them.
Yeah, 1.5 million on offer throughout the whole year, folks. We're getting to the home stretch of the Player of the Year race, but that does not mean that the upcoming events are any less exciting. You take a look here, the World Tour is on every continent. Not every continent, but it's in every major region in August. You've got Auckland, you've got Kansas City, you've got Copenhagen. These are going to be some incredible calling level events you can see here on your screen, and we've got a number of battle hardens that dot all around the world as well. But August and going into September is looking to be a very exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player.
And of course, shifting to the bottom of the screen, we have a few big events coming up as well. World Premiere Montreal, the launch of Super Slam, going to be happening September 12th to 14th. And of course, wrapping out 2025, we have the World Championships in Philadelphia.
The World Champs return home to the US of A, baby. Cannot wait to see everyone at both of those events and at all of the incredible offerings here on your screen. But we talked about all of these tournaments. We've talked about all these different ways to earn points. There's another set of points that players are earning all throughout the World Tour, and they are, of course, the Living Legend points, which have been just changing so much throughout the year. You look at Azalea hitting Living Legend just right before this tournament at the Battle Hardened in Bucharest. Just an unbelievable achievement to get right across the line at literally the 11th hour.
And I know some players were actually thinking of bringing Azalea to Singapore, and they've had to make a last-minute pivot. Let's see how they do. Will Bradshaw, for example, a known Azalea player from the Card Guys, had to do a pivot off his beloved Ranger and show up to Singapore. It's something a little bit spicy, which I'm sure we'll get to when we talk about the metagame. But for now, the Living Legend leaderboard, these past few months, we've been seeing a lot of heroes in the 900-ish point range, and then they cross the finish line. Right now, though, the top of the leaderboard is none other than Kano, Drukai of Aether, our last hero from Arcane Rising, still legal in Classic Constructed.
Yeah, this is fascinating because I think, like you said, there have been a lot of heroes we've been kind of expecting. I mean, even Dash IE made it over the line, which is not something that necessarily was a bygone conclusion, and I think we're going to be more in that realm when you look at Kano, Phi, Bravo. Bravo might be sitting there for some time, right? He's been on this Living Legend leaderboard since the beginning of the game.
The top few heroes in this leaderboard really had their time in the sun. It feels like maybe a year or ish ago. Like Phi, for example, when he first came out, was a menace in the meta, and then now kind of hasn't really been racking up that many points since then. Same with Florian, not really part of the metagame right now, but just sitting on the points he racked up in the first few months of this year.
So we've talked about the heroes that have left us. We talked about the heroes at the top of the leaderboard. I want to know which heroes are at the top of the metagame, because we have got a Pro Tour about to get rolling for all of you folks, and we are going to first take a look at kind of how we got here, because like you described, the Nationals meta that happened just before this Pro Tour was incredibly, instrumental in allowing the players to really get a sense of what is this Pro Tour meta going to look like. So let's take a look at kind of how we got here in this Nationals metagame. And we really see a couple top decks that have defined the Nationals metagame. The question is, will they define this Pro Tour?
Cindra and Slippy led the pack across national season, both of them ending the season with 8 wins apiece. I think Slippy was the one that really surprised a lot of people, because if you shift the focus to what's right below them in Gravy Bones, that was the crux of the metagame. That was what a lot of people were pivoting around, were like choosing to target, and people thought Cindra was a default, but it came out that Slippy could actually target both Gravy and Cindra.
We've talked a lot kind of leading into the broadcast, you and I, about like 5 major top decks, and you can kind of see them at the top of these Classic Constructed wins. Cindra, Arakni, Gravy Bones, Prism, Verdance. People are talking about these heroes as like the kind of potentially 5 best decks, which is such a cool place to be in for a Pro Tour, that there are 5 viable, exciting decks. But then I want you to look right below Verdance, where you see Azalea, the ace in the hole, with 3 wins in Nationals. She's gone. All of that meta share is going to change throughout this weekend, and we do not yet know how it will affect our metagame and our Pro Tour. But we buried the lead long enough. We've talked about how we've got here. I want to see the metagame for this Pro Tour. I want to see if it's as we expected. Where are the surprises? Let's dive into it.
And right here, we see Arakni slip through the cracks, most represented here at Pro Tour Singapore. 79 copies in the field time of about, I believe, 360-ish players at World Tour Singapore. And following Slippy, we have Gravy and Cindra both sharing the second spot at 47 and 46 copies apiece.
Yeah, Arakni slipped through the cracks. This was my prediction for the most represented decks, but we see Dash.io sneak over Prism as that 5th most represented, but it's a virtual tie between her and Prism there at 21 and 22.
And we speak about unique angles into this meta game with 5 top heroes as people were expecting. It is difficult to find one unique angle, but I believe Dash.io could be that angle. And 22 players here also share that same belief. You know, you can race the Cindras. You have a big enough fridge for the Slippy. You can punish Gravy's no blocks. This could very well be a bit of a sleeper pick this meta.
But I really do need to highlight Gravy Bones. 47 players, the 2nd most represented deck here at Pro Tour Singapore. This is, I believe, the deck where the metagame hinges for so many different reasons. You see Cindra, you see Slippy. Those decks so represented because of their potentially great matchups into Gravy Bones. But the question is, how has the Shipwrecked Looter adapted? The questions about Whaler Humperdinck, the questions about the way these Necromancer decks are targeting both these aggressive decks and potentially the other ways that these other, major metagame players are trying to target. The question of how the Gravy Bones deck is going to be built and how they're going to adapt, I really think is the defining question here in Singapore.
Also, how it's going to be piloted, because one really scary thing about this hero, Sam, for this weekend specifically, is that a lot of the top players have chosen to bring Gravy Bones. We just had an interview with Pablo Pintor. Spoiler alert, he's on Gravy Bones. Michael Fung, Michael Hamilton, these past champions of our game are all on this hero. That's what makes it a little bit more scary. It's not just the deck building, it's also the pilots.
Yeah, looking over there, bottom, kind of middle right, Ira as well. That Armory deck just came out, a bunch of brand new tools for the Scarlet Revenger, and then you start to get into some more of the dark horses, but there are a couple really good players on Riptide. I know we've got some good players on Jarl and Florian, and of course the Marionette might be looking to try to take advantage of that go again. So we'll be checking back in with this metagame throughout the weekend, folks, but it is looking to be just a weekend full of exciting games of flesh and blood, and I could not be more thrilled about it. Ponkage, you got any predictions for me? Do you got any decks you think are going to come forward and take this thing down? Any hot takes? Anything you want to leave the people with before we send it on over to Brian and Mitch?
Not sure about a hot take, but I have one vision. I'm hoping at least one Acilio makes it to top 8, because I think Acilio has a unique angle in this metagame, similar to the Dash.io thing, where you can actually race the Gravy Bones, potentially race the Cindras, and of course, who doesn't love seeing the Lightning Wizard just spew out some fireworks for a finish?
My prediction, we've got 2 local SoCal, kind of local to me, individuals and legends, Alex 4 and Chris Ayali, both on Riptide at this tournament. And honestly, I love it. You look at like the top decks, you look at like Cindra and Slippy, I'm like, yeah, dude, you kind of run all over them. Gravy Bones, you got a lot of new go again now with that new Swift Shot, the new bow. I like the pick, so we'll be checking in with them throughout the weekend. However, we've got our first game ready for you. We're going to go ahead and pass it over to the duo responsible for the greatest moment in Flesh and Blood broadcast history for your first round. So don't go anywhere, folks. The Pro Tour Singapore begins right after this.
To call it a palpable sense of excitement might be selling it a little bit short. The feeling out there over in the arena is real, and it's already hitting fever pitch. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Brian Gottlieb. Great to be back, mate. It's been a hot minute.
Dude, last time we got together, some magic happened. And
Sparks
I
flew.
feel like we have a lot to live up to with Pro Tour Singapore. But man, has there ever been a field more primed to deliver on that level of hype?
I mean, I think Sam Pankage delved into it pretty adequately, but I mean, 17 different heroes winning nationals. Every single class in the game represented. The metagame has never been wider than this, folks. It's one of the most compelling arcs in Flesh and Blood's competitive history. So it's a pleasure to be presiding over our very first match of Pro Tour Singapore. We'll be bringing you 2 games from this round 1, don't worry. But our first one, of course, I had a chance to sit down with the man himself, Pablo Pintor. Absolutely the one to watch. A huge story coming into this tournament. It's such a rare feat, to take 2 Pro Tours away. Not to mention the way that he managed to win Jersey, which is legendary stuff in Flesh and Blood, Brian. That 0-2 into winning that Pro Tour. And then, of course, the way he backed things up in London was sublime.
I've known Pablo for years now, over the course of his ascendancy to the top of the Flesh and Blood Tour. And honestly, I wake up every day kind of thankful for the dude. Can you think of a better champion for a game to have? Our first Pro Tour winner, our first 2-time Pro Tour winner. And the guy, you just heard from him, you interviewed him, Mitch. He was so humble in victory, but also confident, a lion when he comes to the arena. He's ready to win. And you can see the focus in his eyes already. I just feel like Pablo could do it again. And that sounds so ridiculous. It's ridiculous he's won 2 Pro Tours, but I believe he can win 3. He is just that damn
It's one of those
good.
people where you just won't count that kind of scenario out when you see him sit down at the table. And what I loved about it was that he said, the prep's done. I have a chance to relax at the moment now and just sort of settle into the games that are coming. I've done all the work already. And that's great to hear from him. I know a lot of players are bringing that level of tension, down, especially to the feature match area. There are, of course, a number of local players here out in Singapore, one of which will be pitted against Pablo in our first round, which is quite exciting, right? That it's a David and Goliath story, I think, whichever way you slice it. But, Pablo, always humble in victory. So I cannot wait to see what he's got for us here. He talks about a gamble, right? Like, you got to take a gamble at the end of the day. He brought Reinhardt to Pro Tour LA. The guy's not afraid to play fringe decks.
Riptide is another deck he has brought to a Pro Tour as well. Now, let's not dwell on the fact that he didn't win either of those Pro Tours, but he did very, very well both times. I believe top 32 finishes with both those decks when he's absolutely playing off meta. But he is not playing off meta today, Mitch. He is playing one of the scourges, one of the, I would say, 5 or 6 scourges of this format in Gravy Bones, and I can't wait to see his take on it.
Let's waste no time. Let's start to head down to the feature match area for our first match of Pro Tour Singapore, folks. Sparks will fly one way or another. It's going to be Timothy Teo, local player on Cindra, Drakrai of Retribution, and Pablo Pintor, Gravy Bones, Shipwrecked Looter. Definitely the subject of conversation, this Gravy Bones deck. It's very technical, incredibly powerful with those big hands, Brian. Doesn't always scale fantastically with the smaller ones, though. And we know the game plan here for the Cindra. It is to try and race this Gravy down, keep those allies quiet if possible.
To me, this is the story of this Pro Tour. It is Cindra versus Gravy. Have the Gravies figured out how to beat Cindra? If so, this could be a dominant performance. And this team that Pablo Pintor worked with has some of the greatest players in all of Flesh and Blood. And virtually every single one arrived on the same almost 80 cards. I believe they said they were like 79 of 80 shared. When that happens, you have to believe they have done something special as far as managing this Cindra matchup.
And of course, for the Gravy, it's about getting that game extended, going longer. What can you do to give yourself a little bit of breathing room? I'm going to start with a golden tipple here. Notably, a yellow golden tipple put into the graveyard. So Pablo has not yet been able to get an ally into the bin in order to drag them out later.
That's a good sign for the Cindra player. If you get a little bit of breathing space, you can turn that into a life lead very quickly. Gravy often has hands that don't defend all that well, but there are some tricks that Pablo may have up his sleeve to deal with the aggression of Cindra as we move through this matchup.
Saltwater Swell, the follow-up here. It comes in for 3 and allows Pablo eventually to pitch the top card of his deck if it's blue. A Call to Grave came straight off the top, and now we're going to dig a little bit deeper. Compass of Sunken Depths allows Pablo just to see what is the next card on top. This might be about all we have. No. Okay, Gravy will instead make use of that gold token, allowing him to draw and to discard. Again, there it is. Finally, Pablo is able to find an ally on top of the deck, get it into the bin, and
get him back out onto the field. It's going to be Chum, friendly first mate, to start things off.
Fantastic find there for Pablo Pintor on the top of the deck. It was starting to look like maybe this turn would have no setup, but Pablo has found it here, and gold already made means this gold-baited hook is going to go ahead and power up this Chum attack as well, asking for even more cards from Timothy Teo.
Anything you can do to, make that gold-baited hook free, gold tipple means the gold-baited hook will stay in play, and he can now append an on-hit to a breakpoint attack in 4. And honestly, the 6 points of health that Chum has, not that simple for Cindra to work through, a particularly annoying ally to have on the field, and also one that demands the attention of the Cindra. Yeah, Pablo can say, I'm going to activate Chum here and demand that you attack him first this turn. That is huge to slow down that Cindra deck, who wants to burn through him as quickly as possible.
Also provides a virtual 6 life to Pablo Pintor, as damage that would have otherwise gone face now has to be allocated towards this Chum. That is the thing that Gravy thrives on. You just go ahead and get these small mathematical edges. And that's the thing that makes this deck so appealing to players like Pablo Pintor, to the Michael Fungs, the Michael Hamiltons of the world. They love math. They absolutely love moments where they derive more numbers from their cards than their opponents do. And the king of that in this metagame right now is Gravy Bones.
Now, a couple of Demonstrate Devotions used on blocks there for Timothy Teo. I think he's sitting on a Wrath of Retribution coming into this turn. A card, it's only a one-of. It is legendary. You can only include one of them in your deck. It's the Fire and Brimstone equivalent that we see in Fang. It's going to allow him to strengthen his dagger attacks on that turn. So kind of nice when you're getting wide with those kunai onto the combat chain. But coming to this turn, Timothy is looking for a few things, right? Can I generate fealty this turn, right? Those Demonstrate Devotions would allow you to do that, but he's chosen to block with those because a lot of those, those art cards do require for themselves to be draconic. They are not, by default.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see how Timothy views his role in the matchup. We expect cleanup of the vast majority of allies. We assume this Chum will be taken care of. Does Timothy feel like we do a little setup here, we stash that Wrath of Retribution away, we try and get away from something like a disruptive effect that Pablo might have on the next turn cycle? Of course, Conqueror of the High Seas, the big one you worry about facing down when you are loading up that arsenal. Or do you just have to get value out of this card right now and not take the chance?
Okay, well, here is the Ignite hitting the combat chain. This is a 2-power attack, but it discounts the next draconic card you play or activate. Important, because that does now involve his kunai as well. So 2 damage onto the Chum. It's going to be a hot minute, I think, before we're able to see this dealt with. A free dagger at face is the call here for Timothy. Now looking to start to pressure the life total of Pablo.
A little bit of weaving here from Timothy, just trying to find the points of damage when he can, combine the hand in the best possible permutations to get as much clearance and threat to Pablo Pintor as he possibly can.
And of course, Blood Splattered Vest will yield a resource on the hit of one of these weapons for Timothy. So, Pablo mindful of that, but it's pretty hard to prevent there from being, dagger hits, because Flick Knives will basically guarantee them for Timothy. So it is about trying to block efficiently if you choose to sort of play that way. But as we mentioned, Gravy sometimes needs a full grip or doesn't always have, a hand that blocks fantastically well. The allies do not block. You can usually divest yourselves of those on defense by getting him into the bin with some number of effects. But this is acceptable to Pablo. He'll take the 1 hit off the kunai retribution. Timothy still has to ask the question, do I have a 4 damage attack action here to deal with Chum?
Just want to take a moment, check in with Pablo's equipment suite. We see Balance of Justice there in the head slot. A lot of Crown of Dominions also seeing play in Gravy, but has the more powerful defensive option here, does Pablo Pintor.
And crucially, if your opponent's able to draw 2 or more cards, you can virtually find 5 value off that. Ravenous Rabble shows a red off the top, which means it's coming in for 4. That is the magic number when it comes to dealing with Chum. He is off the board, and now a cut through comes in for the follow-up, a card that gets that +1 and go again if you've hit with a dagger that turn. So it's a 0 for 4, go again. Not just another flavor of head jab, this one hitting a little harder.
We also picked up a card there on the Ravenous Rabble, Mask of Momentum, doing its thing. So Timothy has the ball rolling and has gotten good value out of this first turn, despite Chum being present, and is going to set up that arsenal, as we said, Mitch.
And here it is, Art of the Dragon, blood to follow things up. Again, because this is a turn ender, doesn't really need to be draconic. This is a card that will discount your next 3 draconic attacks if it itself is draconic, and would have go again. And as a chain ender, there's no need to find a way to make this a draconic attack. It's very reasonable, especially on a turn where 6 of that oncoming damage from Timothy was soaked up by an ally. Mindful that he needs to find a way to pressure Pablo's life total. It's a blood in the water defense reaction here from the Gravy, though. And on top, well, he knew there was a Swabby. He's headed into the bin. And that's a pretty relevant ally in any matchup, but the kind that can be picked up pretty easily by these 2 power attacks.
First Flick Knives activation here. Let's not forget, Timothy started this turn with just the 4 cards in hand. This is Timothy's first go-around here and is doing a great job producing lots of damage as well as resetting those kunais cleanly and setting up a powerful arsenal. So I would say both players with small wins across these first 2 turns. Pablo did find the ally, was able to set up, get a little bit of life cushion on the first turn, but Timothy was up to the task, cleared things effectively, and now things are back to Pablo. Can he reestablish that board quickly enough?
It's the back alley break line coming into the pitch here off the saltwater swell. So it's becoming in for 3. We see a Conqueror of the High Seas there.
Yeah, Conqueror was the reveal off the swell, Mitch. So the back alley was the pitch. So no immediate boost there.
Could have been worse.
That. Yeah, certainly could have been worse. But saltwater swell is going to do its thing. So many powerful 1 for 3 go again attacks in this Gravy Bones deck. That's not really a pairing of cost and power that has shown throughout Flesh and Blood's history, but now it is absolutely doing its thing in the hands of our first Pirate Necromancer.
And what we're alluding to there is if back alley breakline had been put into the pitch zone from the saltwater swell, it would have given an action point to Pablo Pintor, but it was put there naturally, so there would not be any extra effect. But that's one of the most powerful things this deck can do, putting 3 pitch plus the action point in play pretty instantly. Not to be this time around. Compass now will peek towards the top of the deck. Of course, that Conqueror of the High Seas. One of the forms of disruption that these pirates can leverage can be very dangerous. Cindra wants to play off those 5-card hands as often as possible. Another saltwater swell. A hit of a tip the barkeep. So 5 in the pitch zone here for Pablo Pintor. This is kind of why he kept such a big hand.
Yeah, 3 into 3 into X thus far. And there you hear it from Timothy. He says, Conqueror. He sniffed it out. He feels like he knows what's coming next. And now he's looking at his defensive options there in his hand. Is he going to be able to go ahead and protect that very powerful arsenal card we know he has?
Of course, 5 is kind of the magic number. If Pablo is trying to both deploy Swabby and swing with it this turn, it costs 3 to get out of the graveyard and 2 to attack for that very impressive 7. 3 health, though. So, again, any of those flavors of head jab from Cindra can account for it. Pretty nice value to get off Swabby. 10 value there. So, we saw a Brand with Cinderclaw in the hand of Timothy Teo. Another Art of the Dragon blood.
Pretty nice looking hand offensively, but unfortunately, something like Conqueror could change the output very, very quickly. And of course, there's always possibility of a bluff here. If you're in Timothy's seat, you don't want to give up defensive options where you didn't have to. So thinking very carefully about the multiple permutations of the rest of Pablo's hand. How can he play to shield himself from as much as possible here? And I have to say, I do always, when we're dealing with somebody who we don't know as well in our feature match area, I always check demeanor. I always want to see how cool, how calm, how collected they look. Timothy looks all right. For playing Pablo Pintor in round 1 of a Pro Tour in your hometown has just looked very, very calm, collected. But now this Conqueror of the High Seas is going to put him to the test.
Pretty terrifying. So that was obviously the line that we don't touch on there. I mentioned a Swabby line, but he did rip the Conqueror off the top this turn. And because there are 2 or more, and I'd say, and the emphasis is on and more, blue cards in the pitch zone. This is coming in for 8 and go again. An absolutely terrifying card for Cindra to face down, because to kind of guarantee that Mask of Momentum trigger to have that longer turn, you really want more than 4 cards. You want to have a full grip and come in. And the decks that can leverage any form of disruption, and there are a couple of less notable types in this Gravy Bones deck, can really find success against Cindra.
Yeah, we're looking at Timothy reaching for a fairly sizable block here, I believe. And I like that. With Pablo running a little bit short on gold here, just go ahead and stuff, put together a smaller next turn, and go ahead and see if you can maybe keep Pablo still off generating a board and go ahead and get value from that Wrath on the next turn cycle. So 3 cards committed to the block here, full block on the Conqueror.
So it was Pain in the Backside, Lava Burst, Brand with Cinder Claw. Yeah, that would have been a pretty darn powerful turn. Even the Dragon Scaler Flight Path put in front here, which is, you know, I guess like a decision point for Cindra players between that or Snapdragon Scalers. It has 1 block with Battleborn, and obviously can allow you to, if you have a Draconic attack, make that go again. So it's just going to be an Art of the Dragon Blood for Timothy Teo here. And it is not Draconic, but it is a 0 for 4. Very reasonable.
So just tracking how the game is progressing, we're basically back in a very similar situation to how we played the last turn. Wrath sitting there in Arsenal, trying to protect it for Timothy. But this time, Pablo with no immediate setup. I will say a slight difference here with that Swabby at the ready. So it just takes a little bit from Gravy to go ahead and start putting together a board, putting together a hand, and making things happen.
I don't think Pablo, I mean, we just have it dropped there. I don't think Pablo's hand blocks very well at all. I see a number of allies in there. Obviously, a pretty good turn to have a non-blocking.
Sure thing. Yeah, and think about if Pablo didn't have that Conqueror on the last turn, he would have just gotten blown up this go-around with a very poor defensive hand here.
Yeah, I mean, but how about that? The Jittery Bones is kind of going to unlock this a little bit, right? Allowing Pablo to discard one of those allies and, of course, satisfy the conditions of Jittery Bone by doing so, giving it go again. And again, closing the chain would put a blue card in the graveyard, allowing Gravy Bones, of course, to dredge up some of these allies from the detritus at the bottom of the ocean and get them on the attack.
Sawbones, a nice ally to have in play against Cindra. We're going to go ahead and get that Swabby into the mix now and get a little offense going. Swabby, though, not with as big of a back end as you expect from some of these other allies, and that could bode well for what looks to be a very non-disruptive hand here from Pablo. Could be Timothy can go ahead and, again, weave damage to try and get that Mask of Momentum working and maybe unlock that powerful Wrath in the arsenal.
But Pablo's breathing a sigh of relief because he draws up a hand that features 3 non-blocking cards, and Timothy can only send that, 0 for 4 on that turn. So if there's going to be a trough in terms of, the power of the hands that Gravy's drawing up, this is the time for it. He still gets to, send the Jittery Bones and develop Swabby, clear some of those allies away, either into the pitch or into the bin. Sawbones obviously waiting for an opportunity to make an appearance later on. But now, Timothy Teo sees just the vanilla damage and says, it's time for me to keep a full grip. It's time to go up a gear.
Yeah, I think this is a good spot for Timothy. And again, no gold generated on that turn for Pablo Pintor. So as far as setup goes, it's not looking that strong. Now, plenty of equipment still at the ready. We mentioned that Balance of Justice as a little bit of extra defense. Of course, the quick dodge flexors could be called upon to produce some extra defense. So let's see how Timothy puts this hand together.
Ronin Renegade starts things off. I call it the spicy head jab. It's a 0 for 3 with go again. Very reasonable starter.
First hit has already happened. Second chain link now. Yellow brand.
Okay, and Pablo says, fine. 2 comes in. That's acceptable. Now, Timothy Teo's next attack action card will be Draconic. Or next attack in general. Here we go. Hot on their heels to follow this one up.
And that was directed right at that ally, and that means Mask has now gotten a free card. So essentially a free ally clear there. And that's one of the vulnerabilities of a card like Swabby. There's just so many opportunities for these Cindra players to go ahead and clean that up at virtually no cost.
Yeah, Hot on the Heels obviously would have allowed Timothy to mark Pablo, but it's a very reasonable time to get a free card. And there's that Wrath of Retribution being sat on for quite some time. Again, discounted for each Draconic chain link you control. So pretty relevant, of course, that it's the 4th. And daggers now will get +1 and are free to activate this combat chain. And Wrath of Retribution itself comes in for, again, that 0 for 3.
This is going to be a big turn from Timothy Teo, and as most of the biggest Cindra turns are, it's going to be fueled by this Wrath of Retribution. Now these kunais are going to go ahead and do their thing at a discount, and I expect they're going to do it multiple times across this turn.
Now remember, flicking these kunais won't do 2 damage. It still will cause only 1 damage from those knives, but they will still count as being hit. So this is a reasonable time, Pablo feels, for quick dodge flexes to get involved. And obviously, he can make use of this, well, as many times as Timothy wants to put attack actions in front of him.
Try and get a little peek when we can at Pablo's hand. I want to know what defensive options he is working with here. Go ahead and did use a potentially defensive card in the form of that tip the barkeep, so it wasn't quite an ally fusing that quick dodge flexor. So that tells me there's probably some other good blocking options still left for Pablo.
There's that 2 damage kunai coming in. A very reasonable turn.
Keep hopping.
And that is a 1 card, 6 defense value block virtually. You can look at it as like a blood on the water with upside. So Pablo finds a great spot to make use of these quick dodge flexes. So both of those kunai
that might be
in.
about max value you can get from quick dodge.
Okay, Dragon Scalar Flight Path goes into the bin. This would be allowing kunai to come in again. And also having that go again. Sometimes the Flight Path is used just to give a Draconic attack action go again, but there's the flexibility here to allow you to have that additional dagger attack in the turn. And 1 kunai will also get flicked, so Timothy doing about as best as he can, and bear in mind, there are still cards to play for Mr. Teo. Blood Splattered Vest will yield a resource now. We are, 6 chain links wide, I want to say.
All the chain links in the world for this Cindra, and there's many, many more coming. That kunai will be rebought, and then we'll be able to attack again, still receiving this benefit of the Wrath. There's the Cindra ability.
Yeah, it is pretty absurd. Free kunai for 2 damage. And the hits just keep on coming. 2 cards still sat in the hand for Timothy Teo. So spending this, I guess, middle area of the combat chain here, just trying to draw Pablo a little bit more into the fray.
At least 1 ally in Pablo's hand. I believe I saw a Swabby sitting there.
You want me to put this into the graveyard? No. Did it come in distant? Sorry? Did it come in distant? The Sawbones. Sawbones, I'm trying to think as well. Because Sawbones came in last turn,
you
right?
killed Swabby this turn.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay.
So that's why I
got
could win.
You got it.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting because it's down.
Players just checking there to understand what has hit the bin this turn, if the Dead Threads is ready to go.
Still so much action available to Timothy.
Okay.
Is that 2 damage? Pablo, of course. I just leave the quick dodge flexes there. I may not look to commit another card to that.
And Breaking Point, the last card here from Timothy Teo. So a little bit of rupturing going on. Unfortunately, did not catch Pablo with an arsenal here, but did find plenty of damage on this turn. Look how wide the chain has gone and will keep an arsenal for the next go-around.
It was 3 dagger hits at +1, plus a flick of them. I think, 4 attack actions in general, following up with the Breaking Point. So very good turn. The kind that Timothy was happy to take all that damage for. Now Pablo very quickly getting back into his wheelhouse. It's a red golden tipple. This will create that gold token, something Pablo wasn't able to do in the prior turn. Sawbones and Swabby at the ready to be deployed.
Yeah, and again, allies without much of a backside, like just very, very farmable for this Cindra. So it feels like Pablo really not finding the right ally mix thus far in this game, but has found good damage output. I don't want to ignore the fact that Timothy Teo also at 23, and that's kind of the messed up thing about Gravy. As it does its thing, as it builds its board, your life total is also going down quite rapidly.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, much like you would have looked at, Enigma, there's a value on both sides of these allies. The damage that you can do with them when you deploy them, and also the damage they can sort of soak up. Swabby, of course, gets him to sort of 10 there at 7 power and 3 health. Apologies, folks, for that brief interruption. A mild technical issue has been ironed out here at the venue. And the good news is you've not missed a second of the action. The game was halted, and we'll be able to jump back in just a moment. To recap you all very quickly, this is Timothy Teo on Cindra going up against Pablo Pintor's Gravy Bones. Let's jump down to the feature match area. As Timothy Teo just had a big pop-off turn, Pablo now wants to respond. It's a golden tipple to open the Gravy's turn.
Yep, Pablo just trying to do the gravy thing, get that setup rolling, has the gold now. That means gravy is online. Let's see how he puts the turn together. Not a bad time to go ahead and chart the high seas here, Mitch.
What have we seen on top? Swell and a sunken treasure. Like, yeah, treasure into the bin. And this swell, of course, will enter the pitch zone. It's such an interesting block card, sunken treasure. If we get a gravy mirror, it's definitely going to be worth talking about a little bit later on. But importantly, Pablo breaks the chain, gets his pitch filled up, and he's definitely eyeing off one of those allies.
Yeah, could consider something like a gold activation as well, but does have a swabby attack queued up here, and we have mentioned how there's just a lot of damage being offered by Pablo. And actually,
it's a gold activation.
Yeah, it is going to be a gold activation here. So let's see what Pablo can go ahead and get. I think Rigor Mortis off the top. Yep. So that means just the Sawbone's going to be produced here.
Coming in for 6, though, pretty decent number. Sawbones, of course, crucially able to prevent some of the damage that would come in the next time that either the player or a pirate would be attacked. But this, once more, is an ally that is relatively easy bait for a Cindra to chew through. And also, on that third, chain link, potentially draw a card off Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, 2 life. That's it. And again, I will call out the damage being done by Pablo
Still going to
Pintor.
take 6, you know?
Yeah, he's got the life lead right now and is going to go ahead and do a little drawing here as well. Just tighten up that arsenal for the next go-around. But again, facing down a 5-card hand here from Timothy and probably a Mask of Momentum activation.
And we are now looking towards the pointy end of this match and the pointy end of whatever Cindra wants to stick in front of Gravy Bones here. Down to 16 is Pablo Pintor. Timothy Teo maintained another 5-card, 4-card hand, 1 arsenal, and there's still a counter left on Blood Splattered Vessel, another resource there at his disposal. It's go time.
Good call out, Mitch. That last counter going to juice any potential output here. Has the Blaze Headlong if he's got a nice starter as well. This hand already shaping up to look pretty good. And for Timothy, it's all about the weave, figuring out where that damage is being inserted, maximizing the difficulty of defensive decisions for Pablo Pintor, 2-time Pro Tour champion.
First question you got to ask the Cindra, what does the starter look like? Notice there's no kunai in play right now. That's important, right? Sometimes Cindra on a weird turn with no starter opens with a kunai. It's a bit of a tell. Your opponent tends to know that, hold on, there's not an easy sort of opener for my opponent. Timothy Teo will have to get some chain links on the board to get those kunai back into play. And Blaze Headlong is not a starter.
See a Rising Resentment in hand as well, but Timothy has now reached for a card. Looks like it's going to be that Fire Tenant Strike First doing its thing. And Pablo's ready to defend.
Remember, he cleared that ally out of his hand, Rigor Mortis, with that Gravy Bones activation and got another Arsenal card. But Fire Tenant Strike First, very reasonable starter. Pumps the next Draconic attacks, and it's a very good candidate for Blaze Headlong to follow it up. It's 5 go again. The Balance of Justice now getting committed. Another Murderous Rabble in on blocks. Pablo Pintor mindful that Timothy Teo is looming large here.
Good time for Pablo to have a strong defensive hand here. And look, these are only a couple of 3 blocks, but that's what a strong Gravy defensive hand looks like, is defending very, very well thus far. Looks like a tipple left as another potential defending card and one more unknown.
But again, he may want the tipple to actually have a turn. Yeah, pretty important, I think, to keep the wheels turning on that Gravy Bones. We've mentioned that on smaller hands, Gravy doesn't always feel like he can have that explosiveness, but I'm always impressed at the resilience of Gravy and how he can bail himself out of some of those compromising looking situations, right? There's the ability to filter, check the top, Gravy Bones activation. If you've got a gold in play, even better. So what is it? Okay. We are... Okay.
Full price
paying for
Cindra.
this,
Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
We're paying two, excuse me.
2, yep, 1 reduction from the Blaze Headlong, only 1 Draconic Chain Link thus far.
Yeah,
but
oddly
now
enough.
it's time to go ahead and get these kunais working, and that tells me I think Timothy's still trying to find a way to threaten Mask on this turn, despite Pablo stuffing the first 2 Chain Links.
Yeah, I mean, Timothy needs his kunai on the board to flick them to, at least register a hit on a Chain Link if he wants to get that Mask. But pretty costly to get this dagger back in play. And yeah, ironically, 5-10 at strike first, not a Draconic card, although it looks like it.
Say this, great time for Timothy to have the blue. These Cindras have gotten very lean on the blue count once again, and that's something that has kind of shifted back and forth across metagames. When it's time, though, to challenge Gravy Bones, you are often leaning as red line as possible. And now we get a block from this gold-baited hook here. So Pablo senses some weakness here, is going to go ahead and try and deny that Mask on this turn, and I think he's going to succeed very, very nicely.
And I mean, just the value proposition over the last couple of turn cycles for Pablo has been pretty fantastic. Remember, he had a 3 ally hand, right? Well, it's a turn that Timothy's in a power trough. Pablo's able to, clear those out. This turn, gold-baited hook comes in to block that kunai, absolutely denying a mask trigger, such that the Rising Resentment has to go into Sawbones in order to clear him. Pablo's taken very little damage. Now, Loot the Hold comes in. So this is another way that your Gravy can attach an on-hit. Now you've got to respect this 6 coming in from Rigor Mortis a little bit more, because Loot the Hold will threaten Timothy Teo's arsenal.
Feels like almost the perfect card here, Mitch. In combination with that Rigor Mortis, we talked about how these low-life allies are not providing that quasi-defensive value, but that's a lie when they're combined with things like Loot the Hold. Now, if you're challenging Arsenal, you are presenting defensive value. You're taking away options from Timothy Teo, and once again, presenting 6 damage with Timothy only at 14 life.
Also, like threatening the generation of a gold token, which is something that, Pablo's been kept off of for most of this game, but that really unlocks the awkward hands for Gravy, right? It really allows you to filter a little bit more. Have a check at the top, get a card discarded. But for the time being, the proposition is 6 damage to the face of Timothy Teo. Now, though, with the potential to take away Cindra's Arsenal card, something that Timothy last turn had to really just, pay the piper, clear the board a little bit more, and have what we would consider a bit of a setup turn. That setup turn now might be looking a little bit superfluous if Timothy can't keep this Arsenal card. There's a Ancestral in the hand here for Timothy.
Yeah, we'll see if that can get us to something sneaky, perhaps.
Pain in the backside.
Spoke with some members of Pablo's team leading into this event, and a lot of their focus was, of course, on this matchup. I will tell you, they think they've got it. They weren't saying things like, we're favored into Cindra, we're crushing Cindras. They're like, the matchup's acceptable now. We feel good, we have a plan, everything looks fine. And if that's the state you have your worst matchup too, you feel very good about your positioning in this tournament. And I think thus far we have seen Pablo taking a little bit of a different tact, really leveraging the offensive capabilities of Gravy to just race Cindra in an odd way.
Yeah, again, feeling pretty confident to, maybe mid-range a little bit against the Cindras. You've got, Conqueror of the High Seas in your deck, which is obviously amazing. Loot the Hold represents a miniature version of that one. Blood-splattered Vest going to get in front with blocks, and it's the cut through and Ancestral Empowerment both being committed. That is how much Timothy Teo wants to protect this Arsenal card. And a pretty even game in terms of life total, but Rigor Mortis is still on the field. The upside for Cindra is that it's pretty trivial to clear him out.
Yeah,
Here's Pain in the backside.
Not going to be here long. Pain in the backside does its thing. Sunken Treasure going to go ahead and produce some gold. Hopefully, yes, there is the golden tipple. And I think this is big for Pablo because it started to feel like he was a little resource light going into this next turn. Refreshing gold here does a lot to make me feel more comfortable about what he's going to be able to produce.
It's like a treasure in the mirror, very, dangerous for other Gravies who would have their allies turn face down. But if you're not in the mirror, you can still flip over one of those less relevant cards in your graveyard, get yourself some gold. 5-10 at strike first goes into Rigor Mortis, so big commitment, but that's all she wrote for Timothy Teo's turn here. He'll enter his next with only 1 kunai in play.
That felt like a win, absolutely, for Pablo Pintor. Again, in a moment, facing down a large hand, finds a really good piece of disruption in the form of Rigor Mortis, wins cards out of hand, doesn't really have the board set up anymore, but has the gold, has 3 cards in an arsenal to work with, Swabby's still sitting out there, so I think Pablo is going to, again, get out of this turn kind of holding things static, and that's all he needs to do. He needs to keep things static, and at some point, the sheer value of Gravy Bones can overwhelm this Cindra, and that life total of 15, you can still breathe. You're not just suffering under every single threat that Cindra is putting out there.
Pablo's peering into every timeline right now. A little bit of Doctor Strange action here because, again, the card that you see on the top of your deck can really dictate the way the turn goes. So many branching decisions from this point on. And what exactly are we working with for our Spaniard here? Portside Exchange, a 2 of. And looks like likely a red tipple there at the back.
I think so. I think we're looking at red tipple as the last card. So we're going to refresh with the gold here. We do know what it's going to be thanks to the compass. Try and take one more look. Pablo denies us once more. It is golden tipple, the next play. Red version, and there was a swabby picked up here.
Okay. Gold-batted hook is essentially free because, once again, there's a gold token generated by Golden Tipple. This threatens another one. And the kind of card that Cindra does not want to block. Pablo aware of this and be mindful that he's looking to get an extra gold off the back of this. And it looks like maybe a Jittery Bones picked up here for Pablo.
Yeah, the real problem here for Timothy is the unknowns left in hand. Like, there is a moment where you just want to go ahead and soak up a bunch of damage and go ahead and try and fire and put Pablo in the blender at that 1 to 2 life total. But Pablo's still with so many cards left. 2 in hand, 1 in arsenal. That represents the full range of what his deck is capable of in this moment. And Timothy has no certainty about what the rest of this turn is going to entail.
I mean, for me, the turning point felt like Pablo's blocking strategy on that Wrath of Retribution term. The quick dodge flexes got 6 value for him there. And then he's able to stop a Mask of Momentum on the coming turns. And he's found the Arsenal disruption at the perfect moments, just as Timothy's really taken a turn off to set up.
That's the story for me, Mitch. It's just having the Arsenal disruption exactly when he needed it. More defenses here on the part of Timothy.
Breaking point, put in front of the tipple now. So this is really a question of maintaining life total, denying an extra gold generation. This for another Blaze Headlong there for Timothy. And this is where it gets really interesting for Cindra. And how do you navigate and get max value off these smaller hands? Do you have a way to force your Mask Trigger? Or can you just make it pretty good value if you're virtually mid-ranging at this stage of the game?
Time for a gold draw here for Pablo.
Oh.
Chart
the high seas.
Chart the high seas, yeah. So we're going to get another reset here. Maybe even more resources getting in the mix. It looks like red into yellow here, so it does refresh gold.
No blue, though, so no extra pitch there for Pablo.
Has now played a blue into the graveyard, though.
And we noticed that Pablo had 2 Portside Exchange at the start of this turn. One of them is already in the pitch zone. Swabby being looked at here. There is that second Portside Exchange. Dead Threads will give you the extra resource, and Swabby comes in for 7. Half of Timothy Teo's remaining life total. He's already committed a card to blocks on this turn. And can he scale off of a 2-card hand plus Arsenal if he's in the case that he's blocking with 1?
Not when he's got to clear that Swabby as well. It just seems like a moment where Timothy does have to go ahead and offer some offense here. And if he's down to 7, is there enough to start making Pablo uncomfortable? It really depends on the texture of Pablo's hand.
Timothy just seeing exactly who else might be looming in the gloom of the graveyard for Pablo Pintor.
And it's been all the dregs of the Cursed crew doing the work this go-around. It's been the Swabbies. It's been the Rigor
The rank and file.
Yeah, absolutely. Those common allies, nothing to scoff at. Those damage numbers, they're real, and you have to account for them. And as the Cindra player, we are now falling down to 7 based on this offensive flurry from Swabby and Rigor Mortis.
Okay. Again, Swabby easily enough cleared, I guess, by Timothy Teo, but still requires one of his head jabs to get rid of it. He's already working on a smaller hand after blocking with a card.
This is a no block, I believe. He drew the Riches on this turn, and Eye of Ophidia as well, I believe. So could be a vulnerable spot here from Pablo. Let's not forget, Gravy can always go ahead and reset the hand. Oath of Loyalty kicks things off and clears the Swabby immediately.
All right. Oath of Loyalty must be the first card of the turn, and you can only play Draconic cards following that. So it's an Oath of Loyalty into Blaze Headlong. 0 for 4 into 0 for 4. Now looking to threaten the life total of Pablo Pintor himself. Yes, that is not... Yeah, there's a sloop in hand, a Conqueror of the High Seas as well, just quietly. And then, yeah, two gems. It's a $1,000 hand.
The thing is, though, if Pablo is able to make it through here, that hand could provide some fireworks, and he has made it through with a snatch being pitched here. So not even full efficiency from the hand here on the part of Timothy Teo.
Hunt the Hunter, the attack here. So again, it will mark Pablo if you have played another red card this turn. Just a similar flavor to Blaze Headlong.
First potential fealty of the match going to be generated at this late stage.
Yeah, it's seen to be sort of less relevant. We've seen those, the Dragon Art cards earlier on, often used as chain enders or just the singular attack for Timothy Teo on that turn.
Well, they're versatile, Mitch. They don't necessarily have to be powered up by those fealties, and that's one of the reasons why these Cindra decks have embraced those cards so wholeheartedly.
I do enjoy the partially transparent marked card here. It's the eyebrow raise of my opponents when I slap a marked token on top of their hero, and they're like, oh, come on, man. What did I get this full art hero for if I can't see it? So, nice little touch. No blocks. We are shipping the damage, folks. Pablo Pintor going to take all of that 5 damage. And it was a flick of the knives, a fealty token created. Like you mentioned, Brian, the first of this game. Timothy also able to refresh his daggers.
Mass Trigger is going to do its thing as well, and that means a refreshed arsenal here for Timothy, and now it's all about what can Pablo do on this turn. And frankly, Mitch, at this moment, the answer is unknown. We have to go ahead and see what things like what riches can go ahead and produce. It's going to be up to the gold to produce a big turn here for Pablo Pintor.
First things first, though, I have a feed here allowing Pablo to look 2 cards deep and then, of course, draw off this activated gold. So first things first, let's have a look. Tipple and Chart the High Seas spotted. I mean, Pablo would certainly love to know what the how to set this up so the Chart the High Seas can be more effective. Looks like
both on top.
Okay.
And for Pablo, I think it's all about getting to that Conqueror on this turn. Here's the chart. First reveal is blue golden tipple and finds the chum as well, refreshes the gold. Everything coming up Pablo thus far on this very, very important turn here in our first round of Pro Tour.
And what more could you ask for? An ally that comes down that can essentially blank Timothy Teo, soak up 6 of that damage, demand that Timothy deal with it, just as he's trying to strike a death blow here to the shipwrecked looter. And the fact that we get that tipple into the pitch is fantastic. Of course, Richard's a Tropodani, if that's in the hand. That is a refresh of, or rather, another gold token generated. A swift water sloop here at the top of the stack for Pablo. That's what he's considering.
Blue sloop.
Oh,
but it is going to be the Conqueror kicking things off here, coming in for big 8. But that's not going to be the end of the turn. 8 go again is the offer here, and Chum is still ready to get involved in the action, and this represents lethal for Timothy Teo.
There is no respite here for your Cindra player. Now, not only facing lethal damage, but once again, Arsenal Disruption coming at a very important juncture. 8 damage is a heck of a lot. Blood Splattered Vest in the prior turn was already committed on blocks. Timothy now has to know the writing is on the wall with Chum threatening to follow this up. That is 12 damage. Chum with a backside to envy, I'd suppose. Be able to soak up a lot of damage as well.
It sort of feels like any other ally. You could just be like, okay, I'll take my chances
here.
I'll defend with 1 card, and I'll try and present lethal. I'll hope you get caught with a no-block hand. But Chum is not going to let that happen. At some point, it's going to mess up your offensive output, and that is complicating things for Timothy here.
I would suggest this turn cycle has been pretty worst-case scenario for our Cindra player.
Agreed.
Now, I guess Timothy can hope that Pablo does not draw up a card with Watery Grave, because that is required to fuel Chum's ability. That's asking for a lot. It's some big blocks, and Mask of Momentum will be straight down the gurgler now. Not much more than Timothy Teo could do about it. It really values that Arsenal. We have a gold activation once more. So it looks like that card was not a rich as a Tropodani, but a yellow tipple in the end. Still Swift Water Sloop to extend the turn.
Yeah, it's more go again, and there's still a resource floating, so we're ready to go with an ally as well to close this out. And for Timothy, again, about the worst case scenario here, you have bet a lot on just holding ground. Once more, trying to go ahead and punt to the next turn cycle, but this turn is nowhere near over for Pablo Pintor.
And with dead threads up, Pablo's representing Rigor Mortis being played and attacking with that. So that is 8 into 4 into 6. Oh, gravy bones. Oh, my goodness. Oh,
Rigor
gosh.
Mortis gets in the mix as well in combination with death threats, and Rigor Mortis does its thing and gets Pablo the W.
Oh, man. Talk about an embarrassment of riches for Pablo Pintor. Stacking up the gold and then exchanging it for raw, unmitigated power. That is exactly what we've come to expect from Gravy Bones, and now taking down one of its most hostile matchups in the Cindra. Pablo Pintor's got to be feeling good about, the way forward in the rest of this tournament, and it's a great game to kind of get off his back at the beginning of this Pro Tour.
Mitch, we're going to check in on our teams to watch as we move through this tournament. Not right now, but I will just give you some spoilers. Pablo is part of a team of very, very good flesh and blood players from around the world, and almost all of them fell on this exact same Gravy Bones deck. Their reasoning, they think they have the Cindra matchup, good, square. And if that is true, what are they going to do over the course of these next few rounds?
I mean, again, I'm very curious to see just how many of these gravies start to cut a swathe through the rest of the field. We expect it to be a powerful deck. We know there are potential predators lurking out there amongst the waves, but a lot of the time our top players have put in have been shoring up some of those weaker matchups. The Cindra, one of them, I don't know if we really necessarily saw the tech cards that have been sort of whispered about so much. Didn't really have to be. I think Chum on his own definitely causes a lot of problems. But again, we're here in Singapore. It's another fantastic location just to enjoy the very best that Flesh and Blood has to offer. But I'm going to be real with you guys. The fun just keeps coming. We, of course, have had our next Pro Tour location announced. We are heading off to Yokohama, Japan, folks. Fantastic that we get back to the land of the rising sun. We're the second biggest city in the country, and it's first big port city. There's so much to love about Yokohama. October 4th through November 9. That's a pretty long period of time.
Well, that is our ProQuest
That's our ProQuest
season.
season.
That's how you're going to go ahead and qualify. Pro Tour Yokohama itself going to be coming around next year, particularly when we get to April is when Pro Tour Yokohama itself is. But now we're going to go ahead and see who's going to be joining us out there in Yokohama. And I will 100% be in Yokohama. I wish I could be at ProQuest Yokohama, because look at what we were offering here in terms of these promo cards.
Yeah, I mean, we had these promo cards revealed, obviously, like this, the extended art Swing Big, that overcrowded card. And James mentioned during the keynote, he said, this card does some unreal heavy lifting in this upcoming format. So something I'm definitely keeping an eye out for. And this, of course, is your qualification for Pro Tour Yokohama itself. Definitely try and snatch up some of these fantastic goodies. Here they are, living large for you guys. Swing Big and overcrowded. Fascinating card to me. Modal, in its attack and defending potential. We're just really starting to see what it could promise for us in the future.
I think not only modal, Mitch, but this is a card that can break numbers. Just flat out, it can defend more than you would expect a card to be able to defend for. And it's got to have things go right. It has to set up aura tokens in the arena. But frankly, heroes in the current game use a lot of aura tokens, and James called out beautifully in that keynote speech, which, if, by the way, you haven't watched, you need to go back and watch. It's available over on our YouTube page. But it's so good at dealing with specifically Codex of Frailty, a card that I personally have not read, but I've heard just does terrible things to players.
But you've been told on multiple occasions how good it is. So a lot to be excited for. ProQuest season Yokohama coming up, and of course, crowned with the Pro Tour in that region. It is Japan's first major port. As soon as they really open up to the rest of the world, Yokohama was where it's at. It's also the birthplace of cup noodles. There's a cup noodles museum out there. So if that's your jam, check it out.
I spent about a week in Yokohama a few months ago. It was, I think, just at cherry blossom season. I got out there, and I was so impressed by that city. My first trip to Japan was for Worlds when we went out to Osaka, and I made it to Kyoto, I made it to Tokyo, but I didn't make it to Yokohama that go around. And on this next trip, I did spend time in Yokohama. It's just a lovely, lovely, like Tokyo light that also has its own really unique culture. You mentioned things, you know, a little kitschy, like the Cup Noodles Museum. I also went to a ramen museum in Yokohama, which had incredible ramen. But as you would expect, the food there is top tier. The venue is top tier. The location is beautiful. And we kind of previewed this Pro Tour with a look at that iconic Ferris wheel that looms over the Yokohama skyline. But also around the time we'll be there, which, by the way, will be basically dead smack in the middle of cherry blossom season. So if you've never experienced that, this is a hell of a reason to go, and it is as impressive as you've heard. But they also do a fireworks display right behind that Ferris wheel, which is, I think, firing off the roof of the convention center, as far as I can tell.
No way.
Based on where my hotel was, it seemed like it came up right above where we would be having this Pro Tour. So I can't wait to just get out there with our friends from Flesh and Blood and enjoy the beautiful Japanese culture, the beautiful Japanese scenery, the beautiful Japanese weather at that time, and step out of the convention center hall, look up, have a fireworks festival going on in Japan. There's really nothing more iconic than that, and it's embodying that play the game, see the world lifestyle.
We're on an incredible run of Pro Tour locations at the moment. I'm not going to lie. It's all been up since Los Angeles, if I'll be honest with you. Very excited for that one. But of course, before we get there, we still need to decide who will hoist the trophy here at Pro Tour Singapore. Much more to be played for. Let's jump into our next matchup. We had this, of course, playing at our feature match area. And I'm very excited to start to intro this one for us. It is Shoma Yamamura, of course, a champion in his own right on Ira Scarlet Revenger versus Deitrich Mohan, another local on Prism, Awakener of Soul.
Yeah, I'd love to see Shoma back in our feature match area. Of course, hails from Osaka. Go Again Gaming, his store there, welcomed us all so generously when we arrived for the World Championships, but a Pro Tour champion in his own right. Pro Tour Amsterdam champion did so with a hero that was nowhere near the top of the metagame in Uzuri. This time bringing another hero whose metagame position maybe still needs to be figured out. It is Ira Scarlet Revenger. Ira just picked up a new armory deck, but you see here, first thing to notice, we are not playing Edge of Autumn. Looks like Shoma not tapping into that new equipment.
Couple of players I've seen on Iris so far. Charles done one of them, both still on the Kodachi gameplay. No Arcana Scar wraps quite yet. And it will be Deitrich Mohan going first. A Wartune Herald already presented. Imperium Ratchet here, of course. Expecting one of those faster, more aggressive type games. But again, double trouble there. And Rowdy Locals put in front by Shoma Yamamura. And we know what Ira, in this form, even prior to that armory deck sort of hitting, very, very good at the value game, managing to really leverage that hero ability, pumping up that second attack to put some really disruptive on hits that are hard to block in front of the opponent. These Wartunes, though, they're rather Wartune and Herald of Triumph, both coming in at 6, so those can be handled by Shoma Yamamura. No Figments getting into play just yet for Deitrich Mohan.
I want to note Shoma has played a lot of Ira since it became an adult hero. One of the first, I'll say, stock Ira lists came from Shoma Yamamura in the early days of its reveals. And he loves this hero, really gets a lot out of it, has played it to, I believe, a top 8 in a Battle Hardened previously. So no stranger to doing well with Ira. And even without new sauce here, you have to wonder what drove him to go ahead and commit to this hero this go around.
Very defensive build by the looks of things already for Shoma Yamamura. A Shelter from the Storm pitched here for a Kodachi attack. There is a Warmonger's Diplomacy in the hand as well. Shoma might be locking in for a bit of a longer game, looking to block these Heralds out as efficiently as possible, deny Deitrich that value.
Yeah, Deitrich also hailing from Singapore, so local scene well represented here across our first 2 rounds. Love seeing the locals try and defend their home turf as these giants of the game enter Pro Tour champions like Pablo Pintor, like Shoma Yamamura. We saw in our first game, the task is monumental to take down players like this. Maybe Deitrich is up to it with Prism, Awakener of Soul, a deck that I think was sort of in that top 5 conversation and has shifted a little bit further down the ranks. Actually, the 6th most played deck here, I believe, this weekend, giving up some ground to Dash.io, which frankly has put up some absurd win percentages as of late.
And looking at the way that Shoma has pitched and is over-pitching, essentially, Deitrich realizing that he likely is very defensive. Look at this, keeping a card back in hand. And of course, since Shoma was our champion at Pro Tour Amsterdam, he goes on to take third at Battle Hardened in Tokyo last September, number third at Battle Hardened Hiroshima, and then fourth at our calling in Kuala Lumpur last December. So really racking up these top table results. Herald of Triumph going to be presented now. 7 on the board here for Deitrich. Representing a bit of a breakpoint, a little harder at times to block, but we already saw a Shelter from the Storm pitch for Shoma Yamamura, so likely flush with a lot of those defense reactions.
Yeah, and it's going to be a flick-flack save from the last turn. And frankly, Shoma's hand last turn was just bad. There was no offensive output to be found. That's why we saw that really anemic, just Kodachi stuff going on. But Shoma's pretty comfortable doing that. This deck is set up to play defensively and can do things like look for fatigue. Now, against something like Prism, there always is a bit of a clock. If you give them too much time to set up, they can punish you. And it's really going to depend on how many poppers Shoma has brought to the table here for things like a Herald of Erudition.
Now, this is scary in its own right, but blocking with a card with combo means that Herald of Erudition can be covered up because Flick Flack confers +2 defense value to the next card that is defended with. Next card, by the way, it has to have combo, though. So that's pretty important. Quite often, like you see Prism try and back up that Herald of Erudition with an Angelic Wrath, or in the past we saw Goliath Gauntlet used to try and power that up, make it harder to block, but Deitrich just sends that natty and sees the Flick Flack, so probably knew what he was walking into, but no on hit off that big important Herald.
Shoma's going to offer the classic Ira play this particular turn. It is Harmonized Kodachi for 1, 2 resources floating, and Shoma Yamamura with a Command and Conquer in hand. Now, I will say that Shoma does have the option of just sending second Kodachi here and going ahead and waiting to try and get value out of that Command and Conquer. It will depend on where Shoma sees his role in this matchup. If he is trying to just go ahead and beat Deitrich down, as it looks like he is, he will just go ahead and fire this Command and Conquer here and pressure the life total of Prism that starts only at 32.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Deitrich has to start to be concerned about the constant trickle of damage from the Harmonized Kodachis. Last turn, it was 3 off of them. Now it's just a single into a Command and Conquer. And without an arsenal to protect Deitrich, less concerned about the on-hit, of course, but definitely needs to consider how much life he can afford to gain, because Prism wants to leverage almost all of that 32 life to get into sort of full control of the game. She basically starts hanging on to the stirrups while the horse is running. If she can climb into the saddle as the game is going, then it's good. But there's always a clock. And Ira doesn't always present the most ferocious pace of game, but Shoma wants to put that clock and knows that holding onto a CNC on defense is not great because Herald of Triumph is going to be unpoppable, right? You need 7s to answer some of these Phantasm attacks. So Shoma feels it's far better to deploy aggressively here. And Deitrich, with a rueful look, says, oh, I'm getting a little low here.
21, already starting to feel in that vulnerable range, but things can change for a Prism in a heartbeat, especially as long as Halo of Illumination remains out there in the arena, as Deitrich's does thus far.
Is that an Angelic Wrath and a Herald of Erudition in the hand?
Yeah, that's a big combo to have, and here is that Herald of Erudition, and we're going to protect it with the Dreamweavers as well. Do not want any untimely poppers to have influence over this turn, so 5 dominate go again, the offer here from Deitrich.
And Shoma hasn't had the chance to get a Flick Flack out there already, so can't find any elegant one-card blocks necessarily, and this is pretty much guaranteed with an Angelic Wrath in the hand for Deitrich.
And it means so much more for a Prism. It's not only about those 2 cards. It is, of course, about the Prism ability. And once those Figments start having influence over the game, things get a lot harder for Ira.
And of course, a common line here is Herald hits. You get a Figment of Erudition, flip it into Soraya. Draw yourself, obviously, some cards, but you do need some cards in your soul in order to do that. Deitrich obviously has been held off of that so far.
Yeah, good call out. No full soul setup just yet, but Shoma reads the writing on the wall pretty well and just says, yeah, you can go ahead and have this one. Take your 2 cards, figure out what you want to do, get some Figments, and then we'll reevaluate the game state after that.
And it's heads up because the block there would have been an utter blowout for Shoma. And of course, he's likely priced into using some of his hand defensively, but there's got to be a better spot he realizes to do so. We are Figment hunting here. Okay.
Figment of Ravages, I believe, is the first reach, but we're going to reconsider here. Is Deitrich.
I guess this really will display to us what Deitrich's game plan is. Right? If it was a Figment of War, I think he was looking at, that's obviously going to allow him to take another Herald to a breakpoint with that Courage token.
Yeah, good call, Mitch. And it is going to be the Figment of War, ultimately.
So definitely, Deitrich saying, I need to fill my soul. I need to get some Heralds to hit before I can really start to have fun with this. So now, you know, likely this also like turns like a yellow War Tune into something that is a bit more problematic. Anything that really allows him to start to fill up here. Shoma, of course, has access to some blocking equipment. Shuko on the board. There's a Soul Shield there that he's found off that. Looks like a blue Herald of Protection at the top of the grip.
So still more to offer on this turn. Can go ahead and
okay,
get that Figment rolling to take advantage of the go again and offer as much damage as possible on this turn.
So Bologna will now hit the board. Then just representing some of that extra damage. Deitrich trying to get ahead into this. Courage token not triggering on this kind of attack. Just forego again. And again, Imperium Ratcha, part of the game plan here for the more aggressively slanted prisms means that those flips of those figments are free. Not on a sort of longer game plan. And there's a Wrath pitch, so Shoma now realizing he made the right choice maybe in terms of how he chose not to block that Herald of Erudition. And here is a Herald of Triumph now, coming in for 8. And again, you need a 7-power popper to silence this.
Yeah, and we don't know yet if Shoma is packing any particular 7s in the deck. Something like Blanche has gotten popular once again in recent times. But Shoma says no blocks once more, and life totals quickly becoming equalized, especially when you factor in that 4 ward that's going to be on the side of Deitrich. Now, Kodachis are very good at cleaning up ward efficiently. We'll see if Shoma can find a window to go ahead and offer those small pings of damage to try and get Deitrich off of that. But there is going to be a Figment joining the fray before that happens.
So we've seen some Prism players bring the Calming Gesture in as well. Giving you access to that Spectral Shield just in a pinch can help you protect some of that ward board if your opponent is sort of sticking some of those smaller attacks in front of you. Figment of Rebirth coming in. Allow you to take a yellow action card and put it back on top of your deck. And Herald of Erudition normally is the candidate for this kind of play.
Makes sense to me.
That should be about it now. Now, 2 Heralds, 1 Angel attack. Pretty reasonable turn for Deitrich and definitely getting that life total a little bit closer. It is odd, I will say, to see the Ira keep such a grip, though. Shoma did not opt to be defensive here, so what is he packing?
Shoma was a big fan of looking for a scrap back in the day, and that's how he often found go wide hands.
I love the snag tech. Pretty good against that Erudition pump play.
Yep. Not going to be needed here, though. Just going to go ahead and power up those Kodachis, and the Footsteps look to get involved and preserve that ward, as we talked about. Second Kodachi, though, going to ask the same question. A little bit harder this time.
Yeah, no chain break, so obviously Phantasmal Footsteps, unlike Quick Dodge Flexes, cannot be pulled across to the next link. So Deitrich needs to find... He's asking, can I find a way to... do I pop Halo here, go for Figment of Protection, get a Spectral Shield? Is that too aggressive? Again, he's already got a card in pitch, so, it's certainly an option. Back to the Calming Gesture conversation. That's also something they did with that extra floating resource. We're going to block the card out. Pain in the backs. Oh, yes. It's pretty annoying if you're trying to keep your Angel in play.
Absolutely is here for Deitrich. Another card that looks like it's going to demand some defenses here.
And again, that dagger will only count as being hit if Pain in the backside itself hits. Deitrich might feel like this is... Okay, reasonable block. That Herald of Erudition that he brought back, blocked with. Looking for a scrap.
It is the Shomi Yamamura Classic. It's looking for a scrap once more. Of course, use this card to great effect in Azuri in that Pro Tour winning deck. We saw it time and time again offer damage in moments where it didn't seem like his hero should be able to produce so much threat, and is kind of doing the same thing again here, has offered 10 damage thus far on this turn. But Deitrich has a really good answer from Arsenal in the form of Soul Shield.
And, I mean, crucially, Soul Shield gets into his, soul, right? Allows him to power that, but the Sensor is going to be the follow-up. A very wide turn is looking for a scrap, banished to Crane Dance, so got that +1 and go again. No blocks is the call on the Sensor. This will allow Shoma to name a card, and that card cannot be played by Deitrich.
Minus one,
May have missed the
May have
name.
missed it, yeah.
It's 2.
Okay. And that is Soul Shield getting into the Soul. Arsenal pass here for Deitrich, Mohan.
So things back in favor of Shoma Yamamura, but we saw a real brick hand earlier in this game, and can Shoma find something a little bit more offensive-minded here than the last time he was faced with such a scenario? Does kick things off very well with the blue pitch here. Harmonized Kodachi does its thing 4-1 on the first chain link.
Now Deitrich can be a little bit more laissez-faire about how he deals with these very small attacks without any ward on the board. He'll simply let this one come through. The second Kodachi will receive the buff from Ira.
No blocks reaction.
1 into 2. Move to reactions. That's all you got. Very appropriate card here, given that Harmonized Kodachi is less than 3 power. We are drawing a card once this combat train closes.
Happy ball game.
Shoma once again finding a pretty wide hand here in the form of Enlightened Strike. It looks like Torrent of Tempo going to be the bottom here and keep one final card in hand, but go again offering even more threat as this turn goes on.
A slightly less relevant card, I guess, to Ira as opposed to Cindra is that Mask of Momentum. That is something that Shoma can threaten on these turns in which she can send some breakpoints and go a little bit wider. That's why that all you got was a very a good option for Deitrich.
Yeah, the biggest draw, much like we saw with Cindra, is being able to play Mask into Gravy Bones. These ninjas, these masked ninjas in particular, really, really strong into that matchup. But we're going to see if maybe these teams have found some tech to throw it on its ear. But even more damage comes down, looking at a good, solid 13-point turn from just the 4-card hand here is Shoma Yamamura and Deitrich Mohan only at 14 life.
And if we want to talk about the overarching game plan for Prism and that Deitrich wants to leverage that smaller life total to build a board, build a presence, less of a concern here is not on the aura plan with an Imperium Ratchet in play, but he does rather want to try and get himself into some position to go aggressive. This is a turn, though, from his opponent that is relatively wide, and Torrent of Tempo, of course, would be getting going in if it did hit, but seeing that Shoma is bereft of cards here, Deitrich not too worried about that on hit, simply the damage now that threatens a significant portion of his life total. So we get to draw a card off that all you got. 3-card hand plus Arsenal for the Prism. It's now or never for Deitrich.
Yeah, some damage going to have to be offered here from Deitrich, and it's going to have to be the type that can get past Shoma's wall of defense reactions. We've seen Flick Flack, we've seen Shelter. Expect we have Sinks to work with as well on this particular turn. Looks like a Shelter has been drawn for Shoma.
Herald of Triumph of the blue variety. Represents 5 damage. Deitrich may be trying to draw some of those defensive tools out of their hand. The on-hit for Herald of Triumph, perhaps less impactful than, Protection or Erudition, of course. Filling that soul is still going to be important.
Shoma has some options in combination with the Pouncing Paws over on the equipment side. It's going to use actually the Shuko here and combine that with 1-2 punch.
So
To be mistaken with my good friends in 1-2 juice.
So in theory, should just be a Herald follow-up here. Okay, no, Passing Mirage going to be deployed. Of course, the first elusive attack each turn loses and cannot gain Phantasm. Not exactly what I would consider a tempo play, though, here for Deitrich, who's at an 11 life deficit, leaving Shoma with a fairly full grip to come back.
Yeah, I'll also note Shoma has had very little interest in interacting with Phantasm thus far in this game. I think he's content to just play the game kind of fair. He doesn't really have to engage on those terms. He defends so well. He offers consistent damage. It's hard to ward off his attacks, so it's just Kodachi, final threat in the end, and that is getting the job done thus far.
For me, I mean, it feels like Shoma being able to find the flick-flack 5-power block in the first herald of every edition of the game really held Deitrich back at the start.
I think that's a great call-out, Mitch. That does feel like the moment when Shoma really started to establish himself here in this matchup and just get some solidity under his feet, some time to go ahead and do the Ira value engine thing that Ira does so effectively.
Deitrich, again, eventually won't be able to continue taking these Kodachi hits, but for now, it will be allowed. Torrent of Tempo threatening go again, should it hit, and a Mask of Momentum trigger. Now a Prism player is probably going to have to put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, the threat just too high, I believe, to let this one hit. But again, Deitrich's life total falling low. That means he needs to produce some offense pretty quickly. Torrent threatening Mask. A tale almost as old as the game itself.
2 yellow Herald of Protection, 1 of the blue variety. And a Light of Soul, which is a non-block card in the hand.
The variance of that Light of Soul could potentially have a lot to say about the outcome of this match, Mitch.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward. I mean, to say nothing about the card on Arsenal here for Deitrich, it's probably this. I mean, he knows he doesn't have to worry about like Ancestral, for example. He can still block 6 on this 5. It's really a question of, do I put the blue in front? No, okay, a red and a yellow Herald of Protection committed to block. Shoma happy with that result. Really comfortable buffer for the Ira player. Continually cutting these hands for the Prism player down to size.
Yeah, I have to keep mentioning, though, Ira can brick. And that is the scariest thing for me if I'm sitting in Shoma's seat. If you just have another one of those all-defensive hands in these moments where you really are putting Deitrich on the back foot, you could find yourself in trouble. The Light of Soul does, in fact, miss on this Halo of Illumination activation.
It's actually kind of, there's a conversation amongst Prism players about how many of those red War Tunes they want. They love the breakpoint that it shows, and it's cheap to deploy, but in times like this, that one is not going into your soul. It must be a yellow card. Figment of Erudition pulled out. Now, from the Prism perspective, this definitely feels like, I mean, Deitrich is trying to force the situation, right? When you are, popping your Halo on this kind of turn, you're really trying to get, obviously the Ponder is pretty important, but trying to get something going in terms of your Angels. Remember, flipping that Figment requires a hit. It requires a hit of one of these Heralds to be able to do that for free with Imperium Rapture, and that's been the problem for Deitrich, and it likely will remain to be an issue.
Prism activation here. It is going to be
We're going to pitch here.
Soraya being offered, and it is paid for full price.
4 trigger Prism.
4 and trigger of Soraya here. This is, we're going to banish a card from our soul and draw 2 cards. This is one way that Deitrich can sort of get out of the awkward situation of having his hand cut down turn after turn. But Soraya rarely gets to spend more than a turn on the table unless you can defend it with an Arclight Sentinel or something like that.
And has been refreshed here for Deitrich, but Shoma content to just take this 4 vanilla damage, knows he needs to break ward on this next go-around. There could still be multiple Heralds on offer here, though, for Deitrich if the resource to threat ratio is right. And it looks to have found a blue War Tune into red War Tune. Okay. Really nice damage output here from Deitrich.
Yeah, and it's the breakpoint that he definitely is wanting to see here. Keep that soul going. Has to be thinking about how much does he want to invest in protecting this Soraya. He probably, at this point in the game, feels like she's done enough.
And on Shoma's side, I believe we find ourselves without the 4 block on this particular turn. A nice offensive hand, potentially, though, for Shoma.
And the only one hit presented by Wartune, as you can see, is just going into Soul. Sort of the more straightforward offensive options to the Prism player. Shoma weighing up his options, recognizing that this 7 damage represents a significant portion of his life total, but he's going to 3 tunic counters next turn. A lot of action, a lot of gas in the hand for the Ninja player.
Feels like the offensive output is there if that's what Shoma wants, but if you make the wrong call here, Prism will beat you. That's just what happens time and time again in this matchup. If you misassess where you are in the game state, how much damage you can do, how vulnerable the Prism actually is, they will snowball their advantage on you every single time.
I think really important to point out that there's the Figment of Rebirth that can be flipped and used here. a Figment of Protection can be hauled out of the deck if you're concerned about, you know, a lot of these small attacks, these breakpoints. The Spectral Shields can really eat those up. Soul is a little light, so being able to power those activations of Angels,
Yeah, I think we're
gets
down
a bit
to our
challenging.
final card in Soul, but Shoma Yamamura is going to go ahead and take the full 7 here, falls down to 12, and that means Deitrich is going back into the deck one more time.
Protection.
Pulls out the Figment of Protection. Makes sense in this game state.
So straight away, Figment of Protection hits the board and generates a Spectral Shield token. Luminaris, Angel's Grace, sort of allows that Angel and Herald to be followed up by an Angel attack, should it be required. You'll note there's some surplus of resources here for Deitrich, so by no means is the turn over. And again, this is enabled by Soraya getting flipped and allowing him to draw 2 cards. What's the plan? And okay, passing Mirage ×2 here. That's how he's going to make use of that last action point.
Yeah, not ideal, Mitch. You would love to see a little bit more offense here from Deitrich. And if you're in Shoma's seat, I think you're breathing a little sigh of relief to see that as the last card. And now Shoma, what is going to be the clapback here? We know the offensive output is at the ready. There was no brick from Shoma Yamamura on this turn. Enlightened Strike, ready to get into the mix. I believe Art of Body is the red card in hand. The one that gets go again on the back of a red attack. Offers a tiger potentially as well to Shoma.
Yeah, kind of nice pouncing paws here as well. There's like a few ways to send more of these very minuscule attacks that are very annoying for the Prism to deal with.
Yeah, only the one Spectral Shield for the clean eat of this Kodachi. Of course, next Kodachi going to be coming in 4-2, make things just a little bit harder.
Yeah, it means that like Phantasmal Footsteps cannot simply just be thrown in front. Shoma on these wider turns is obviously not getting that +1 on like a relevant on-hit attack action card, right? He's actually playing on some bigger hands. So it usually just pumps up the Kodachi, keeps the turn going. But it matters. It's added up over the course of this game, especially against a 32-life hero that is Prism.
I love a scenario like this, Mitch, where someone like Deitrich goes into the tank on this harmonized Kodachi attack for 1, because it shows the complexity, the depth of what goes on in a game of Flesh and Blood and how perfectly you have to play to go ahead and beat a Pro Tour champion like Shoma Yamamura. Every point matters. Every decision matters, and you need to get them all right here. And you might say, oh, this is almost an inconsequential attack. There is no such thing in Flesh and Blood. That is not how this game works.
Shoma's story is just so fantastic. The way in which he wins in Amsterdam, the deck selection, seeing Azuri come out there, it's just a fantastic called shot. The guy is
the hero that brought him into the game that he fell in love with. I handed him the Azuri Pro Tour champion card. He broke down in tears. It's one of the most special moments of my career, getting to see that reaction for a hero that I helped to sculpt. It meant so much to him, to his life, and it's going to be part of his story here in Flesh and Blood forever.
And he's still plays the game in much the same way. Really loves those considered decks that can pivot, they can be the aggressor. And we've seen Shoma also be more defensive here. Loves to play both ends of that spectrum. All right, that Spectral Shield now will be claimed by the harmonized Kodachi. It's a big decision for Deitrich Mohan.
He knew this was going to be the follow-up. Second Kodachi on offer here. This one getting bigger. Damage offered.
Triumphant Judgment Heralds in hand here. Tenacity, excuse me.
I think there's a Figment as well, Mitch. There may be some no block in Deitrich's hand. We'll see how that plays out as we keep this chain going. Going to offer 5 go again from the Enlightened Strike here.
Still so much left for Shoma to work through. Easily presenting lethal on this kind of turn. The life total disparity has definitely shrunk, but that could definitely be owed to the fact that Shoma did take a fair bit of damage in the previous turn, having a turn of his own that promised to be wider, more threatening. You kind of surfaced the idea of these Ira brick hands coming up every now and then. We haven't really seen too many of those. It's all been very motile.
Yeah, if you're Shoma, you're just counting the defense reaction density in your deck. You're thinking about that as you move into each draw of 4. But once again, no blocks here from Deitrich, and that means that extremely threatening angel is now cleaned up. But there is more offense coming from Shoma Yamamura, and it's good offense. It's Mauling Chi to go ahead and close out the turn here. 1 for 5, not having the combo active, but still good damage to go ahead and wrap up this combat chain.
From Deitrich's perspective, right, that Soraya gets him 4 damage on the front side, 2 cards drawn up at the cost of a soul, and then eats 5 or 4, right? So it feels good about that, but that was his big play. That was his moment of popping that Halo of Illumination, kind of the biggest gambit that you could take in the game. And it got him to this position where things feel like they're relatively at parity, makes up for the, that disparity. I always feel like you want to deploy 2 angels to make up for that 8 life sort of deficit. Deitrich has, done a pretty good job in that regard. And you're right, Brian. That was a figment in the hand.
Oh, it's an Arclight Sentinel as well here for Deitrich. So really not much defensive value, and things could have gotten south real quick on that particular turn. Even worse than sitting at the 3 life that Deitrich is already sitting at. Ooh. So what is he going to be able to go ahead and put together to try and keep himself safe on this next turn?
Figment of Ravages, I think, in the hand for Deitrich, and that, get out of the pitch zone, buddy. Herald of Tenacity comes in. Obviously, one of the 2 passing Mirages is required to basically mean this is unpoppable. Hazard dominates. So sneak through a bit of damage here, potentially. And Deitrich might be of the mind to... It's hard to see, that Arclight Sentinel in hand, that's very expensive. Likely that's just going to get pitched. He does not have the card density to get that out to protect an Angel, for example.
From Deitrich, though, we see the Angelic Wrath come through, and Shoma was at the ready with a Flick Flack, but now this is going to go ahead and change things a little bit here. However, there is the shelter from the Arsenal, and Shoma has the full cover at what is perhaps the last gasp effort here from Deitrich.
That Arsenal card. Unlikely to see any use here. The double defense reaction comes in.
Deitrich giving it a look, though.
Part of the game plan might have been to try and flip the Figment of Protection here and give himself a bit more defensive buffer, but Shoma has been far too heads up on these blocks.
And it's still going to have that floating Flick Flack buff potentially. Only Arclight Sentinel left for Deitrich here, thinking about whether to go ahead and commit this to the pitch or try and set up a useful arsenal here.
Does he have the time? Ideally, it's about getting an Angel flipped and protecting it. The power game plan is like that Soraya flip. If you get a second turn of drawing 2 cards off her, aided by Arclight Sentinel protecting her, then you're in very good shape. It's just hard to set that up, especially when Deitrich has had his hand pressured so heavily on the last few turn cycles.
I was speaking with Pro Tour London top 8 competitor Kevin Murphy earlier in the day, and we were just talking a little bit, talking some Prism shop. And we were talking about Arclight Sentinel in particular. And it was funny. He has the opinion that defensive Arclight Sentinel, it just ain't it, man. It doesn't get the job done ever. And you see Deitrich coming to the same conclusion, prioritizing going ahead and making this Angel here rather than setting up that Arsenal Arclight Sentinel.
Yeah, turning it into 4 life, virtually. Yeah, actually, big shout out to Kevin. Makes fantastic YouTube content. Really loves to deep dive. I think it's at SmurfFab. You can find him on Twitter. I've really enjoyed his content as someone who's interested in Prism and what you can do. And the guy had a full notebook with him. And he flicked the pages for me. That thing
completely
was full. He is a student of the game. So keep an eye out for Kevin Murphy over the coming days.
Notes on all of his Prism games. And it just shows the level of dedication it takes to play Prism at a high level. And I have to say, really good decision-making from Deitrich Mohan thus far in this particular matchup against the Pro Tour champion and Shoma Yamamura. Both of our lesser-known entities here in the feature match area in round 1, showing how good you have to be to even play at the Pro Tour, even if you haven't made your name known yet. Look, we didn't know Shoma Yamamura just a few Pro Tours ago, and now he's become a fixture of the game. So things can change in a heartbeat for you as far as your reputation within the world of Flesh and Blood.
So Avalon did get flipped there with Deitrich's Arclight Sentinel. Don't think we'll see her on offense, but she does allow for any card from the Yarn to be put back on top of the deck, as opposed to the Figment version, which is just an action card. So that allows you to loop that Arclight Sentinel.
Time for the Pouncing Paws activation. Going to go ahead and make that Crouching Tiger, picking up the Ira buff, just adding some more chain links to this turn.
Yeah, I love that. Obviously, without some sort of outside interference, Crouching Tiger is just 0 power, but this is a lengthener. Shoma wanting just to keep sending these pings of 1. It's really frustrating because Deitrich is sitting with 4 ward on the board and does not want to lose his Avalon, but then also doesn't want to commit a full 3 block card to keep her in play. You're damned if you do and also if you don't.
Absolutely true, Mitch. You're happy to lose the Avalon, but you want to lose it for 4. You don't want to lose it for 1. And you could say the same about any card in your hand, unfortunately. You're probably happy to defend with a card, not for a stupid crouching tiger buffed up by an Ira ability.
I don't know. Seems pretty smart coming up here at Chainlink 2 with a buff of 1. I'd say that's a rather learned tiger, but I mean, Deitrich can't get too attached to what he had to do to put Avalon on the board. He just has to be more concerned about self-preservation at this point.
But where's the path forward, Mitch? It's not enough not to lose. You have to have a plan to win the game. And I think at this life total, Deitrich is going to have to get a little splashy with it, look for kind of that last gasp window back into this game. Otherwise, will face down that harmonized Kodachi lock.
He can activate the Water and Imperium Rapture here to eat up that 1 damage. So that comes at a cost of a resource. Feels a little bit similar to Phantasmal's application here, except he does not get that card back. That one is going away, and that will prevent him from then being able to flip any further Figments for free on Angel attacks, and flipping a Figment of Protection, getting those 2 Spectral Shields if you're banishing for that's a decent way to stay in the game. But Prism does not like being in the blender like this. And she needs space. She needs to keep these cards.
It is going to be the Rapture, though. Great call out, Mitch. That is not a great defensive option. And the problem is, okay, here's the same problem. What do you have now? You're facing the exact same thing on this next chain link.
Once again, it's the same question, the most simple question you could ask in Flesh and Blood. Will you take 1 damage? Deitrich, though, that accounts for 33% of his life total. And now it's a decision.
Even more of the virtual life total, Mitch, when you consider that ward 4. So
exactly.
Huge problem.
Oh, man. And at some point, you just have to say, well, I'm probably just going to have to give up a card here. Deitrich knows, can't play with a full grip. Arsenal, of course, you know, Arclight Sentinel never quite made it there. Asking, can I like aggro my opponent? Can I find a way to pressure Shoma down? The answer is probably not. You can, if you have 2 angels, you could send lethal, but you have to survive this turn first. And Shoma's shown nothing. Nothing from his hand. Outside, of course, of the Rushing River in his pitch zone.
Yeah, he shows he still has 1 resource left, which Ira can turn into a lot of output.
2. So. He's got Tunic on 3.
Great point. Yeah, so we could be dealing with kind of the upper range of what Ira is capable of, something like a Command and Conquer coming down.
Yeah, that web of possibilities is far too intricate to untangle. And those decisions get even harder when you're in Deitrich's position, not only facing down what's very likely a lethal turn, but also trying to ask, how do I even put something compelling on the board? Should I even make it through this turn? He is Kodachi locked, essentially, and that's what happens. You give a whole Figment of Protection for it now, and that looks like an Enlightened Strike, I would suggest, for 7.
Yep, just going for that damage output makes a lot of sense here for Shoma Yamamura. Just giving up the ward is not enough in this case. Another card is won.
Exactly. It's the perfect number to send in Deitrich's direction. Avalon only eats up 4 of this. It's still lethal. And it's simple, though. At least the decision-making simple. It's a question of what card is Deitrich going to put in front of this Enlightened Strike. Cannot protect his angel. She will go either way. And then your Prism player has a 1-card hand, which, I'm going to give it to you straight, probably involves flipping the Figment of Protection for 2 resources and shipping the turn back.
And then in a very similar spot on the next go-around. And I'll just bring up the possibility one more time, Mitch. At that moment, what you were playing for is, boy, do I hope Shoma bricks. And thus far, the distribution of D-reacts and offensive output has looked pretty good. I'll also note Shoma is a great deck builder, understands these ratios really well. And I'm sure his Ira deck is as brick-proof as they can come. Did he avoid it in this particular go-around? I think I saw Warmonger's Diplomacy maybe in a race face as part of the hand.
So that is devious. Devious licks.
Yeah, you see the Warmongers in the front of Shoma's grip there.
Just an Arsenal pass for Deitrich. And once more, we return to our regularly scheduled. The Kodachis will continue until morale improves.
I think Weakest Link also joining the grip for Shoma. So maybe a little go again starved on this particular turn, but there's even one source of go again. The hand's completely unlocked. That's it. Shoma's capable of doing everything he wants to do.
Okay, a Prism player calls no blocks. How low can you go?
Falls to just 2 thus far. Follow up, guess what? 2.
It's lethal. Is there a turn to be constructed here? Soul Shield, fine for some of those bigger attacks, but it's a bit unwieldy to deploy sometimes when you are only looking to maybe make a 2-card block.
Yeah, it'll be good into those 6s, though, that we know Shoma has. So this looks like an okay defensive hand thus far. Closes up the chain, does Shoma. And dual threat comes down as the follow-up here. That is going to offer a buff to this weakest link. And that's going to come in for a big 9. And we did mention that Soul Shield's really good at covering up something large here. So War Tune Herald plus Soul Shield actually is the perfect answer for this weakest link, but no progress in the game for Deitrich. And the same turn is face down once more. This time, though, I think I saw a pain in the backside in the hand of Shoma Yamamura, and that means Go Again is at the ready. Could be more chain links, has the blue as well.
Okay, a lot to work with. We're going to start, of course, in the old-fashioned manner. But Deitrich has been sitting on that Arsenal card. The disruption less important than the damage being presented here, but Deitrich has to ask, okay, do I take this now? Because, again, he sends a 6 at me. Yeah, going to take this one. Go to 1. And then following up with God knows what. Pain in the backside, obviously, demands a card.
Yeah, and offers a breakpoint now on the back of that Ira ability. And
very true.
Yeah, this is just great for Shoma. He's trying to demand as many cards as possible, and that Harmonized Kodachi with Deitrich at 1 also asks for a card.
I think he's dead. I think well, since he doesn't get a +1, so that obviously still is just around 6 now.
It certainly doesn't feel good for Deitrich.
Yeah,
and I think it's going to take a bit of a miracle to go ahead and escape this turn.
If there's like an extender in the arsenal here for Shoma, something that could come in sort of beforehand, but he's holding into 2 reds right now. A Race Face and the Command and Conquer. No blocks, moved reactions. Okay. Okay. So,
for this Figment to go ahead and get in the mix.
Yeah, blocks for 4. It's a costly defense reaction, essentially, that Deitrich is putting together. So Aegis going to be popped instantly. Kodachi on the backside. So many of these little breakpoints.
Asking for a card once more, and we know this turn can close out with yet another 6-power attack. So we'll ask for 2 more cards, and Deitrich will be back in the same position once more. Here's Command and Conquer. Got to have those 2-3 blocks left in hand.
There it is.
Deitrich does, and covers up once more. And now we pass back in the exact same scenario, except this time, no Heralds ready to go ahead and do the defensive thing.
Obviously, you kind of mentioned it. If there's a non-block drawn up by Deitrich at any point, it's basically game there.
Now, we talked about one way of bricking, drawing a bunch of D-reacts. How about drawing 4 reds, though, Mitch? That's not ideal either. Luckily for Shoma, gets immense value out of every single card by virtue of these harmonized Kodachis. So maybe can still put a hand together here. Let's see.
Deitrich looks like he's got a full blocking grip at least, but in the Kodachi zone, you have to offer a card each and every time those come out. Bittering Thorns here. The follow-up. Deitrich has to be noting so many of these reds hitting the pitch zone.
Yep. 2 cards, though, demanded once again, and that means this Kodachi, as the last chain link, can ask for another card. So just the same thing. It is the Kodachi lock, the classic mode of Ninja play. Again, calling back to the very first days of Flesh and Blood. Deitrich absolutely feeling it right now.
Yep. The fact that, Shoma can draw the closest thing to a brick and still strip the entire
4
hand.
red hand takes everything from you.
Yeah. And so, the moment that he has, a hand that features 2 breakpoint cards, it's basically over. So, tries to follow with the cut through. No hits with daggers, of course, because that would be lethal. So, no ability to turn that into a breakpoint.
Shoma now has that Tunic at the ready. That gets some protection here for the turn. Pitches a sink below to start the turn. So again, red kicking things off, but I don't think this is another all-red hand. I think this is about the 0-cost starter here. Phantasmal Footsteps going to be used.
This is indicating a potential Soul Shield here. Deitrich doesn't have any figments on the field to flip and turn into 4 ward.
Yeah, you know where I don't love Soul Shield is against a Harmonized Kodachi, and I also don't love it against a Command and Conquer. That will go ahead and shut down Deitrich, and it gets the fist bump and Shoma Yamamura, Pro Tour champion, moves on to 1-0.
Yeah, fantastically done. Again, some of the key blocks lining up where they really need to. That first Herald of Erudition that came out of Deitrich Mohan was dealt with. There was no way to pump it. There was no attack reaction on it. And there was a flick-flack in the hand for Shoma to make it a one-card block on that otherwise dominating attack. From there on out, it was very difficult for our Prism player to get into an aggressive position. You want to get Fryar on the board. You want to protect her, have multiple cards, multiple turns rather, of being able to draw cards off the back of it. But at no point was that Prism able to clamber into the stirrups, onto the saddle, and get racing.
A great start to this tournament for our 2 Pro Tour champions, Pablo Pintor and Shoma Yamamura. A mixed start for ninjas thus far. We see a Cindra falling to a Gravy Bones. That's what you're supposed to pray on. But Ira looking really, really strong against Prism. And we know that's another deck that we believe, at least prior to this tournament, was very much being written as favored into Gravy Bones. So maybe Shoma Yamamura once again finding a way to go ahead and sidestep that metagame and find the perfect foil to what everyone else is doing.
It would be an incredible story. It's great to see these sort of, I guess these strategists come into the game, these specialists that are really able to take the decks and heroes that they love and find a way to make them work. Let's have a quick look back, I guess, over the couple of games we've seen here to kick off Pro Tour Singapore. Started with Pablo Pintor on Gravy Bones, and a local hero, Timothy Teo, wasn't able to handle him. Then Shoma Yamamura was able to show us some fantastic Ira play, very considered approach to the game. So we have 2 Pro Tour champions here in Singapore getting off to hot starts, eyeing off, of course, the lion's share of the prize once more.
two Pro Tour champions in that very first round and 2 Ws in their columns as we look ahead to the second round here, live from Pro Tour Singapore. Samaburn, Pankaj Bajwani, anything you were seeing out there looking around at all the tables, my friend?
The competition's already heating up, Sam, which is definitely apt given that we are in Singapore. It is very hot and humid. And yeah, as you said, we just saw 2 fantastic games being played by our ex-Pro Tour champions, both of them coming out on top.
Yeah, and we have had the opportunity as we've been kind of watching around that first round, checking in on some of the players. I've definitely been looking for our London top 8 competitors to hear how they've been doing, see how their rounds were, and I was actually able to catch up with Kevin Murphy. We heard the casters last round. Brian and Mitch both talk about Kevin and his Prism prowess. Let's hear from the man himself about his time post-London. All right, y'all, I am here with Pro Tour London top 8 competitor, Mr. Kevin Murphy, or should I say Smurf Fab. How we doing, dude?
Doing all right. Always good to be here at these events.
Yeah, man. Okay, so you were a top 8 competitor in London. You separated yourself out from the pack of Prism players. You and Andrew Cook and Leo Vezine really moving to perhaps the front faces of the whole Prism angelic cabal. How has it been for you since that top 8? How has your life changed? Has your Fab journey changed? Has it started to settle in as you're preparing for this tournament here?
Sort of. It still kind of feels like it just didn't happen. I don't know. It was just like I just went there and I did my thing, and they didn't tell me to stop until Sunday. So, but since then it's been kind of wild. I don't know. It's weird having this many people recognize me at events, especially people that I've never met. So,
yeah.
I don't know.
You top 8 at Pro Tour, your life kind of changes, eh? You still on Prism here in Singapore? That's the main question.
Yes.
Yeah, has to be.
I'm incapable of playing any other deck at this point, and when she LLs, I'm in big trouble.
Well, we're 1 round in. How'd your first round go?
Bad.
Bad.
I found Liam Bennett for a Prism Mirror, and he's another one of the Prism players that, like, there's probably a dozen of us at like that 95% mark, and he's absolutely one of them. And he ended the game at 32.
Yeah, sometimes Prism, the mirrors.
That's the mirror.
Yeah.
He
first one to kind of start developing, it just gets hard to.
Yeah, he won the dice roll, went first, and got to send 13 at me, which I could only cover 12 of. So he gets that, and then I can only send 5 back on turn 1 because I only draw 1 herald.
That's
the mirror. That's the mirror.
All right, well, you've got potentially your work cut out for you, but it's only the first round. You've got plenty of rounds to go. Congratulations on again the top 8 in London. Hope to see you continue to kick some butt. I'm gonna send it back to Brian and Mitch. Not to Brian and Mitch, Sam. Who's that caster? He doesn't understand anything going on. We've seen a couple of Prisms now in the feature match area, in the interview, and in the arena, and a couple of L's in their column. So we have to wait and see if the Awakener of Soul is able to go ahead and figure it out from here on forward. But we've got another meta Titan getting ready to do battle in our feature match area. I think we might as well just head on down and get right into the action. We can break it down from there, so let's dive in, because we have got a couple players and a couple of decks that we've been talking about a lot in these weeks leading up to the Pro Tour. What are you seeing here, Pankaj?
The story of this game, Sam, reminds me a lot of what we just saw in round 1, where you have a titan of the game in the form of Pablo Pintor, a player who is feared, a player that has the results. But he's the underdog in that matchup. We saw him overcome the deficit in the matchup by taking down a Cindra as Gravy Bones, taking down an opponent who has targeted his deck, and he managed to take it down. Yuki here is in a similar position. She's the one, a little bit more of a well-known player, has the results over here, has brought Slippy to this tournament. Against a Florian, though, once again, an opponent who has chosen to target this assassin in the form of this Earth Hero. A bit of a unique pick for this meta for sure. Can she overcome the matchup deficit the way Pablo did, or is she going to fall to the Earth Runeblade?
Yeah, this is exactly why Florian has been popping a little bit kind of back up in meta share and representation, because the question is, with the rise of Arakni slip through the cracks, will the consistent value from those rune chants be enough to push Florian ahead? But there is a stalwart and a staunch opponent across the table from Jurij here in Yuki Lee Bender. Just a player who has had all of the accolades said over and over again, and the results to boot. We've got 1 Everbloom Life played, and then 1 in the pitch zone for this Grasp of the Arknight as the second round here from Pro Tour Singapore gets underway.
Everbloom Life, of course, a big upgrade for these Earth decks coming out in high seas, especially post-Germinate ban for the Florian decks, sort of slotted right in that slot.
So
Just gaining some life. Doesn't gain some life because of Reaping Blade, excuse me, so just made a rune shot and passed over to Yuki Libender.
Yeah, just get an Earth card in the graveyard there as we're going to go ahead and see the big, I believe, Infiltrate coming in, attacking here. Can go ahead and try to grab an Earth card or a Runeblade card or even a generic card and banished and played till the end of the next turn.
So sometimes this can actually help your Earth opponent because if it puts an Earth card in the banish zone, it just gets them quicker to that 8 Earth card threshold that you want in the banish zone. Florian opponent, though, blocking with a plow under.
Can see Yuki. You have to imagine she was preparing for some of these tougher matchups. You bring Slippy, you bring the Slip Through the Cracks Assassin to be able to go ahead and target some of the most prominent decks in the meta, but you always have to imagine. You never know if you'll hit a matchup you weren't expecting or one, here to beat you. So you have to imagine Yuki's got a plan. I can't wait to see what it is.
So I had a chat with her before this matchup to ask her what her plan is into a potential Florian. And she said she sort of tries to play value with them, but also threatens fatigue, which is where Assassin wants to be. That's where Assassin thrives. The problem is Florian kind of does both those things better than you. They can play value better than you. They can even threaten fatigue better than you. So where's the edge? And one edge going for Yuki is that Florians need to prepare for Gravy Bones. How much defenses can they actually pack in this metagame when they need to have a sideboard of Channel Mount Heroic and all these Go Again cards? Can they actually fit in the Shelters from the Storm? Can they fit in Haunting Renditions? That is the question.
And for our Florian player here, just got 3 Earth cards in the graveyard immediately, and it's going to go ahead and power up a Felling of the Crown. But this Felling of the Crown is among the least effective Felling of the Crowns you get to see. It's going to get that Decompose effect, but it doesn't get that +4. Value proposition a whole lot worse without the extra cards in the Banish Zone.
And you have to imagine, had the Infiltrate hit and put an Earth card in the Banish Zone, this Felling actually could have been coming for 8. However, you're coming in for 4, which also tells us why the Florian player was blocking as much as he was, because he wanted to make sure his hand was empty when he resolves Felling of the Crown, because remember, it is a symmetrical effect, so he wanted to have as few cards in his hand as possible.
Big Felling now. Little less big than we're used to seeing in the arena, but still going to bottom that card. Still going to allow the Roots to come forth and pull a card out of Slippy's hand. Let's head on over to Yuki's turn. She took the full 4 down to 33, Tunic to 2, 3 cards left in hand. First turn, all she did was get a bunch of Earth cards in the graveyard for Florian. Let's see what moves on from here.
And no Arsenal on the other side. Yuki Libender perhaps noticing this could be an opportunity. No potential D-react coming out from Arsenal, so just the top 4 cards for Florian to block with.
Double Trouble now going to be the first play. Stealth. Attack, get and go again from Arakni.
Double Trouble quite innocuous. We spoke about Yuki's game plan over here. Threaten killing them, but also potentially threaten fatigue. And Double Trouble, a card that helps you do both. Can be quite a bit of a scary number. It's a blue, but it actually becomes 3. Well, it's a blue 1 power, but it actually becomes 3 power once you actually turn on its effect, and also banishes 2 cards off the top. However, before the Florian being online, once again, you have to wonder whether Yuki actually wants to turn this on. Looks like the answer is yes. Justinic hits the table. Double Trouble going up to 6 for now. 6 for now. No further reactions, though, so its effect is not turned on.
Yeah, just getting the +5 power buff from the Justinic, but we're looking to see a reaction come forth from Florian. A Sink Below is going to not get the full value, covering a 7 on 6. No further reactions from Yuki Libender. The Arsenal card comes forth. It's a pain on the backside. That's 3. Go again, threatening the dagger and the mark. We've seen Florian here content to block and is going to be doing so again. Gets more Earth cards in the graveyard there with the Channel Mount Heroic, but there's a follow-up, and that's going to take another block. Florian here just blocking out Yuki entirely.
And let's take a moment to talk about the card economy exchange that just happened there. That was 4 cards on offense from Yuki's side with 4 cards on defense from Jurij's side as well. Question is, can Yuki actually keep this momentum going? Because often when the Florian actually gets a turn, their attacks are much bigger than yours, and that's what makes them better at fatiguing you than you are against them. Yuki needs to try and land something impactful, something like a Bonds of Agony, if she wants to come out ahead in these exchanges.
Another blue Double Trouble to start this turn. 2 Double Troubles in as many turns. It's double Trouble. Gosh darn it.
One aspect of this matchup that is quite tough for the Slippy side is that you cannot always rely on your Flick Knives hitting, because Florian's do run shelters. Some of them might even be on haunting renditions. So if you're trying to go for a take up the mantle play or any card that requires a mark on the opponent, you have to be a little bit more careful, and you cannot just take a Hail Mary if on that aspect.
And we are going to see the Hunter's Clave get flicked on this chain link. That means 1 damage is coming across, and it also critically means Florian is marked for the first time this game.
And this is the first reaction for this double trouble. Question is, will Yuki do the second one this time, or just be content with the mark?
It is going to be the Razor's Edge here, pumping up the double trouble by 3 and triggering the double trouble's effect.
So going up to 6. Does Jurij have the defense reaction covered up? Looks like no. Looks like it will go through.
Take 4, clear the mark as well upon the damage. So down to 35 goes Florian. Top 2 cards off the top to the double trouble effect.
And that could just be more Earth cards for the Florian. That's 1 Earth card hitting the Banish Zone. Just 1 Earth card. 4 Earth cards now, which is a threshold for sure. Now well grounded, and Barsk and the Millennium Tree are both online thanks to the double trouble.
Face Purgatory, the head slot there for the Florian player, looking to get some equity in the defense step before reactions can be played. Interesting piece of tech here for this Florian deck, as the Orb Reaver Spinneret is going to be developed from Yuki, make that Graphene Calycera Tunic. Going to allow for this Calycera to come in, get that buff from the Orb Reaver Spinneret. Just give me another 4 damage. Next card, potentially a card that can be utilized on this Calycera, but likely just headed for the arsenal.
No go again as Calycera because Florian isn't marked, and this, of course, isn't the first attack with stealth that Yuki has played on this turn. But here we see why she chose to use the Flick Knives on the double trouble. She didn't want the mark. She just wanted to free up the dagger slot for this Orb Weaver Spinneret. And this dagger setup is now what can potentially allow her to actually output more damage. Now she's able to threaten the damage axis as well as a fatigue axis a little bit better. So very, very fortunate pickup for her here that she's found this Orb Weaver Spinneret on turn 3 of this game.
See what the defense call is going to be from Florian.
Graphene Calycera as well. Very, very difficult to block because it's a dagger with stealth, which leaves you very vulnerable to an attack reaction like Tarantula Toxin, where you get to choose both modes if the opponent blocks your dagger. So it's a very, very tricky setup that Yuki has got going on here.
I saw one of the cards flashing around into Carlo's hand. Let's see if it hits the combat chain. It's the second felling of the crown as the canopy shelter hits the pitch. Let's see about the decompose here.
And this time it will be coming in for 8. See how many Earth cards Jurij decides to put in the Banish Zone here. Normally, you would just do 2 Earth cards over here, and next time the next Decompose turns you online. But when you're against an Assassin that banishes cards off the top of your deck, he's going up to 7 right now. 1 more random banish off the top can just put him to 8 and put him to the threshold. Very, very important choice of Decompose cards here from a Florian player.
Yeah, you can tell DeCarlo has played into these Assassins enough to realize that that extra banish off the top might help him a little more than it does hurt. As soon as that 8th card hits the Banish Zone, that Grasp of the Arknight starts to get a lot more effective, especially as we watch a game that feels maybe destined to go a little long.
And speaking of Rune Chance, taking a look at the AB setup from Yuki Lee Bender's side, she does have an AB slot in the boots piece. So that is -1 reaction for something like Bonds of Agony, for example. But at least has the AB for the endgame double Rune Chance setup from the Florian side. Goes ahead and folds a hand from felling. And this is a very important decision from Yuki's side. Oftentimes, against an Earth hero, when they do their power play, which is a felling, you can just fold your hand and ask them, can you actually convert the 4 random cards off the top? That was no arsenal on Jurij's side. She's saying, okay, show me that you can do this again.
Well, let's see what is able to be done on this turn. There's a Channel Mount Heroic, a Felling of the Crown, and a Haunting Rendition that's going to get no value at all on this turn. So the answer is kind of.
you can kind of, but you're still only doing a 2-card play out of the 4, which is exactly what Yuki wants. And this is, very importantly, the 3rd felling of the game. There are not too many more power turns left from this Florian side. Of course, looks like the channel, the Millennium Tree, is going to hit the arsenal over here, with Florian going to be online on the following turn as well. So it could be the potential for some threatening turns following this felling of the crown.
And now the amount of decomposition on this turn going to bring those Earth cards into the Banish Zone. Plenty for the Florian hero ability as Yuki, it looks like last turn, like you said, content to fold the hand. This one, maybe she likes those cards a little more. She's taken the full 8 down to 35, 10 life deficit on to Florian, but keeping 3 cards and an arsenal. Let's see how she wants to utilize it. Her Tunic heading up to 2. What's going to be the first game action from Yuki here? Oh, and now we're seeing why this hand was maybe a little exciting for Yuki to try to keep as the Bonds of Agony comes in, 1 with Go Again.
And you brought this up earlier, Sam. You have to wonder, is this the turn the face purgatory comes out to play? Bonds of Agony, you saw Yuki take 8 to the face when in the previous turn she decided to just fully block out the Felling of the Crown. You have to know that this is not a bluff. This can be turned on. Question is, she of course sees that you have face purgatory on the field. Is she playing around it? Or like maybe she's bluffing here to try and get you to bait out the face purgatory? Or she's saying it doesn't matter whether you block with it, I will still be able to turn on this Bonds of Agony.
What a call, Ponkich. Here comes the face purgatory. Here comes the Condemned to Slaughter and the Cadaverous Tilling. You have to imagine that may be part of why Condemned to Slaughter is in the list for face purgatory.
7 block being presented by Jurij over here. We know his arsenal is not a defense reaction. It is a Channel Millennium Tree. Yuki Libendo with still 2 cards left. Could be 2 reacts alongside the Flick Knives to turn on the Bonds of Agony.
It's going to be Flick Knives. There goes the Calicera across the table. Take 1 is the call from DeCarlo. Down to 34. We saw the Infiltrate get discarded to the face purgatory because there's a react in the hand and a react in the arsenal. Shred and Razor's Edge going to go ahead and power up this Bonds of Agony all the way up to 7.
And Jurij's defenses are now down to 4, which means he's currently under blocking by 3, which does put this attack outside the range of well-grounded.
Question is there a D-react here for DeCarlo? No D-react is going to be the call. Taking 3 is Florian, and let's see what card this Bonds of Agony wants to go ahead and grab.
And you have to be feeling for Jurij over there. Had this Cadaverous Tilling instead have been a 3-block attack, that well-grounded could have come and covered up the Bonds of Agony, but this is one of the downsides of these Earth heroes, Sam. Some of their Earth cards, they attack very well, but they only block for 2, especially in the blue base as well. A whole bunch of 2-block Earth attacks. Fruits of the Forest, for example, this Cadaverous Tilling. Strong on offense, not great on defense. Unfortunately, couldn't cover up the Bonds of Agony.
What do you think the call is going to be? It looks like it's going to be the Gravekeeping, just getting power out of the deck rather than maybe looking for one of those blue cards, as we're going to see Yuki now go ahead and look through the Florian deck and try to make some selections, and also just see what she's working with and what she's playing against.
We spoke earlier about Florian's sideboard being taxed because of Gravy Bones. This Gravekeeping here, Sam, is exactly that. That's what the Florians are running. That's the sideboard tax they have to play Florian in this metagame. You have to play at the Channel Mount Heroics. You have to play cards like Gravekeeping, and it does make you a little bit weaker in this Slippy matchup. You are still overall favored, but you don't quite have the full defensive suite that you would like into the Assassin.
Going to go ahead and see what cards Yuki are pulling up to the front. You can see there's all the Root Bounds, there's the Sink Below. It's pulled up a Haunting Rendition. So looking at all the defensive capabilities that DeCarlo has access to.
And that's what you want to keep track of as the Assassin. Know how many defensive pieces the opponent has brought in. And we can take a look as well. It's just 1 Haunting Rendition. It's not the full suite of triple Haunting Renditions that we were seeing Florians play back in the Aurora meta. Gravekeeping's out. Also, you have to wonder, perhaps Yuki could have counted the cards and maybe she knows that there's a channel the Millennium Tree in the Florian's arsenal. That's another aspect that Bonds of Agony gives you.
Let's see what the follow-up is going to be from DeCarlo. Don't know what the arsenal is.
We know it's a channel the Millennium Tree.
Oh, it is the channel Millennium Tree. No Earth
there's
card.
No Earth card. There's no Earth card in that hand. So going to be a bit of a mopey turn from him here. Probably Oath of the Arknight into the Reaping Blade swing, which is just slightly better than Grasp into Reaping Blade. So perhaps maybe even just holds on to 1 card and just goes Grasp Reaping Blade.
So how are you feeling about this turn cycle for both players? DeCarlo committed to face Purgatory, but the Bonds of Agony hit anyway, and now he's left with just these 2 mopey blue cards. Yuki not probably getting the most high impact card in the Gravekeeping, but was able to take stock of the deck. Whose seat are you more happy to be in this case?
I think I'm still happier to be in the Florian seat, Sam, because while that was a bit of a debilitating turn, he's going to have a bit of a weaker turn as a follow-up. He still has a 6-point life lead, and Barkskin Millennium Tree is completely unblemished over there, well-grounded, can still be used, Still a fair number of defense reactions left in the deck over here. You still have to be sitting pretty good on Jurij's side, except 3 of your Fellings are gone. So you kind of need to hope that the Plow unders land, or maybe you can land some Cadaverous Tillings, or you empty your arsenal and make your opponent be scared to Codex you, because then you can recur back a Felling of the Crown.
But now it begins. The Grasp of the Arc-Knight activated. 2 Rune Chants and the Reaping Blade come in, even though there were more, card options available to Carlo, and this is not, there's definitely some IPing happening. This is still going to be a play pattern that is going to do so much throughout this game. Just threaten split damage as we're seeing a card get pitched, the Transilla Toxin be committed to the Reaping Blade, as Yuki's going to have a 2-card follow-up here.
The pitch from Yuki there for the Arcane Barrier was Art of Desire Mind, a bit of a recent inclusion in these Slippy lists, and that's also partly because of Gravy Bones. Art of Desire Mind can be quite profitable when you resolve it against that deck. Yuki, though, happy to just block out the 5 damage turn from Jurij, following up with Leave No Witnesses, trying to get that Chandler Millennium Tree in the arsenal, which he doesn't know about, but we do.
Oath of the Arc Knight was the pitch for Carlo on that last turn, setting up for second cycle of this game. Now that the Florian Hero ability is online, there is a couple Earth cards now for that Channel the Millennium Tree. And, of course, we've got the Swarming Gloom Veil once that aura has been created as well.
No defense reaction in this hand, though, to cover up this 4 attack. So maybe the Grasp of the Arc Knight comes out with 3 block. There's yet more armor used, though. Now, Yuki has shown us a Shred, which can be used on his Leave No Witnesses. Questions that she have in this hand. Shred, there's typically not too many copies in this sleeper list. Most of the time, it's just like 2, and we've already seen 1 used. So Jurij took the gamble there, got paid off. Going to be able to follow up with the Channel the Millennium Tree here alongside the Swarming Gloom Veil.
Here comes Channel the Millennium Tree. There's the Earth card in the pitch to satisfy the flow on the Channel Earth.
And it's not just any Earth card, Sam. It's Seeds of Tomorrow, yet another prevention effect, which can be very, very important in the late game against the Assassin.
2 defensive pieces in the pitch zone as well. Block card and a prevention piece. But now it's time for the Swarming Gloom Veil to create a pretty potent offensive turn here. Yuki on the back foot with the life deficit, now facing down a Rune Chant that can come in for quite a bit of arcane damage thanks to that Amp 3. So it's 5 arcane. Then there's going to be the 3 physical and the 3 physical from the follow-up of the Reaping Blade. Florian, not normally a deck known for going too wide, unlike some of the other Rune Blades of the past, but putting on a good show over here.
And this 4 arcane damage Rune Chant basically represents true damage. And that is a scary thing about Channel the Millennium Tree in Florian. Most of the time, your opponents will only present AB1 into you. So when you send a Rune Chant for 4 arcane, that's 3 damage that's guaranteed to go through. And on the following turn, as long as you can keep 1 blue, you can repeat this again. So each Channel the Millennium Tree typically represents a minimum 6 true damage, which when your opponent starts at 38, that can start to add up very, very quickly.
AB2 taking a 3 over from the Amp 3. Take the 4 from the Swarming Gloom Veil. Down to 18 goes Yuki.
Looks like it's going to be 15. Goes all the way down, recognizing the opponent has no Phase Purgatory anymore. Doesn't have an arsenal to put a defense reaction, and you have to pressure the opponent when they resolve Channel the Millennium Tree. If you let him untap with that, if you let him have another turn where he gets to send a 4 damage Rune Chant, this could end way quicker than you want it to. So Yuki's saying, I'm just going to take a gamble. I'm going to be on the front foot over here. Don't let you extract more value from that card.
Yuki's got the Tunic on 3. Let's take a look at what she's working with as she's going to bring the Bonds of Agony potentially out from the arsenal. You can see an Art of Desire Mind and I believe a Spike with Blood Rod hanging out in that hand as well to go alongside the Tunic. And now it's time for Carlo to give this one another real think. 1 go again and a whole lot more threatened if the reactions are committed.
I believe I saw it take up the mantle, but when Bonds of Agony is already the attack that you are sending, you don't need to take up the mantle into anything else. This is typically the target that you want to take up the mantle into. However, it still will be one of the 3 reactions you need to turn on the Bonds of Agony effect. We have to point out, though, Yuki only has 2 reactions in her hand, which means she will be forced to use the Flick Knives to get the 3rd reaction on this Bonds of Agony should she want to turn it on, which does put her down to 0 daggers, which means she needs to find one of her dagger recurring effects very, very quickly, otherwise she might find herself stranded on a few too many cards.
Look at this. So much committed on this Bonds of Agony. Barkskin of the Millennium Tree with the Trottle on, getting that +1 from the Embodiment of Earth and the 2nd embodiment as well, thanks to the Florian Hero ability.
Which means she probably will just go around it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, at this point, you know the bonds isn't going to go above these blocks since there's no just a nick. So she's going to go around it and say, okay, I'm going to use the go again, use the bark skin for nothing. There's a massive overblock for my 1 power blue attack. Art of Desire body now coming in.
And this is literally, we are watching the reason that Slippy is so important and impressive in this metagame. This play exactly.
And this could be a bonds because of Take Up the Mantle. So this Clave is going to hit. If he doesn't have a prevention effect, which it doesn't, he's marked. There's a Bonds of Agony in the graveyard. You could just take up the mantle this into the bonds that's in the yard and bonds your opponent anyway. This is the strength of Slip Through the Cracks.
Yeah, look at this. Take up the mantle, going to go ahead and banish that Bonds of Agony. We saw Carlo put everything in front of the first one, but he wasn't ready for the second. The Tunic goes into the spike with Blood Rot. There might not be any daggers left on the side of Arakni, but there is a whole lot of devastating disruption about to rocket across the table. A Blood Rot, a Bonds of Agony trigger, and the 10 damage currently unblocked that Carlo has to just eat.
And Yuki took a gamble over this. She took all the damage to try and tell Carlo, hey, I'm not going to let you get value from your Challenger Millennium Tree, and she managed to succeed. She got the last card from the Florian opponent, and now this Challenger Millennium Tree is just going to die without getting any further value.
See how many blue Rune Rager swarms there are in the deck. She was only able to grab 2 Gravekeepings the first time. Looks like there's only another 2 of here in the Rune Rager swarm. So Carlo clearly happy to do a little bit of deck building beyond what is normally expected. Yeah, so you can hear them discuss that. Carlo just letting Yuki know there's only 2 in the list. Still a lot of cards left in that deck, though, but Yuki has just done such a great job of shoring up that life total deficit. She was down half of Carlo's total life. It was 15 playing 30 plus, I guess 30 exact, 31, I think, on this turn. And then with the Flick Knives and this huge Take Up the Mantle turn, she's now only down 5 life, 15 currently playing 20, and she's bought all the cards, all the tempo, and she's going to watch a Channel the Millennium Tree, hit the graveyard, and a Blood Rot Pox trigger.
Effectively only down 3 life after a Blood Rot Pox puts Jurij down to 18. Question is, can Yuki convert the top 4 cards? Now, normally as a Slippy, you can, but she also wants to recur a dagger fairly quickly, Sam. Not only will it allow her to convert some excess blues that she might draw, it also lets her open up more Flick Knives lines. Pick Up the Point is, I believe, the retrieve cards that Slippy players have preferred over something like Upsticks and Run. So question is, can she find it quickly enough? Another power card we haven't quite seen from Yuki's side yet is Codex of Frailty. However, against an Earth opponent, sometimes codexing them can feel really bad while they still have Fellings in their graveyard and their arsenal is empty.
Blood Rot gonna trigger. Down to 18 goes to Carlo. All the auras die for Florian. Now Yuki's got the tempo. She's got the pressure. Does she have the keys to this victory?
And the armor on the Florian side starting to look quite a bit battered. Only 1 more use of the bark skin and the well-grounded remaining. While the life total is near even and full tempo on Yuki Libender's side. Oh, and this hand doesn't convert very well, Sam. Only 1 stealth card and full reds. Looks like it's just going to be Command and Conquer. Going to hold on to the Kiss of Death as Yuki Libender. Perhaps wants to pair that up with something like a Save a Bloodshed or a Tarantula Toxin.
Yeah, because of the fact that those daggers had to be utilized on those Bonds of Agony turns, all of a sudden, this hand is looking a lot less impressive when you can't filter any of these attacks into dagger swings. Canopy Shelter can come forth now and get a fair bit of value, blocking for 2, but creating 2 might tokens thanks to the Florian hero ability. So 4 value on defense here from that Canopy Shelter as the 2 Leave No Witnesses head to the bottom. Command and Conquer heads to the graveyard, and that Kiss of Death heads to the arsenal.
4 value on defense, but 2 of the value is converted to offense over here, which is not exactly where Florian wants to be. Once you get down to these low life totals and you're forced to block cards like Kiss of Death or Graphene Callisteras, it can get really scary for you because that opens you up to Tarantula Toxin lines.
But now the Might tokens conferred onto the Swarming Gloomveil. So 6 go again. 2 Arcane from the Rune Chance. That's going to be taken. So Yuki down to 13.
Looks like still no dagger recurring cards for Yuki over here, but she has found another Orb Weaver Spinneret to make another Graphene Callistra should she wish to do so.
Now she's got to deal with this 6 physical damage.
And a minimum of 3 follow-up as well. So it's 9 damage on board, and we know that Florian is arseling a defense reaction as well. We haven't seen too many come out from him this game.
Blocking 6 with a couple of reactions. One of those a little hard to use without that tunic. This Slippy deck, relatively red line in zone right, doesn't like to do a whole lot of pitching. Let's see if Yuki wants to respect the 3 damage from the Reaping Blade. The answer is no. Yuki down to 10. Carlo sits with a 4 life buffer and a defensive piece headed to the arsenal. Tunic heads to 2 for Yuki. She did not have a good turn last turn, and she finds something better here.
There's Orbeaver Spinneret and a Save a Bloodshed as well, but no way to mark currently because both glaives were used very early on. So Kiss of Death just going to come out. This is going to be 6. And holding 1 card back. Could have used a Save a Bloodshed to just pump this Kiss of Death by 4, but this is a much more threatening play. If you use your last card, you're telling your opponent, I have no more tricks. But this is very difficult for Jurij to block because you have to imagine there could be a Tarantula Toxin to back up the Kiss of Death, and you don't want to let your opponent have just 6 value off of 1 card.
And Yuki didn't want to keep another card here to be able to threaten a pump with something like that Razor's Edge, but you have to imagine Carlo sees both of those attack reactions get blocked with and think to himself, you know, there's got to be another reaction. If you're blocking with 2 here, but the Kiss of Death is going to go ahead and be blocked by the Oath of the Arknight and the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree.
And you also have to be worried about a Codex from Jurij's side, so perhaps that's why he's sending the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree over here, saying, oh, if you Codex me, I have the embodiments to cover up the Leave No Witnesses. Yuki, however, opting not to Arsenal to save a Bloodshed, just sending the Calicera, and wants to flick the Kiss of Death.
But the question is, does she go ahead and flick it, knowing that the Well-Grounded is right there? It's going to be a Haunting Rendition now, so that is going to shore up any potential damage from the dagger or the flick. So Carlo here able to make the Rune Chance from... Did he make the Rune Chance? Did he remember to make the Rune Chance? Haunting Rendition should be making the Rune Chance when it prevents the damage.
Definitely should have made
There they are. But Carlo now also gets to keep that Well-Grounded because he had a different way to utilize damage prevention to stop not only the dagger, but that flick knives, as of course the Kiss of Death, when it's flicked, does confer that extra point of damage as well.
Potentially regretting the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree block over there. But of course, he had to play around potential attack reactions as well. So he's still holding on to Rootbound Carapace in Arsenal. Question is, can he convert this hand now that he has 2 Rune Chants already? Remember, Grasp of the Arknight costs more. If you have Rune Chants already, looks like it's just going to be an E-Strike coming up from Jurij. You have to imagine it's +2. So 2 Rune Chants and 7 damage. Yuki snaps off the yellow pitch to cover the Rune Chants and block 6 on the E-Strike, leaking 1. And just arseling her last card.
My turn, Tunic to 3, Arsenal pass. Yep.
We've seen Yuki really recognize when it's her time to push and when it's her time to fold. There hasn't been a consistent pattern. We've seen her eat a felling to the face, and we've seen a block out a felling as well. Jurij over here, can he convert this hand? We know the Arsenal's a defense reaction. If he drew anything else, looks like he drew another Rootbound Carapace as well, so not too much of an offensive turn. However, Arcane Seeds can come in and say, I'm going to perhaps do a little bit more than you were expecting, Yuki. Arcane Seeds going to create 4 Rune Chants for Florian over here, going all the way up to 6. No life gain thanks to Reaping Blade. But as a follow-up, just going to be that Reaping Blade. Looks like that is going to be the follow-up. So, you know, Yuki succeeded in this gamble over here, saying, I don't think you can convert your full hand.
AB6.
And just happily blocks us out.
And the block 3.
She's just waiting. This is Yuki setting up. She wants to find the perfect hand to push. She knows she doesn't have too many turns left of being able to just eat the Florian's, you know, Rune Chant Reaping Blade attack pattern.
Spinneret into the Calicera. Tunic allows it to come forth. We don't know what that final card she arsenaled on the last turn cycle. She's been doing a lot of blocking with the Tunic. Guess just do 4 value from the 1 card. The Tunic resource needs to go into this. No blocks is the call. Is there going to be a reaction? Yes, there is. It's going to be that Rootbound from the Arsenal. Carlo's got the life lead, wants to keep it.
It's a Tarantula Toxin over here to punish the defense reaction block. You'll get to choose both modes, and that's exactly what comes up. -3 defense on the Rootbound Carapace and +3 offense for this Graphene Calicera. This is exactly what Yuki Liebender was trying to set up this entire time, getting the full 6 value from this terrifying card, which makes Slippy so strong in these endgame states.
Wow, only 1 damage currently blocked here. The answer is take 6 from Carlo. Yuki's been so patient with some of these plays, content to just block with multiple cards to set up exactly the potent offense that she needs to get over a Florian deck that was brought here, you have to imagine, in no small reason because of the potential to take down all of these Arakni slip through the cracks that are at the top of our metagame.
Remaking the Kallistra from Orbweaver Spinneret is not just +3 damage to the next attack, it also confers an extra 1 damage in the future thanks to Flick Knife. So that card can be very, very strong. Florian is starting to get to those low life totals where even Flick Knife starts to become a real consideration.
Once again, Arcane Seed's life, and this time it's going to be go again with that 1 floating.
And this time he does get to heal off of the Arcane Seed's life because he was 1 life lower than Yuki Libenda. Now, even up the life totals, but sending another 14. 11 on the combat chain right now, thanks to 6 rune chants and 5 from the E-Strike, and you know it's going to be the Reaping Blade follow-up as well.
And Yuki here probably trying to get a sense of just what offense remains for this Florian deck. As again, we've seen Carlo able to go a little wider than perhaps either of us here in the booth or Yuki was expecting as the hands go to the head. She stares it down. 9 currently playing 9, but there's a lot of damage being threatened on this turn.
And you have to be worried about a Channel the Millennium Tree. We didn't quite get a count of how many of that card Jurij is playing. Yuki, of course, did look through with the Bonds of Agony, so she knows whether she needs to worry about that card, because if you go too low, a Channel the Millennium Tree can just kill you out of nowhere, because that's 4 arcane damage while you only have AB 1, Spell Void 1.
Yuki staring down on a Lightning Strike and 6 rune chants. She's got a kind of awkward hand. It's a bunch of reds, which means she can't deal with these rune chants in any significant way.
She's finally found a dagger recurring piece over here in the form of Pick Up the Point. However, she already has both her dagger slots filled right now, so she would need to play something else, flick a dagger, and then play the Pick Up the Point if she wants the additional recur effect. And you have to imagine that's potentially just too slow. She might just need to try and close out this game with the 2 Kallistras that she has right now, pitching 2 reds for this arcane damage, leaking 4, and blocking out this Enlightened Strike.
And just going to utilize the Crown of Providence for the block value. The Reaping Blade comes forward, going to buy the block from the Kiss of Death. Yuki doing everything she can for defense so that she can have the right offense. You've seen her really throughout this game just do classic flesh and blood blocking, right? Oh, I think I can get more value from this hand defensively. Oh, this is one of my most impressive, most important hands. And we're seeing her try to stay alive as Florian looks to just continue to put the pressure on and shut down the remainder of this game.
And that Crown of Providence block tells us Yuki Libenda is scared of another Channel the Millennium Tree. If she was at 3 and the Millennium Tree hits the table, she would need to use the AB and the Spell Void on the Widow Web Crawler too, just to survive, which isn't where you want to be. So recognizing she had to pitch reds and block with Crown Providence just to stay outside the damage threshold of Channel the Millennium Tree. Very heads-up play from Yuki over there, but full tempo right now on Jurij's side. Can he actually use it?
And there is the Channel the Millennium Tree in hand.
No blues, though. No blues to power that up, so you couldn't resolve that and grasp. So it looks like the Channel Millennium Tree just going to hit the pitch zone over there, and CNC going to come in backed up by 2 rune chants.
2 rune chants. That's going to get eaten up by the beautiful Marvel Codex of Frailty.
The first one we've seen so far, and perhaps that's the other thing Yuki Libenda was playing towards. Perhaps saying, I need to play towards my codexes. That's one of my power cards. Haven't seen a single one yet. First one we see being used to just pitch and cover up some rune chants. And we have to point out from Juriji's side, he could have pitched a defense reaction to send the CNC, instead chose to send the Channel the Millennium Tree and arsenal the defense reaction. And you have to wonder, with Yuki's current defensive posture, is that decision going to punish him on the following turn? Because at this current game state, you have to imagine he would have much preferred the Millennium Tree in his arsenal right now rather than defense reaction, especially as Yuki Libenda is just going to take up a tunic and pass the turn fully over to the Florian.
Playing a little safe, perhaps, instead of playing to win, and drawing up a hand here that isn't that impressive on offense. Exactly what you're talking about, Pankaj. Wouldn't he be happier to have an offensive piece here as we watched Yuki just go ahead and arsenal the Persuasive Prognosis? Oh no, just a nick. Looks like was going to be the call for Yuki, so she's looking to do some important things and some impressive things in the reaction step. But let's see what DiCarlo is able to put together now on this turn.
This is the sort of hand Yuki was trying to run DiCarlo into. She was saying, I'm just going to keep folding until you have a middling turn where you don't do much, and I have my setup in the form of just a Nick, and that's exactly what she's gotten over here, because Jurij opted to Arsenal Sync Pillow instead of the Chandler Millennium Tree, which is it's a tough spot to be in, right? Because he was going to send a CNC. He doesn't know whether Yuki might take the offensive pivot on that turn, and so he wants to set the defense reaction. He had to make that decision before he saw how Yuki blocked, and the way Yuki blocked ended up punishing him exactly.
You have to imagine, we've all stared down assassin opponents and felt a lot safer with a sink below or defensive piece in the arsenal, so you understand where the decision-making comes from. The question is, will it be the correct one as DiCarlo looks to finish out this game? Both players got a fair amount of time left on the clock, 18 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. A lot of cards left in deck. So this one is not going to come down to true fatigue, you have to imagine, with the players sitting at their life totals. 9 for DiCarlo, playing 5 for Yuki.
And Yuki here deciding, is this her opening? Is this the time where she can actually go to that low life threshold where Chandler Millennium Tree could spell the end of the game for her? Looks like that is going to be her call. Goes down to 3s. Yuki Lee Bender going to be able to return back with a 4-card hand thanks to a disciplined play earlier on. Just folding her hands constantly, hoping to run the Florian into this inefficient turn, and that has come her way finally. What can she do with this turn?
And you have to imagine she feels a little safer after seeing the Channel the Millennium Tree in the pitch zone last turn. The Tunic's on 3, the double troubles at 1. There's a Just a Nick in the arsenal that we know about.
Flick now is also ready to go to be the second attack reaction for this double trouble, which will also open up a dagger slot because she has also found to pick up the point, and thanks to the Tunic, will be able to recur a Hunter's Clave very, very efficiently.
Graphene Callisto are going to get flicked from the flick knives. Do the well-grounded want to come in and have something to say about this dagger flying across the table?
Takes the flick, says DiCarlo.
What's the reaction? It's going to be Rootbound Carapace. This is from hand. Plenty of Earth cards within, including that Barkskin Millennium Tree that we can see staring up at us.
Interesting, choosing to react here before Yuki has committed even further reacts to actually turn on the double trouble.
But there's the second, the Just a Nick coming forth from Arsenal, turning this thing into a big attack for 8. Let's see if that sink below now comes forth from the Arsenal, or if Carlo wants to keep it around.
It's more than just 4 damage. It's another 2 cards in deck. So yes, looks like Sink Pillow is going to come out. Is there going to be a sink though?
No sink.
See, no sink is the call from Florian.
Pick up the point, utilizing the Tunic, grabbing back a dagger, retrieving a clave.
3 vanilla damage. And I believe Yuki is holding on to a Codex, so there is a follow-up after this pick up the point as well.
That's going to buy a block from the Everbloom Life. Is it time for Codex to come forth?
So we spoke about how Codex into an Earth Hero when they don't have an arsenal can be very, very scary because they recur back a felling. But when they only have 2 cards remaining, you can actually safely Codex over here, get your Leave No Witnesses, because they won't be able to defend that felling. Or at least didn't you discard 1 card now, he'll need to give you another card and perhaps a well-grounded as well, and he won't be able to send the felling at you on the following turn. So this buys full tempo from Yuki's side. There will also be a Ponder thanks to Codex of Frailty, so she will be able to follow up with a full 5-card grip, and the opponent won't be able to do anything on their turn because they won't be able to defend this felling.
And unlike earlier in this game, when Yuki is likely going to be able to keep a full 4-card grip with the tempo, she is going to be able to utilize the daggers on this turn cycle, unlike the last one where she had to pitch 2 Leave No Witnesses into CNC. This time, it's Leave No Witnesses on the combat chain, it's a Frailty, it's a Ponder, and it's going to threaten that felling of the crown that DiCarlo just grabbed.
And for him to defend this, he's going to need to give up that well-grounded, which means for Yuki's 5-card hand follow-up, DiCarlo will have no defenses on the armor. Seas of Tomorrow actually coming in and bottoming the card thanks to Codex of Frailty. So proving me wrong is DiCarlo over here. Gets to keep the well-grounded. However, doesn't get to keep the felling in his arsenal.
But does get to put it to the bottom of the deck.
And still has 8 life to work with. Still has well-grounded up. Can Yuki convert? But now she's back to the dagger setup that these assassin players want to be on. 1 Hunter's Clave, 1 Graphene Callisto, and she's drawn up an absolute banger of a hand here, Sam.
Just an incredibly effective one, especially with the Take Up the Mantle that can turn one of these stealth cards into something, maybe here even like a Kiss of Death, because of the Tarantula Toxin that sits in the hand as well. This is going to be an incredibly potent offensive turn, and DiCarlo is without an arsenal, which means there's no defensive piece hanging out in there this time.
Save a Bloodshed when you have Hunter's Clave, Callistra, and a Kiss of Death. All the options open to Yuki Liebender. Every single possible dagger that this deck has is at her fingertips here to go along that Save a Bloodshed.
Hunter's Clave going to go ahead and attempt to be flicked here.
And he is holding a shelter. Opted not to use it to prevent the mark over here, saying he wants to use it as a 4-block instead. You have to wonder, is he going to regret that? Because doesn't know that it's a take of the mantle over here. However, with one of the attack reactions being Tarantula Toxin, it does mean Yuki Liebender cannot actually get a Bonds of Agony right now off the take of the mantle, because Tarantula Toxin needs a defending card if you are trying to attack react on a stealth card.
Oh, that's an interesting piece of... I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You can't target, yeah.
Exactly. So with no valid taggers for Tarantula Toxin, Yuki Liebender currently can only do 2 reactions. Take up the mantle and the flick. If she gets Bonds over here, she won't be able to turn it on. So perhaps going to find the Kiss of Death to maybe bait out a defense reaction and then Tarantula Toxin to get both modes on the Kiss of Death.
Has a Mark of the Black Widow to follow this up as well, of course, because of the go again. That Slippy confers. Take up the mantle now. Getting that full +3 value, and yeah, there's the Kiss of Death. This is what I was excited to see for Yuki here, given that she has that Tarantula Toxin in the hand. Already +3 on this attack. And the Tarantula Toxin can pump it up even more. Let's see what... Yeah, Banish, turn it into Kiss of Death. So now here's 6 go again, and it is a Kiss of Death.
And that means it's lethal, because the opponent is at 7. Kiss of Death on hit makes them lose 1 life. So you are forcing Jurij to do something. Maybe he puts a defense reaction on the combat chain, which you get to Tarantula Toxin. Maybe he just uses Well-Grounded. You cannot Tarantula Toxin that at least, but you are making him do something, and then you can decide whether you want to use a Tarantula Toxin as well.
You see DiCarlo flicking the cards around as Yuki flicked the dagger across the table. What's going to be the call here? The Kiss of Death and 3 cards in hand. DiCarlo's had the life lead for the entirety of this game, but the question is Yuki about to turn the corner on this 1 turn in the reaction step, as Slippy is wont to do, and take this game out of nowhere?
You want to use the shelter kind of to just keep your life a little bit higher, but that opens you up to Tarantula Toxin, so maybe that's why he's agonizing over this decision. Maybe might opt to just use the Well-Grounded over here to not get blown out by that card.
See what the call is going to be from DiCarlo. You can see there's a reason he's in the tank. He knows this is an important, if not the most important moment in this game. Well-grounded, some defensive capabilities as well. But he has to do something.
Looks like Well-Grounded is going to be the call over here. Doesn't want to be blown up by Tarantula Toxin. We already saw that happen earlier in this game. Well-Grounded going to prevent 2 over here, which would put him exactly to 2 unless there's further reactions. No further reactions from Yuki Liebender. Jurij goes all the way down to 2. Remember, flick knives have already been used this turn, so Yuki won't be able to flick another time, at least on this turn.
Part of why you have to imagine DiCarlo was comfortable using the Well-Grounded there, but that button has now been pressed, and he won't be pressing it again.
And it does also take off the mark from him, so the Mark of the Black Widow that we know Yuki has in her hand won't have that on hit at least, because the opponent is no longer marked. I believe the players have just not quite updated the game state over yet, but instead of the Mark of the Black Widow, it's going to be Save a Bloodshed, telling Yuki Liebender, you have to put a blocking card now. You will give me value for my Tarantula Toxin over here. That's the fork that Yuki put the opponent in.
Yeah, the Mark of the Black Widow hits the pitch zone.
And now there's no more prevention effects. Now he has to put a blocking card, and he has to open himself up to a Tarantula Toxin. This is exactly where Slip Through the Cracks wants to be in this endgame states. Force your opponent to give you max value from Tarantula Toxin. Make the blocks very, very difficult.
10 minutes left. Can it be sheltered? Just going to go ahead and block 2. passes on reactions because that won't do it.
Because that's lethal, so might as well wait for your opponent to do something else. Get max value from Tarantula Toxin, and that's the game.
The Tarantula Toxin comes forth. It was 2 impactful turns with that card as Yuki Lee Bender takes it, navigated that whole last turn to make that Tarantula Toxin as important and impressive as possible. And after being down all game and staring down Runechant after Runechant, it is the Arakni player who has slipped through the cracks and moved into the winner's column.
Once again, we see one of the titans of our game, a very well-known player, a player with a whole bunch of results, coming out on top in a matchup where she was the underdog.
Yeah, that was a great game. A couple really, really impressive turns from Yuki, but utilizing the Arakni ability to move through the turns, utilize the go again, and just really masterfully identifying which turn should I be blocking, which turn should I be attacking. Classic Flesh and Blood, but played at the absolute highest level.
I think it really comes down to that turn where Florian decided to Arsenal sink below instead of Challenger Millennium Tree, because Yuki was trying to run him into the turn where he just bricks on a few defensive pieces. So with the Arsenal sink below, he just drew a Rootbound Carapace, Canopy Shelter, couldn't convert that hand, and that was Yuki's time to go.
Yeah, and Carlo really tried to play around the Tarantula Toxin as much as possible on the last turn, but the go again, able to just continue the turn, utilize the Orb Weaver Spinnerets, utilize those Calyceras as the Calyceras put in some major work. So congratulations to Yuki Lee Bender, to Endo. We'll have to wait and see if our Florian player can come back and move on in this tournament. Now, we've seen a couple heroes from our most recent sets doing quite well in the recent metagames. Slippy and Florian, of course, from the last 365 days of Flesh and Blood. But there's a new set on the horizon, folks, and it has got some absolute bangers. Super Slam is coming to an LGS near you momentarily, only a number of weeks before the Super Slam cards hit our gaming tables. Pankaj, my question to you is, do you think you are revered or reviled?
Oh, I'm definitely reviled, Sam. I think you are the revered person between the two of us
I don't know
in
about
this
that,
booth.
big dog.
Of course, Super Slam going to be definitely hit up your pre-release for this set. Very, very exciting set featuring for the first time Intellect 3 and Intellect 5 heroes in Classic Constructed.
Yeah, some incredibly exciting heroes on offer. We saw Toughness for the very first time yesterday during the keynote. What do you make of Tough Nut?
Tough Nut or Toughness, because I have a lot to say about both these
Go
heroes.
for it.
Tough Nut, of course, a lot of people instantly thought this is finally the Rock payoff hero. Rock, a card that came out in Dynasty. People tried to figure it out in Rhinar, couldn't quite get it to work, but Tough Nut going to be the one to lift that weapon up.
Dude, you know what? I just actually found out Rock doesn't work in Tough Nut. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
It's totally the Rock deck. It's totally the Rock deck. Let's take a look here at Pleiades and, of course, the Confidence token that was also revealed. I saw a lot of people online saying move over Overpower and Dominate. I think Confidence might be where the true sauce lies.
Feels like a stronger version of Overpower, certainly. And speaking of the keynote, if you have not yet tuned into the keynote, definitely go check it out. It is on the official Fab TCG YouTube channel.
Dude, Pleiades is honestly looking like a guardian for my blood. I'm stoked to see that one. But talk about a bloody hero. Outside interference, everybody wanted a blue 6, and you got one. You can just only play it in KO.
Fantastic design space as well, this outside interference, and how flavorful as well. It really just gives name to the underhanded cheat that KO is. He's gonna get a card from outside the game and go ahead and blow you up with it.
And of course, one final reviled hero in the set, Lyeth Goldmane, utilizing Might. Look at that, being able to pay up to 3 resources, intimidating 3 times. But I'm most interested in that number 5, bottom left. Big ol' intellect. Can do a lot with an extra card in the hand, even if your cards attack and block for a little less.
And we haven't even touched on one of the core mechanics of the set in the crowd cheering and crowd booing that all these heroes care about and utilize very, very well, just adding even more flavor to this already incredibly flavorful set.
But there's some other exciting news, Pankaj. We've got super rares back for one night only, which means this set is just chock full of unique cards. We have our red, yellow, and blue cycles, but there's a bunch of cards that are one-ofs. There's a bunch of cards you're not seeing anywhere else. Super rares are back for the Super Slam, and that's not all that's back, folks. An incredibly, I'm telling you, an incredibly exciting expansion slot set. I haven't seen anything, but I've heard some whispers that this expansion slot is a bit of a banger.
It's almost double the size of other expansion slot cards that we have seen in previous sets. Typically, you see 14 to 15 expansion slot cards, but Super Slam going to be featuring 31, and I cannot wait to see when these cards are revealed.
Yeah, Super Slam, of course, going to be coming to your LGS in September. We do hope you'll join us at the world premiere at your LGS for pre-release and get gaming starting September 26th once the set hits your tables. We have got a lot more flesh and blood that will be hitting the tables of the Pro Tour here in Singapore in just a little bit. We have had truly some great games played, again, at the highest level, because there ain't nothing like the Pro Tour, baby. We got more flesh and blood coming up in just a little bit. Round 3 is just around the corner, and I'm looking forward to it. We've seen some Gravy, we've seen some Iris and Prism, but there's a lot of heroes that are murking around, doing quite well. We've only seen a couple rounds, which means there is a lot more to come. Ponkage. Let's go ahead and get ready for the round 3 as we see some of our competitors here. Go ahead and throw in some cards on the table. There were a lot of incredible games being played, and we've got more coming up right after this.
Here we are, folks, at the top of round 3 at Pro Tour Singapore, and already, unsurprisingly, the sparks have flown. What a performance from Yuki Bender in that previous game. Florian threatens to drag the game long and really start to benefit from that hero ability once he's turned on. But Tarantula Toxic, that's one heck. You read that one? That's a hell of a card.
I'm familiar with that one. And look, the reason to bring Florian to this tournament, as much as people were, didn't really show up in all that many numbers. But if there was a good reason, it was to take down Slippy. Yuki Bender saying, you got to take down Yuki Bender to win this match. It always feels a little different when you're against those top-tier players. You have to really work for it. And thus far, the top-tier player is kind of unblemished here in our feature matches.
And credit to Yuki. We've actually seen her try a couple of different lists at Nationals. She was on Nimby Bolton, of all things. And it's great that we had Ellie. She was in the booth, able to speak to the deck. She put it together. But we've obviously had to move over to something considered a little bit more broadly powerful. Now, speaking of broadly powerful, or considered as such, we actually have neither of those heroes in our upcoming game. I'm really excited about this next round.
You need to check the Arakni slander right now, because I'm not going to tolerate that here in this booth.
I carry the grudge of every warrior player out there. Okay, Tarantula Toxin. Yeah, we get 0 for 3s on our attack actions. That's all. But again, really interested to see how this plays out, because when Arakni Marionette first made the splash, everyone was really intrigued by this hero that could show so many different faces, literally, right? And also really keep opponent on their toes with a lot of incredible cards that came in to synergize with the daggers in the Hunted, right? It wasn't just some like Fang he was able to make use of it. No, like Save Our Bloodshed, for example, is an unbelievable card that offers a card draw opportunity. And so many of these cards that buff daggers have great rate on the card. It's like +4 with so many of these. So we've seen some of those Arakni Marionette decks look to really lean heavily in that direction. But Brian, you still have access to the whole disruptive suite that so many of these, assassin cards have. Sometimes getting that go again requires a little bit more work, but Marionette can do it.
You know when it doesn't require a bit more work, though, is when you're against the Slippy. And I think that's why Arakni Marionette is an intriguing choice for this particular metagame. In our feature match, though, it's not going to be easy mode of taking on a Slippy. It's going to be taking on a Marlynn instead. Not a lot of representation for Marlynn in the field, but our own Pankaj Bhajwani is singing the praises of this hero and assures me if he was coming to this Pro Tour, he would be playing Marlynn today.
If you listened to Arsenal Pass over the last few weeks, you would have heard like the various stages of the Marlynn cope from Pankaj. It was really workshopping that deck quite a bit. And there were some weeks he'd come on the show, be really positive about it. Some weeks, not so much. But it's great to see that another player has sort of gone through that entire spectrum of emotion and decided to register the deck for this tournament. I was expecting to see more of Marlynn in Limited, but getting to see on Classic Constructed, really leveraging that full power is great. And there's no consensus on how she should be built, right? Marlynn on the card gives you the ability to sort of load your arsenal, especially if you're, going towards strategies that involve, harpoons and trying to make use of that cannon, but also something lower to the ground, being able to try and go wider on some of these turns is also a game plan that is available to some of these Marlynn players, and she still has access to these very powerful pirate cards from High Seas.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how this particular build is put together.
We're going to find out. We're going to jump to the feature match area right about now and kick off our round 3 game. I am pumped. It's Clément LOUBIERE on Marlynn Treasure Hunter versus Andrei Suciu on Arakni Marionette.
Yeah, a little bit of a European showdown here at Pro Tour Singapore. And this is a matchup I think is just a complete wild card. I don't know that people are putting in a ton of testing in the Arakni Marionette Marlynn matchup, but Marlynn has this bizarre disruptive suite. She really needs it to line up, and against the decks where it does line up, it feels top tier. I don't know that Arakni Marionette is one of the decks that really does feel the sting of her disruptive harpoons. We'll have to see as this game plays out.
Of course, pair of Hunter's Claves here for Andrei. A whole suite of cards that really can make them much more powerful. A couple of reds here in this first hand, though. And of course, Marionette absolutely wants to get these marks in just to give some upside on some of these other non-attack actions. So Hunter's Clave will be the weapon of choice here. Coming right on in.
Full art, Kiss of Death fueling that one. And then a second full art, Kiss of Death, also hitting the combat chain. Love seeing the bling on display from the Marionette enjoyers. I hope I see all the Marvel Arachnes down here in the feature match area.
Kiss of Death many players familiar with this card, either on the delivering or receiving end of it, but it is a dagger attack, a very relevant little line of text there. I've seen some filthy things like Kiss of Death, in reactions getting an on-hit and then that it being flicked later on, still bearing that on-hit effect. So there's a lot of really tricky things you can do. We are on Hammerhead, excuse me, for Clément, so it is going to be that Harpoon-based strategy. Already that gold token in play. We're over to the Marlynn to kick things off. Golden Tipple hits the pitch.
I'm gonna play 3 of a kind.
Okay, 3 of a kind already, and we've not really seen this card ubiquitously for quite some time. Clément now can draw 3 cards. Remember, there are a bevy of ways to load this arsenal still. Well, now you have options, and you have cards to potentially fuel the very high cost of activating Hammerhead.
Yeah, that's the best thing about 3 of a kind in Marlynn. It does let you make the resources work. Marlynn, a very, very resource-hungry deck. And look, 3 of a kind was a card that people were sure was hitting the ban list before Marlynn was released. Marlynn is built to go ahead and take advantage of 3 of a kind, very much intentional that this hero gets access to a card this powerful. But what can you do with it is the question. As you mentioned, Mitch, you got to work for everything in Marlynn. It doesn't come easy. You need to get good resource spreads. You need to make sure you're finding the right kind of disruption against all of your opponents. And just firing off one single arrow here with a handful of cards does not feel like exactly the direction you're trying to go.
Yeah, and obviously, like on a 3 of a kind turn, you hope for a little bit more. This Battering Bolt is fairly threatening for a deck that likely carries some number of sort of non-action cards, reactions as well. Don't necessarily know if you want to be facing that down. And so Scar Tissue and Mark of the Black Widow, excuse me, are going to be put in front of this threatening on hit. And there it is, Lair of the Spider also, just to cover this up in its entirety.
Just tons of defending here for Andrei, but not much at all here from Clément off the back of a quote-unquote power card in your deck. It's
IP3.
just playing Battering Bolt. Where's Ponkage? Ponkage, get over here and tell me the appeal. Tell me how you're about to bring Marlynn to this tournament. You wanted to subject yourself to that all day. In my shoes, I'm going ahead and firing off this Hunter's Clave and presenting the threat of a mark every single turn.
Yeah, you definitely want to be in the Arakni shoes at the moment here. It's so interesting. Like, Sealay Sarong allows you to open up with like a blue arrow a lot of the time in these turns. It's a great leg piece, but none of that here for Clément. And, well, an early Codex of Frailty here. Frailty very relevant to Rangers because every attack of theirs that is an arrow comes out of the arsenal and will be affected by that -1. And here's a Mark of the Black Widow. When you're attacking a hero that is marked, you're threatening to strip a card from them if they get hit.
Full power mode here on this Mark of the Black Widow. On the back of that mark, it looks like return fire the block here.
That is a powerful card.
Time for our first transformation of the match. It is Trapdoor. Of course, it's the Marvel version. Thank you, Andrei. I knew I could count on you bringing all the Marvels to the table. That means we are going to banish a card and set up potentially a trap for that crafty Marlynn on the other side of the arena.
That's a take cover, by the way, being thrown out in front. So this allows you to sort of reload. It is obviously yielding you that 4 block. I mean, return fire, that is a card. We'll talk about that if it ends up being relevant. Now, I know it depends on the situation, of course, but, coming into Trapdoor here, you can search that your deck for a trap, banish it face down, so your opponent doesn't know what's potentially coming at them. And there's like a whole host of really potent traps you can turn off on hits, especially. If your opponent's trying to go wide, then there are a number of traps that can really hamstring them in that regard.
Yep. My favorite trap, not a trap at all. That's certainly one of my favorite searches with the Arakni. Just play nothing, thin out your deck, but put it in your opponent's head.
Yeah.
They never know what it is, Mitch.
Okay, Swiftwater Swell here. We mentioned that Marlynn has access to some of these very potent pirate cards still. Swiftwater Swell will allow blue to be pitched. All right. The eye was pitched off of that. Or
Yeah,
rather,
and it sets up the
Sleep
swell
Dart,
very
yeah.
cleanly for this sweet Sleep Dart. And now there's all the resources you would ever need out there for the Marlynn. 5 resources at the ready to maybe get that Hammerhead working for the first time in this match.
Yeah, we're hoping for a bigger turn. I'll be honest with you, sending 6 damage off a 3 of a kind turn, really not where you want to be. potential to brick that hard. Definitely a bit of a gut punch here for Clément, but able to block adequately with that defense reaction against Andrei.
See our first Marlynn activation.
And we have a golden harpoon created. Let's start with a golden tipple. There we go. That's pretty good. Being able to throw away that harpoon. Allowing you to draw a card.
Does, of course, count as a yellow card, even though you can't pitch it. Allows golden tipple to produce a gold.
Just Nick there, committed on blocks. Terrifying card in the right circumstances, but you want to sort of draw up. Sitting on a just a Nick for an extended period of time without an application can definitely hurt. What's the follow-up here?
Still plenty of resources available. Three of a kind. One more time. This one's got to be
Spin the
better,
wheel,
Mitch.
folks.
This one has to be better. I believe that Clément can find some gas here. Picks up 3 fresh cards.
That's a lot of blues, Brian. That is 4 blues in the hand. Any harpoons? See, you can't just get any arrow with overpower with Hammerhead. It must be a harpoon.
Yeah, I do think there is a bluefin harpoon at the ready, and there is the sea lace sarong as well. Gold potentially available for some reloading. So this turn can continue for Clément.
Of course, because Marlynn drew a card, she can put an arrow into her arsenal face up. Hammerhead activation. Okay, reasonable. Bluefin harpoon. Getting that nice +4 and overpower. Presenting a relevant on hit here. Go fish, of course. If it hits Andrei, they'll reveal a card from their hand. And if it's blue, it can be discarded. Shelter from the Storm comes in. Andrei might not be concerned. Depends what he's sitting on here. Some number of blues you need in this Marionette deck. Your claves are pretty expensive.
They do build pretty red line these days. And I mentioned this kind of variable disruption that the Marlins have access to. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's completely blank, and it's just going to be reds revealed here.
Oh, man. And this is pretty terrifying for Clément. It's pretty face up what he's going to be dealing with. Mark of the Black Widow. You had a Stains of the Red back, and you also had a Tarantula Toxin. So Clément might just end up seeing this attack coming in and try not to walk into the Tarantula Toxin trap, which just means don't block.
Yeah, and I misspoke. Sea Lice Sarong, of course, needs to turn the card face up, so there wasn't going to be no continuation on this turn. So second 3 of a kind yields overpower 7. Was that good? That didn't feel very good either, Mitch.
I mean, it didn't take anything from Andrei's hand. It functionally does nothing to the guy. It takes a bit of damage now. Clément has to know there's no feasible way to block this Mark of the Black Widow. I mean, Andrei has like 9 power of block defeating sort of answers in his hand. If you know your opponent is the Tarantula Toxin,
yeah,
you just
no block.
don't want to block that. Stains of the Red back here, pump up to 6. And because Clément is marked, this Mark of the Black Widow, is going to be forcing him to banish a card from their hand. But with all the blues Clément's been drawing, maybe he's not too upset. Port side exchange, hitting the bin.
We've now reset that Arakni Marionette and turn passes back to Clément. Sarong now does its thing. Going to go ahead and juice up this drill shot a little bit. This is a nice little go-again disruption starting off the turn.
Yeah, I don't hate this at all. There's some level of block value here with Marionette's pieces. I've always said it's kind of fake. The fridge is pretty fake with Marionette, but
-1 on Mask of Deceit.
Mask of Deceit gets a -1, so.
Got to shout out those starting points down there for Arakni Marionette in the leg slot. We thought this was a card that absolutely had some small role to play in Classic Constructed. Is now playing that role in the hands of Arakni Marionette.
It's an attack reaction. That's very relevant.
Yeah.
Bonds of Agony definitely asks for that, but I mean, Black Tech was the same, right? Black Tech obviously is an attack reaction. That extra flexibility offered by starting point definitely seems to be desirable. A second Codex of Frailty here.
It's going to be a challenging match for me to call because I have no idea what's going on, having never read this card, and I'll leave it to you, Mitch.
I don't even know if you can see it right now. I think it's just blocked from your mind. This is a big old battering bolt. Again, no overpower on it, but Hammerhead does get it into play with a bit of extra hitting power. Shelter from the Storm comes in. And again, another situation where Andrei has to sort of reveal the contents of his hand, probably showing Clément another unblockable scenario. And again, losing life for all the cards discarded that way. So Bonds, we have a Kiss of Death, and we have a Save of Bloodshed. No non-action cards there. But once again, the turn texture is pretty face up. When your opponent is playing Bonds of Agony, most often the attack reactions they need to make it sing are starting in play and staying in play, right? Like you've got your equipment, but these opportunities to pick your opponent's hand. I think Kasai players now with Seduce Secrets in their list, it goes a long way against these decks. It keeps so much info close
I actually
to the chest.
think information has never been more valuable in Flesh and Blood than it is right now. I wouldn't underestimate the ability to just know what your opponent is working with.
Save a Bloodshed. Now, Clément is not marked yet.
Hunter's Clave could change that, of course. Coming in for 4 on the back of that Saver Bloodshed.
Yeah, that Frailty token, of course, is what is reducing its power, but still reasonable, presenting a breakpoint, threatening a block. And remember, Saver Bloodshed says your next attack this turn that hits a marked hero. So even though it's in the bin right now, definitely a relevant effect. It's going to be a dagger, though. You don't always feel amazing about setting that second Clave. Often requires an extra card to pitch, but there is a Tunic counter up here.
I have no reactions.
No reactions here, so 4 damage coming across. Putting a marked token on Clément.
Yeah, that means that Flick Knife's going to be able to potentially refresh the hand at any point now. Mark achieved by the first Hunter's Clave.
And you're not too upset about losing that first Clave. You know, if you can get into Orb Weaver, you can get a Chalicerer, and that is a whole different ball game. Kiss of Death, though. Stealth Dagger attack that comes in. Threatens the on-hit effect of Saver Bloodshed. No go again as of yet, though. And that extra card would not really go to use for Andrei.
Does have the starting points, potentially, at the ready, but is this going to take 4?
Thinking. Yeah. No reactions.
No reactions.
Take
Okay.
4 down to 25.
And again, this is all well and good. There's some damage here. It's obviously that level of disruption that Andrei will be looking for. No longer marked, of course. There's a card drawn. Bit of an extraneous card.
Going up to 2. I'll play Command and Conquer.
Okay, CNC, there was an action point there.
Yeah, we were
Excuse
going
us.
again on the back of the mark. The Arakni Marionette hero ability itself giving the go again in this instance. And now Command and Conquer, the perfect closer to this turn, challenging the arsenal of Marlynn, making sure that Clément is not given free reign, in addition to offering a lot of damage on this particular turn.
That's also why we saw that Kiss of Death get pumped up or at its original power, even with the Frailty token in play, because Marionette's ability gives it that +1 attacking a marked hero. So here's the disruption I was alluding to. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Always a bit of a sticky wicket to deal with as a Ranger player. We really covered keeping that arsenal going. It probably, in Clément's situation, represents like that starter with Sea Lacerong and Blue Arrow potentially in there, and it's going to be protected. Sunken Treasure here. King Shark Harpoon getting in front.
Can choose any card in any graveyard.
In any graveyard, okay.
Of course, if it's a yellow card, I don't know how many of those. It's a Codex of Frailty might be in there. Could be flipped over.
Yep.
Give you a gold token.
Very easy gold to pick up against Assassin players.
Yes. Sorry.
Make a gold.
And obviously the gold, ever important in Marlynn.
Destroy the
Crack a gold to draw a card to load, or of course create yourself that Harpoon that is a great component of the Golden Tipple line, giving yourself netting yourself a card.
That Kiss of Death was flicked before it went ahead and departed the arena.
A little bit of extra damage there. All right, 5 in the pitch. We protected that Arsenal card pretty doggedly. Another Bluefin Harpoon. 8 overpower, so there was a Hammerhead activation. Once again, looking for blues in the hand of Andrei should it hit. Sometimes you just want to block with the blue, which might be the plan here.
One of the challenges that Marlynn has to overcome, as we mentioned. And I suspect we will not see any blues as we go fishing here on the Marlynn side.
But you mentioned it, like every time these effects are resolving, it's a peek at the hand of your opponent. There's a take up the mantle in here alongside a leave no witnesses. So Clément at least is able to like almost in advance try and make some of his blocking decisions, kind of know what's coming his way. It's very, very helpful.
Your turn.
Up sticks and run also in hand for Andrei here. One of the power cards at a lower rarity in Arakni Marionette.
Then up sticks and run.
Up sticks here.
And swing a clave for.
Now, with that take up the mantle in hand, it does require the opponent to be marked. Right, that's how you obviously get that extra value out of it.
And that's why we're going to see it move to the pitch zone here. Not the right time for Andrei to take advantage of that card. And Tarantula Toxin doing its thing, just offering a little bit of a buff here.
Yeah, and again, it doesn't get full value because there's no block here for Clément, but when he, sort of knows it's coming to some degree, can definitely play around it. Still represents a big chunk of damage. That is 8 go again, and Clément is shipping the entire bill. Expects leave no witness follow-up potentially, but with a clear arsenal. Yeah, Andrei, might consider that pocketing it for a later time makes a lot more sense. Now, because Clément is marked, we are going to have an Arakni flip.
Roll the dice one more time, and it is going to be Trapdoor coming to the party once again. Look, as far as numbers go, the numbers on Trapdoor are really, really good. Just picking up a free 3-block feels really good.
Okay, so he, instead of representing a trap, pulling a card out of his deck, essentially thinning it of extraneous elements, he opts not to search. So in that sense, probably the least valuable agent of chaos that Andrei could have become here.
Yeah, a miss for sure. I guess we were out of traps at this point, so Andrei just has to go ahead and not use the ability here. You can search and just put aside anything, so you can represent that, but you can also choose not to search in this scenario. Once you go into the deck, though, you are required to go ahead and banish a card.
What are we working with here? Oh, no, Andrei may as well just lay his hand on the table for most of this game. Bluefin into the arsenal. All right, that is a murderous ravel. And we flipped a blue fortuitously. So it's coming in for its full value.
Blue count feels extremely high in Clément's deck.
Yeah, you're Bo Bravo. I'll take out the mantle being offered on blocks. Despite the fact that Clément is currently marked. But again, Andrei is realizing that there's a good chance his hand is going to get picked at here, so maybe just doesn't value it nearly as highly if the element of surprise is absent.
Still a harpoon on offer here. Again, I think the hand is all blues yet another time for Clément, giving him access to basically any line he wants to pursue.
Some bolt and shot, another murderous ravel. It's a question of whether that powers a weapon activation or comes out to get himself 3 value. He's obviously fallen behind in life total here.
Anytime I see these players go into the tank like this as a pirate, I feel like they're thinking gold activation. That's usually what's at issue.
I guess the issue being is that, you don't get to benefit from that sort of reload trigger on Marlynn.
Gold-baited hook, another good point of decision-making for all these pirates. Gravy plays with a lot of guaranteed gold-baited hooks. Marlynn has to get a little bit more frisky with it, take some chances, rely on overpower to go ahead and get the job done.
Sometimes she will open with that golden tipple and sort of still make it a free one. Gold-baited hook activation, hammerhead also. So yet another bluefin harpoon coming in, asking the question of 8 damage, and are you interested in showing me the contents of your hand? What's the block looking like here? Andrei's gotten himself a bit of a buffer in life total. He wants to keep that aggressive game going, but does he have the kind of hand that lines up? It's like a blue orb weaver spinneret. Either use it now or lose it later is the thought. Mask of Deceit.
Okay.
Again.
Trigger on the Mask of Deceit.
Yeah, now wants to take matters into his own hands and get to be more selective about which agent of chaos he becomes. Because, of course, Clément is marked, so that is a choice for Andrei.
And that trapdoor not going to pay any dividends on the next turn cycle. Black Widow offers much more threat here. And with Clément only at 14, Black Widow getting pretty scary. All these decks, they play with virtual life totals a lot more. All the Flick Knives decks, they just need to get you in range. That's their goal. They don't actually have to get you all the way down to 0. That's an inevitability when it comes to Flick Knives.
Yeah. Obviously, Black Widow with that mark of the Black Widow esque effect. Getting a +3 attack reaction and threatening a banish from hand. And this is very much playing into the game plan for Andrei. He selected this Agent of Chaos. Okay, leave no witnesses to start us off. So the ability to give go again. Very much face up. Still no arsenal though for Clément. Sending a stealth attack though, pretty important to play into Andrei's hero ability here.
Okay, no block. Okay. I will activate Black Widow.
All right, we are going to force a card out of the hand here, so.
Push it up to 7.
Well, we were sooner at here, pushing it and also threatening now a banish on hit to Clément.
I think Clément may have some reactions in hand. We'll try and get a peek.
Tar Pit
Tar Pit Trap, yeah.
Again, you know, we saw Andrei just not bothering to search for traps himself.
You are no longer
League No Witnesses does not have go again. So Tar Pit Trap cannot stop its on hits from triggering.
Leave no witnesses. Yeah, banish top.
And he's just going to resolve it like it is. So Tar Pit Trap, a dead card. King Sharp Harpoon, also another red off the top. So we're going to get ourselves some silver.
Rare red card found in the Marlynn deck. But Andrei getting a small benefit there.
So this says +3 on any assassin attack. If it has stealth, you do the effect. Okay, my bad. No worries.
Obviously, a lot of Araknis to memorize. But that one is exactly where Andrei wanted to be. Slow this Marlynn down, maintain that life lead, and now really start to put them in the blender at low life. Clément is going to have to start blocking a little bit more. With everything that Marlynn does generally being so expensive, it's a tough proposition to chew on.
Activate hook, activate Marlynn.
Gold-baited hook kicking off the turn here. Goldfin Harpoon showing up once again. I think headed to the bin in the hands of Golden Tipple.
Golden triple.
There we go. So no chance of losing the hook here. And this does obviously a lot of the things that Marlynn wants. You can
Attack trigger.
get rid of that harpoon, draw up the card, create the gold, keep gold baited hook in play. Highly synergistic pirate moves here. And now there's the question of what card is going in my arsenal off this draw trigger.
I don't take.
No load.
No load.
He does not
No
load.
load. Okay, so we expect this turn will continue in interesting ways. Certainly at some point a card has to hit the arsenal here, we expect.
Combat chain.
Pretty gold rich now is Clément. That's a good spot to be in as the Marlynn. Things get hard when you're not able to go ahead and get a draw on demand, but it is available to Clément.
Huh.
Another Golden Tipple shows up off the top of the deck.
Marlynn trigger. Thinking.
Yeah, again, so was probably hoping to see more cards before he decided what he was going to put in his arsenal. Okay, Bluefin Harpoon is the pitch. Every flavor of Golden Tipple. Tar Pit Trap going to be put away. More gold, more cards, more opportunities to put a card in arsenal off this Marlynn trigger.
No load.
No load.
No blocks. Down to.
Okay, at some point this is cute. Clément is seeing a lot of cards, but what he really needs is a silver bullet here to start to really put the thumb screws here on Arakni Marionette.
Yeah, we haven't accomplished all that much on this turn. We've taken a lot of game actions, but thus far, the damage is not being pushed. Still plenty more to search for, though. Sunken Treasure, not what we're looking for. Finally, we load up, and we have the blues to go ahead.
All right.
And Hammerhead.
Now this one.
This is a real harpoon, Mitch.
Right.
This is one that I hope is going to be effective against Arakni Marionette. Otherwise, something has gone terribly wrong on this particular turn cycle.
Once more, with this overpower, pretty well guaranteed a hit. And getting to see the hand. And it's been so face up for Clément here most of this game.
Clément's deck is starting to look more powerful now. As you get that gold unlocked, your options really open up as Marlynn.
You pitched for 12 resources this
Yep.
turn, Brian.
That's good. That's good when you can do that.
Okay. Command and Conquer, Scar Tissue both get in front.
Takes 3.
So we are going to take some degree of damage, and then our Go Fish trigger will activate. some of the decks with those reactions can play around overpower to some degree, but 8 overpower is asking a little bit too much. Mark of the Black Widow, the blue variety, and a Persuasive Prognosis.
Also of the blue variety, Mitch, which means that once again, the harpoon is going to fail, and it's just information gained one more time.
It's not about accuracy, Brian. It's about muzzle velocity, all right?
Yeah.
Keep these harpoons coming.
Surely at some point, one of these harpoons will find success. Not thus far, though, for Clément, and has a life total deficit.
Crack the silver. That's a rare thing to see.
Well, double blue hand. Now you can go looking for that red that you need.
Persuasive pitched. Innocuous-looking Hunter's Clave sent forward now, threatening a mark.
Tunic is up, though, so good opportunity to go ahead and produce something like a 2 for 6 for Andrei.
Okay, take one. Yes, down to 6. You will get marked. Yeah. Tunic.
Tunic counter, taken.
And I play a CNC for 6.
CNC. Okay, well, once again, the Marlyn player, being able to play off Arsenal if they're not in the Sile Sarong game plan and they're wanting to just crack a gold and put an arrow in there, they can actually be pretty protected from CNC. But there's the minor issue of it being 6 damage. It's something you might want to pay attention to. Yeah.
Yeah, being protected from the Arsenal disruption is one thing. Your life total, though.
Being protected from losing the game, that's more important.
Yeah. The most feared on hit, lose the game.
Okay. Take one.
Yeah, flicking.
Down to 5.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Then down to 2.
And Clément knows if he just takes the CNC there, he dies.
Yeah, and for Clément, there's a very real clock right now because of that flick knives, and you have to go ahead and produce substantial damage here for Andrei, or that is just going to end your undefeated run in just a couple of turns.
Yeah. 2-0 for the Frenchman. Up against, we're starting to see emerging as a Romanian powerhouse here. Andrei Suciu. Gold-baited hook activation often heralds a tipple, and we are in the rainbow tipple world here on Marlyn. This is a red one. Coming for 3. Harpoon is the fodder. And we'll be netting a card. Something disruptive, something that can really beat the brakes off of the Arakni Marionette this turn is required.
A harpoon that works. Every hand basically has had disruption, just conditional disruption that hasn't yet found its mark.
I mean, you get to decide like how you block that. So and that's the window the Go Fish effect kind of gives you. It's like, well, I lose it, for nothing, or I get some value out of it. That's why even like scar tissues are getting put in front. They don't convert on blocks well at all. They're a 2 block, but you use it to play around overpower as a reaction, and also you don't want to get it taken out of your hand anyway.
Yeah, the King Shark, King Kraken mold of disruption works a little bit more effectively. It's a little bit harder to dodge in some scenarios. But even in the spots where we thought Clément had finally found the disruption, Andrei able to clear his hand of all reds and then just refresh with a silver off the top of all things and find the Command and Conquer to keep the damage output up.
It's kind of the main application of silver in this deck when you aren't rebuying back like a Mask of Perdition or the Black Tech Whisperers. That's kind of all you use it for. So Andrei probably very pleased to have actually been able to kind of use everything at his disposal thus far. And Clément has to think. I think he's thinking on our Marlyn trigger. Because again, whatever arrow he puts in Arsenal here is the one that needs to really put him into this game properly. Gold cracked.
Just going to take a look at yet another card. One more time. Has to think about the Marlyn trigger. Still 1 gold left. A resource floating. Full grip.
The coffers, though, are starting to run a little dry. And I don't know if there's enough of a life buffer for Clément to go on a proper pillaging mission here. Again, seeing no shortage of cards. We're just looking for the good ones. He wants to see some good cards here. Let's have a look. Portside Exchange. Looks like a Conqueror of the High Seas. And that's online. I think there's a couple blues in pitch already, so the High Tide effect is active.
Yeah, Conqueror's a pretty good card.
Andrei's sitting on an Arsenal. I mean, at this stage of the game, 8 go again is extremely respectable. But have you got enough to sort of, again, like power... like a Hammerhead activation, because this is where that overpower really starts to matter. harder for your opponent to block. A Romanian player just perhaps ushering a game action out of the Frenchman.
Yeah, I think we are quickly approaching the end of this game. I suspect time will not be a factor, just given the inevitability that does exist.
I don't think pace of game is going to be a huge concern here. Andrei clearly here for a good time, not a long time. All right, we are... This is some big pitch energy here. All right, Conqueror of the High Seas comes in 8. Go again. The highest of tied in the pitch zone here for Clément.
One card in hand. Yeah.
1 card in hand and 1 floating. Interesting. Tunic counter up. There's nothing to hammerhead into play. It'll be a shot from the storm out of the Arsenal, so it feels much less satisfying to see Arsenal disruption stymied by the defense reaction comes out. I guess the one thing that still makes Command & Conquer such an attractive option for Arsenal disruption is that it prevents this exact kind of moment.
Yeah, far less achieved now with that shelter from the storm showing up. And it looks like maybe these last few resources. Okay, we have the Codex of Frailty here. What's the input into Arsenal? Where is our ceiling on this turn? It's going to be Battering Bolt.
Because we hadn't seen any like dry powder shots or any of those more garden variety arrows, but Frailty token, very important here, can silence those claves. And getting a Battering Bolt back, threatening the non-action cards in Andrei's hand, and also just representing a very healthy amount of damage, and a Ponder token. Problem is, Sile Sarong was committed to blocks, so whatever card that's going in Arsenal, it's not going to necessarily allow you to have like a lengthier turn.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a liability to get your Arsenal choked up as Marlynn, and you may get that Ponder and have to pass on Arsenal. Very real possibility here. But still, the damage is being presented on this turn, and we talked about how Andrei just needs a couple more turns. Well, he does need to keep cards on those couple more turns, and I think Clément has done a good job of getting that life total down to the effective range where maybe he can deny Andrei some cards in hand if everything breaks his way in these next few turns.
All right. And I think just sending 14 damage at this point of the game is thumbs up from me. Finally, some cards being tempted out of the hand. For one way or another, he's going to have to divest himself of those. So into the bin they go. Pick to pieces, obviously. And a attack action, but less relevant here. Definitely has some applications in some of those ward or damage prevention matchups.
Bit of a wrinkle of the face there I saw from Clément. I don't think loved the draw here. Thinking about if there's a way to go ahead and play with this card in Arsenal, or do you just have to take the virtual IP penalty here?
Well, even if that's the case, it pales in comparison to the whopping IP3 Clément handed himself very early on in the game.
Very true. And look, this game became close for sure. You imagine if only that 3 of a kind yielded a bit more fruit, things could have gotten better.
Yeah, ended up being just sour persimmons for Clément. Really, really tanking on this decision to Arsenal the card or not. Like you mentioned, getting stuck with it. Just can't imagine that's where he wants to be. Another turn with a good portion of Clément's deck in the pitch zone. And he'll draw up, and now it's up to Andrei to find a way to end the game. But can't really pressure your opponent down with these claves so much. This is a leave no witnesses from hand, and starting point still on the board.
Yeah, it is possible to go ahead and
it's from Arsenal.
One of those claves that leave no witnesses from Arsenal here. Yep, this was the card that was retrieved on the back of that Codex of Frailty, so it's going to come in for just 3. Does potentially carry the Hunter's Clave with it, but you'd want to refresh those daggers for sure once you go empty. So you have to ask what the last card is here from Andrei.
So
it is going to be flicked, though.
Now, Leave No is not a stealth card, so less opportunities available to you in terms of those powerful reactions. We still have a mark here.
And we are going to use the starting point.
Yeah, Andrei definitely sees that it's time to end this game or strip some more cards. This is a bit more of a scary-looking Leave No Witnesses. Again, it's a break point, sending 4 in, and that equipment is being reached for. Looks like Final Spring Tunic has done its dash in this match.
Just 1 defense thus far. Follow-up Tar Pit Trap here coming through.
Again, like a very powerful trap to have access to. It's huge that Rangers can sort of get there. All right, we have a Arakni flip here.
Yeah, and finds 5, and it's Tarantula coming to the party at an interesting time here.
Yeah, look, I mean, that extra life loss when a dagger hits makes those flicks a bit more relevant, but we're empty-handed right now.
Just Command and Conquer here from Clément. Something like an Orb Weaver could have been an absolute death knell there for Clément. But for Andrei, the mission is clear. Stay alive. If you get a dagger back, you definitely win. But says, I'm done with this flick knives. I don't need it. I have plenty of other ways to go ahead and close this game out.
A few ways, of course, to restore some daggers to you. Orb Weaver Spinner out will allow you to get a Chelicera up sticks.
It's going to keep the flick knives around just in case. That makes sense. You're not going to need that tunic again. You are very rapidly moving towards your end game.
Yeah, again, the effect of this form of Arakni doing extra damage when a dagger hits is completely superfluous because Clément is already at 1, but being able to flick still matters a lot. Well, it's a flick target. Kiss of Death is going to hit the board.
Yeah, no face-up way to go again here thus far, but it is a dagger.
I mean, if you're on like a Tarantula Toxin or something, you know, it's pretty cooked. This is a stealth card. That's the scary part. I hate to ruin the suspense, but I'm curious to see if we are sitting on a game. Okay, take up the mantle. Yeah, that is that's exactly what you're looking for. Your opponent is marked. You're coming in with a stealth attack. Take up the mantle is online. And that card would give +3 and allow Andrei to banish a stealth card from his graveyard to make Kiss of Death into that card.
Yeah, this defense looks easy if you know Andrei's hand.
This is great. I mean, Clément, if he's expecting you to take up the mantle, okay, just banishes one. He wants, obviously, that upside, that gold created. I guess you could try like play around like what could be taken up, so to speak, if you knew this was coming, but +3. And there's more where that came from for Clément. That's it. Take up the mantle, comes in, takes this Kiss of Death up to 9. No need to have a card come in to take up the mantle because the job is already done. Andrei Suciu advances to 3-0 here on Arakni Marionette. Again, a game where his opponent is really trying to slow him down, send these disruptive attacks in, but heads up blocks. Andrei has to play much of this game with his hand face up to his opponent. A tough position to be in when you are on an assassin, but sometimes even if you see what's coming, Brian, it doesn't mean you can stop it.
You know, you get put in positions against Arakni Marionette where you're just damned if you do, damned if you don't. If Clément had gone ahead and just given all of his cards in that scenario, there's no path forward. You have to just pray. You have to hope your opponent doesn't have it. But when you're playing against an Arakni Marionette, they kind of almost always do. There's so many modes they have with that flip ability of converting their cards into other functions. It's really, really hard to catch them unaware.
Yeah, and of course, seeing Marlynn, seeing her sort of play out, I think, you know, having access to these very powerful draw effects, constantly cycling your deck with gold, 3 of a kind is very, very good. But it's a blue-heavy deck, and sometimes you're not able to send the most compelling attacks across. We did see a number of these overpowered harpoons with on-hit effects, but they do give your opponents a window of agency to play around.
They just didn't line up right, and you have to feel for. There's just so many things that like went wrong over the course of that game for the Marlynn player, and I think that's the bridge that Marlins have to overcome right now. They have to figure out how to get consistency into their deck. When they look powerful, they're right up there at the top of the format. And, you know, Pankaj and I were talking about Marlynn a little bit before we came on air, and he asked me, he's like, do you think Marlynn is a good deck? And I said, yeah, I absolutely do think Marlynn is a good deck. But I think this format has some great decks, and you really have to find a reason to go ahead and step down a little bit from that tier. I do think Marlynn has some compelling reasons, but you're always rolling the dice a little bit when you're not just playing at the apex of power. You're looking for the right matchups. Yes. And a Marlynn that found, you know, a good run of Cindras and is really comfortable in that matchup, you could go really deep in this tournament, but you do have to find that run.
Absolutely. Tough break there for the Frenchman. Let's talk, though, a little bit about some of the great product we've heard already teased at recently. I don't know if you've had the chance to get your hands on it, but the Ira Armory deck is released and is out. I snapped it up immediately. Super excited about it, of course. Offers, I think, a chance for that Ira deck to lean more into the traditional ninja pathway. it's awesome for me to see an iconic weapon like Edge of Autumn being souped up by some of the supporting equipment in this Ira deck. There's a ton of stuff to be excited about if you're an Ira or Ninja player in general, offering some new ways to take this hero.
I think as a designer of these products, there's kind of like 3 modes that Armory decks can operate in. They can be a great, fun product to play out of the box. They can offer really, really powerful support for a hero and move them up a tier, or they can offer some alternate playlines and allow a hero to do something different. I actually think this Ira deck does all 3. Perhaps one of the most successful Armory decks ever made from a design perspective in terms of what it offers to Ira players.
Yeah, and we saw earlier Shoma Yamamura show us one style of Ira, right? That's double harmonized Kadachi look here, but this Armory deck gives players the tools to, bring in that Edge of Autumn and show what it can do. Okana Scar Wraps is one of the cards I'm most excited about. As an attack reaction, you get to, go up. It's a breaking scales with repeatable value. You have the ability, of course, with Iris of the Blossom to tutor in your most powerful card, that Whirling Mist Blossom, that threatens to draw 2 cards on hit, and these Vengeance cards that care about Edge of Autumn, or other Vengeance cards being on that chain, to give you some really powerful effects. This is Arsenal Disruption, but there's a bunch of other ones with great looks here. Huge additions. I think all ninjas definitely benefit from them as well. We've heard whispers of what maybe Katsu is licking his lips at, seeing what's available to him.
I think Katsu did benefit quite a bit from this Ira Armory deck.
So very exciting stuff on the horizon for Ira players. Keen to see what people are able to put together with it. But looking ahead, Armory deck Pleiades on September 19th will hit the stores. For me, one of the most exciting, I think, heroes coming out of Super Slam here. And now we've started to see a little bit more of what she's able to do teased at the keynote, right? We know now what Suspense is. We started to see, Brian, that she's very aura-oriented, and Standing Ovation is an insane card. I mean, it's definitely takes some gumption to print, take an extra turn on a card, but I cannot wait to see our players turn this to their advantage.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut about Pleiades for the time being. I know a little bit too much, Mitch. I'm not ready to share it yet, but as the weeks and months come, as we head to Super Slam season, you're going to be learning more and more about this hero. And I think the vibes on this hero are just immaculate. We saw Rachel Stoddard cosplay Pleiades at our keynote and just absolutely brought the exact energy I had envisioned when we were designing this hero to the stage. I think a lot of people are really going to just gel with her whole personality.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's another way to take that Guardian direction as well. But folks, that has been your round number 3 here at Pro Tour Singapore. We treated to a fantastic matchup between Arakni, Marionette, of course, and Marlynn. It's all happening here, of course, at the arena. And I'm very curious to see what we have in store. Of course, some familiar faces have been throwing down after Trehet, Chris Iali. Much more to come here from the booth at Pro Tour Singapore, so keep it locked. Don't go anywhere. More top-level fab coming at you.
3 rounds gone by here from the Pro Tour in Singapore, but we got a couple more high-octane rounds of Classic Constructed coming up for you. High-octane, perhaps a bit of a hint towards our feature match coming up. Rest in peace to the sweet, majestic Ponkage. Some great games so far, some great games still to come.
Well, the new high-octane is cog in the machine. We'll have to see whether the Mechanologist player is running that in their list, of course. There's been a little bit of debate whether they want to run it, but, you know, we'll see.
We'll see. Those were some great games, and we have had the opportunity throughout this tournament to be checking in with some of our Pro Tour London top 8 players. I had the chance to chat with Mr. Sean Dollywall just a little bit ago, so soon we'll be getting a chance to hear from him about his run with Cindra. Let's throw it on over to the interview set where I had a chance to chat with Sean. All right, y'all. I am here with Pro Tour London top 8 competitor and a good homie, Mr. Sean Dollywall. How we feeling, bro? How's your tournament been?
Feeling good so far. I'm 2-1.
Okay.
So, you know, could be better, but the only game I lost was to Kano, where I was at 40 life, and then they killed me on my turn.
Yeah.
So not much I could do there.
Dude, there are more Kanos running around
There's
than
so
I
many.
expected.
I literally, round 1, talked to 2 of my friends. They told me they died to Kano. I told some of my friends, hey, there's a lot of Kanos. Then 3 of us died to Kano. So there's a lot of Kano.
Spellboy Dagger didn't help you there.
Not at all. I asked him if I had more Spellvoid, could I have lived? He said, no, you were dead by like 20, 30. I'm like, all right, well.
Well, you know, I'm bringing you in because you were top 8 competitor back in London, right?
Yeah.
That was an amazing finish.
That was awesome.
Just talk to me a little bit about how it's been for you since then, how your fab journey has shifted or changed at all since, you know, hitting kind of close to the top of the mountaintop.
Yeah, I mean, that was not something I imagined was going to happen in London, and I'm like, it's still crazy. I don't think it's even sunk in yet.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the pinnacle of the game.
Yeah.
Hoping to run that back. But since then, I've been on a good streak. I like top 4 at the calling in Vegas, top 4 Canadian Nats.
Yeah.
Hoping to make it past top 4 at some point. But yeah, it's been good.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it feels amazing.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, talk to me a little bit about your team, PCG Invasion. You got some real like killers up there, man. You know, you and Yasker last time making it all the way
made
up.
top 8.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
like,
we got
how's the
top.
testing process been moving into this tournament?
Honestly, we've been getting more and more tight with our testing process. The last time for London was the first time we actually had a proper structured testing process, and obviously it showed like great results. Exactly. And for this one, there's even been a more tight and like concise testing schedule. I think we've come to some pretty good decks. I'm feeling really good on Cindra.
Nice.
I think we have a good list, good plan into everything. Hoping that there's, you know, the Slippies lose to some of their bad matchups so that we don't have to play against them.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, I mean, I think testing with those guys has just leveled me up more and more. No way I would be doing this well without them. So
Well,
I love it.
Everything changes once you hit that first Pro Tour top 8. You enter a
course.
different echelon. So I'm happy for you. Good luck
Thank you.
in the rest of the tournament. I'll send it back to the booth.
Getting blown up by Kano is an experience every Flesh and Blood player experiences at some point in their career. And I actually managed to catch the end of that game that Sean was talking about. And, you know, he played it as well as he could, used the Spellvoid Dagger, bought it back with Cindra, Spellvoided again later on. But as he said, he did die by like over 20, which, you know, when Kano runs hot, they blow you up.
They do blow you up indeed. Let's go ahead and check out our standings after 3 rounds, see which players are doing well so far and which heroes stand atop. Ponkage, what are you noticing here from our first page of 3-0s?
Well, our world champ, Gregor Kowalski, here on Cindra, something a little bit unique for the playstyle that we've come to expect from this player. We saw him win Worlds on CYB Enigma. At PT London, he showed up with Decimator Great Axe Fang, but over here on Cindra, a very aggressively slanted deck. Right below him in second place, I want to shout out Naib Mobasir from Team Runaways. I was speaking to some of the Runaways on the decks that they have brought. You know, some of them brought Ira, some of Lucas, for example, is on Verdance, and they said Naib is on Naib because his build of Ira is so incredibly unique. They didn't know what to call it, so they're just calling it the Naib.
I love that. Naib, the Scarlet Revenger. One of my favorite people in Fab. Looking down the list, this is great. We're getting to see a real representation of kind of the top decks of the meta and Ira and Kano. You know, these are the decks that people might not have expected, but they're doing well. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next page here of some of our 3-0s. As we've seen some Gravy, we've seen some Slippy. There's a Marionette, and there's an Acilio peeking in at number 18 so far. So again, this page specifically, this purple and blue, and again, that lone smirk dead in the center, Ponkage. We are seeing a lot of Gravy and a lot of Slippy so far.
A few dark horses as well, as you pointed out, the Kano, the Arakni Marionette as well, here to prey on the Slippies. And, you know, they have a fine enough Gravy and a good Cindra matchup as well. Very unique angle into the format, as is the Acilio, currently 3-0 in the hands of Justin Fryar.
Let's go ahead and move on. We have got some more 3-0s coming up here. As we've seen a lot of Gravies and the couple of Dash IOs. Alan Lau, Mr. Ninth no more after the top 8 in Worlds just this last year. Going ahead and being our number 22, and we do see a couple of Verdances as well right in the middle.
I swear, you just cast a curse, Alan Lau, Sam. If that happens again, I will not forgive you. But yes, 2 Verdances here, piloted by Edison Yue and Ben Dodd as well. Ben Dodd moving over to the Elemental Wizard, whereas previously known to be an assassin player. You would think in this assassin-heavy meta, perhaps you would have picked up the Slip Through the Cracks or Marionette, but showing up with the Wizard.
Yeah, a couple more 3-0s here, as we can see really the top decks of the meta represented in these 3-0s. You can see a lot of the players here, including another Azalea. So 2 Azalea still in striking distance as we look ahead. John Zapata, AGE, Los Angeles local, and a good friend as we see the end of our 3-0s, including Esmond Hang, friend of the coverage team, friend of mine, somebody that I would love to shout out as well. Just won the most recent ProQuest Plus last weekend. Another mechanologist down there in Aiden Barsany. We saw him, I believe, Canadian National stream, and he's still 3-0 on Puffin with that beautiful white border Puffin deck. So we can see that rounds out our 3-0s. A bunch of other players moving on in the 2-1 brackets as well, but we are going to stay and remain on the undefeated. And there's a reason we've been talking about High Octane, and we've been talking about Kano potentially blowing people up, and we've even been talking about Alan Lau. It's because these are the heroes and players we will be showcasing in our next feature match. So I see no reason why we should not head down to the feature match table. Let's get down into it, folks. The Pro Tour continues, and we've got a couple large and in-charge decks here. Kano and Dash IO. This one is sure to be a good time, perhaps not a long time, Pankaj.
Get ready for some explosions, folks, whether it's in the form of boom grenades or in the form of Aether Wildfires. You can be sure both will be showcased here on our coverage table at Pro Tour Singapore Round 4.
And this is exciting because I like every tournament, like every event that Flesh and Blood has ever produced, they forgot about Kano. And even, you know, they always forget about Kano. It's never clear if that means Kano does well. But everybody does sleep on the Drakaev Aether. We saw him on the LL leaderboard sitting at the top, or is it Bravo at the top technically maybe, but Kano is somebody that has just been around since the second set ever and continues to utilize that classic smirk and blow people out of the ever-loving water. And we'll see if Jian Weiti is able to do that to one of the world's greatest competitors in Alan Lau.
It is Kano at the top of the LL leaderboard right now, our last hero from Arcane Rising. And friend of the coverage team, Ellie Bird, I think put it excellently. We are currently at a low point of the Kano cultural sine wave, the Kano respect sine wave. We're at a low point of it. And so a lot of people are cutting out the spell voids, cutting out the arcane barriers. And here we see Tian Wei perhaps trying to capitalize on that. On the other side, though, Alan Lau on a class that historically is just naturally good into this explosive wizard deck. Mechanologists have plenty of AB equipment, and more than that, they have the power to just put the pressure on the metal and just kill the Kano before they get to set up their potions and set up the big combo that they want to go for.
Yeah, Alan Lau, of course, known perhaps more for Dash IO than any other deck at this point. It is the deck that carried him into the top 8 at Worlds in Osaka. I mean, I'll come out and say it. This is about as close to a Dash IO favored matchup as there is, right? Dash IO goes so fast, those boom grenades are somewhat easy to get through. Kano can block well unless he draws all those potions. And we've been talking about Kano in recent events, recent metas. People are describing this deck as the potion seller because of all of the potions that Kanos are now needing to run to be actually able to get that Aether Wildfire combo over the top.
Kanos these days are packing up to 13 potions and a couple of amulets there as well, thanks to High Seas. Definitely running the Ruby amulet. Very, very strong upgrade from that set for Kano. So yeah, they're running all these no blocks, going to be vulnerable to those boom grenades from the Dash IO side.
Speaking of Potion Seller, I don't know if you know the YouTube video, the classic YouTube video Potion Seller. Anyone at home who knows the Potion Seller YouTube video, it's a classic. Fun fact, that dude wrote Challengers. The movie Challengers. Yeah, he's an incredibly accomplished screenwriter. And so that's just a little bit of fun fact. But, you know, I don't think either of these players wrote the screenplay for Challengers because they're too busy doing battle in the feature match area as round 4, of the Pro Tour here in Singapore. About to get well underway. We've got the players getting ready. We've got the equipment being presented as round 4 is about to begin.
You said it, Sam. We're going to be here for a good time, probably not a very long time. I'm going to predict it's going to be a 3 or 4 turn game at most, as players get ready to present their equipment, and we see that already on the Kano side. Being ready for a short game, hasn't presented Tunic, has instead presented Old Knocker, another card from High Seas, just saying, I'm not guaranteed that this game goes 3 turns for me to get my resource from Tunic. I'm just going to present Old Knocker instead.
Straight up, I think the Kano art in the top right of your screen, folks, that goes so unbelievably hard. Do you see the fire like wrapping around the blazing Aether himself? That is so sick. All right, game has begun. It looks like turn player. Trying to read the body language here. Maybe it's Alan on turn 1 or turn 0. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be taking the first game action. It's a blue zipper hit, and he's coming forth 3 with go again to start this game off. Let's see if he can get some damage through. You always want to pressure the Kano so they don't just get to freely try to rip some cards off the top.
And also for Alan Lau, wants to try and change the top card of his deck, wants to try and get the dash out ability on as many times in the game as possible. So boosting lets you change the top card of the deck, hopefully fish for items. So not only is Alan telling Jianwei, you cannot just blindly Kano, I'm also trying to dig for items off the top of my deck. Taking a look at Alan Lau's equipment over here, only AB1 being presented in the form of the Achilles Accelerator. And you have to imagine, we spoke about this, the Kano respect is at a cultural low, if you will, right now. Mechanologists have very easy access to AB2 in the headpiece, but Alan Lau hasn't brought that in his AT over here. So has brought in Crown of Providence, which is basically a blank headpiece in this matchup.
Activation of the Teklo Foundry Heart, looking for an item off the top, but the backup protocol was the second card. Does look as though Alan is reaching for the hero to activate the hero ability. What was found off the top survey says it's going to be that red boom grenade. I have to imagine this one's not going to be cranked so that Alan can utilize a full 5-card hand. That's going to give Jianwei a chance here to go ahead and just activate Kano now that priority has passed as the Teklo core is resolved.
And that's another reason why this matchup is quite tough for the Kano side. The opponent has cards like Teklo Core, which just gives them more resources on their turn to not only send offense, but perhaps keep some back to Arcane Barrier as well.
Let's see how Kano wants to continue. You have to imagine some cards are going to be pitched. Got the Aether Flare, the Lesson in Lava, and the Lesson in Lava numero 2.
Kano's turn to try and fish for some potions. That's exactly what Jianwei wants off the top right now. Find those potions to match Alan Lau's setup. Looks like didn't even hit a spell. You have to imagine perhaps that's a gem or a Kindle that he found on top and he couldn't get rid of it.
Let's see what the card off the top is going to be as the pitch goes to the bottom. I'm so curious what the card that he could have utilized was. It's going to be just that red Aether Wildfire. There's a good reason why he didn't want to utilize that on this turn 0 with 2 yellows in hand.
Definitely wants to get that in arsenal as soon as possible, but also wants to set up some potions alongside it. Does have a Lesson in Lava in this hand. Maybe we'll opt to just use one of them right now. Let's go ahead and find for and just fish for a blue of the lessons on hit effect. Of course, without any potions, he can be set up with a fairly alright combo. With Aether Wildfire in arsenal and Lesson in Lava in hand, but with no potions, it can be a little bit risky.
Overflow the Aether Well, pitch to find a destructive Aether Tide. That surge is going to be quite relevant on this turn because even though it's that blue, the destruction of a card in the arsenal means this is something that Alan Lau's going to have to respect. This might be some AB pitched into this effect to keep the arsenal around.
And this is being played at instant speed as well because this was off the Kano activation. So an action point still remains on Jianwei's side.
But luckily for Alan, a couple of blues and the Teklo core means he can probably pretty happily stop this surge from going off. He'll still take the 1, but because he doesn't take more than 1, the arsenal will be safe.
I think he's considering just losing it.
Yeah, we don't know what the card that he plopped in there last turn was. 1 action point left. That is going to be the Arcane Barrier.
35. Taking 1 down to 35. And we're now likely going to follow up with the Lesson in Lava. With the Aether Wildfire ready to go into arsenal, so you have to imagine Lesson in Lava is just going to fish for a blue if it hits, just to put it on top, just to guarantee that he has 1 blue in the following hand. Could, of course, fish for a Kindle if he actually wants to try and combo off on the opponent's turn. Kindle, very strong upgrade for the Kano decks. Lets them pump the Wildfire for even higher than the 6, which is the sort of default maximum from Crucible of Aetherweave and Metacarpus node. Kindle lets them go higher than that and just output some ridiculous numbers. You know, back in the day, we used to do what is called Kano math, where you talk about the Wildfire coming in for 6 and how much you need to AB each point of wildfire and how much that prevents later on. But with recent upgrades in the form of overflow the Aether Well and open the floodgates, that wildfire math has gone completely out of the water. It used to be, 36 is how much they'll do, plus minus 5, depending on how much you AB, how much further they get to pump the wildfire. But now it kind of just goes all over the place with all the potions, overflows, open the floodgates, and kindles. It just means that the Kano math is just everywhere.
Take a look. As Jian Wei looks through the deck, see what he's working with. Sonic Boom making its way back into these Kano lists. Kind of love to see that. It's a card I remember quite fondly. My brief dalliances into Kano.
It's going to be another
lessons. Yes, we've now seen all 3 in the last couple of minutes. We've seen one in the pitch, one on the chain, and then one that'll be going to the top of the deck.
So Wildfire in Arsenal, Lesson Lava in hand. He is set up to do a combo should he wish to. If he draws the resources for it, though, and that's the gamble he's taking over here. He wants to draw 3 blues, maybe 2 blues and a yellow to try and execute a good enough combo on Alan Lau's turn. But of course, Alan Lau with the Boom Grenade and the Technocore already set up might have something to say about that.
Yeah, will this have to be the turn that Jian Wei just has to go? I have to imagine Alan probably not going to present full 30 on the first turn. Both of these here are starting sub 40 because of all of the stuff they can do at instant speed and the potential damage that they each represent.
Players just shuffling up the decks. While the number of turns in this game might not be too long, it's still plenty of game actions going on both sides, which just mean the game might go a little bit longer than the turn counter might indicate. Lesson Lava hitting the top of the deck for Jian Wei. Let's take a look at how many resources he's going to draw to go alongside the Lesson Lava and the Aether Wildfire that we know is in his arsenal. That's a blue. That's another blue. It's an Ivor Fitted. That's 3 blues. Lesson Lava and Aether Wildfire. He is set up to do something really, really mean, especially off the back of the Ivor Fitted, to let him set up the top of the deck even more.
Eye of Ophidia, such a huge pull on this potentially devastating turn that Jian was able to set up on his very first turn of the game. 3 Lesson in Lavas found and potentially able to be utilized.
We predicted this game might go 3 to 4 turns at most, but I have to wonder, Sam, I think we might be at a 2 or 3 turn game rather than 4 turns. Blue T-Bone going to be start for Alan Lau. Going to demand an equipment block, but of course could just put Ragamuffin's hat or the Strider's automatic Copper's node to not lose the old knocker.
We're about to start to see just how Jian Wei wants to go ahead and play this turn to just let this Boom Grenade hit off this measly attack for 1. Only the AB1 for Alan. Jian's going to have kind of whatever options he wants available to him.
I think you have to let the Boom Grenade go. I mean, you know you're not going to stop every single attack from the Dash IO on this turn, and it's another Boom Grenade off the top. This T-Bone for 1 going to leak an extra 7 thanks to both Boom Grenades. And that is, of course, a second action point for Alan Lau. The T-Bone was boosted, had go again. Boom Grenade off the top was cranked, conferring him an extra action point. Will he be able to use it, though? And Sam, I believe he actually has a maximum velocity in his hand as well. We said he won't be able to present 30 damage on his first turn. Well, Alan Lau might have something else to say about that.
2 Boom Grenades change the math pretty drastically. You could see Jian Wei, you could see Kano, just a little bit of a smile. But now it looks like maybe priority over to Kano. He's given this a think.
Foundry Heart activation on the stack over here. Jian Wei took a moment to think whether you want to respond to it, decided not to. 2 cards banished off the top, both of them Mechanologist cards. Of course, Dash IO only runs those cards in the deck. 2 resources floating for Alan Lau. Just making sure the cards hit the banish zone, not the graveyard.
Alan used the last floating from the Teklo core. Now 5 more. Is there any way? You said it's maximum velocity. Now I'm wondering if there's any way to
I don't think there is, because the Foundry Heart has already been used. Because the Zipper Hit is a 1 cost, he actually won't be able to. Needs to play 1 more boost card, and then he won't have resources to resolve the maximum velocity. So Jian Wei ostensibly will at least have 1 more turn to survive. Question is, does he still go for the combo this turn regardless?
Yeah, Jian can take this, no problem. He is set up to do some major blasting. Alan really needed this to be another 0-cost attack instead of that red Zipper Hit to make things even more impressive on this turn. Here's just that 0 to 60. Is he going to boost it? Yes, he is. So he wants to come in with the symbiosis shot at the end of this, but this is really easy for Jian Wei T to just go ahead and shrug off. He's got so much cooking for him, quite literally. It's Kai of Aether. He's getting ready and primed to pop off.
Jian Wei should be at 17 right now, I believe. Live totals haven't quite been updated after the zipper hit. 0-60 only come in for 2. Alan Lau still with 2 action points, so definitely representing a minimum of 4 more damage at the after the 0-60 in the form of 2 symbiosis shots.
No blocks. Jian can take this easy. Alan was going to have to find another turn to resolve this maximum velocity, and I don't know if he's going to be able to get there with what Jian Wei is cooking up.
And Alan Lau sequencing this, sending a symbiosis shot right now, hiding the follow-up. Remember, Jian Wei needs to think about the potential of a Pulse Wave Harpoon as well when he's deciding these early blocks. 2 boost cards already on the chain. On Jian Wei's side, he doesn't know the last card's a maximum velocity. It could be a Pulse Wave Harpoon. Needs to be potentially prepared for that early on the chain. Looks like it's going to be another symbiosis shot, and that is the last action point from Alan Lau. So Jian Wei knows at this point, it's very likely there's going to be an arsenal, unless Alan Lau wants to pop the Achilles accelerator, but that's very unlikely to be the case. So Jian Wei now, is he going to pop off? He has 3 blues. I have a Fidia, 2, Lesson Lava, and either Wildfire in arsenal. Old Knocker is ready to go, and once again, have to point out the chess piece here, Sam. If that was a tunic, that wouldn't be up right now, but Old Knocker will allow Jian Wei to get an extra resource, which is a very classic thing we hear Kano players say, don't we? They say, oh, if I had 1 more resource, I could have gotten there.
It's going to be a block from Jian Wei here. He's not going to be able to utilize every card in his hand. We know he's got the Aether Wildfire. Maybe he's resolving the E-Pot on this turn.
Could be resolving the E-Pot. Maybe even could play the lesson as well. Find the other lesson that was pitched on the previous turn. Should he want to?
Alan, I wonder how he's feeling here. It's just going to be a resolve of the E-Pot.
Interesting.
And pass it on over.
But does he draw the blues? Okay, oh my, a blue and a Kindle. Very, very good draws for Jian Wei there as well. And Kindle, when you already have an Eye of Ophidia in your hand, gets even stronger. You can guarantee that you draw a blue off the Kindle.
Look at this. Teklo Core trigger. Kano, thinking. Is this the moment before any resources, or do you want to just see what Alan Lau begins? Going to go ahead and resolve the Teklo Core. There are the 2 resources. Teklo Core heads to the grave. We've heard Sean Dollywall say it. We've heard you say it, Ponkers, that Kano have been doing some major work so far in this tournament.
And that's 4 reds right now from Alan Lau. We saw him be a bit blue-flooded on the previous turn. Over here, a little bit red-flooded, but Teklo Core will at least let him resolve some of these cards. And thanks to Teklo Foundry Heart as well, does have potential access to 3 resources, should let him resolve most, if not all, of his hand.
Is priority once again back over to Jian Wei? No way. They're both just giving this one a real think. Activate -IO. After looking at the top of the deck, let's see what's found.
Another boom grenade. That's 3 boom grenades in 2 turns that we've seen Alan Lau resolve.
Getting all the boom grenades out.
Yeah. Okay, -IO is definitely getting all the boom grenades out. Look in the top card. Thanks to -IO ability. Here's a 0-60 threatening immediately. The boom grenades on hit effect.
Representing 8 damage so far. Kano not known to be able to block breakpoints very, very effectively. Especially now that Jian Wei is set up to do the combo. It's a very similar spot like on the previous turn where he had the combo set up, but this time also has the energy potion and a Kindle in hand, so it's even stronger than the previous turn. Surely this is a turn he presses the Kano button and goes for it.
Yeah. Trigger the boom grenade. All damage taken. Down to 5. We are seeing someone escape this turn cycle with the W, I think, one way or the other.
And now Alan Lau needs to try and present lethal with as few resources used as possible. Goes and activates Teklo Foundry Heart. Priority over to Jian Wei's side, but still 3 cards in Alan Lau's hand.
Now, is this the moment? You can see Teklo Foundry Heart activated. Priority back to Kano.
And Alan Lau is doing such a good job of hiding the number of resources that he has. So far, it's gone pitchless, just a Teklo Core. Jian Wei has no way to read whether Alan Lau has 1, 2, or 3 blues in their hand.
Dog, the Kano art goes so unbelievably hard. Look at that like beast of flame behind him, just roaring ad infinitum. This, like, it's so sick.
I think it's a dragon. He is from Volcor, after all.
I'll respond to that.
Look at that. All right, we're going to go ahead.
Oh, looks like he's responding. He's saying,
creating the stack. Time to reach for the Kanos for some Kano activations.
I love that. A whole bunch of Kano tokens to just represent where the Kano activations are on the stack. We're about to see some fireworks, folks.
Someone's winning the game on this turn. The question is, will it be the active player or the inactive player? Gonna go ahead and pitch the Eye of Ophidia, activate Kano. Let's go ahead and see what is on the top.
Eye of Ophidia, opt. Looks like it's Aether Spindle on top and a Potion of Deja Vu. The potion likely is going to be a blue if he wants to go for it on this turn. And speaking of Kano cards, look at that margin-based signature on the Kano token.
That's fire.
That Tianwei has.
Literally. Love to see members of the Wizard Council sticking together. Majin Bay moving on to Verdance in recent days and this tournament. But Jian has stuck to the gun, stuck to the Drakai, getting rewarded for it so far at 3-0. Will this be the moment that he potentially can go undefeated following one more win in these CC rounds from here? First, he's got to get through Alan Lau on Dio. He's got to do it on this turn.
And we spoke about how this game is short on the turn cycle side of things. This is only turn 2, folks, but it's still long because of the sheer number of game actions and priority windows that get passed between both these characters. Dash IO playing stuff off the top at instant speed, Teklo cards being activated, Teklo Foundry Hearts being activated, Kano on the other side, of course, being the OG wizard, a whole bunch of instant speed interactions, creating the stack. This is going to be... It still could take quite a few minutes for this Kano turn to fully resolve.
Responding to the Kano activation here. Wait, going to give this one a real think.
There's tricky priority windows when it comes to Lesson and Lava as well. This Kano stack this Kano activation that has just gone on the stack, Tianwei wants to try and sequence the rest of this turn such that that Kano activation resolves after the Lesson and Lava, so that the Kano will hit the card he tutors off the Lesson and Lava.
Yo, I think Jian there was choosing which Kano token to utilize. I saw him pick up the stack, take a moment, look through. Looks like it's going to be Peter Prudensik this time as the Ragamuffins hat. Signatures on signatures, folks. Responding to the Kano with the Ragamuffins hat, drawing off the top, putting another card back on top. That's probably the lessons, like you mentioned, with another blue found.
And we know he drew into the Potion of Deja Vu, which is just another blue. Lesson Lava hits the banish zone for Kano, needs to empty his hand here before the Kindle resolves if he wants to get that draw. However, this draw is going to be blind off the Kindle, and to empty his hand, Stormstrider's hitting the field. I almost said Combat Chain, but these are wizard cards. They don't hit Combat Chain. Just hits the arena. Stormstrider's being activated, getting to resolve it. Now, question is, is he gonna pop the energy potion to try and buff the Wildfire further? Looks like it's not going to be the case. Gonna let the Kindle resolve, draw a card. Is Crucible going to be activated? That was a random draw off the top. Did he hit the blue? He wants to try and find a resource card to try and bump up the Wildfire as much as possible.
I believe he did. That's a blue photon splicing right off the top, which means this turn might get fiery. Still responding to the initial Kano activation, which is responding to the activation of the Teklo Foundry Heart. 2 floating, energy potion on the field, old knocker ready to come in and knock another resource into the pitch zone, and the Wildfire in the arsenal.
So currently Tianwei has access to 8 resources of the energy potion, old knocker, the blue in hand, and the 2 floating. What he wants to do is resolve the Wildfire for as big as he can. Needs to have 1 floating after all that for the Lesson and Lava as well. So the math he needs to do now is whether he has some spare Kano activations in between that. Because you do know for sure Lesson and Lava is going to try and find a Blazing Aether. So the more spells you can activate in between there, the more damage a Blazing Aether will come in. Crucible being activated there, Crucible being resolved as well.
So there's currently 2, basically amp. Crucible doesn't technically amp, but it is just basically what amp is without the keyword. So 2 amp represented. Gonna go ahead and bring another Kano activation on the stack. Let's see what the play is from here. It's going to be the old knocker now. Resolve the old knocker.
Tapping the Kano hero because that's what old knocker requires. Now the question is whether he wants to pay the extra resource into Metacarpus node by popping the energy potion. Looks like energy potion going to be activated. Maybe not quite yet. Taking a look through the graveyard first.
Yeah, deciding, does he think it's more likely to try to hit a 0 cost or a 1 cost with that second Kano activation we're going to see there before.
Exactly. He has 1 blind Kano activation right now. One of those Kano activations will get the card that is going to be tutored off the lessons target. This is 1 more blind one, so the question is, he's doing a little bit of math. What are the heuristics here, the probabilities that he hits a 0 cost versus a 1 cost?
Yeah, that's correct. So I paid
Yeah,
2.
he's doing the math.
I won Metacarpus. So I resolve this for 6.
He's opting to play it a little safe here. Will not Metacarpus it here. Remember, he still needs 1 more resource for the Lesson in Lava, so he's leaving himself open to the Kano blind flip being a 1 cost instead of a 0 cost. A little safe over here. His Wildfire was coming in for 6, gets AB'd 1. Alan pitching a red over here. So 5 damage has leaked through, and here's where the count starts. We have to start counting how much damage Alan has taken this turn, because Blazing Aether will deal that much damage, plus 5 thanks to Aether Wildfire's effect.
More reds being pitched, but it wouldn't even matter if they were blue because the Achilles Accelerator is the only source of AB. This Lessons now is 8 damage, so anything can be grabbed. AB'd 1, so only 7, so now 12 damage so far done on this turn. Lessons is going to go get the Blazing. The question is, what does the blind Kano get?
Could also find a lesson. Oh, he's finding a lesson over here. So he's going to find a lesson over here. That will come in. He'll have no floating. And then the second Kano activation is actually going to find a Blazing Aether here. So
not blind.
It wasn't a blind
He's
flip.
figured
He's
it
going to
out.
find the other card that tutors the Blazing Aether.
Yeah, a little bit of a shuffle, but it doesn't matter. You can cut this deck as much as you want, Alan. It's going to go ahead and just be shuffled again as this Lesson in Lava can utilize the resource that wasn't pitched into Metacarpus nodes. It's going to go ahead and now this Lesson in Lava comes in for a billion.
Comes in for 8. Is going to AB 1, so 7 has hit, which means the Blazing Aether comes in for 7, plus 7, plus 5, plus 5. Comes in for 24.
Do you think that's enough?
Alan Lau's at 14, so I mean 24 is, I think it's just slightly higher than 14, I'm pretty sure.
So let's see, you can see the Ruby Amulet. That's the Blazing Aether now. That's going to go ahead and be put on top with the Lesson in Lava. I mean, Lesson in Lava really the star of this game, maybe not as much as the Aether Wildfire and the Blazing Aether, but they just utilized they really worked all so well together, found right on the top on turn 0. He utilized them early. He grabbed them off the top. Here's the Blazing Aether. It's for a million. Here's your winner. It's Kano Drakaev Aether, as it seems as though once again people forgot about Kano. But if you forget about the Drakaev Aether, you just might get burned, as we are seeing a fair amount of Kanos continue to put in the work. Jian T now 4-0. The question is, will he win the next round and prime himself to be undefeated moving into draft?
And part of that game comes down to the Crown of Providence from Alan Lau's side, right? At the beginning, we spoke about how that's effectively a dead headpiece. Mechanologists have access to Visitronic headpiece, which does have AB2 on it. Alan Lau didn't have that, didn't respect the Kano, and kind of got blown up because of it.
And unfortunately, kind of went nearly as good as you could have asked for from Alan's side until the hand of all reds got the boom grenades off early, got the damage through, but unfortunately wasn't able to resolve that maximum velocity, and that would have potentially changed the math for our Kano player. But Alan Lau, a fierce competitor in his own right. He is in no way out of this, but congratulations to Jian T, our Kano player, on to 4. And, Pankaj, those are some fiery plays. Those are some exciting interactions there, and I know where there are going to be just about the most fiery plays in the near future, and it's in Montreal, baby. It's because we have got heroes that are going to be putting on the greatest show ever seen in Wraith. Take a look here at the world premiere of Super Slam coming to Montreal September 12th through 14th. Pankaj, I know you're going to be there. I'm going to be there. What are you most excited for this event?
Ooh, I think I'm excited for, let's see, I'm excited for Tough Nut. I think a lot of people are looking forward to the Rock hero finally making its way into Classic Constructed. I've seen lots of Brute Copas trying to make it work in Reinhardt, but here's the hero that is actually going to utilize a weapon. I can't wait to see how people break that.
Yeah, taking a look here, there's Numbskull Charm. That's Tough Nuts. He's the good boy, and he has got the ability to create some comp, destroy some combos. It might get cheered, and then go ahead and just pitch the top of the deck immediately, making the vigor. But love to see these full art cold foils. I think the card of these four that I'm the most excited for, probably that Liar's Charm. I think that card's going to do some major work in Lithe Goldmane, and it's looking like an exciting hero to try to make work.
And all these cards really showcase the signature move style that you come to expect in a theme like this in Super Slam.
100%. Looking at also at the key art there on the playmat. You can pick this up with the World Premiere package, but we've got a lot of other stuff on offer as well. Taking a look here at some of these extended art cold and rainbow foils in the Reviled and Revered pack. I love these Fabled package. The extended art, the cold foils. These are some of my favorite cards in Fab. I love picking them up whenever I get the chance. And this is, dude, Super Slam is just, honestly, it's just growing on me more and more by the day. Like, every time I see the art, every time I see the mechanics, I just think it's going to be so fun to just like, all right, I'll do this, I'll tap this, I'll get booed. And I'll love it.
And I'll get cheered. And there are even more promos to pick up over the weekend. Of course, let's take a look at our calling promos. We've got all the 4 heroes. You'll get one of them at random. Of course, the adult version in rainbow foil.
With that extended art treatment as well, something that every time I see it in person, I'm also like, damn it, it looks good. Damn it, the EA is always something to be excited about. All 4 of these heroes, though, looking to be exciting ones, and this is your first opportunity to play with these heroes, folks. World premieres are such an exciting time. I'm looking forward to it immensely. You can see here the Reviled and Revered Battle-Hardened promos. I love the mechanic in this of paying up to 3, because it makes it so much easier if you have that extra floating to really be efficient, and they're pretty interesting. You're making tokens, the might and the toughness here, but in the case of Lithe, you're also just straight up intimidating, which is fire. You pitch a blue, intimidate 3. I don't care if my attacks attack for a little less. I don't think you're going to be too happy to see that.
And the variable resource curve really plays well into the vigor tokens that will be generated, and also a hero like KO that has a ability that costs 4. So now when you have excess pitch because of these awkward resource curves, you get to actually still play your turn effectively from the variable resource curves. Now, of course, for those of you who aren't able to make it out to Montreal for the world premiere, don't worry. Pre-release kits are now being established with the release of Super Slam. You can go ahead and pick these up at your local game stores.
Yeah, these are great. I mean, just the idea. Super Slam, it feels like the perfect set to just grab a pre-release kit and go throw down, like, I don't know, say at a tavern or literally like in a wrestling ring. Like, I want to see which Flesh and Blood players and which Flesh and Blood play groups find the most creative use for these pre-release kits. Where's the coolest venue and locale that players throw down in the deathmatch arena in the real world? Taking a look at these cold foils, the promo cards, all of the different EA extended art pieces of equipment, as well as you can see down there the couple of, I think, dual-sided cards that you can use for your games. It's going to be a good one, and I can't wait to see you all at pre-release. I'll be at mine. I hope you'll be at yours. But once the actual set is released, there's also, of course, these celebration promo packs, which I cannot wait to get my hands on. If you can't get some of those EA cold foils at the world premiere, there's still some nice, sweet loot out there at your LGS. So we do hope we'll see you at the world premiere, at your pre-release, and at your local game store for the release of Super Slam. Well, here in Singapore, we've had 4 games gone by. You know what that means? We are going to be watching some players in just a little bit play for the grand honor of being undefeated after the classic constructed rounds here live from Singapore. So we've had some great games, and we've had some more coming right up around the bend. And from what I understand, we might even be getting to watch some Lightning Wizard action. We saw some regular Wizard action, kind of Draconic, but not really talented Draconic. But now we get to potentially watch some Lightning Wizard and even some Earth Wizard coming up after this. So it's time to see which of the wizards can actually reign supreme. But we've had round 4. Let's have another as we see our players in the feature match area and beyond. World champions, Pro Tour champions, calling champions are all here. The question is, at the end of all things, who ends up on top? More to come right after this.
are, folks, standing at the top of round 5 at your Pro Tour Singapore. Day 1 of competition here has already been some hot stuff. We have definitely seen a lot of those front-running decks we expected to be the Spectres hanging over much of the metagame, but we've had a fantastic amount of dark horses mixed in. Brian, I think this is a great time to get acquainted with the standings
100%.
after 4 rounds of play, because again, with Limited, with Draft obviously just around the corner, having a squeaky clean CC record sets you on a great course. And have a look at the diversity already at 4-0.
Yeah, we're all over the place, and we're kicking things off with an Ira at the top of the standing. Naib sitting at 4-0, apparently with a very unique take on this Ira deck, just going out on his own, finding something special, and finding success thus far, sitting at 4-0.
Loving to see a couple of Australians in the mix there. Alexander Dobler at 3rd and Isaac Kasakis here at 10th. We see Dash.io here, obviously at 4-0, Xincheng Hao, and Chu Hong Ong, obviously probably one of the most notable players out of Singapore, has represented a number of international tournaments. Absolutely a player to watch. And the move over to Slippy has been gainful for Yuki Lee Bender. She also finds herself at 4-0. Still much to be decided. Again, with our draft rounds following round 5, we might well see this shaken up a lot. But so far, a whole swathe of different heroes here at 4-0.
Yeah, and a bunch more as we head to our second page of standings here. You see none other than Pro Tour champion Arthur Trehet also sitting at 4-0 thus far on Gravy Bones. We talked about that super team. They think they figured something out. Arthur Trehet thus far proving that to be true.
Yeah, good to see Vespa there as well. I think one of the most exciting plays we saw back at Calling Phuket on that very early take on the Prism. So great to see them at 4-0. Liam Bennett there as well of We Make Best, making some waves here on the Prism at 4-0.
Making waves in our feature match area this round as well. So if you're a fan of We Make Best, you're definitely going to want to stay tuned for that. Got to call out top 8 competitor Noah Bagelman also sitting at 4-0 on Slippy. And we see a lone Marionette snuck in there as well in the hands of Tao Tao Chu.
The big names keep on coming. We start to get to the 3-1s here, but I've got to call out Ben Dodd, of course, calling Melbourne winner back in 2023. Someone who really paved the way on Uzuri at the time will be on Verdance here. And our last couple of 4-0s to round things out. And if you go down, I mean, we've got Polish national champions by the boatload. Bartosz Siemba, Grzegorz Kowalski there as well. So, and these guys are obviously still live for the rest of the tournament. Still looking very good at 3-1.
Oh, so many killers in striking distance right now, in undefeated ranges right now. Just top tier players. And I think maybe more than the metagame, what is shining right now are the best of the best, as we always expect when we go ahead and play our Pro Tours.
Yeah. Feels like regardless of hero, those names that we continue to see bubbling up to the top are here as well. Many with very different takes on how to approach this metagame here at Pro Tour Singapore, but that's what we expected given just how diverse the field looked all through our Nationals season. I'm very excited to jump into our feature match area for our first game here of round number 5. A couple of known names. It's a Trans-Tasman Sea clash. Now, for those wondering what the Tasman is, that's the body of water in between Australia and New Zealand. It's going to be Ben Dodd taking... Yeah, you know that by now. Ben Dodd taking on Liam Bennett, excuse me. So that means we're going to be looking at Verdance versus Prism in this game. Here for a good time and potentially a long time, folks.
Yeah, heading across the ditch, as we say in New Zealand, to go ahead and challenge a little bit. You see Ben Dodd on the left. I love that you called out one of the true Azuri masters. At that time, the meta was dominated by Lexi. Nobody really believed in Assassin, especially Azuri, and that's been so true for Azuri's life. It seems like you find these windows for that hero to succeed. Ben Dodd was the first to achieve that before even Shoma Yamamura did so. But now, switching tact, picking up Verdance. Ben is always described to me by players who know him well as a player with an incredible ceiling, just an absolute top-tier ceiling. Maybe thus far has not put together the consistency of the best, those top names, but it's not only that calling win, has strong Pro Tour finishes as well, does Ben Dodd, including a top 16 at Pro Tour Los Angeles.
That's right. I mean, he was 3rd place in Nationals in New Zealand back in 2024. Recently in Wellington, managed to place 3rd. Liam Bennett, though, placed 3rd in this very country a couple of years ago, calling Singapore. He managed to find himself in a 3rd place finish. Not just a content creator, this guy really knows how to sling him with the very best. And a 4-0 record at a Pro Tour should absolutely verify that for us here. I'm curious to see what the equipment suite looks like in a matchup like this, because some Prism players opt not to really bring in that Empyrean Rapture at all. That's a chess piece that definitely requires you to be hitting your opponent, being able to get in those hits, and maybe in those more aggressive matchups. But the slower games, the ones where your opponents look to block a little bit more, they respect those heralds. You might feel like an aura-based game plan to try and overwhelm the board and make use of that vestige of soul is the better tack to take.
Yeah, we'll have to see how players want to approach the matchup. Of course, the bane of all wizards, Prism. It's been that way for years and years. It is a tough matchup, but I know one thing that always impresses me about wizard players is their resilience. They don't accept bad matchups. They innovate. They have unique, diverse game plans, and they try and find ways to close off even their worst matchups from becoming problems. And we'll have to see if Dodd has done similar here against Prism, Awakener of Soul.
Okay, calming gesture here for Liam Bennett. Something I alluded to a little bit early on. A really important arm piece here, giving you access to that Spectral Shield on demand. And Vestige of Soul alongside of it here. So definitely expect a game that's more focused on the aura game plan. Maybe a little bit slower, a little steadier.
Yeah, the AB not represented in large quantities at all for Liam Bennett, so I'll expect some aggression, looking to close this game before you can set up any kind of combo in Dodd's hand, and I think has the tools to do so with a little bit of protection built on it. And as you mentioned, Mitch, it's Merciful Retribution kicking off exactly that aura-based game plan, and also a big draw early on from Liam, finding the library in the first few turns, and it feels so different when you're able to go ahead and get that library online in these first few goes.
That promises to be pretty darn devastating. Now, a lot of our Verdance builds like to walk the game down in a fairly stately manner with these very powerful attack actions, but I've heard whispers of a couple of Verdance decks leaning more in that arcane direction. It's unclear if Dodd's going to be looking that way. So far, looks like I see a potion in the hand. So playing that longer game strategy where I know Verdance wants to set up for a bit of a powerful combo. That Evergreen is thrown out here to deal with the Merciful Retribution, triggering Spectra and effectively ending the turn.
Evergreen making the deck list again. That was interesting back in Majin Bey's win at US Nationals. This was a hotly contested slot, and I think Majin actually moved off Evergreen for that tournament. However, once Verdance became a known quantity, it just becomes too easy to cap Verdance's damage, and you need to go back to things like Evergreen to make sure you can play those long games.
Well, here's a yellow War Tune Herald coming down. Obviously a very real ability to sort of bust up some of these Spectre attacks, but it's worth bearing in mind that like a lot of these attack actions that come out from Verdance are either at 6 or, in the case of Felling, it isn't printed at 8 power. So that is not a card that can allow you to deal with such effects.
I want to call out that Burn Bear in Dodd's hand. Really has upgraded these Verdances just in terms of the ceiling of arcane damage you can put out. But of course, this is a quasi-sideboard card as well.
It's a bloody
and functions as a popper.
Dodd not opting to make use of it to that end so far. Fortune Herald, though, is blocked out and respected. Now a Herald of Triumph will accompany it. Firepower, and again, Burn Bear. It doesn't matter about that power printed on the card. Herald of Triumph wants to lower the power of those defending sort of poppers, but Burn Bear doesn't really care about that. So Liam Bennett, for all intents and purposes, is blocked out, and that library is tucked away.
Yeah, and just Healing Potion here from Dodd. So it was a little bit of vulnerability on this turn here for Liam with that library and arsenal, but now is probably going to look to get that one set up. Has he found the yellows to even immediately benefit from the library as well? Bit of a brick here from the Light of Soul, just a blue on top.
So no upside there. Getting something into Soul would have been a big deal. So the Herald of Triumph comes down for 6. Again, Dodd in this position, very much equipped to be blocking out these kind of Heralds. And quietly in the back is putting together his sort of late game plan. Just that overwhelming amount of damage that comes with the huge amount of life gain and the amp that it can provide.
But is Ben going to have the time if Liam is able to go ahead and get this library rolling? The offensive output goes up very quickly. Here is the second yellow, and here is the library on offer. And you see a little bit of a raise of the eyebrows there from Ben Dodd. He knows the texture of this game has just changed with a trip to the great library of Solana.
You can see very, very powerful. Tough to get rid of as well. Obviously, you need to discard 2 yellow cards to get rid of that great library. Most decks really struggle
Tall
to
order. You could
satisfy
drop
that
a couple
condition.
plow unders, maybe. That's probably your.
Well, do you have yellow fruits in this list?
Maybe. Yeah, it depends on the list. It's not impossible, but unlikely, I would say.
Yeah. All right. Hunamu Amulet thrown down. It's just a gain 2 life. Ledge of the Watery Grave means only one of them can be loaded up into the deck. But for all intents and purposes, it is an extra health potion.
And just a lot of blues in hand for Ben Dodd, not yet finding those yellows. And it doesn't even feel good when you're able to go ahead and destroy a library. You put yourself so far behind on cards. So you kind of just live with it. Of course, very famous game previously played down in our feature match area where a library stuck around for turn after turn in the hands of Leo Vezine against our reigning Pro Tour champion, Pablo Pintor. Pablo Pintor overcame. Is Ben Dodd going to be able to do the same and get over the advantage provided by turn after turn of library?
Liam satisfies the condition of Great Library of Solana, getting 2 yellow pitch cards in there, so we'll be able to draw up. And it's a Passing Mirage, Arclight Sentinel just thrown straight on down here. So that first Phantasm attack loses that effect. Unpoppable it would become. Obviously, Liam can really protect that Passing Mirage behind this Arclight Sentinel. It's awkward for Ben because often he's using his action point here to develop these potions and these sort of combo pieces.
And he needs to do so quickly.
Now the Arclight Sentinel says, how about using an action point on me? Otherwise I am going to stick around.
Yeah, and Ben can play turns in other fashions. There are things like Fruits of the Forest that lets him go ahead and get value. Of course, you have arcane damage, so you're not necessarily forced to go ahead and interact with the Arclight Sentinel.
How important is ALS to you when you're on this kind of game plan?
Yeah, it depends. It really just depends on exactly where we are in the game state. I don't think you can just afford to let Liam sit behind it forever. And if multiple ALSs pile up, then you're just not going to attack anymore in the game.
Yeah.
And I think you need to attack at some point if you're Ben Dodd. We'll see, though. We'll see how he wants to approach this particular turn. He is having to think about it.
The hand featuring Emeritus Scolding, Autumn's Touch. Looks like a waning moon activation, potentially.
Fruits kicked off the turn here.
Yeah, just to gain life. Pardon me.
Yum.
Ramagrowth life. Just to gain the 1. Again, Ben's still able to convert this hand, even if it doesn't really involve attacking his opponent just yet. Emeritus Scolding faces the place, as they say.
It looks like Ben just wants to sidestep that Arclight Sentinel. He's asking himself, can I just play this game ignoring this very, very problematic aura for the rest of the time? And Emeritus Scolding might go ahead and help with that here.
Now, it's Liam sitting on here. Herald of Erudition, Figment of Rebirth. Yeah, not so important. Happy to divest that from the hand and make use of that. Calming Gesture, Arcane Barrier on that card as well. Pretty loaded with very relevant text. And Liam's going to make use of some of that now. It's the second Arclight Sentinel in the hand.
It would be remiss if I didn't also mention down in the equipment suite a little bit of Spell Void as well on that Halo of Illumination. It's not its intended purpose, but it's a good bailout, and it gives Ben something else to have to consider if he tries to go ahead and cross this combo threshold.
Again, Herald of Erudition to start the turn with a great library in play is a pretty scary prospect, right? Liam, there's a world where he finds himself with more cards than he actually knows what to do with. The fact that he's also got a Herald of Erudition to follow up. This first one is also pretty terrifying. Now, again, on the Vestige of Soul, you do not get to flip your Figments for free, but card going into the Soul means that pitching a light card gives an extra resource than you otherwise would get from it. Yellows become blues, and blues become insane.
Yeah, and with library in the mix, it's very possible that that's just worth more than something like an Empyrean Rapture. You're just so resource rich, both in terms of actual resources and cards in hand.
Yeah, breaking the combat chain and just sending another Herald of Erudition. Obviously, do you want to get on in there and still threaten a 2-card draw? I don't know if we got any more defense reactions left, and that felling does not represent a popper.
Well, we don't, but what we do have, I'm pretty sure,
Is that a burn bear?
is a knick-knack bric-a-brac sighting.
No! Tariq Patel hate is in shambles right now. My goodness.
I'm about 95% sure that's the card I observed in Ben Dodd's hand, taking a little bit of a unique approach to going ahead and compiling.
Nah, that ain't right, bro. Get the card out of my face. We can talk about that, but Knick-Knack Brick-a-Back virtually allows you to search your deck for amulets, potions, or talismans. You can get more if you pay sort of copper, silver, and or gold. Ben Dodd likely using it just to get those combo pieces available as quickly as possible. We have a lot of cards in our hand, though, as Liam, as that Herald of Erudition was allowed to find its market. There it is! Knick-Knack Brick-a-Brack alert, played in a Pro Tour, folks. Finally, after all these years,
Yeah, not
Mr.
just
Patel is
rumored,
vindicated.
not just rumored, an actual knick-knack bric-a-brac.
Not a psyop, folks. I was this many years old when I finally saw this played on stream. So, we're going to be digging through our deck here. Ben is using it as an extra one of those potion pieces. So, got an amulet, 2 healing potions already in play. It's to the tune of 6 life.
It's okay, but we're going to need a lot here on Ben Dodd's side. We still have Liam Bennett sitting at 26. Of course, has access to Ward, has that Spell Void. So it's a long slog here for Ben Dodd.
Honestly, the fact that you've identified Knick-Knack Brick-a-Brack by its art, distinctive as it is, but seeing that in the hand is is applaudable, I must say.
It's crazy because as a dev, one of my weakest points now as a commentator has become identifying cards by their art. It is so rare I get to play with real cards, but yeah, something about Knick-Knack Brick-a-Brack, man. It's just seared into my soul. I can spot that one from a mile away.
It's honestly, in the iceberg of fab memes, it's like very deep down. Like, you need a bathysphere to find that one.
Oh, given how much the game has grown over the past, few years, I am 100% sure there's just armies of people in chat right now with no idea what we're
I do hope
about.
that some of the OGs in chat are educating people as to why this is so notable. Again, if you're sort of tuning in, seeing this Verdance game plan of us setting up potions, wondering what the end game is, Rampant Growth Life is the card that allows Verdance to amp X, where X is the amount of life gained in that turn. So that is kind of the engine that's part of the combo. Plume of Evergrowth will obviously allow Ben to pull that out of the yard if need be. In case it was, I don't know, divested of it earlier on, or you want to just run it again, you can.
Yeah, we did see one played early on, and it's often good to have one in your bin so you can go ahead and set up those Plume of Evergrowth loops, because it's going to take multiple ramparts.
Yes. Yeah, this is not exactly necessarily like a one-turn kill approach. Although Ben would love to soften Liam up a little bit, but there's Arc-like Sentinel on play, and bro has put his feet up on the couch. He's like Charlie Murphy up in this. That thing is not going anywhere.
A couple cards in Ben's hand. We're going to say no blocks here and let this Herald go ahead and hit. And now Prism has come online.
Yeah. The first legitimate sort of card entering Soul in a way that Prism can use to tutor out a Figment. And do you want more cards? Are you thinking of going for the... No, okay, so I can see that the Figment of Erudition is at the front here, and Liam has not taken it, so considering... I see. Figment of Judgment. Yep. So this is a concern, obviously, turning cards in Ben Dodd's graveyard face down. That does mean that, the target perhaps that, he would be looking for, a Plume of Evergrowth would be flipped over.
So this is... We're targeting Banish Zone with Figment of Judgment.
Yes, Banish Zone,
so not quite effective yet in that regard, but... We'll see what Liam has up his sleeve with that Figment of Judgment.
Yeah, what is the intended application then? Or is it just have an Angel in play, Themis being able to come in for 4?
Yeah,
just looking for a less consequential...
I think in this case, we're just looking for disposable angels that we don't really care that much about giving up, and we'll use the other more important angels at the more important junctures of the game. This is just about damage, honestly, and reverse damage. Ward being able to go ahead and start to create some shields for Liam. He knows there's virtually no chance that this sticks around for an extended period of time. Doesn't really want to burn soul yet, so he's just at a stage in the game where he's looking for, frankly, his worst angel.
It does ratchet up the clock a little bit on Ben, is the Is he actually pulsing Aether life here?
Just pulsing Aether mode.
Okay, just looking for the damage here. This is to any target.
I will.
And a Waning Moon to follow it up. This would be at instant speed.
Yeah, Waning Moon's going to, of course, resolve first, trying to go ahead and snipe that Angel. Yeah, and Ben is fully on the arcane damage plan at this point. Waning Moon's going to do its thing.
So in that sense, Liam coming into this matchup, maybe sort of aware that the Verdance player is also priced into that longer game and maybe just trying to set up in a big way. But of course, like getting some ward on the board makes you feel much better. You've got some Spell Void elements here. Ben Dodd needs to sort of blow him up on a couple of occasions here. Genesis, what a powerful aura to get resolved here for Liam Bennett.
And now our engine is just ridiculous at this point. Genesis plus great library, even with the Arclight Sentinel. Arclight Sentinel's become pretty moot at this point. It's clear what Ben Dodd is attempting to do. But Liam's just going to generate so much value on a turn-to-turn basis. The longer this game plays out, I think it just gets really hard for Ben Dodd to actually get over the damage threshold he needs to get to.
And Genesis obviously, potentially putting light cards constantly in Prism's Soul. That's activating Vestige of Soul. So you're already getting +1 on all your resources pitched. Halo of Illumination here also being committed.
And I think this is the problem with Arclight Sentinel if you're in Ben Dodd's seat. It's not so much that it prevents you from generating offense. You're just out of strategic options now. You can't challenge this Genesis realistically any longer because of the Arclight Sentinel. And that means Liam's just going to benefit from this turn after turn after turn. That's going to be more and more Spectral Shields to have to burn through.
Yeah, it's Spectral Shields getting made, Figments getting drawn out, more Angels getting flipped further, protecting Liam. And obviously, like you mentioned, Ben Dodd cannot directly target those Angels. He needs to hope to clear them with attacks, excuse me. He can, of course, leverage some of that arcane damage. So here it is. Figment of Erudition comes down. Flipping into Fryar, of course, an Angel that allows Liam just to draw more cards in case that was even necessary. Guy's going to have more cards than he has action points to spend on them, but there are some expensive auras that he can use that embarrassment of riches to get out in play and continue to put this Prism in a more commanding position.
Yeah, we are going to bring Soraya online at this point. Have to call out the beautiful deck here from Liam Bennett. Just everything, Marvel, Cold Foil Genesis, just classic.
Dust to Dawn, the print of all the Heralds in extended art form was amazing. I remember trotting up to my game store and getting every one of them. Every single one.
And you're, of course, a very well-known Prism player.
I'm just addicted to flesh and blood. What can I say?
I know the feeling.
I need to think on this turn.
I'm not even allowed to play with the cards, and I still buy them all.
Exactly. You can get out to locals, mate. No worries.
In all my free time.
Yeah. Hear you on that one. So Soraya here, of course, on attack, banishing a card from Soul, allowing Liam to draw 2. Vestige of Soul is online. Genesis on the board.
Just
great
everything.
library. Liam, you need to pitch another yellow, mate, if you want to draw that extra card. Don't forget that. Ben is the one thinking right now.
Yep. So forego again.
So
Banish to draw 2. Yes.
Considering something perhaps at instant speed, I think in response to the Soraya flip. But that has been allowed to resolve, and now she's sending 4.
The yellow's there as well, so it'll be another 5-card hand if Liam wants it. And I think we're going to see an inflection point in this game where Ben Dodd's life total starts being very, very pressured.
Liam might have to move in like the Hong Kong board state direction, start putting his cards on Ben's side of the board.
Yep.
He's going to run out of space here. Wartune Herald clatters in for 5. Go again. Threatening to be put into Liam's Soul. And you know the drill, folks. Get a Figment, find a way to flip it or leave it around. Get some upside from its effect. There's a Ponder token in play as well.
Arsenal definitely going to be refreshed. Still yet to see if we're going to claim the benefit of the library on this turn.
And I'm kind of glad we get to see this game because it's in such stark contrast to our earlier Prism game where they were on the Rapture plan.
Yeah.
They were also, not really able, they weren't on this Aura plan. It was a faster game. They were under more pressure. But this is what Prism can do against an opponent who's not as priced into interacting with them, is looking to set up their own game plan. It's pretty hard when you let Prism do her thing to to find a way to overcome that? Like, how do you generate that kind of game plan that has such raw power, that is so inexorable? Ben is trying to figure that out as we speak.
Adapting on the fly is Dodd also adapting. Is his life total to a much lower number. 22 now is the count for Ben, and yet another Figment joins the fray. It's Figment of Protection, and we talked about, Mitch, how hard it's going to be for Ben to clear this threshold. Ben is trying to do a combo which does not do infinite damage, does a very set number of damage, and that number gets higher and higher that it has to achieve with each spectral shield. Each little inconvenience that go ahead and enters the arena, it gets so hard. And the damage continues to pile up, as do the yellow cards in the pitch zone.
Yep. Obviously, cannot be flipping that Figment of Protection this turn. Prism's ability is once per turn, but that's still a Herald of Triumph that finds its way into the soul and finds a way to drag yet another Figment out into the town square at Liam's whim to be flipped over. This is a very powerful board position. Ben has, I guess, been able to strip 9 life away from Liam, but Liam has virtually generated 8 points of life from Angel Flips. Spectral Shield makes it even more. And then just the conditional protection that Arclight Sentinel offers you. Ben Dodd, I'm very curious to see what the game plan is here. If there's a fork in the road that we've sort of missed, it definitely looks like he's not going to throw any attacks at Liam anymore.
Liam, realizing that his arena was starting to leak off the screen, mercifully brings it back in for us so we can go ahead and see what he's working with. Yet another Figment going to reclaim a Herald of Erudition, so you know Ben Dodd is not getting a break on the next turn cycle. Has a Rampant Growth parked in Arsenal, has the Plume of Evergrowth, 3 potions. We're not at the right numbers yet, Mitch, and there's a Plow Under, there's a Felling of the Crown, but we are going to kick things off here with a Healing Potion activation. Worth noting, we do have more virtual life sitting out there in the arena, and we're going for all these potions right now. Reaching is Ben Dodd. 6 life now gained.
Okay, he's popped them all. What is the plan?
Yeah, it looks like we're comboing, Mitch. We're doing what we can, and I am skeptical that Ben believes this is about to do the job. But maybe he feels he has to go off twice, basically. He has to get Liam down here and then have a second mini combo on the next cycle.
Is he online? Because that Figment of Judgment can make it harder to decompose or to be online via decompose, like Oath Cards and Banish. So I don't know if Ben is quite there.
No, I think he's still quite a ways off here. And now we're pitching a red in the form of Felling of the Crown to go ahead and reach back into the deck. Okay. It's going to be another Rampant Growth life. 9 life has been gained thus far on this turn.
So that Rampant Growth now being thumbed. Life side first, gain 1.
25. Respond. Gain 1.
Okay, doubling up on them. Gain yet another one.
Yep.
We're at amp 11, but of 2 instances of it now. Hang about.
Resolve amp.
Yep. So you've gained 11 life.
Started
on 15.
12. It's
so
2,
6 from
2,
pods
2,
plus 9 plus
9.
2.
Yeah.
11.
11?
Yeah.
And then 11?
Yeah. So 22.
22 amp. And
24.
There's the Waning Moon activation. Offers 24. Quote unquote lethal. Not going to be lethal, Mitch. There is so much to work through here from Liam, but you understand the plan now from Ben. We're looking for a double combo setup. We need to do this twice, and then we are also going to have to do it in quick succession, because if we give Liam too much more time, the Spectral Shields will just continue to accumulate.
Oh, we got the 24 on the dice.
Yes! That is our max dice range. We've done it.
That's got to be on the bingo card. But Liam's able to flip Avalon here. So it gives him another 4 ward with 2 Spectral Shields in play. So you're able to mitigate 10 of that 24 damage that comes in.
Before any AB actually happens, so much damage has already been prevented here.
And Ben has done us the service of clearing the board up a little bit more. That is 2 Angels perishing, throwing themselves in front of Mr. President Bennett, protecting him to keep him at 10. What? Okay, there's a burn. Oh, the burn bears in the hand over there. But over to Liam's turn. Genesis triggers, light card into soul, Spectral Shield generated.
How many Earth cards in your banner? Just 2, right?
Only 2, yeah.
Yeah, no real progress towards decomposing.
Can't get any attack actions or
Yeah.
defense reactions into his banish.
Has not been attacking at all. And now facing down Herald of Erudition yet again, meaning Liam Bennett about to have another large turn here. Ben at a more comfortable 26, of course, gained a bunch of life in that turn, but still has a problem of 10 life on the side of Liam Bennett.
And obviously, you know, the more standard, I'd say, Verdance lists, the more mid-rangey ones, that sort of kill range is 9 because of Waning Moon, Stormstrider's Burn Bear on your opponent's turn. That's the number. But that threshold's different when Liam is able to get Spectral Shields in play. Figment of Protection hasn't been flipped yet as well. So that math is not quite intact here, but Ben is getting Liam to range. It's not just the Rampant Growth life combo that can sort of win the game here. Sometimes that Stormstriders, I mean, you've got to keep your eyes on that card. That is going to be absolutely pivotal here.
Yeah, has to find a window, has to find it soon, does Ben Dodd. Love the aggression, love the gambling. We talked about this, Mitch. It's not about playing not to lose. You have to give yourself a chance to win. And Ben thought he found his best chance in going with a smaller combo turn, trying to follow it up with something big. But as you would expect when you're drawing 5 cards a turn, Liam with a host of options on his own turn, and plenty more ward is going to join the fray as well, turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense to be flipping when you're getting a little bit uncomfortable about your life total. And there's a banish from Sol to create 2 Spectral Shields tokens.
And then this will be to pay for its effect.
Yeah, when Aegis comes in for 4.
I've already taken a use. Didn't we?
So just some discussion here, because Liam is, when Aegis attacks, that is when he would decide if he's sort of banishing a card from his soul. And the timing here is really important because Ben wants to see Liam with a leaner hand before he might attempt to bring him down. So
yeah, it sounds like our players just want to check in with the judges here, understand exactly how the timings work. But thus far, I have to be honest, Mitch, I think this is playing out kind of exactly how I expect it to, especially in a mode where Prism has gone ahead and gotten that library online. Already.
yeah, I mean, it is pretty impressive, but it just goes to show that in Verdance's position, right, we asked the question, like, what is Ben supposed to do here? I think being able to get, 2 of those very important Rampant Growth's lives in play, get big amp up on that Waning Moon, and then still have the contingency of Stormstriders. Also, there's another copy of that exact card that can amp you for large amounts, but the architecture of potions and stuff, the veritable sort of apothecary is no longer in play. We're definitely trending towards that Stormstriders kill condition, and 9. 9 is the magic number there in the absence of any other amp effects, and we know Verdance has access to those. So we're going to be jumping back into the game here after the judge call resolves the question of whether the Spectral Shields would be created.
Yep. Does the attack resolve?
Okay.
Yeah, and now just moving through this with a little bit more care, understanding of the timing windows. So Ben thinking about whether he wants to respond to this
now
trigger.
we have the Aegis trigger.
Yes, and now we go ahead and pick up these Spectral Shields. So 3 Spectral Shields out there in the arena now.
I just asked if he could put a dice on the spectrals.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay. So represent it with multiple Spectral Shield tokens.
Yep,
that's cool.
You're going to pay for those nice tokens. You may as well use
Yeah,
them.
I was going to say, you've blinked your deck out, Liam. Don't be shy. And this is obviously still with 4 cards in hand for Liam Bennett.
Of course.
Only the most reasonable brand of Flesh and Blood being played here. Herald of Rebirth there in the pitch zone to power a Herald of Protection. Again, more Spectral Shields for Liam Bennett, further insulating him against a burst of arcane damage from Ben Dodd. There's a question of, am I just going to take this, go to 10, let it be? Guy's got 2 Burn Bears in his hand. So like, on his turn, send Burn Bear, hold one for the Striders, play after, but there's so much ward to clear here. And on Ben's turn, Liam has access to Prism just to flip another Angel.
And then trigger Prism.
Yeah.
Worried about running out of Spectral Shields soon, but Prism
running out of
once
Figments
again
could be an issue.
Is going to search.
I'll just take this.
Triumph it is. It's just Liam is throwing the team in front of what he knows is going to be a blazing barrage of arcane damage.
And I think Ben's got a double Burn Bear hand, so the plan is probably just fire a Burn Bear on your turn and then follow that up with Stormstriders, but it's just...
Burn Bear waning, Arsenal, Stormtriders, Burn Bear waning? That
Yeah,
seems good.
that's what we're looking at. I just don't believe it's going to be enough, though, Mitch. I think there's just too much incidental spectral shield generation going on.
Now, the flavor fail of this card in Verdance's hands notwithstanding, it still represents 6 arcane damage.
So 5 from these two.
And one of it will be AB'd off.
The rest eaten up by Ward very cleanly.
That is Waning Moon.
One again. And 1 shield.
1 shield put away, 1 taken.
So down to 2 Spectrals and 10 life. Stormstriders cannot eat through that. We do have the Burn Bear set up, so if we're able to do a bit more arcane damage across these next few turns, it won't help when Ben figures out his Waning Moon has entered the graveyard for sure. But I suspect that will come back and we'll be offering more damage. There we go.
Genesis Trigger, for those who have forgotten that that very powerful card is in play, almost just covered an avalanche of other auras and relevant cards.
Yeah, Light of Soul is going to brick here. Oh, you
0
gotta,
from 2
you got to
for
feel
a-
bad for Liam. Just nothing going his way.
Someone
in
think
this
of the
particular
Illusionists.
match.
All right, here comes the Herald of Ravages. Starved of good cards, you Illusionists are. It's tough out there, I know.
Just have to play fair, traditional Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Not doing anything untoward with the 10 permanents out there in the arena.
Looking less and less permanent when Ben is burning through them one by one. Herald of Ravages, when it hits, will go into Soul and deal an arcane damage to target hero. This is of the yellow variety, so not representing a break point. And Barkskin of the Millennium Tree will step up.
A second Knick-Knack Bric-a-Brac has reached the feature match area now in Ben Dodd's hands.
Can't believe this is my life. That's
Blessed.
it.
Just blessed. Much like the character on.
He is looking extremely
Bric-a-Brac.
blessed.
He's having a great
He's-
time.
He's just come back from Mallorca. It's been a weekend.
Embodiment of Earth for Ben Dodd. Says, I can get permanents too. Check this out.
This is the first time it's blocked or second?
Helping,
This is the second.
obviously, Knick-Knack Bric-a-Brac being the embodiment of
this
swag.
embodiment's not here.
You've got, you've got a lot to set this attack up with.
Yeah, unfortunately, actually, no embodiment here. No permanents for Ben, just defending. Turn is going to continue here for
When
Liam.
I first counted it was 6 block, and then when I put it down, I was like, ugh.
But he's aura farmed by putting another Knick-Knack Bric-a-Brac on the table. So I call that net neutral for him.
Yet more Figments doing their thing, offering both damage and ward. The ward count is back up to 7. The life is at 10. Prism is doing Prism things right now in the hands of Liam Bennett and may end up our first player to go ahead and punch a ticket to undefeated in the CC rounds.
Just thinking before. Yeah.
It's getting uncomfortable. It's an Emeritus Scolding in hand, Heartbeat of Candle Hold alongside it. Presumably in the arsenal is that Burn Bear. Every time these angels get flipped, it changes the calculus for Ben Dodd, who has had to try and find a way to navigate through this game, which has been a flurry of Spectral Shields and Angel Wings. If you choose that as your terrible garage band name, I expect to be paid royalties. It's Emeritus Scolding into the pitch zone. Here's the Stormstrider's activation. Like I said, 9 is probably as good as it gets here. Burn Bear is 6. Waning Moon activation. Forthcoming.
You're just looking for a bit of a miracle here, trying to go ahead and steal the turn back by getting through that ward, killing the angel in response.
Okay, keep Spectral Shields in play. Pitching to AB because there's just a surplus of cards for Liam to work with. 3 off the Waning Moon. That's supposed to be it. That's supposed to be the curtain closer. All it does is, again, just clip the wings of some of Liam's airborne threats.
Yeah, claim the turn back, but we need multiple good turns in a row for Ben Dodd. They need to come very quickly. Liam draws up the full 5 cards again, and on Ben's turn, not a whole lot happening. Head back over, and Genesis has done its thing once more, producing more Spectral Shields. And now if you're in Ben's seat, I just don't know how you power through at this point, especially with Herald of Protection coming down and even more Spectral Shields getting in the mix.
Yeah. With another Figment of Triumph there to be flipped into another Angel that could soak some damage, and basically never-ending supply of Heralds from the hand representing those attacks. Liam is going to start asking some lethal damage questions of Ben Dodd.
You know, maybe if Ben had potentially gotten online with Verdance and there was just a little bit more incidental arcane damage taking out those spectral shields. I think the game plan was really solid from Ben Dodd. We talked about Wizard players having to get a little creative, having to find a way to go ahead and challenge these prisms. I think Ben did everything he could given how the cards played out, but sometimes that's just how card games go. Your opponent draws a little better. You can't find the window to go ahead and insert yourself in the game, and it feels like Ben never really did here.
And in that sense, Liam going for the Figment of Judgment quite early on, actually very relevant, right? To just attack Ben's Earth count in the Banish Zone, right? Just to make it much harder to be turned online by those decompose effects, something that Ben didn't really have a good use case for a Rootbound Carapace, for example, in a lot of those situations.
It turned out Ben didn't get super close. It was just about going ahead and mitigating a little bit of build-up in the Banish Zone. So it wasn't the break point in this particular instance, but it was good incidental damage and just doing a little bit to slow Ben down.
And now you're at the point, though, where a full hand, 12 block, right, isn't enough to stop the Prism. I mean, when there's 2 Heralds and an Angel attack coming at you every turn, your opponent's drawing an extra card.
Yeah, math doesn't matter.
You can't stop them. You cannot stop this damage coming through. They're going to continue to land these hits, get cards in their soul, continue to fuel said soul with Genesis at the start of the turn, generate spectral shields, all the rest. Ravagers pulled out of the deck, and this is when things start to get nasty. This is kind of the closer, if you will.
Yeah, and Ben falls to just 1 here.
And a flip of second, threatening that arcane damage. Ben is bereft of any equipment here. No way of mitigating that arcane damage to our knowledge.
Yeah, has no cards in hand. Nothing going to happen in his turn. Going to draw up, pass the turn, back to Liam Bennett. The world is Liam's oyster at this point. Genesis does its thing again. Genesis just, I think, activated for max value every turn. Library, max value every turn. Completely unstoppable is Liam Bennett thus far. And now we have our Secum online. Going to go ahead and send that. Actually, Ben Dodd has some coverage for that in the form of Fruits of the Forest. Yum, yum.
So up to...
That's it. Fruits of the Forest to keep him alive. Nickname Bric-a-Brac to maintain a very solid reputation on the eyes of many of the fans. And the Rootbound Carapace gets in front of Secum. Still,
online?
2 Heralds, potentially.
Online, just in time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dodd. All right. Herald of Triumph for the yellow variety comes in for 6, and the hand is extended. Ben Dodd is extinguished at mid-stage. A flurry of attacks from Angels and Heralds, and the Prism player from Australia, Liam Bennett, will advance to 5-0 here at Pro Tour Singapore. And we get to witness the other side of the Prism coin, a very different matchup than, what was it, Marionette or one of those aggressive styles. This is where Prism can thrive in a slower game where she gets to enact a full and devastating aura-based game plan.
Yeah, last time we saw Prism in the feature match area, couldn't really get anything going, playing from behind the entire time, but there are strategies that Prism just punishes very, very hard in this metagame, and claiming one of those coveted undefeated slots in those first CC rounds. So much work left to be done, of course, as we get ready to move into the draft rounds in just a little bit, but still a big, big start for Liam. You have to really just, when you're in this moment, you have a 5-0 in constructed rounds, you need to steel yourself because it feels like at that point, oh my God, my prep paid off. I know my CC deck. I'm in such a good spot. I've done what I spent probably the vast majority of my testing time doing. But the reality is you're about to move into 6 rounds of draft. And ultimately, I truly believe it is draft that determines Pro Tour champions. The players who put in the reps there and find ways to pull the variance out of a process that seems inherently variance-based. If they are able to get their security there, that's when you really benefit from having that solid footing in the CC rounds. Time and time again, I've seen it. Draft records of our top 8. You don't see the 3-3s make it. It's so rare that somebody puts off that unblemished performance in CC. It's good, solid draft records. We're usually loaded with 4-2s, but I will say very, very big percentage of our 6-0 drafters, they're the ones who comprise the top 8s.
Absolutely. And obviously, I'm very excited to get onto that portion of our rounds. It is a very technical format. However, before we jump in, we can obviously sort of look at some of our player records here. Obviously, with round 5, this is our round 5 matches underway with our draft rounds just around the corner. So like you mentioned, giving yourself that great staging ground to jump into the limit rounds is going to be perfect. Let's jump down now to our feature match area and see our second match here in round number 5. We've got Justin Fryar taking on Isaac Katsakas here. And another New Zealand versus Australia matchup. They're just serving them up to me and I'm gobbling them down. It's Auxilio Constellar Intelligence versus Gravybone Shipwreck Looter. And just a correction, get our flag sorted. Sorry, Americans. Justin Fryar representing the Stars and Stripes.
Pulling a reverse, Brian. They're moving from New Zealand to the USA. I don't know why you do it that way, but you know,
I did it from Australia.
Okay.
I did it from Australia.
Yeah.
It's got its ups and downs.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'll tell you that much.
We saw a bit of Auxilio. I believe. Oh no, we actually haven't had an Auxilio yet. This is our first Auxilio, and thus far, Justin Fryar is farming the top of the metagame. Mitch, look at what he's played against. 2 Gravies, now playing his 3rd Gravy, and 2 Arakni slip through the cracks. Thus far, unblemished is Justin Fryar.
They've got to be the matchups that he's most looking to play. Isaac has had a really varied run so far through. Cale McCreath, he went up against in round number 1 on the Jarl Trady. No surprise to see the Kiwi on Guardian as usual. Anton Mayas, Cody Gerbert, and Ilias Karamanis fell to Ilias Karamanis there fell to Isaac. So that is a pretty huge notch to take into your belt. Coming now into round number 5 on the Gravy Bones. Auxilio, what do you have for us? This deck has the potential to show us some of the most explosive gameplay available to Flesh and Blood. It is hair-raising, it's quite adrenaline-fueled, but it doesn't always come together.
I want to talk about what Isaac doesn't have for us. No AB. Just not worried about the potential for arcane damage from this Auxilio, but Volzar already ticking up on the side of Justin Fryar on this first turn. And Flittering Charge doing its thing again. Electromagnetic Somersault bought that one back to hand. Isaac defends one more time, but more damage is going to go ahead and leak here. And Sigil of Brilliance enters the arena. That very, very important Auxilio specialization.
Yeah, not only, of course, is Volzar amping for each lightning card that you've played, it's discounting your sigils, but also alongside the Aether Bindings of the Third Age, you've got multiple ways to really amp up into a massive finisher. We know Auxilio likes to send in a number of those attack actions, benefiting from instants coming into play and leaving play. Sigil of Brilliance, a perfect example of this thing. You draw a card. Isaac here is going to be opening up with a Murderous Rabble, showing us a Chum on top of the deck.
Auxilios have a few modes of deck building now. I've heard rumors of Wounded Bull Auxilios in the field today. There are things like Ether Flare Auxilios I've seen. There's more traditional Auxilios. We'll have to see which path Justin Fryar is taking. Going to go ahead and immediately get that Flash of Brilliance to work. Uses that to reclaim the sigil here and pick up a fresh card.
Yeah, you just have to discard a lightning card in order to enable that. So wanting to get that on out pretty early. There's a Comet Storm Shock that was thrown away for this. Here comes Anka, drag under. Suffice to say, a relevant effect printed on that particular ally. When you're threatening to draw a card, Anka can say, actually, no, how about you instead discard one?
Yeah, of course. Very, very good against Sigil, potentially.
Sorry, Tunic to 2. Electrostatic Discharge. +3 to my next attack.
Have a look at the signature on that Gravy Bones Marvel. Here this weekend, our artist is. So if you're around the place and want to bling yourself out a bit more. Here's Electrostatic Discharge, though, when a Flittering Charge to follow up. So 7 being represented. Blood in the Water. Able to go up to 6 block here if an ally is thrown away. And so Isaac just going to take 1 damage off this.
Damage step. I'll play 2 Sigil of Brilliance.
And wow. Damage step once again with Sigil of Brilliance.
Combat
granting a little bit of go again.
Getting the action point back too. Yeah.
Yeah. And now Volzar ready to do its thing. And Mind Warp offering disruption in the hands of Acilio.
This could be pretty backbreaking, especially when, you know, Gravy wants to sculpt the hand a little bit or definitely needs it to line up to have those big power turns. The Surge effect says if this does more than 2 damage, they have to shuffle their hand into their deck and draw that many cards -1. Now, as Gravy's hand size starts to scale down, the power of the turns he can output gets drastically limited. And when you come into a matchup like this with no Arcane Barrier, you know you are going to be subject to those Mind Warp Surge effects. It's one of the most disruptive things that Acilio can put in front of you. And this is all happening for Justin while he's setting up these sigils.
Yeah, and I want to point out that Anka just ignored. It's so rare that we see opponents of Gravy Bones content to go face. Kind of the heuristic we're using at this point. Allies die on sight. If you have the option, you kill them. Justin Fryar, even with the disruptive Anka on the other side of the arena, saying, you know what? I think I can actually not pay attention here, not worry about this Anka. And that's with those Sigil of Brilliance queued up, potentially getting ready to draw some cards.
Oh, we are getting ready for a big moment. Lightning Greaves and Aether Bindings of the Third Age put in here to block. This is Justin just saying, well, I just need to make sure I get value out of these cards.
Because I'm about to use them.
That's it. The storm is brewing, folks. Sigils of Brilliance. Here comes the Aether Bindings of the Third Age being activated. Whenever the Sigils leave play, it'll be amping 1 each time.
Here's the first draw from Sigil of Brilliance. Here is the next draw from Sigil of Brilliance. And this Acilio is loaded up on this turn. Mitch will try and get a peek at what we're working with. At least a Lightning Press to kick off the turn.
And remember, Volzar will be amping as well. So when cards leave play, that's extra amp for Aether Bindings. When Lightning cards are played, that's amp on the Volzar side of things. It's coming from multiple sources here. This is Justin getting ready to Fryar. Isaac Katsakis is going to be gone in a flash to start things off. That's 1 amp on the Volzar side. Obviously, next time an instant card is played, Gone in a Flash returns to the hand. Justin representing damage of the physical variety, and in the back, brewing up something fearsome.
Yeah, time for a balance of justice for sure. Cards have been drawn on this turn cycle. No reactions for this Gone in a Flash thus far. Lightning Greaves potentially at the ready. As we said, we're expecting fireworks on this turn with those bindings cashed in. I want to be clear, Mitch. There's a possibility Isaac does not survive this turn. Yep. That is Acilio's ceiling for sure.
I ate a 37 damage Acilio turn last week, and I still can't sit down properly. Quick Dodge Flexes gets in here. Yeah, some application as Isaac says, well, I can't block the arcane damage component of this turn, but I can spend my resources on eating up 2 damage a pop, and Justin is going to have to go wide-ish on the chain. I think the Quick Dodge Flexes has definitely found its moment to be relevant. He's a Sigil of Lightning thrown down, and so back to the hand goes that Gone in a Flash.
And the action points are going to start building up. Here is a Blast to Oblivion. Of course, that interacts beautifully with that Sigil of Lightning. Potential rebuys there.
Yes.
Keep the go again flowing in the form of the Lightning Greaves. Keep that Volzar ticking up. Keep those Aether Bindings of the Third Age cranking.
Oh,
it's all working right now.
Fiddler's Green going into the graveyard to gain 3 life. So that is a pretty decent way to try and keep your head above water.
Well, but also the chain has to close,
yes.
Mitch. And I don't know if Justin's necessarily going to have to do
don't
that.
Close the chain.
Correct.
That's the problem. Here's that Embodiment Live Lightning created. So the Quick Dodge Flex hops along the combat chain here. Again, another 2 block value gain for the cost of 1 resource from Isaac. Still pretty scary. Eventually, that hand is going to run a little bit lean. Gone in a Flash now. Gets back onto the combat chain. Don't forget, Sigil of Lightning went back to Justin's hand, so we can obviously send that straight back onto the board.
It's coming back to hand for sure.
This is too fun.
Gone in a Flash. Will be gone in a Flash, but it'll be back in a Flash too, Mitch. Its influence over this turn not yet done, nor is that Sigil of Lightning sure to come back as well.
Also, worth mentioning, the Lightning Greaves committed this turn as well, so instants have go again, which means that we're generating action points as we go along.
Damage step.
In the damage step, Sigil of Lightning. more amp. It would be...
Just for the sake of cleanup, I'll close the combat chain.
Yeah, okay.
We
So
are going to
we're
go
closing
ahead
the chain.
and
All
give
right.
over that Fiddler's Green buff.
So 3 life for the sake of cleaning up. I respect Justin's commitment to sanitation of the board. More to come, though. Here's the current funnel.
It has go again, and my next action gets go again. Yep. And you have
And again, that is further strengthening Volzar. And again, were Sigil of Lightning to leave play for any reason, like, I don't know, Blast to Oblivion, or cards similar, that would be amping on the Ether Binding side. This might be the biggest value quick dodge flexes turn you'll ever see.
Yeah, a lot of value thus far.
We're blasting.
Blast to Oblivion once more, meaning that Sigil almost certain to return to hand yet again.
I'm going to activate Compass. Yep.
Okay, let's have a look on top. Blast to Oblivion again. Allowing that Sigil of Lightning to come straight back. More amp from that. More to play with. Again, instance gaining action points because of Lightning Greaves.
Imagine if the Sigil of Lightning was a Sigil of Brilliance.
Oh, I know. I mean, this would be even more devastating.
That's the scenario where you just kill Isaac on
that's
this turn.
right. That's right, Dodd, on this one. Here's a give no quarter getting in front.
activate Volzar.
Yeah, it looks like Blast has done its deeds. It is Mind Warp coming down.
Okay.
And we are going to amp that plus 13.
Amp 13. So 15 arcane damage. And Isaac basically getting time walked here.
All right, look, that was a good turn, Mitch. But Justin used basically everything. All of the spike is now pulled out of this Cecilio deck. It's kind of become a poor man's Aurora at this point with that removed. However, just the fact that Isaac doesn't have AB, doing a turn like that means you have, we talk about this inevitability that we see with things like Flick Knives. The arcane damage that Acilio is going to produce from this point really does start to look like inevitability.
You can send it fairly consistent, like getting a Surge Effects off here. Obviously, it's a guarantee because there's no way for Isaac to mitigate that arcane damage that comes in. So you can continue to send us. It's another Mind Warp, or is it a mental block?
I think it's a mental block in this instance.
Tunic to 1. Sigil of Lightning will pop. Create an embodiment of lightning.
All right, that embodiment of lightning now will come into play. Again, allowing Justin to go a little bit longer on these. Because again, many of these attack actions don't naturally have go again. Gone in a flash, though, does because of that embodiment, and it's real potential for that to head back to the hand.
Yeah, and Volzar also ticking up. So if we have the arcane damage this particular go around, can go ahead and fire it off.
Feels like Justin has pulled up on Gravy Bones' suspected location in the high seas and thrown a toaster in there while it was plugged in.
Gone in a flash back to hand, ticking up the Volzar. Etchings of Arcana at the ready in the hand of Justin Fryar, and now we've got a source of a little bit of go again on any action card.
I mean, the fact that you can get those Sigils of Brilliance back with Etchings of Arcana, that surge effect is pretty important. It allows you to sort of have access to that very powerful effect. Now, you're right. We're past the big pop-off combo term. That's my one pop-off for the weekend. You can track that. But again, these are still very reasonable, very powerful turns. Volzar's amped 4 here. And that's damage that just can't be interacted with by Isaac.
Yeah, and it's going to get put on Etchings for a lot of value. And this Gone in a Flash is also doing damage for go again on offer here. Chain is closed, but we know there is Volzar activation and there is Etchings of Arcana. Going to get juiced up by 4, offering 7 here.
Okay.
It looks like we're going to Mind Warp instead. Justin reached for the wrong effect this go around. Just wants to find a little bit more disruption. Isaac graciously says, that's fine. You obviously just did the wrong thing there.
And at this point, like, Isaac has very limited agency. Like, your ability to sculpt, to set up these hands, to sort of, when you're trying to be judicious in your blocks, it feels like a blowout when your whole hand just gets ripped away and you've just got to pray to whatever god resides on the top of your deck and hope that you find something half decent. So
Acilio has really, really nice game into Gravy Bones. I think that much is indisputable. Some of the other matchups, I think the Slippy matchup is one that I've heard both sides of. I think Acilio
That's a
players
90-90?
feel good. Yeah, I don't know if it goes as far as 90-90. I think it's like they both kind of talk 50-50s.
Okay.
Honestly, they're a little bit more realistic about their chance. Unless you talk to Mansan. He thinks every matchup that he plays is a 90% in his favor. But you know, I've worked with him long enough.
All
that I know
right.
that one.
Yeah. So he sees the arcane etchings of Arcana in the hand and says, "Okay, well, you can't take this sigil back. At least that's seafloor salvage." Importantly, a gold token creator, right? It's part of that sort of sunken treasure effect. It's just in an action form.
See what Isaac can get out of this random hand. It's rare that Gravy hasn't had agency over what's going to be drawn, but working out so far so good.
Listen, when you're out at sea and there's a storm, you do just need to let it take the wheel. You know what I mean? You just need to batten the hatches down and hope that you don't capsize.
We can talk about this Anka that I mentioned was just entirely ignored.
Yep.
Hasn't mattered. Just hasn't mattered at all.
For Isaac, it's like, is it like, can I? Well, the pop-off turn for Justin was
number
didn't
two.
really.
That was number 2.
Darn it!
Got him.
Darn it! And it's in my lexicon now. The big turn for Justin didn't involve a lot of drawing cards. Actually, he just used what he had because there wasn't Sigils of Brilliance bouncing. It was that Sigil of Lightning mostly. So, and also you have to throw away a card from your hand with Watery Grave in order to activate that. That's pretty expensive.
Yeah, it is. Particularly in this matchup. There's a lot of times where you can go ahead and bear that.
So Lightning Press sent aside.
First Acilio activation, I believe, we've seen thus far. So Justin has put together some very good hands thus far. Maybe turn 0.
Yeah, often see that there just to, again, filter a little bit. Isaac heading to Arsenal now after getting chumped.
Yeah, but Isaac is at 5.
Yep.
There's an Etchings of Arcana in the arsenal that we know about. And
we just need to amp 2.
Yeah, there's no AB. So for Justin, you really just put together kind of any turn. And surely this embodiment of Lightning will help with that. Blast to Oblivion, going to do its thing. And pick up Go again. So a Lightning card has already been played here.
And obviously Blast would, in theory, return or be able to bounce back Aura Permanence with the instance played. But here it's just a pretty tidy 4 Go again.
Yeah, certainly possible. There's still something like a Sigil plus a Lightning Press in hand. Maybe a bit more unlikely given we know the discard. But
there's no priority window for a Chum activation here either. It's just a straight up Blast to Oblivion. So Isaac can't say, okay, well, you've got to come at me instead. We'll do it now. Again, Chum does not require your arcane damage to be pointed at him. Target of attacks is the operative text there. Okay, Dead Threads gets in front alongside that portside exchange. Of course, the Blast to Oblivion had Go again from the embodiment of Lightning, so we're going to keep going. And Comet Storm.
Yeah, just fire 5. Yeah, let's see what happens, and that gets the W. Justin Fryar on Acilio moves on to 5-0 in CC. Honestly, easily.
Listen, if you are as waterlogged as a Gravy Bones player, I wouldn't consider it advisable to try and ride the Lightning. That is Acilio absolutely blowing Isaac Katsakis out of the water. And again, it doesn't require one of those ridiculous 30-plus damage turns, but your opponent is not presenting any arcane barrier. You know you can go fast. You can essentially guarantee all of those surge effects. So we're not just playing on the axis of big damage all the time. We've also got great disruptive effects in terms of those mind warps there, and that made it very hard for a Gravy Bones to get back into the game at any point.
Acilio picked up in the most recent expansion slot basically just a 0-cost shock. That's all this hero needed. Like, this is a very, very real hero in this metagame. It showed a little bit of promise during national season, but I think there just isn't the wealth of Acilio lovers out there as there are with some other decks. But I'm seeing those Acilio players getting more and more representation, and it feels like we're starting to get to this tipping point.
I've got to say it. I mean, that card you mentioned in the expansion slot doesn't feature heavily in this game.
Nope.
Doesn't need to be leaned on heavily. Like,
yeah, this was the old Acilio deck. And
he entered the world of Wraith with all the tools that he needed to take down a fearsome foe like Gravy Bones. So, with those classic constructed rounds for day 1 behind us, let's have a look at where our standings are at. We talked about a couple of very, very important wins to take some players to undefeated. Justin Fryar, of course, in there. Amongst them, Yuki Lee Bender gets out to 5-0 after Trehet, also just an expert when it comes to those board state oriented heroes, gets them there. Of course, Liam Bennett of Australia at 5-0 as well. And again, still quite a variance of heroes, but that heavy smattering of Arakni slipped through the cracks that we kind of expected to see, I think.
Yeah, Arakni distancing itself from the field a little bit, showing there's a very good reason why this was the most represented deck. Have to give a shout out to, as you mentioned, former Pro Tour champion Arthur Trehet. He will be our featured drafter as we move to our draft round. So if you want to see what one of the best minds in the game has to offer when it comes to high seas, you are going to want to stick around for that. And I have to give it up for Arthur Trehet. You know, Arthur comes and wins Pro Tour LA out of nowhere, frankly.
Genuinely.
I was meeting Arthur for the first time at that event, and I remember I went up to him. It was somewhere in like maybe the quarters, maybe the semis, but it was the first time we got a chance to speak, and I said to him, man, you're a killer. Like, just straight up, you are
ice cold.
Really good at this game. It was so immediately apparent. And frankly, over my time with Flesh and Blood, I never had such an intense, oh, this guy's legit type moment that quickly. I just knew it after watching him play a little bit. And you might say, oh, what has Arthur done since then? Well, actually has quietly crushed every single Pro Tour.
Yep.
He is just in the mix at every single major, and he hasn't had that second top 8 yet, but he's got top 16s all over the place at the rest of the Pro Tour schedule since that Pro Tour LA win, and often has done so from really, really adverse positions. Done a really good job digging himself out from behind and still getting those strong finishes, but finds a way here to get the 5-0. And when Arthur starts strong, I have to worry about the rest of the field.
Here, speaking of the rest of the field, Noah Begelman of the Runaways at 5-0. Thomas Goffier as well, 5-0. I'm impressed to see 5 of our 12 5-0 players all hailing from Southeast Asia as well. We've got Singaporean, Filipino players there, Taiwanese individual, Malaysia also turning up there. And as you look further down the list here, we saw Isaac Katsaka struggle, of course, in that previous game, but still posting a respectable 4-1 right alongside his countryman, Alexander Dobler on Prism at 4-1. Chu Hong-ung still in the mix here. Great to see Vesper, of course, 4-1. Definitely still in the mix. And that Kano of Jian Wei-Ti making its way into 16th place so far. That's Classic Constructed, wrapped for the time being, but we just got a pretty incredible game. I'm glad we got to see what Azalea was capable of doing. We had the opportunity to sit down with Justin Fryar and get some of his thoughts coming out of that game. So let's hear it from the man himself.
Call my man Justin Fryar, because that's his name and my dog is cooking. What is up, my man? 5-0 on Azalea. How you feeling?
Yeah, just started the day, round 1, like, deck just not functioning versus Gravy, feeling that sink and, like, barely scraping it out, to the other side of the spectrum.
And so it's working a little better now.
Yeah, when the deck does the thing, it really mind warps for 13.
So you're interesting, back on Mind Warp. That's a card that's come in and out of the deck, so happy to see a return. I like the card, but so you're 5-0 on Azalea. Clearly it's working out for you. It's a deck that is near and dear to my heart. Tell me a little bit about why you brought the deck to the tournament and how you're feeling looking forward at the rest of these rounds.
Well, it was Minneapolis last year, just seeing the announcement for Rosetta. I look at the picture for Azalea and I say, I'm playing that hero.
Let's go!
Bring it to like release week in ProQuest Plus, everything he does just fits everything I want in a deck, besides being able to block a CNC on demand.
Sure. Fair.
I'm a combo player, aggro player. Like I love action points, and so it's been a hero I've been passionate about since release.
Incredible.
Obviously, with like Dio and Aurora, you kind of have to play the better stuff, but he's the hero I keep coming back to. Hero I love the most. I put a lot of work into it.
Well, it's paying off.
Yeah.
5-0 at a Pro Tour is no small feat. We look ahead at the high seas draft rounds coming up after this. How do you feel about your chances in draft?
Not remotely as confident as CC. I've practiced high seas more than any other set, which does not say much, but I have some semblance of a plan.
Okay, great.
I love me some Puffin as a mechanologist player. Awesome. People don't like Puffin, so just let me have my turbines and cogs.
All right. Well, you're going to be our featured drafter, so we're going to have to stay. No, I'm just kidding. But congratulations, 5-0, and CC is a badass feat. Good luck in the draft. I'm going to send it back to the booth.
Thank you very much, Sam. Great to hear, of course, from Justin Fryar. And I get it, tough to feel super confident coming into a high seas draft as such a technical and deep format as it is. But the guy has demonstrated he's got what it takes to throw down with the very best out there. I am I'm tickled pink with what we've seen from our Classic Constructed rounds so far, Brian. We've seen the trend from Nationals, such a diverse field, carried through. There are so many contenders for the throne out there.
I just have to shout out, too, Justin going with the hero that he loved. That was his basis point for choosing what he was going to play into this diverse metagame and finding success just saying, this is my guy, or whatever Acilio is, just weird construct.
This is my entity.
Yeah, this is my
elemental.
This is my lightning rod, and I will go ahead and embrace it. And I love when I see a player like that just find the success. And then, look, draft is scary, especially when you have your first breakthrough at the Pro Tour level. But again, some people just find, you know, I saw an ease there from Justin. I saw a little bit of comfort, honestly. And I think when you have that as part of your repertoire, you can just go ahead and surprise not only yourself, but the world and put together a really special Pro Tour.
Yeah. I mean, and again, you just mentioned the story of Arthur Trehet, who was a relative unknown coming into Pro Tour Los Angeles, and also showed us some fantastic play through that limited format that put him in the striking position for that sort of top 8. So every round at this point on matters. And I think, you know, in terms of limited, we've seen sentiment about, you know, what heroes should be prioritized shift so drastically. I mean, I think Canadian Nationals was such a great example of that to me. The first draft table, no Puffin. There was, and I'm watching Goldwing Turbines getting passed like in pick 7, pick 8. And then if you look over at the UK Nationals, it's both of our featured drafters end up on Puffin. They build these incredibly powerful decks, and there's like, you know, 6 Marlyns at a table or something like that, and it's just wild. So you know, and then I think the sentiment coming out of that was that maybe, you know, Gravy was overdrafted. There were some other options here, but sentiment swings back and forth, just like my emotions after these Classic Constructed games so far. What a pleasure it has been to join you guys here over these 5 rounds of Classic Constructed, but there's much more to come, of course. We're heading into our draft portion of the day after this. Your heavyweights in the Flesh and Blood world have already been throwing down for 5 rounds, and there's much more to come. Keep it locked, folks. This is your Pro Tour Singapore, and we're just getting started.
Master your class with Mastery Pack Guardian, a specialized set for those who want to hit big and hit hard. Featuring the triumphant debut of Zvalda, Seismic Impact, this product boasts high-impact Guardian and generic cards for the classic constructed format, as well as crack shuffle play compatibility. Be it for your game night or your new CC deck, Mastery Pack Guardian has something for everyone. In stores August 8th, so pre-order at your LGS today. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. We have had so many incredible games of Classic Constructed, but at the end of all things, we know that there is some limited action still to come. Sam O'Byrne and Pocket Bajwani going to be bringing you through the draft and that very first game. You ready for some Crises Limited, Mr. Man?
After that Acilio explosive finish, you know I am.
Yeah.
For speaking of high-impact games.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look. Before we move forward into Limited, I want to get a greater sense of how some players that we might be excited to be catching up on and our teams have fared in the first 5 rounds of CC. So let's check in on some players to watch. And these players are all here for a variety of reasons. But let's talk about what we're seeing, because it's pretty diametrically opposed. Looks like our players to watch pretty much went 4-1 or 1-4 for the most part. So talk to me about what you're seeing, Ponkage.
No in-between here for our players to watch. A whole bunch of extremes. I think the one that sticks out to me the most immediately is Chris Iali over here at the second spot on the screen. 4-1 on none other than Riptide of all heroes. Speaking of unique angles into this format, many players are trying to find that instead of just defaulting to one of the top 5 decks. Chris Iali is saying perhaps Riptide is the pick. I know for a fact that him and Alex Vore are actually on the same Riptide list, and here we see the dichotomy, the differences you might get when you bring a hero with a unique angle. If you don't get the correct matchups, you maybe end up 1-4 as Alexander Vore, or you end up as 4-1 as Chris Iali.
Yeah, and this will be the source of no unending yapping between the two of them, that on this screen, one of them's 4-1 and the other one is 1-4. Want a special shout out there to Vespa, a player that has just done so much smashing throughout the Flesh and Blood tournament scene. Always on Illusionist, 4-1 on Prism. You can see 2 different Slippies doing differently. Once again, the 1-4 and the 4-1 for Gordon Coe and Xavier McLean. Tommaso Vecito, though, up at the top of your screen, who took new to Living Legend, trying out a different assassin. It's working out well for him.
Previous Pro Tour champion Shoma Yamamura unfortunately going 1-4 on Ira Scarlet Revenger. We saw him win his match on stream. It seems to be that the 4 matches he played after that didn't quite go his way.
Yeah, but big shout out to Gordon Coe as well. Been playing this game forever, kicking butt at 4-1 as well. Andrea Mengucci 3-2 on Cindra. We've been seeing his journey online as he's been playing Cindra, so still very much alive and kicking. It's going to depend on the draft for him. Let's go ahead and check out our drafts now. No, excuse me, not our drafts, our teams to watch. As we are going to start off with the Runaways, and we're going to take a look at how they did in London and then see how they're doing now. So in London, these were the players competing that are still here today. Pro Tour London, the past results, we had such a close finish for Charles Dunn, but that 0-3 draft really did him in. And then a good amount of players that didn't really fare too well throughout the first rounds. But let's see how the Runaways are doing so far in this tournament. And a pretty respectable smattering. We've got a 4-1 for Naive. We've got a 5-0 for World's Top 8 competitor Noah Bagelman. And then some 2-3s and 3-2s to round out. But looks like they didn't really land on a deck there, Ponkage.
Everyone's still quite live here for at least day 2, if not top 8. And yeah, definitely have to shout out one undefeated here in the form of Noah Bagelman, who is also very, very talented at draft, as all these players are. But he's definitely hoping to come out of this day 1 undefeated.
Let's take a look at how Team Blue Pitch did back in London. You can see Xincheng so close at that 9th place record, and then a couple different 9 and 6s for both Alan Lau and Puddin Tam. Nova David Law and Bun didn't quite make it through, I believe, either that first day or dropped someday in day 2. But let's see how these players are doing here in Singapore at the end of CC. We have got a fair amount of players there at 4-1, Alan Lau, Bun, and Nova. Jack Tang, unfortunately, the 0-5 at Victor didn't go his way, but we saw Kaiser online as well, shouting out, I believe, Yuto for working together on that Acilio list, still kicking it at 3-2.
And now, of course, the only loss is the one we saw on stream against the Kano, but ending out 4-1 after rounds of CC. And also want to shout out Bun R over here, 4-1 on
look at
Florian. A very unique pick. You have to wonder what is his strategy for Gravy Bones, because that is the one question Florians have to answer. Against the Cindras, against the Slippies, you are still, favored, or at least very, very fine. Gravy is a big question mark. And of course, Nova-chan 4-1 on that Cindra. Unfortunately, though, putting Tom, reigning Hong Kong national champion, on that Cindra list. Unfortunately, currently at 2-3. The story's not quite over for him yet either.
We'll check in on Xincheng a little bit later, figure out exactly what's going on with him. But let's move on now to the Team Armory, a list of players with many accolades to their name, and we're kind of the talk of the town back in London, and you can see why. They had a pretty impressive finish with Pablo Pintor taking that first place slot, and these are just a who's who of absolute killers. They did pretty damn well in London. Let's see how they did in Singapore. After 5 rounds of CC, it's a lot of gravy bones, and they're doing pretty well, my friend.
Records all over the place over here, and I have to shout out the difference in the Armory team story, whereas it was in London versus how it is here in Singapore. In London, the talk of the town was the entire Armory team, all these top players couldn't land on the one best deck. There were so many different heroes represented across that team. Here in Singapore, though, everyone's in gravy bones except the one Sam Sutherland who's on Dash.io.
Yeah, pretty interesting, just smattering of heroes here. I was excited to see how Sam Sutherland does. He's going to need some pretty sterling draft records to make his way into the top 8. But look, these players are all doing well. Justin Koo, one of my favorite players, Brody Spurlock, Jacob Clement, some of the young guns kicking butt. And then bottom of your screen, we got 2 Pro Tour champions, and they're 5-0 and 4-1, kicking some ass. Let's move on to Team Sigil and see just how they did back in London. The players that came through, a lot of 9 and 6s, a nice 10 and 5 there for Shamir as well. They did pretty well, kind of middle of the road, but a lot of them finishing within that top 120. But let's see how they're doing after 5 rounds of CC here in Singapore. Honestly, kind of similar.
3 different heroes represented here across this team. Nice 2-2-2 split. 2 of Verdance, 2 of Dash.io, and 2 of Arakni slipped through the cracks as well. A couple of 4-1s, Anton on Dash.io and Felipe on Verdance.
Yeah, shout out to our triple national champion down there in Dillon. He went back to back to back over in Ireland. And then you want to take a look at Felipe, friend of the show, Felipe Lima Cardoso, top 8 Pro Tour Los Angeles, 4-1 with Verdance. Let's move on now. We've got the Value Vampires, who are going to be here from London. This is how they did, of course. Many of them doing quite well. We did, of course, see Leo as well. Max Diekman, they're not here this weekend, so you're not seeing them on your screen, but they did pretty damn well, making it into the top 8. Let's see how the Value Vampires are doing after 5 rounds of CC in Singapore. And a good amount of 4-1s. Mirko Dolce, you can see Yorick there, 4-1 on the Cindro. Jimmy Nero Demirs, that's a player we've seen time and time again. 4-1 on Gravy Bones.
Nice spread of heroes here as well. Have to shout out Max Klein choosing to bring in Victor over here, having gone 3-2 in the CC rounds. Very, very interesting pick there. And Acelia also being represented in the Value Vampires, unfortunately not doing so well in the 1-4.
Shout out to Rob Catton as well, perennial top 8 competitor out there on Slippy, 3-2, still fighting. We've got, of course, Team PCG Invasion coming out next, and they were kind of the breakout performance in London, putting 2 players into the top 8 and 1 into the top 4 in Sean Dollywell and Michael Yasker. We heard from Sean earlier in the day. He said their testing process has gotten even better. Let's go ahead and look and see how they're doing here in Singapore with that new testing regimen. Working out nicely for Yuki, working out nicely for Jake and Baugh and Tarek Patel and Michael Yasker. The rest of them having a little bit more trouble, but many of them still alive and fighting.
And here we see the first warrior so far, Matt Rogers, sporting that Kasai of the Golden Sand, going 3-2, so still very much alive. And of course, many national champions actually on the screen here in form of Marjin Bay, Yuki Lee Bender.
Hayden Dale, friend of the show, friend of Pro Tour Los Angeles, 2-3, so might need to just basically not lose another game to make it into the top 8, but we'll check in with him. Matt Dilks, of course, calling Los Angeles winner on Kasai. Still brought it back for this tournament, 3-2. We'll see how they're doing moving forward in the day. Now, our next group of people, not necessarily a team per se, but do want to check in on how the hometown heroes are doing. Flesh and Blood is, of course, proudly from and made in New Zealand. So let's see how some of our New Zealand competitors are doing. A couple nice 4-1s there. Ben Dodd, we saw on the stream, took his only loss on camera. Oliver Berry as well, 4-1. And a lot of other players still in contention.
And almost no hero repeats within the New Zealand hometown heroes, if you will. Only the Verdance being repeated. Every other hero is a one-off. Dennis Zhang sporting the Victor Goldmane. Again, very well-known Guardian player from that region.
All right, folks. We have checked out many of our players to watch and our teams moving forward after the 5 rounds of CC. But it's time to put Classic Constructed to bed for a little bit. Time to tuck it in, give it a nice glass of warm milk, perhaps a biscuit. What's a Singaporean...
Milo. We drink Milo here.
Some Milo. What is Milo?
It's a chocolate malt drink, and you drink it iced typically because it's so warm here.
Yo.
Ice Milo.
What?
Yeah, it's very good.
Never mind. Screw the milk. Get the Classic Constructed some iced Milo, and while you're at it, get me some iced Milo, because that sounds pretty good. You know what else sounds pretty good? Some draft, some limited, my friends, and we have some really impressive names in that 5-0 draft pod, one of whom is a Pro Tour winner, Arthur Trehet. I was able to catch up with him right before I jumped in the booth about his feelings after 5-0 in CC and his feelings about the High Seas limited format. Let's go ahead and hear from him. What's up, everybody? I am lucky enough to be joined by Pro Tour Los Angeles champion and reigning French national champion and 5-0 in CC here at Pro Tour Singapore, Mr. Arthur Trehet. Congratulations on the great start.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so we're looking ahead.
Yeah.
High Seas Limited is coming up next. You've done pretty well with Gravy Bones so far this tournament, right? But talk to me a little bit about High Seas, how you feel about the format, what you might be looking at as we look towards the draft.
My strategy is probably to lean towards Gravy a bit. I'm very experienced with it in CC.
Yeah.
I also like it a bit more than the other heroes in draft. But I don't want to force the thing.
Sure.
And the hero I like the least, I'm less likely to end up on is probably Puffin. I can also draft.
You're not alone there.
Yeah. I can draft Marlynn pretty good, but Puffin, I'm scared of it.
Yeah.
Not saying that I won't draft it. But
Totally. Yeah, 100%.
So, leaning Gravy, maybe Marlynn, maybe Puffin, but...
So, but you're liking Gravy Bones. It's treating you well in CC. Talk to me a little bit just about how you're feeling about the deck in case you make it out of this draft and put yourself in position for another Pro Tour top 8.
Yeah, I think Gravy's really good. I also like the deck. It's super fun to play, I think. There are tons of decisions, which is... great feeling.
It's fun, dude.
Yeah,
I love the deck. It's so fun.
Yeah, when you have a pile of gold and then you can, just play your hand as it is, or just try to look for something else. And
totally.
Yeah, that's good. I think the deck is cool and it's fun to play. So.
Yeah. Well, you're the reigning French national champion. Just really quickly, tell me a little bit about how the tournament was, how it felt to become #1 in the country.
Of course, it felt super good.
Yeah, you're like, what do you mean, dude? It was great. Like, of course it was awesome.
And the 2 times before that, I played, I top 8'd the Nats 2 times before, but I didn't get there in the end, and it was a bit, frustrating. And now I'm super happy to win in France, and it went a bit similar to here now because I played Gravy Bones in CC, and then I played Gravy Bones in draft. So maybe
might end up the same. We'll have to wait and see how it goes in draft. We're gonna be following your coverage in just a moment. So congrats on the run so far. Good luck in the draft. Send it back to the booth. I receive it back in the booth, and I am looking forward to hearing from Arthur Trehet later in the day, and of course to see that draft coming on up. But we've got to kind of set the stage, Pankaj. High Seas Limited is potentially my favorite limited format so far. It is such a high level of skill expression. There's a lot of different avenues for our players to go down. So let's go ahead and check out exactly what we can expect to see in this draft as we hear from one of the greatest minds in Flesh and Blood, this guy. Let's talk about limited, baby.
You're not the only one who says High Seas is their favorite limited format, Sam. It is the same sentiment has been echoed throughout so many of the pro players, and one of the biggest reasons is because of the macro that is present in this format in the form of Treasure Island. We first saw macros come out in Rosetta, but in that set, it was a little bit more of a placeholder for Arcane Barrier. But over here, Treasure Island offers a whole new level of depth to the format. Every attack has an on-hit, and a very relevant on-hit at that, because all the heroes in this format care about gold.
100%. Treasure Island, just one of the biggest game changers in terms of skill expression, in terms of fun, and in terms of what makes this draft format sing. So these are some of the major cards you might expect to see that can work in almost every single deck, but let's talk about some pack one, pick ones, Pankaj.
So a big part of this format is Scurv, stowaway, a secret hero that people only discovered at the world premiere of this set. He is someone you can draft in the packs themselves, and he is quite coveted. If you see this pack one, pick one, you are slamming that curve, and you're going to make your whole draft around pirate and generic cards. After that, you really want to look at some big boats, which kind of can go into all the heroes, Battalion Bark, Swiftwater Sloops, all the heroes love these sort of cards. And we spoke a little bit about Treasure Island already, and what that means is that you want breakpoints. You either want breakpoints that attack or breakpoints that defend. And for that reason, Red on the Horizon is another very strong pack one, pick one. You can almost never go wrong with this pick.
I too, Punkage, like big boats, and I cannot lie. Let's talk a little bit about the different pathways you can go down with each of our heroes. Start off with, I don't want to say your favorite hero, but basically your favorite hero. Talk to me about Marlynn, my friend.
So Manta Marlynn is somewhat being regarded as perhaps the strongest archetype in this format if you can get to it. The problem is that it is a little bit risky to get into, because this is one of the few decks in this format that really wants a small number of blues, only wants 3 to 5 blues. But if you get caught in the state where in the later picks of pack 2 and pack 3, you just end up with the Mopey blues in the end of the pack, and you end up with a Manta Marlynn build that has 8 or 9 blues, you sort of just don't have the offensive output you need to not get fatigued. But Manta Marlynn is obviously going to be running Red Spine Manta, and really wants cards like Swift Shot, cards like Sikkim Shot, these arrows with natural go again, and wants a lot of buffs. It plays almost like Azalea.
Yeah, Red Spine Manta Marlynn also we've seen utilize the Nimblism builds quite well. Those Nimblism pieces of equipment, though, like you're mentioning, contested as all hell. People want those Nimblism pieces. They want to find the cards, and they want to find the synergy. So while this deck is strong, the question is, are you able to find what you need?
Next, we're going to talk about Cannon Marlynn, which is, of course, the other weapon that Marlynn has access to in this format, Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon. Now, this version of the deck, in contrast to Manta Marlynn, actively wants a whole bunch of blues, and to go along those blues, it makes best use of the boats amongst the two archetypes. So Battalion Barks and Swiftwater Sloops have their home in this version of the deck, and it wants a whole bunch of blue block 3s, and it wants to get to the endgame state where you're overpowering Goldfin Harpoons, almost like a make-your-own Anothos for the endgame that has evasiveness built in, and thanks to Treasure Island, you're constantly remaking the gold as well of these overpowered Goldfin Harpoons to just keep the train going, and that's how you beat your opponent in a sort of fatigue-esque style despite being a ranger.
As we heard in Vegas, current U.S. national champion Majin Bey, this is his favorite build to make in high seas. A lot of block 3s, a lot of blues, a lot of harpoons. Let's move on. Let's talk about maybe, I want to say, the most divisive hero in this format. Tell me about this one, Punkage.
Puffin's definitely one of the heroes that I think took the longest for players to figure out, and I think Aaron Chance was one of the people who figured it out earliest. We saw him draft Puffin in both his drafts at Canadian Nationals and ended with a 5-1 record. Now, the interesting thing about Puffin is that while there are two archetypes, there is a Spitfire archetype and a Blunderbuss archetype, you really would much rather be in the Spitfire version of Puffin. It is simply the stronger version of the archetype. It is the more aggressive leaning one. It is the one that leans towards getting gold payoffs rather than denying the opponent gold. And it definitely is the one where the Nimblism package fits the most perfectly in.
Looking ahead, of course, Blunderbuss Puffin. Now, this is one Cogwork Zeppelin, maybe the card that impresses me the most in CC, if I'm being real in Puffin, but can do some nasty work in this format as well.
Yeah, and this is the one where you end up in Puffin, where you started off Spitfire, but perhaps in the later packs you end up with a few more blues than you wanted to, so you sort of default to Blunderbuss, and here's where the bigger, what do we call this, blimps, I want to say?
Yeah.
Cogwork Zeppelins and stuff, that's where they find their home the most, and this is the type of Puffin that can actually use the boats a little bit better as well, like the Battalion Barks and the Swiftwater Sloops as well.
Alrighty, well, we've talked a bit about Puffin. Now this is a hero that everyone's talking about for many reasons all day long, but it's pretty damn good in Limited as well. Talk to me about Gravy Bones.
Gravy Bones is unique in this format in that it probably is a hero that doesn't quite have two different archetypes. Rather, it has a sliding scale of how ally heavy it is versus how ally light it is. And the more ally heavy you are, you're sort of trying to play maybe an ally almost every turn. You're less on the big boats, but when you're on an ally light Gravy Bones, say just 3 to 4 of the high impact allies and a whole bunch of go again cards, it lets you sort of play Gravy in the way that he's played in CC nowadays, where you play a bunch of boats, a bunch of tipples, you end off with a high impact ally like a Rigor Mortis and a Swabby, and you swing that. that is the ideal Gravy Bones deck. But of course, if you end up in a seat where you're getting some of the lower impact allies, like the Scubas, then you might end up in a more ally-heavy Gravy Bones list.
Gravy Bones, of course, a hero that can be a little contentious. If you can't clear those allies, it becomes really hard to actually find the way to finish the game. Gravy Bones, though, without a weapon, you take care of those allies. You know, it's something we've been talking about. You take care of those allies. All of these Gravy Bones have to be prepared for when these heroes attempt to fatigue. It doesn't always work, but it's something that these Gravy Bones players have to be ready for.
And that's why they really like the big attacks. It's quite difficult to fatigue a Gravy Bones when they send a Battalion Bark at you for 9 or a Swiftwater Sloop into a Rigor Mortis swing for 6.
Yeah, 100%. Now, we've talked a lot about the main heroes in the set, but there was a hero that no one knew about until it popped out of a booster pack for the very first time at the world premiere in Taipei. This is maybe, straight up, my favorite thing Fab has ever done, because it was so darn cool to watch as players found Scurv, the stowaway, for the first time. He's not always in these packs. I mean, honestly, he's most of the time not, right? So it's not always that you find the stowaway, but when you do, it changes everything. Talk to me about it.
For a while, there was a strategy where you keep yourself very open in pack 1, picking mostly pirate cards and generic cards in case you see a Scurv in pack 2. We actually saw Bert Cabrera do that very successfully at US Nationals. I believe at this point that strategy is a little less preferred amongst the high-level players because it is quite risky, and when you don't open the Scurv, it ends up being like you just have a weaker Marlynn Puffin or Gravy Bones deck. So I feel like at this point we're sort of in the position where if you open Scurv pack 1, pick one that you might end up in this hero, but if you do, it is incredibly strong. Probably the best use of gold is with this hero Scurv Stowaway, with his ability to also generate a resource every time you activate a Gold Kiss Rum, and you make the Gold Kiss Rums of the gold tokens.
Yeah, Scurv, such an exciting hero, such a fun one to play with when he comes up, and such a dynamic play experience that it creates. Crash Down the Gates, of course, such an impressive card when it does make itself active, especially when it's got Go again thanks to that Gold Kiss Rum. So we'll have to wait and see if Scurv manages to find his way onto the boat of this first pod. But I want to just hear a little bit more from you, Pankaj, about generally what we might be able to expect in the limited games themselves. Like how do some of the heroes normally play themselves out? And if you would be so kind, talk to me about why Puffin is a little bit divisive.
Okay, so I'll start with the first part of a question. I would say the heroes, we covered this a little bit in the archetypes, we alluded to it, but in general, you can divide the play differences as gold denying versus wanting gold payoffs. So the gold denying decks will prioritize the block fours and definitely want equipment that can help them block breakpoints, and then eventually wear the opponent down. The Cannon Marlin, for example, is a deck like that. Whereas Puffin, Spitfire Puffin, is more of a gold payoff sort of deck. It really wants the gold, and it's going to capitalize it very offensively off the Puffin hero ability. Drawing cards, Swiftwater Sloop is a card that goes into that sort of archetype. Manta Marlin is another archetype that fits that sort of playstyle.
Yeah, 100%. Dude, I don't know if y'all at home got a chance to read Simon Nielsen's Ultimate Draft Guide. That was like a Bible, dog. That was just chock full of unbelievably helpful pieces of information. And one of the main points in there was the type of the discourse you're describing, right? Gold payoff versus gold denial versus finding the right block value versus utilizing the gold to just go too wide, get too much value. But it has been, you know, there's an elephant in the room, and her name is Puffin, right? Like, how well can the players truly not just maybe identify if they're in the right Puffin seat, but if they can actually build a Puffin deck that can take them to at least a 2-1. I was talking to friend of, not necessarily friend of coverage, hasn't been in the booth, but no stranger to the feature match area, Yuki Lee Bender, someone who is just constantly kicking ass and taking names. And she was talking about a draft she did where the two Puffins met in the O2 pod, but it's not because their decks were bad, it's because they were playing in a pod that was happy to play Puffin. So like 4 or 5 Puffin picks were taken in the first pack that never got around to the actual Puffin players. So without those 4 or 5 picks, the decks just simply weren't strong enough.
We often say draft is self-correcting, and that when you see that Puffin is underdrafted, then more players are inclined to go ahead and draft Puffin, and that's what leads you into these sorts of positions. Puffin's a sort of hero where you really want to be in the 1 or 2 of Puffin, because there are very few high-quality cards that you need for your Puffin deck to function. And we spoke about this. Spitfire Puffin is where you want to be, and to answer your earlier question about like why it potentially took players a while to figure out that that's where you want to be, is that a lot of players sort of tend, in draft especially, tend to want to have the consistent value. So I think a lot of players at the beginning were thinking, hey, you want to be in Blunderbuss Puffin, that is the default weapon. But it turns out that you actually want to be on the gold payoff, aggressive leaning Puffin side, and you only bring in Blunderbuss into Gravy Bones just to clear allies a little bit more efficiently, but your default is Spitfire.
Yeah, it's another hero that can end up getting fatigued if you need the golden cogs to make your weapon work. That isn't a true weapon. That means you can't have that repeatable just pitch outlet like we've seen in other limited formats or other just games of Classic Constructed or Flesh and Blood. If your weapon does not work as advertised, then it is potentially a fatigable option. So I'm honestly super curious. We've seen, like, you know, during the national championship season, we've seen 0 Puffin pods. We've seen 4 Puffin pods. We saw Aaron Shantz, I think, take his only loss on camera, but did well with Puffin for the rest of the day.
He went 5-1 in Puffin across both drafts at Canadian Nationals. And
so it's possible.
And he was a one-off Puffin both times as well. Incredible. These decks look incredible both times.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our feature pod and see which players are about to do battle. And we've got a bunch of 5-0s and a bunch of heavy hitters. Arthur Trehet and Yuki Lee Bender. Ooh, they were almost going to square off in our first round, but he will be taking on Xincheng in the feature match area after this because, of course, he will be our featured drafter here. But looking ahead at the rest of the pod, we got our Azalea player, Justin Fryar, as well. He wasn't as confident about his high seas limited as he is in his Azalea, but we'll have to wait and see how he does.
A whole bunch of different nationalities also being represented here, Sam. Important to note, Pro Tour is an international level tournament, and it's so great to see all these players from all these different countries make the trip down to here, sunny, warm, humid Singapore to play in Pro Tour Singapore.
Well, folks, we've talked a lot about High Seas Limited, and it just makes me want to watch some High Seas Limited. And the steps to get there means we got to do the damn draft. Let's head down to our draft pod and check out as a Pro Tour champion attempts to go ahead and take down this pod. And the first step to do so is that pack 1, pick 1.
So far, nothing really standing out in this pack. It's been a whole bunch of mostly mopey blues to pretty much. Scouting Shot is fine as a decent red arrow.
Bandana of the Blue Beyond, a piece of equipment. We can see blue golden tipple, throw caution to the wind.
Definitely not the greatest pack 1 for Arthur Trehet over here. Angry Bones, of course, the blue, which you do want blue block 3s in Gravy Bones. However, that is possibly one of the weaker blues. You really want your blues to get go against. So Restless Bones or Jittery Bones, you wouldn't mind as a blue version in Gravy Bones. Angry Bones, a little bit less so. So Arthur Trehet really taking his time for this pick. There's no instant pack 1, pick 1 here.
Yeah, not one of those nice generic pieces necessarily. Look like it's going to be a blue walk the plank as the pick for Arthur Trehet.
Just picking up the generic blue card. It is a block 2 after all, but you know, in the end game state, sometimes this format does get to a little fatiguey state, and you have a 3-for-5 attack in that, you know, you can't be too sad about it. Now over here we see a red Cloud Skiff. That is a premium Puffin card for sure. Blue Rusty Harpoon. You mentioned this as we were going through the archetypes. US national champion Majin Bey loves Blue Rusty Harpoon, almost views that as a signal to go into Cannon Marlynn.
HMS Marlynn, like you described to the top, but there's that red Battalion Bark in foil. Battalion Bark, such a premium piece, makes me wonder what the player Justin Fryar, I believe, is passing to, and makes me wonder what he took out of this pack if this red Battalion Bark is still in it.
At this point, you kind of want to take a look and see what you might potentially wheel or try and read some signals over here. Looks like the pick is likely going to be the Battalion Bark or the Peg Leg, which is, you know, after all, a block 1 in the leg piece. And we've spoken about how in this format, because of Treasure Island, you really need blocking equipment. So it looks like Peg Leg is going to be the pick for Arthur Trehet, passing on a red Battalion Bark.
Yeah, Peg Leg wants that piece of equipment. So, you know, Arthur, he's a French national champion. He has done quite well in this limited format already. So he understands how to value these pick orders.
Ooh, and now we start to see some really good picks for Arthur Trehet over here. A Mutiny. The Mutinies are quite premium picks in this format, especially early on in the draft where you're still trying to figure out what your seat is. Blue Sea Tricorn as well, not a headpiece equipment to be slept on.
Pulling a Restless Bones to the front as well. Blue Sea Tricorn, trying to see what signals are being sent. You can see a quick clicks, but the Peg Leg was just taken, so that's a less enticing card. Any signals you're noticing as we start to get to pick 3 here?
Trying to get a count of the class cards that are missing. I believe you saw Teeth of the Cog. I think there was one more class card at the back over here. Can't quite tell if that's a foil. Makes it a bit difficult to read the signal. But it looks like he's just going to prioritize the equipment. So yet another blocking piece of equipment for Arthur Trehet. Still just leaving his options open, but also importantly, isn't sending signals of his own over here. The pick 1 was a pirate card. The next 2 picks were equipment pieces as well. So a position to the left as well might be struggling to read what the signals are.
Yeah, you can see him pulling some of those class cards to the front because as these players draft, they're looking at which class cards remain in the pack. You can see he's left it out perfectly for us. 1 Ranger, 2 Mechanologist, 1 Necromancer card, right? So we can see just what the players around him are picking so he can know what might be open.
I believe it's 2 Necromancer cards, 1 Mechanologist, and 1 Ranger card, which means it's
yes, excuse me.
Means either a Ranger or Mechanologist card has been picked from this pack. He's, of course, there is a blue Jittery Bones over here, so that is potentially a little bit of a signal, especially since there's 2 Necromancer cards as well. But just goes ahead and picks the blue Battalion Bark, keeping his options absolutely open right now, is Arthur Trehet.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see where he lands. He's now read the signal, but he hasn't taken it in terms of taking a class card out of the ones that he's seen. He's read the signals a little bit. He keeps identifying and putting the class cards together. There's a Limpet coming and another Restless Bone. So he's now seen in 2 packs 2 Necromancer cards. Maybe Necromancer might be open.
Limpet, of course, is a rare as well, so there isn't so much you could read in that. It's going to be, you can't, I think that there actually might have been a common Necromancer card being, having been picked from this pack as well.
There's a Captain's Code as well. You've seen already 2 pieces of equipment prioritized for Arthur.
Captain's Code is a strong enough piece of equipment to just slam it over here. Blue Saltwater Swell as well. We spoke about a blues with Go again is something that you want in Gravy Bones. Looks like Arthur Trehet is going to take the Limpet as a signal, go ahead and pick that up to go along with the rest of his picks so far. It definitely fits the Gravy Bones shell right now.
But like he told us in the interview, he doesn't want to force anything. He likes to play Gravy Bones, but it does kind of looks like potentially the deck is presenting itself to him. You can see there's a Restless Bones as well, pulling a Siren's a Safe Harbor to the front.
Restless Bones, one of the better blue cards in Gravy Bones as well, because you can give it Go again, and it's a blue, so it will turn on Gravy Bones' ability for you to play watery grave cards from the graveyard. Of course, helps fill the graveyard with those allies as well. So Restless Bones going to be the pick for Arthur Trehet here. So far, mostly blues, which is exactly where you want a gravy deck to be.
Yeah, you saw Arthur, just like the best players do, stayed pretty open. But then once the signals started to present themselves, went ahead and made those first selections.
And blue Jittery Bones here. I think Arthur Trehet is getting more and more confident in his seat as a Gravy Bones player in this pod.
Yeah, you look at this pack. You can see 2 Mechanologist cards, 2 Necromancer cards. It means people to his right that are passing his way are playing Ranger most likely. There's a Ranger card left, but it's a foil, so like you've mentioned, not always the way to actually be able to ascertain what the players are playing to your right, but it's looking like Necromancer's open.
Picks up a blue Jittery Bones. That's the way you want to be as Gravy. Definitely a higher priority pick compared to the red Burly Bones.
Go ahead here. You see, he actually kind of made a little bit of a flourish with the hand, almost like, damn, I really am kind of getting fed this deck. There's a Heave Ho. It is a rare. He's also got the Angry Bone, so he only has the 1 ally, but he's starting to get a lot of cards that work well with the allies if he can find them in packs 2 and 3.
Heave Ho and Rally the Coast Guard as well works very well with the allies. Rally the Coast Guard lets you discard your ally and actually get 3 block value from it while it fills up your graveyard. So you just picked up a Heave Ho, another blue Go Again card for the Gravy Bones ability. And now we're coming back on the wheel over here. This was his pack 1 where there weren't that many, good cards. There's a whole bunch of mopey blues over here. See that come back around.
But he's got a couple kind of options. Yeah, the Throw Caution to the Wind, it has some random help against Overpower, which was going to be the selection there. But it also, it can be a starter for Gravy Bones in a pinch if you really need it.
If you really need it. But also remember, Gravy Bones does have Compass, so when you do want to use it for its effect, you'll know whether you have a blue on top, and you can actually get the full 3 block value from it, and especially against something like Overpower, say against a Marlynn, can be incredibly useful.
Thieving Varmints Red going to be the pick there for Arthur Trehet as we're moving to the end of this pack 1. Just an 0-4 little Chain Ender that blocks 3. Siren's a Safe Harbor, can work nicely with the Gravy Bones ability. Looks like that is going to be the call. It's also yellow for any cards like Golden Tipple that want to let you discard yellows to make gold.
So there won't be any more allies coming up in the rest of this pack 1, pick 1.
This is a nice final 3 cards, Ponkage. I think he's happy with almost any of these, but it is going to be the Restless Bones there.
I believe that was a Burly Bones passing on
I was talking about the restless bones that he just took. You know?
Yes,
yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was just seeing into the future.
You remember the wheel, of course.
Yeah, I was just seeing into the future. It's going to be the Burly Bones into the Restless Bones yellow, into the Blandana of the blue beyond to close out this pack for Arthur Trehet, as he's going to go ahead here and look through the rest of his picks in this first pack.
So almost no reds here, which is kind of where you want to be in Gravy Bones.
Yeah.
Anyway, you just have the Thief Environments, which is a breakpoint. It's a block 3 as well, so you're pretty happy for that to be your, one of your few red cards. Also has a couple of equipment pieces, the Peg Leg and the Tricorn, both block 1 equipment pieces. Only 1 ally so far, though, so he really needs to try and find some premium allies in the following pack. So wants to try and find Rigor Mortises and Swabbies specifically, maybe even Barnacles.
Let's see. Arthur Trehet here. Looking through the pack. I mean, major needs. Needs some allies. Definitely, like you said, want those big attacks to make sure that he is unfatigable, or at least it is much, much more challenging. The blue base is looking pretty nice. There's a fair amount of yellows, but we do want to find some more allies if we are in Trehet's seat here to be able to actually utilize what this Necromancer deck does best.
And definitely wants to try and find some more efficient discard outlets as well, something like Golden Tipple, for example. We've got the blue Restless and Jittery Bones, which are very, very strong in that slot as well. But Golden Tipples can also help you get more gold generation going.
Go ahead. Count the cards. As Pack 2 is about to get underway, players are going to be passing the opposite direction, and there's a first nice card, and there's a second. Cuddy and Swabby have joined the party, but only one can join the deck in this first pack.
Immediately rewarded with a Pack 2 pick 1 Swabby. It's going to look like Cutty Shark will have to be passed, probably. Swabby is definitely the more premium of these allies with that stat line. It hits so incredibly hard, especially in the late game.
Cuddy Shark is nice because of the way you can filter resources in, get the +1 regardless of the attack that it will help out with. I have to imagine the Swabby's kind of a slam dunk here for Arthur. He's right at the front of the pack when he opened it. I have to imagine he's going right down.
Problem is, there isn't something very, very good for him to wheel in this pack. Definitely just take the strongest card. Hope the Cutty Shark wheels, but it's unlikely the Cutty Shark or the Mutiny will wheel. Might just have to end up with the blue Strike Gold when it comes back around. We'll have to see what the rest of the table picks.
There's a red Strike Gold in this pack. Bring in the Restless Bones to the front. Already has the bandana, but does see a Helmsman's Peak.
Yellow Crash Down the Gates as well. Not too bad, but definitely not as good as his Restless Bones. Perhaps that's a card he's going to be looking to wheel in this pack. Once again, Arthur Trehet is getting strong packs in the early, strong picks in the early part of the pack, but the wheel doesn't look too good, Sam.
Let's see. Looks like he's bringing the Yellow Crash Down the Gates to the front. Had an option to get a yellow Golden Tipple at the end of last pack, but passed it up in favor of that yellow Restless Bones. See kind of what else is in this pack that he's looking for, because remember, these players aren't going to know what's in their opponent's draft deck, so want to know what is potentially possible as you face them down later in the day.
Blue Restless Bones is a solid pickup for him. So that's yet another blue Go Again Bones going to his gravy deck.
Let's see. There's another red Strike Gold. Light Fingers, just a Blade Break piece 1. Blue Golden Tipple. That's a premium starter that can make you some gold. Restless Bones and Angry Bones. This is a nice pack early, and maybe you could even find something on the wheel in this one because there's a lot of good options.
Yeah, it looks like red Restless Bones might be the card you're most likely to wheel. The blue Golden Tipple is perhaps going to be more liked by the other gravy players in this pod.
Taking a look again just through the pack to understand what will be remaining when it comes back around on the wheel. We're still quite early. This is pick 3.
You almost have to wonder whether he's also looking at the blue pill for the wreck for just potentially another big attack. But that's also a card you're probably more likely to wheel. Blue Nimblism, it kind of opens up some picks for you. Looks like red Restless Bones is going to be the pick over here. Hoping to wheel one of the blues. Perhaps he's finding his deck to be quite red light. So far, that's just the second red card that he's picked.
Look at these two options. There's another Cutty Shark quick clip, but there's also the arm piece there in the washed up wave. Another way to get allies into the graveyard and get 2 value on defense. Some nice options for Arthur here. This pack is actually seeming pretty nice.
And Cutty Shark, also another strong ally to see this late in the pack. So you have to imagine the players to his left. Remember, this is pack 2, so it's being passed to the right this time. So the players to his left, perhaps not too many of them in Gravy Bones, perhaps just like one player in that side in Gravy Bones.
Yeah, Arthur definitely, at the moment, has a chance to be the 2 of, and if you're the 2 of Gravy Bones, you often got a strong deck. It's going to be the Cutty Shark Quick Clip, going to be the pick here for Arthur Trehet. Have to wonder how many other Gravy Bones players there are at the table. And another Limpet there, right at the top. And a Shelly, not like your most exciting allies, but at least options. And you need allies for the deck to really do what it wants to do.
Already has 1 Limpet and has picked up a Swabby and a Cutty Shark as well. 1 to 2 more allies should be enough, as long as he can pick up some good attacks. I mean, he also has a whole bunch of blue go-again attacks, right, in the form of Jittery Bones and Restless Bones as well. Mutiny as well doesn't currently have a Mutiny. Would like to get at least 1 or 2 of those in the deck. Gravy Bones, perhaps one of the heroes that uses mutinies the best because of how much more freely he can actually manipulate the amount of gold that he has, can pitch into it to reduce the number of gold you have, can activate Gravy Bones to reduce the number of gold you have, and make sure your mutiny is online.
Limpet going to be the pick, so finally getting some allies. That's a red Nimblism pretty late. Life for a Life as well can do some nice work in the mirror.
It's a red Nimblism right next to a Swift Strike Braces as well.
Yeah,
to go
wow.
right along with the Nimblisms. Looks like the rest of the table so far, not too many aggressive shells going on.
But also, I think it's the first Nimblism we've seen. Absolutely, it's the first pickable card, so you'll see them be grabbed early for players that are, you know, more wanted to try draft those strategies. Have to wonder if they just haven't presented themselves well enough yet, or if they've just been snatched up, as it is going to be the Life for a Life as the pick for Arthur Trehet.
Card you absolutely need in the Gravy Mirror sometimes when you fall behind. Not so
this
fast
is interesting.
in this pack, which means there's potentially a Scurv somewhere else in the packs as well. But it's a little too late to try and pivot into that strategy right now.
Oh no, Arthur ain't playing a Scurv deck. He's got too many Necromancer cards. But when you see a not so fast, often it means that a Scurv is somewhere. It's not a guarantee, but it does mean Scurv is more likely at least to show up. The fact that it's still here means that nobody's committed to it yet, as the board, the ship, is going to be the pick.
About the ship over the yellow golden tipple, I think Arthur Trehet was decided between those 2 as well. In the end, chose the border ship, and you know that just becomes another big red attack that he has.
Saltwater Swell and Yo Ho Ho available for Arthur here, as well as that Yellow Bones.
Another blue Nimblism over here.
Gold Hunter, is that the Light Sail?
That's Light Sail, yeah.
That's another good one, but it's going to be the Yellow Saltwater Swell instead.
Very interesting pick from Arthur Trehet over here. Perhaps wants more of the go-again cards, but you have to wonder if you're just going for a yellow go-again card, perhaps the Light Sail could have been the
I like
option.
the Light Sail. Light Sail's a good card in this format.
Yuki Libenda also actually really likes that card, so Arthur Trehet going for the Saltwater
Yuki
Swell.
and I are about the same level of player. It makes sense.
Absolutely.
No, it
Cutty
makes
Shark
sense.
here on the wheel, I believe.
No, it does make sense.
Yeah, this is pick 9, so that Cutty Shark came all the way back from that from the back to pick 1.
Cutty Shark was the pick there for Arthur Trehet. He's got more allies now throughout this pack. We said it was one of his needs, and he's gotten it. 2 Cutty Sharks, a Limpet and a Swabby. Blue Nimby gonna hit the deck here. Probably not what he's happy to grab. Might not even make the final cut. Let's see what else is here on the wheel. There's that Red Strike Gold.
Yeah, and we spoke about this, how these packs, there weren't really quite good cards for him to wheel over here. He could have taken a Red Strike Gold, instead went for the yellow Necromancer attack over there in the form of the Angry Bones.
Yeah, it's funny. We're seeing a bunch of Nimbies. We talked about the Nimblism package. The red Nimby's going to be taken, but I wonder if it just didn't present itself nicely enough for players to feel confident in drafting it. There's another Nimby and a scouting shot.
I feel like we saw 4 Nimbies in the last 3 packs.
There goes the scouting shot. I don't think that one's making it into the list. And the final pick here is going to be the Yellow Swindler's Grift to close out Pack 2 for Mr. Arthur Trehet.
Very different Pack 2 for Arthur Trehet compared to Pack 1. In Pack 1, we saw so many blues being picked up. In Pack 2, he did at least up his ally count. We spoke about how he needed allies in this Pack 2. Found the Swabby, found the Cutty Shark, found another Limpet as well, but very, very few blues in this Pack 2. I think he's going to need to up his blue count in Pack 3 as well, and potentially wants to find the last 2 equipment pieces to round out his equipment suite.
Arthur Trehet now taking a look through the deck. So you say some equipment pieces, some big needs in Pack 3. What else are we feeling we're needing? I mean, like, I'd love a big ship, right? I'd love something like a sloop. I'd love some go again with the high tide. Honestly, I'd love a couple copies of Golden Tipples to make some gold.
I was going to say Golden Tipple, exactly. Because so far, a lot of his discard outlets are in the form of those Restless Bones, but they don't make gold. And Golden Tipple can definitely just help you with the gold economy, which Gravy Bones really, really wants, especially when you're on this slightly higher ally count. Gravy Bones is currently in a 5 ally zone, potentially might even pick up a 6th. And so in that form, you really want enough gold so that you can Gravy Bones away these allies when you draw them so they aren't just clunking up your hand.
Arthur Trehet here opening that final pack. We're going to look through now and see just what he's able to find. Here we go. The final pack here for Arthur Trehet. Fiddler's Green is a great pickup because of the way it interacts with that Gravy Bones ability.
Fiddler's Green, absolutely amazing card in Gravy Bones as long as you have the gold to go ahead and discard Gravy Bones' ability.
No tipples. Rally the Coast Guard can work nicely. There's a unicycle. Some Puffin players going to be super happy to see that one.
We also saw a Rust Belt pretty late in pack 2 in the previous pack, Sam. So yeah, I think looks like it's a low Puffin count in this pod so far. Arthur Trehet currently has brought the Fiddler's Green to the front, perhaps trying to look at what he can wheel. Blue Rally the Coast Guard or the Kelpie potentially would be the ideal wheel targets. We got to see if that comes back around in pick 9.
Fiddler's Green, the pick there. There's a Chowder. That's a nice one. And a Washed Up Wave. That'll do some nice work, as well as a Mutiny on the Battalion Bark. And a Jittery Bones.
2 mutinies here for Arthur Trehet, which is another blue go again, which you desperately want in Gravy Bones to turn on the ability, and that's the arm piece as well, which also blocks 1. Lots of tempting picks over here. Also need to try and gauge what you are most likely to wheel of these cards, if any.
Yeah, this is a fascinating pack for Arthur Trehet. He is getting a lot of nice options.
I think you might just need to take the washed up wave over here. We saw him pass one earlier, so unlikely to see another one later on in this pack. He's currently agonizing between Chowder, which would be his 6th ally, or the washed up wave. Looks like Chowder's going to be a pick over here, so 6 allies so far for Arthur Trehet in his deck. Might need a few more discard outlets or more ways to generate gold, whether off of cards like Golden Tipple or enough breakpoint cards, enough go-again cards to get gold off of Treasure Island. Buccaneer's Bounty, all the way pick 3 of pack 3 as well.
Got the chest piece pulled to the front. There's a Sea Legs. There's a Majestic. It's honestly just a nice attack for 6, but there's a way to make some gold and some rum if you're discarding into something like a Tipple, but he ain't got any of those yet. He passed on a yellow. He passed on a blue.
And Barnacle as well as... This is a good ally in the draft format as well, but that would bring him up to 7 allies, which is probably too much on the high end. Goes ahead and picks up the chess piece. Just needs 1 more equipment piece in the arm slot to round out the equipment suite. But yeah, here we see a red Golden Tipple.
Red Golden Tipple alert. Red Golden Tipple alert. There's a red Golden Tipple package. Do you think he's going to take it? Or does he? I feel like he just hates Tipples.
Yeah, it does seem like he.
My dog a Tipple hater for real.
Hasn't been prioritizing them too much. He passed a yellow and a blue Golden Tipple. Perhaps even considering this blue Sirens of Safe Harbor over here, which does work very well with the Gravy Bones ability. Yeah, those are the 2 cards he's deciding in between. I know he spoke about his blue count. At the end of pack 1, his blue count was looking really, really good. But pack 2 didn't pick up that many blues. Finally does pick up his first copy of Golden Tipple, and it will be the red version.
Another Mutiny on the Battalion Bark that he has an option to pick up here.
Widely considered to be the best of the mutinies in that cycle.
And a yellow Battalion Bark seems to be an option as well for Arthur. This pack 3 is looking pretty damn nice for our current reigning French national champion.
So 2 mutinies to pick from. Shifting Tides, which is a blue block 3, and lets you turn on Gravy Bones' ability on the following turn most of the time, as it will be a blue that hits the graveyard. Yellow Battalion Bark as well. Battalion Bark, one of the few cards in this format where you're actually okay with any of the colors. Red or blue, obviously the more premium ones, but you're also not too sad about the yellow one because it does come in for 8. Looks like Mutiny of the Battalion Bark going to be the pick for Arthur Trehet.
Picking up this next pack, another Mutiny there. This one's on the Swiftwater. Was that a Swabby? No.
No.
It was a Restless Bones or something. It was a Bones of some kind.
And that's another Gold Hunter Light Sail as well. So yet another go again card to go with the Gravy Bones play pattern where you go again into ally, into swing to put lots of pressure on your opponent and really attack that life total to the point where they cannot block, they cannot keep enough cards to clear your allies.
Looks like it might be the Mutiny picked. Yeah, this one's going to be on the Swiftwater. So 2 mutinies and as many picks for Arthur Trehet, and those cards work so nicely in this Gravy Bones deck.
Oh, and that's a yellow sloop.
Yeah, yellow sloop is nice.
First copy of Sloop, should he want it.
Comes right to the front of the pack as well with that Cutty Shark. Or no, Chowder, excuse me, yep.
He already has one Chowder, still potentially thinking of picking up another one. That would put his ally count up to 7.
It's a lot of allies, and he ain't got a lot of sloops. Ally to sloop ratio looking pretty thin in the sloop department, Bunkage.
It looks like.
But my dog a sloop hater for real. The Chowder going to be the pick. He got 2 Chowders. Arthur Trehet knows to be a good captain, you have to keep the crew fed. But there's a headstone staring him down from the top of this pack, as well as that burly bones that he might be looking at.
He already has the tricorn, though, for his headpiece equipment. That blocks 1. But with this extremely high ally count, this headstone is looking quite tempting. This is another way for you to get an ally from the top of your deck into the yard. And thanks to Compass, you'll know that is there. It looks like Burly Bones going to be the pick for Arthur Trehet instead. And this could be a little bit of an endgame finisher. 4 overpower isn't that impressive, but sometimes it can be just what you need when your opponent goes to 1.
Bringing forward just the red pump in the chart, of course, as well as another Angry Bones.
And here we see the wheel coming around. And we said this at the first pick in this pack where the wheel wasn't looking too impressive when he picked up the Fiddler's Green. Here we see the red chart across. Doesn't quite fit in the archetype he's going for, but rewarded. Wielded the washed up wave. Took a bit of a risk, but did manage to find that arm piece coming all the way around. And with that pick, he now has the full equipment suite he needs to pilot his Gravy Bones deck.
And a Restless Bones right at the front of the pack that he can just snap on this pick. This pack has been, I feel like, nearly perfect for Arthur.
So the end there for Arthur Trehet on this pack, really understood what he could wheel and managed to wheel yet another Restless Bones. He has so many Restless Bones. Cutty Shark as well. Second last pick for Arthur Trehet over here. But now his ally count is around 8. I think at this point, not all the allies will make it into the final build of the deck.
Yep. And the yellow trade-in going to be the final pick as Arthur Trehet has gotten his deck. And let's see where the rest of the pod ended up. And that is fascinating. There is another Gravy Bones right to his left, but it makes sense that it wasn't the one passing to him given the way that pack 3 went. What are you noticing about the rest of the pod, though, Pankaj?
What I'm noticing is on the other side of the table, Yuki Lee Bende seems to be in a very strong gravy seat. No gravies on either side of her, 2 seats to either side of her. So you have to imagine that's a pretty strong gravy deck for Yuki. Also have to point out, only 2 Marlyns in this pod, which perhaps makes you wonder whether the 3 Puffin decks are perhaps all on the weaker side. Puffin wants to be on the 1 to 2 slot in a pod, but with 3 Puffins, you have to wonder whether the Marlyns perhaps are the strongest decks in this pod.
Yeah, no, you have. That is exactly what I'm wondering. You said it at the top of the kind of segment here that Marlynn could be potentially the strongest hero when the cards come together, but it can be highly contested. Wasn't highly contested in this pod because it is the 2 of, and that is where you want to be. So we're going to be getting into the draft rounds with all of these players in just a moment, but let's check out just how Arthur Trehet's draft went. 1 of 3 Gravy Bones, but the deck looks good to me. What are you seeing, though, as we take a look at the total list of cards here?
First thing I want to point out is the blue ratio. 11 blues in this Gravy Bones deck. It's slightly on the lower end because Gravy definitely wants to play a bunch of blues to turn on the hero ability and then also pitch a bunch of blues to swing big allies like Swabbies and actually to play out those allies and actually attack with them as well. So 11 blues, slightly on the lower end.
Let's take a look at the allies that are available because he kind of found a lot of them in quick succession, including 3 Cutty Sharks. How do you think you're feeling if you're Arthur in this spot? Are you happy with the allies? You wish you had gotten some different ones? Because he's got a good bit.
So of the most premium allies, he does have 1 copy of Swabby, which is perhaps the most impactful one out of this list so far. But you cannot be too sad with Limpets and Cutty Sharks as well, because the big thing about these allies, and the Chowders as well, is that the opponent cannot ignore them. Sometimes if you just have a bunch of, say you have a Rigor Mortis and a Swabby, the opponent can potentially try and ignore them because they'll be like, you can only attack with 1 of them. But the thing about Limpets and Cutty Sharks and Chowders is that when you have multiple of them on the field, you can still make use of every single one of them.
100%, 100%. Swabby, of course, we saw just pop out of the front of that pack. That was so nicely. What other of these kind of demarcations would you like to look at, Pankaj, as we take a look at the final pieces of this deck?
I think the blocking cards is quite important because you have, these many allies. I doubt he's going to be running a 30-card deck with all 8 allies. So you have to imagine perhaps like 6 allies and stuff. You have to you need the rest of your deck to be blocking well. You block a lot of block 3s in there, and I think we see a fair number of block 2s, and alongside those, the high ally count, you have to wonder whether that might be a little bit punishing for Arthur Trehet.
Maybe let's take a look at the starters and see which of the blue ones he was able to come across, because those mutinies came together and they are working quite nicely. Battalion Bark, often thought of as the best because of how nice that attack value is. You can always get value from +2 attack, but the go again on a potential ally swing is so huge, and that mutiny came right at the right time.
And you also have to point out the heave ho. Not only is that a block 3, that could also potentially be a finisher in the endgame. If you heave ho into a Swabby for 7 overpower, that could be one of the endgame setups that Arthur Trehet tries to go for.
Yeah, and the Restless Bones as well. A blue starter with go again that is an attack. So nice. Same with the Jittery Bones. And of course, the Heave Ho there. That's exactly what you were talking about. It's a block 3. It can give some overpower to close a game, and it's got go again, so it is one of those starters. So this deck is looking nicely. How are you feeling about it? If you're in Arthur Trehet seat, you think it's 3-0, 2-1? What are you feeling?
I could see it being 2-1, and if things really go your way, you could potentially 3-0, but I think so far it's looking to be a 2-1. You really need to not get clumped up on the allies, I feel like, especially if you pair up against perhaps the aggressive Marlyn deck, which you maybe imagine that one of the 2 Marlyns is in that sort of archetype.
Well, folks, we've taken a look at the deck, we've taken a look at the draft, and we've taken a look at the pod, which leaves only one thing to take a look at. And it's the game of Flesh and Blood here live from the Pro Tour in Singapore, as we have got a national champion and an ex-Pro Tour champion ready for you in the booth. Are you? So you said a 2-1 here for Arthur Trehet. I believe is he facing one of the Marlyns?
I'm pretty sure it's one of the Marlyns over here.
Yes, we'll have to wait and see just how the Marlyn deck is. It's time to dive down into the arena and see how Arthur Trehet is able to navigate the actual draft game after we watched him navigate the draft itself. Arthur Trehet versus Xincheng Ho here on Marlyn versus Gravy Bones. Let's get down into it.
And looks like Marlyn is going first over here, activating the cannon to just try and filter out some of the cards in his hand. Let's take a look at the equipment suite right now, see what the players have been able to pick up. And Xincheng only managed to pick up 2 of the 4 potential equipment pieces in this Marlyn deck, whereas on the other side, Arthur Trehet with the full equipment suite ready to go.
Yeah, then we saw the way Arthur prioritized early and then wheeled late. It was a really impressive way that he went ahead and utilized the pick order to find those equipment pieces.
And we spoke about potentially getting clumped up on allies, and I believe Arthur Trehet is holding at least 2 potential. Yeah. Just one. Okay, with Restless Bones as well to go along with it, should he choose to discard it to give go again?
I think the Restless Bones is yellow. Let's take a look. It's got the Angry Bones, got the Restless Bones yellow, which means it wouldn't be able to then develop the Swabby afterwards.
The blue Restless Bones as well in that hand looks like that's going to stay in his hand. He's going to discard the Swabby to the yellow Angry Bones and just set up the blue go again in the arsenal to perhaps develop the Swabby on the following turn.
So this is just 6 and not quite drawing a card, but putting that Swabby in the yard for a later turn. This is really, I think, interesting, though, when you look at this Marlyn deck. We talked about, it's the 2 of, you talk about how Marlyn can be really strong, but you look at the equipment pieces, and you have to wonder if that's going to come back to bite our Marlyn player here, because I've seen some incredibly, incredibly strong draft decks get absolutely derailed by not having the equipment they need.
And here we see the impact Treasure Island has in this format. Xincheng already trying to line up the equipment block to try and block out this breakpoint alongside that return fire. But since he already has an arsenal, isn't going to get the full value from that card, but is going to help him block out this Angry Bones alongside the equipment. Very aggressive use of the equipment block this early in the game, but denying Arthur Trehet that gold. And we know how ally heavy his deck might be. So if he doesn't have a way to filter out the ally, he might just get a little bit hosed depending on the offense that Xincheng's able to put out on this turn.
Well, he's starting off with the Sikkim shot. It's good that it is go again, but it's not that good that it's blue. So here, this is 2 with go again.
And you have to imagine Xincheng has something to do should this not hit and he doesn't get the gold. And I believe we saw a Conqueror of the High Seas in Xincheng's hand, Sam.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty nice follow-up. Arthur Trehet checking the top of the deck with the compass. And it has to be thinking about Treasure Island when facing down this Sikkim shot.
Especially since it's tempting to think Xincheng might need the gold to go ahead and load off of Marlyn's ability, because remember, the cannon does not actually load any arrow. So Xincheng is offering Arthur a piece of bait over here, saying, hey, you should block this to deny me the gold. Little does he know he's a follow-up in the form of Conqueror of the High Seas.
So again, resolves.
No, just resolves gold.
Gonna go ahead and now pitch one more blue card into the Conqueror of the High Seas. You can see Arthur Trehet give a little bit of a nod and a little bit of a shake of the head, but a fair amount of blocking cards in the hand. And this go again is not going to be relevant at all. Arthur can just block this out and move on with his life.
And Xincheng doesn't have an arsenal, and neither does he have any gold. So if it's fully blocked out and he draws a couple too many arrows, he might just be forced to... He might just not have a way to convert the hand.
Unless he has another return fire.
But
he just won't be attacking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, totally. All right, block with the bones, block with the swell, block with the mutiny. Block it out for 8.
Full 8-card block, and Fiddler's Green gonna hit the graveyard as well. Arthur Trehet gonna gain 3 lives, so all things said and done. Arthur Trehet is still up in life total. Full tempo on Xincheng's side though.
But no gold and no way to load.
Does have the Glidewell fins at least.
Glidewell fins, of course. That is one way to load without the gold, so that's actually really important on this turn, but there might just be some good pirate attacks. Maybe something like a Life for a Life was able to be found. There is a dry powder shot. There is a nettling shot as well.
There is also line, which you can try and use to gamble if there's an arrow on top. Looks like that is going to be the play. It's going to hit an arrow on top.
Nothing happens, so it looks like it's not going to be an arrow.
So it's going to be a forced use of the Glidewell fins over here. And this is very heads up on the previous turn cycle by Arthur Trehet, recognizing that Xincheng has no gold, could very potentially brick on this follow-up. So just blocked out, denied Xincheng the gold, and says, can you actually convert your hand? And Xincheng, start of this turn, line whiffing. Looks like not going to be a very impressive turn from his side after the very impressive Conqueror turn on the previous turn.
I mean, dude, it was impressive because it was a Conqueror, but it wasn't impressive at all really in the context of this game, right? It was easily able to be blocked out. It did not going to buy him too much tempo, and Arthur was pretty content to just lay 3 blocking cards down and say, yeah, dude, do it again. And this return fire from Xincheng is probably, I don't know, what are you going to put in? You're going to put the on the horizon. Dry powder shot gives you the most value in terms of offense, and that's going to be the call. It's going to come in, get the +2 from heading in face up.
And is he going to use the cannon? Looks like no cannon activation over here. So dry powder shot just going to come in for 6 here, thanks to its own effect and the Glidewell fins. So all things said and done, that was a 4-card hand from Xincheng. Just sent 6 and is going to Arsenal. Not very, very impressive in the end. And now let's take a look at what Arthur Trehet is working with. I have to wonder, how many of his allies did he actually side out? We saw they had 8 allies in the pool, but so far has only drawn 1 of them in the form of the Swabby.
6 damage. If Arthur has 3 blocks, he can block this cleanly. 3 counters on Treasure Island, and this is the style of game where if this Treasure Island is not popped soon, the counters might just get higher and higher as players continuously look over to their right, say to themselves, I don't want my opponent to get 5 gold, dude. So gonna have to be considering blocks from this point forward. Arthur Trehet's got a kind of an interesting hand. Chart, of course, couple of blues, but a tipple without a yellow is not where he wants to be, and perhaps that is why he wasn't as high on the card, even though he's got a fair amount of yellows and a fair amount of allies.
And the blues in his hand are the one that block for 3, and the reds are the one that block for 2. But the reds are the ones that are a little bit not so impressive right now. Charter Course and a Golden Tibble with no yellows, as you pointed out. We know his arsenal is still the blue Restless Bones with the Swabby in his graveyard, but with no watery gravecard in his hand, don't know how he's going to give that Restless Bones go again.
Arthur looking like just at least blocking for 3, but might be giving 3 gold over to Marlynn and bringing Arthur back down to his starting life total, as that Fiddler's Green did some nice work on that turn cycle prior. Peg Leg as well going to join the party, try to deny some gold.
Leave 1 counter on Treasure Island if this is the block Arthur goes for. Charter Course,
Looking at the Charter Course. We know it's that blue starter in the arsenal, Restless Bones.
Well, it's a starter if you can discard or
yeah.
destroy watery gravecard, which he currently doesn't have.
Yeah, he looked at the top and we didn't see what it is, but it's going to be a block for 4. It's going to be 2 damage over the top. 21 for Arthur.
And 2 gold going over the side to Xincheng thanks to Treasure Island. Arthur Trehet still with a life lead though. And you have to imagine, keeping that many cards, you have to imagine it probably is a watery grave card on top, so he can actually make use of the starter in his arsenal and perhaps finally resolve that Swabby that he put down turn 1 of the game.
Turn passes over to Arthur Trehet. He's looked at the top card of the deck. He's got 1 Swabby in the yard. Hasn't seen many other allies yet. Chart, of course, is another way to put a gold counter on Treasure Island. Threaten some gold of his own. Gravy Bones, his hands start to get a lot cleaner once he's able to go ahead and filter some of the cards out with the hero ability. Chart, of course, +3 to the first attack. Going to trigger and put the counter on Treasure Island. Give +3.
Looks like it might just be
sending damage.
Golden Tipple for 6 into the Restless Bones in his arsenal for 4, just as another breakpoint to try and get that gold train going.
He's just going to send 10 damage. He's just going to be like, you know what? I'm just going to threaten 10 damage. It's going to be half your life total. How much do you want to block? Arthur, you know, he was able to, he sees that Xincheng was able to go ahead and get a card into the arsenal for that Hammerhead Harpoon, and it looks like he's just going to take this one. 3 gold for Arthur. Now with the 2 floating, he can draw off the gold if he wants to, but it looks like he might just be continuing it up from here.
And he knows exactly what he's going to draw as well, thanks to Compass of the Sunken Depths. Looks like that's not going to be the call. It's going to be Restless Bones. Will destroy Sirens of Safe Harbor from the top of the deck and gain 1 life thanks to it. No go again from his Restless Bones, though, because Sirens of Safe Harbor does not have Watery Grave.
So down to 14 goes Marlynn. Now he's got to think about this blue attack for 4. But nice for Arthur to get a little value after Sirens of Safe Harbor. Xincheng's going to just take this one. So you have to imagine he knows he's threatening a fair bit more than 10 if he didn't block at all.
This is a little bit scary from Xincheng's side, though, because if he doesn't put Arthur Trehet in a blocking position soon and the Swabby hits the field, it's going to be very difficult for Xincheng to survive the Swabby hit while clearing it away as well.
Well, here's part of the reason why Xincheng went lower. The blow for a blow now gets to come in with go again. But what's nice for Arthur is there's no ally on the field for that blow for a blow to target. Let's go ahead and see what's Trehet's working with. Can't quite make out the top of the deck, but we do see he's got 2 Restless Bones and 2 blues.
I think he's barely sided in any allies in this matchup, Sam. Decided he just needs a few. The Swabbies here, perhaps 1 or 2 others. And with Xincheng going down to 10, you have to wonder, maybe Arthur Trehet, you know, just has found the right solution for this matchup. Just saying, okay, I'll just resolve that 1 ally late in the game. It'll be very difficult for you to clear because you're Marlynn. And it comes in for 7.
4 damage with go again on the combat chain for Marlynn.
Sorry, why are there 2 counters?
Yeah, there should be 1 counter, sorry.
Just double check the number of counters on Treasure Island. It should only be 1 because Arthur Trehet did get all of the 3 counters on the previous turn from the Golden Tipple attack. There's so many Restless Bones in his deck.
Yeah,
he's holding
dude.
3 copies right now.
But the question is, without the allies, if he did sign them out, or maybe he just hasn't found them yet in this first cycle of the deck, they're a little less impressive without the go again.
That is the other potential downfall of this deck. Maybe he did bring those allies in and they all clump together at the bottom of the deck, which means he might be seeing a very heavy ally hand later on in this game, which is not how you want it to be when your deck is so full of Restless Bones. You want to see the Restless Bones alongside the allies. Not both copies of cards, not both types of cards just clump together.
Keeping the Swabby available. Let's see, what is there going to be any blocks? Looks like maybe at least 1 red Restless Bones.
Blue for Blue, of course, also has the on-hit of deal 1 damage to any target, which, of course, in this case, the only available target is Gravy Bones. And more than just a blow for a blow on hit, have to remember Treasure Island also a relevant on hit Arthur Trehet is perhaps thinking about. Maybe that's why he's lining up the washed up wave. Or he knows that there's a Watery Grave card on top. Looks like maybe not.
Yeah, this is a toughie for Arthur. He's got gold that he can utilize on his next turn. He can either draw, he can utilize it here with Gravy Bones' ability. Both players got a fair amount of money.
And you also know your opponent took full 10 damage for this line. So if you try and block out the Treasure Island now, would you actually be able to block it out later on?
No, almost for sure no, right?
So Arthur Trehet decides to just let that one go, takes the extra damage from blow for a blow as well.
7 go, the 7.
And then just calling the big guns here into the nettling shot that we remember from last turn. So Xincheng wants to keep most likely an arrow around for his next turn and just come in for 7. So we said, you know, has to be threatening more than 10. Threaten more than 10. Threaten 12 total. Arthur's going to take this 7, go down to 13, and most likely send a 2 for 6 and set up an arsenal.
A Nettling shot, no ability active because it was already face down in Arsenal. And of course, Arthur Trehet didn't have an ally to begin with, so wouldn't have even had an effect, even if it was put face up.
And it is an ally on top.
Yep.
It was the Cutty Shark off the top with the Gravy Bones ability.
Puts a blue in his graveyard and thus can actually play out the Swabby.
Yeah, look at this. The blue in the graveyard with the Gravy Bones ability. And that means the Swabby just gets to come in and crash down for 7. And Xincheng's going to really have to think about this one.
And we spoke about this earlier when Xincheng took the full 10 damage from the Golden Tipple Restless Bones line. We spoke about this. Once the Swabby hits the field, now your life total is being pressured while this board stayed on the field.
Those are 4 blues. You have to wonder if it's a Harpoon in Arsenal. But if it is, the Swabby is going to be something you have to deal with. What is the Arsenal for Marlynn? Is there any way to get go again and clear the Swabby? Arthur's at, well, plenty high enough of a life total that the Hammerhead Harpoon is not going to do too much.
Unless there's disruption attached to it in the form of a Harpoon. But yeah, you have to imagine, can't really be quite much. And I believe Xincheng really wants to try and get the Bluefin Harpoon that he's found into his arsenal. Very, very strong card against Gravy Bones that typically packs a whole bunch of blues.
Get a gold from the Treasure Island, and now Swabby's around, and Arthur has an arsenal. I think it's that red Restless Bones, right? That's still sticking around. One was blocked, but the other one wasn't played. But it is the Sikkim shot in Arsenal, so go again here to target the Swabby. What a perfect follow-up from Xincheng. Exactly what he needed at the exact time, and you saw why he took that 10 damage. He was preserving the go again for exactly this reason.
Second shot on the premium arrows in this format for Marlynn. Now, did he find a blue to go along this Bluefin Harpoon? Looks like he did not.
No,
That's
it's a trade-in.
red trade-in. So you could just load off of the Marlynn triggered ability here thanks to the gold and just send a Harpoon for 4 and Arsenal the trade-in, which, you know, you do want to put go-again cards in your arsenal to clear those allies.
Mm-hmm. And then the other thing about trading as well is you can activate Marlynn, make Goldfin Harpoon, discard that to be able to make that trade-in basically card positive. It's going to be the Bluefin Harpoon.
But he was really hoping to find a blue over there to actually activate the cannon on his Bluefin Harpoon. This time, though, just 4. And unless Arthur Trehet is holding exactly 4 blues, this doesn't quite have an on hit. This is just a 2-card for...
I'll choose what gets rebuilt, right? I will choose what gets rebuilt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you heard Arthur say, like, I can just show you anything else, right? Like, let me just be clear. Like, I don't have to show you the blue one.
And he has a yellow. He has 2 yellows and a red, I believe, as well. So there's 1 blue.
The ship, yeah. Wonder what the block is going to be. Arthur gotten plenty of a life lead here. That's how much the Swabby gets you. 4 damage across and saved 4 life.
So the only on-hit here is the 1 gold from Treasure Island. But so far, Arthur Trehet definitely in the lead, it seems like. However, still lacking some allies. We saw the Cutty Shark go to the bottom of the deck on the previous turn. Currently, no allies to speak of in the graveyard and none in hand as well, I believe.
If it's a blue card.
He's going to show him a yellow Restless Bones and move on with his life. Xincheng goes ahead and arsenals a red trade-in, setting himself up to either discard a Goldfin Harpoon, as you said, or perhaps clear an annoying ally.
I'll draw a card from gold.
Arthur's going to draw a card. He hasn't looked at the top card of the deck yet with the compass. Did he find off the top?
Looks like it's a Rigor Mortis. Wait, no,
No,
it looks like
it's
it's
a
a Chowder.
Chowder.
Sorry, it's a Chowder, yes.
So now with the 1 floating, you can go ahead. Let's see what on the top of the deck. You can go ahead and draw. Can't quite make out what the top of the deck is with the Compass of the Sunken Treasure, but the Restless Bones that's in the arsenal now has a target in hand to get go again. And then a Chowder can be developed from there. If you can play the blue, does he have a blue to play? I don't think he does.
Potentially a little resource light to make that happen.
That's nice, though. Puts the Limpet in. Still needs to find a blue card on this turn if he wants to get it developed, but at least this is 6 with go again.
And this is now threatening lethal. And this is where Gravy Bones puts his opponents in a very, very tough position, saying, if you block my attacks, you might not have enough offensive output to deal with the allies I'm going to develop afterwards.
Salvage shot here, going to go ahead and be committed to the blocks with 3 damage over.
Xincheng goes all the way down to 3. Now, Arthur could go ahead and activate Gravy Bones here to try and get a blue in the yard. Looks like it's going to be the activation of the chess piece to go up to 2 resources.
It's just going to be aboard the ship, come out for 6. Like we've been saying, Arthur's just playing Flesh and Blood. He's not necessarily trying to do too many, complicated things with these allies. He's just like, Doc, if you're going to take all this damage, I will keep just sending 2 for 6s at you. You will eventually die if you do not respect them. And now Xincheng has to give more than a card. He didn't have enough equipment to be able to really pivot and utilize them. He only had 2 pieces. They were blocked with immediately. Now he's got to give 2 cards to survive this board the ship. I'm so curious for Xincheng with the choice of weapon, because I feel like we haven't seen the type of pieces that make the Hammerhead builds work.
Well, we were quite close. He drew that bluefin harpoon. He needed a blue off the top of the gold draw to try and actually resolve the bluefin harpoon with the cannon activation. Unfortunately, found the red trade in, so he just sent the bluefin harpoon without a cannon activation. And, we've been speaking time and time again, Arthur Trehet hasn't really filled the yard with allies. Twice in this game, we've seen him just pitch an ally to just do the 2 for 6 game plan, as you were talking about.
But, just as I mentioned for Xincheng, why are you playing the big red harpoon helper? We see a big King Kraken, and perhaps that is part of the reason why. Headshot here going to get a nice big buff after the trade-in. This was off the back of the Marlynn activation to make a Goldfin Harpoon, so the discard and draw here is virtually free. You discard the Harpoon, you draw an extra card, and that means the King Kraken Harpoon can be pitched into this headshot. This will be a fair amount of damage. It's going to be a total of what?
10?
10 total, right? Yeah.
It's still not lethal.
No, it's
so
not.
Arthur Trehet gets to really just decide to craft his hand exactly the way he wants to, and perhaps put Xincheng in that impossible position where you're forced to block allies and then you can't clear them and then you just eventually bleed out, because Xincheng is going to end this turn without an arsenal since he doesn't have the resources to pitch a gold as well as send the headshot.
He is going to be able to, of course, make the Harpoon with Marlynn on the next turn if he needs it. Need to do more than that to get it in the arsenal.
Yeah.
So Arthur here has a mutiny to start things up. Unfortunately, for these limpets that he's got access to, they already have go again, so not getting the value there.
Arthur Trehet taking a moment to figure out the line. These gravy lines can be incredibly complicated thanks to the gold pieces as well. Gravy Bones has a lot of optionality with regards to the top of the deck to draw it off of gold, to draw it off of Gravy Bones' ability. Lots of varying permutations, lots of branching paths for this deck, and perhaps that's why a lot of our top players have also gravitated to this hero in Classic Constructed because of the sheer level of agency it offers you, but at the same time that does come along with trying to map out all these different lines.
Take 3 is the call. Make another gold for Xincheng. Arthur doesn't have to block this one. He had a 10 life lead up until this point. Now down to 9. He's staring down. He knows what this headshot's going to be. Comes in 5 plus 2 from its effect of being loaded. Or excuse me, 4 plus 2, so 6.
Excuse me, it's 9 rather than 10. We misspoke earlier, so coming for 6. Definitely quite far away from lethal for Xincheng over here. But with the cannon, if he's able to overpower even something like Goldfin Harpoon and Arthur Trehet goes to 3, it could spell doom for him. So Arthur Trehet does still need to be a little bit nervous. Here's where we get to those scary life thresholds potentially, but Arthur Trehet looks like he's going to take the full 6 and wants to try and put Xincheng into an impossible blocking pattern.
Yeah, he's built the life lead. He's going to use it. Down to 3 goes Arthur. 4 cards off the top for Xincheng. Arthur's got 8 cards left in deck, but 5 cards to work with on this turn. He's got a mutiny. He's got a battalion bark. He's still got 3 gold to work with.
And you can crack 1 gold, which does put him on a lower gold count compared to Xincheng. So the mutiny now is live. Does draw a blue as well. It's going to steal a gold, and this means this is a blue that hits the graveyard for Gravy Bones' effect. Can play that limpet out now.
Let's see if he's got an attack to give go again with the mutiny. It's going to be the Thieving Varmint, so here's just 0 for 4. With go again. What a nice way to start this turn. Immediately going to buy a block from Xincheng. Now these limpets can come out to play.
And Treasure Island will trigger, giving Arthur Trehet yet another gold, going all the way up to 4 gold.
Down to 1 goes Marlynn. Gravy Bones can be activated here. We can get the other limpet in the yard.
You can play the current Limpet that's in the yard, attack for 2, take another card from Xincheng, and I believe, oh, the Battalion Bark did go to the pitch zone, so that won't be the follow-up over here.
Limpet now.
But if you can take enough cards from Xincheng over here, you'll just have this board state of Limpets, and you'll just be able to close out the game, and that is the strength of Gravy Bones, and that is the scary thing about taking all the vanilla damage earlier on in the game that Xincheng did. As we point out when that happened, once these allies start hitting the field, you can't keep the life you need to actually clear them.
Almost the Restless Bones from the arsenal. It's a mystery card on the top of the deck. Arthur giving this one a real think. You can see Xincheng already has the cards ready to block with. Draw off the top.
Gold is the play. Drew an ally. Gravy Bones hasn't been activated yet. Could go ahead and use it to discard one of these allies.
Yeah, interesting position for Arthur. Close the chain. If he wants to play one of these allies from here, it won't have go again because the Limpet's already been played. Draw a card off the top with Gravy Bones.
And that's
another Restless Bones. This is like restlessbones.deck, dude.
I think he has like 6 or 7. I don't know, lost count.
Discard the Limpet to the Gravy Bones ability. Restless Bones from the yard.
From the arsenal, yes. Chowder hits the bin. 1 floating for Arthur Trey, and that's all the cards from Xincheng. So can go ahead and play the Limpet. Does not have go again, because the first Limpet had go again, but now Arthur Trey is completely set up. 1 card, swing both Limpets, takes a card each from Xincheng, just needs another attack pretty much to just fully make Xincheng lose all the cards in his hand.
Yeah.
And just do that 1 or 2 more times, and Marlynn's effectively fatigued. Now, Xincheng, of course, does have the option to activate Marlynn over here and Arsenal the Goldfin Harpoon. Looks like that is the play he's going to go for, so that he can still, on the following turn, clear a Limpet. But this is looking like a very, very rough position for him. He needs Arthur Trey to basically completely brick to be able to get back into this game.
Yeah, shout out to Xincheng. You see him untap the Limpets for Arthur. You can tell even though he's in a tough spot, he's getting cards ready to block with immediately because you can see those Limpets right on the board. Clearly, he's got a good attitude, and this might be a tough one for him to go ahead and get out of. You see why Arthur sculpted that last turn, and the way he did it was just to get both Limpets in the yard, to chain end with the second Limpet, to set up this turn, to come in with 2 go again, come in with 2 go again, and see if the game can be closed out from there.
And speaking of Restless Bones deck, I believe Arthur Trey has found a blue version in this hand alongside the Cutty Shark as well. So we'll be able to send the Restless Bones, just a breakpoint, discard an ally, and since that's a blue, play yet another ally and swing with that as well. So you might just have this in the bag.
Blue Restless Bones. Pitch away the Walk the Plank, discard the Cutty Shark, 4 go again. 2 resources means the Cutty Shark can come in. Xincheng sees the writing on the wall, a little bit of a smile, close the chain. The Cutty Shark quick click comes in. It's going to go ahead. It's going to tap. It's going to hit the final point of damage, and it's going to put Arthur Trehet up to 6-0 as a Pro Tour champion is starting off quite nicely here at the Pro Tour in Singapore. He saw Pablo Pintor become the 2-time, saw him go not back-to-back, but do pretty well, and perhaps he's saying to himself, well, if he can do it, surely so can I.
The Restless Bones deck in the end performing pretty well over there. Looked quite impressive, even though the early game was a little bit anemic where he didn't quite find enough allies, didn't manage to get there in the end off the back of just multiple 2-for-6 go-against, which really looked very, very strong.
Yeah, it was a different, honestly, type of Gravy Bones deck than I've seen, at least recently in coverage. Just a fair amount of big attacks, a lot of those Restless Bones effect, and was content to just navigate through some uncomfortable turns by just blocking and sending big attacks that the Marlynn deck didn't seem to able to block comfortably, and that put him in the position to have the life lead to close it out with those go-again attacks. I mean, honestly, the Thief Environment's 0-4 go-again, that was damn near one of the things that did it as well as both of those Limpets. So congrats to Arthur Trehet. Let's see how the rest of the pod has shaken out after that first round. I want to see how Yuki did. Yuki's 1-0 as well on that Gravy Bones list. Justin Fryar, he was not confident in his draft skill. He's a 1 of 3 Puffin, but he's the only one that got the W, showing that Acilio, just because he's playing a wizard doesn't mean he can't draft. Damn it, I said it. Let's go ahead and look over. The other Marlynn did pretty well as well, so we've got our 4 1-0s. The question is, will the dream be alive, and will we get to see Arthur and Yuki face off in the next round? We'll have to wait and C. That was an incredible match, Pankaj. Thank you for joining us for that draft and our coverage. But we have got some great games coming up for you next, folks, because a Pro Tour champion is currently 6-0 and just won his last game, which means we're going to be following him at least for the next round. So thank you all for joining us for this coverage of Pro Tour Singapore. And we've still got 2 more great games for you featuring one of the best players in the world. Let's find out his opponent next.
That's right, folks. Skirmish season is back. Head to your LGS between August 13th and 31st to enjoy a day of Blitz, Living Legend, and for the first time, Crack, Shuffle, Play with Mastery Pack Guardian. Cold Foil Cerebellum Processors, a Marvel Scurv, and more are up for grabs at these fan-favorite events, so make sure to find your local skirmish at fabtcg.com today. Top of round 7 coming at you, folks. It's been quite the day of Flesh and Blood here at Pro Tour Singapore. We got to see Arthur Trehet show us a Gravy Bones draft. Great to feature a previous Pro Tour champion, and even more recently, a Battle-Harder Bologna champion. He got his warm-up coming here into Singapore. A Gravy Bones deck that featured a lot of those Restless Bones, getting to start the turn off with those sort of go-agains and finding great ways to get those allies into the bin. Only one Swabby in the list, but Cutty Shark goes a long way in this limited format.
So I got to correct you a little bit, Mitch. Actually, he's a French national champion. Now, It was his countryman, Evan Tanguy, who works with Arthur very closely, who took down that Battle Hardened. But I understand the confusion because they're both locked in on Gravy right now and absolutely crushing things. And I have to wonder, Mitch, when is Arthur going to start talking about getting me and you on his payroll? Because obviously we have some kind of aura that we bring where he just really wants to show off for us and play his best because he is tearing this tournament apart right now.
Yeah, and honestly, a presence at the table that's, really, keeps to himself, is just not a loud guy, very understated, someone who we always pull up for interviews, and it's very cool, calm, collected, never sort of, gets ahead of himself there. But a really solid draft, I thought we saw it. Honestly, it was not a particularly close game against his Marlynn opponent there previously, just constantly piling on the pressure. And someone we highlighted coming into our limited rounds, Justin Fryar, said he wasn't nearly as confident taking on draft as he was on that Azalea deck, but he is going to be dragged in front of Arthur Trehet to truly test his mettle in this next round.
Yeah, and for Justin, he executed the plan, right? He said, I'm pretty comfortable on Puffin. I want to find a window to get into it. Did so in this draft. But it's just going to get harder and harder for Justin as he progresses. And he's feeling the squeeze now of being at these top tables and having to take down folks like an Arthur Trehet, like potentially a Yuki Lee Bender if you are going to go ahead and get that W. But mission accomplished thus far, 1-0 on Puffin. And there you see the results of our first games in this draft.
Yeah, and we're going to be looking really closely at Justin Fryar's deck as it comes up, looking for those enabler pieces. Goldwing Turbine, obviously such a premium pick. There's a question at a table of 3 Puffins. Were you able to find a unicycle, right? That definitely is relevant when you want that extra push on some of those turns where, Sky Skimmers and Cloud Skiffs are looking to obtain you a little bit of extra value. Is there a Dovetail in the list here for Justin Fryar? A bunch of those things to look at. And obviously there's a bunch of powerful front pumps, here in Mechanologist, right? Like Pull Back the Hammer, for example, or, Perk Up. These ones that can, enable your, Spitfire or Blunderbuss if that's the choice to come in and look a little bit stronger. But crucially, it's a great outlet for your resources. Pump that next attack up. Sometimes go tall rather than wide on Puffin here.
Yeah, and we'll have to see exactly how this particular Puffin list is built. And it sounds like we are actually ready down in our feature match area. And I don't want to waste any time when someone like Arthur Trehet is on a heater. I want to see if he can go ahead and keep things rolling. Because like I mentioned, for Arthur, it has been basically a story of adversity. And I actually miscorrected you, Mitch. He does, in fact, have a Battle-Hardened Bologna championship. I just kind of forget he's accomplished so much in these games.
He's been very busy.
He's always done it fighting from behind. And now with Arthur Trehet having kind of a lead over the field, you got to be a little scared if you're one of his competitors. Also finding his niche once again. Dromai left the game shortly after Arthur got that W. And he's now found his next board presence hero in the form of Gravy Bones, both in CC and limited.
Yeah, and maybe, trading Sigil Souls in for Fiddler's Green, kind of feels much the same way. Functions very similarly.
Happen again.
I know, that's it. We keep giving him these cards to win, folks. That is the story of it. And again, Arthur, I don't know if he had the showing at, the World Championship that he was hoping for. Ends up placing 42nd in Osaka, which again, in that kind of field is still a big achievement. But the guy is just a force to be reckoned with. And for us, that Pro Tour LA was definitely the coming of the European contingent, right? Him and Max Klein in that final, who obviously is here amongst the field on Victor this weekend. Great to see with that region's pumped out. Now there's just no doubt that these guys are consummate, professionals and budding legends at the game. Let's head down to the feature match area and get this one started, folks. We're jumping into round number 7 here at Pro Tour Singapore. Arthur Trehet on the right here on Gravy Bones. He is all gravy all the way so far this weekend versus Justin Fryar. Getting to move over to Puffin here. A 1 of 3. And we can obviously have a look at the record of Justin Fryar. Some of it we were lucky enough to witness that round 5 game against Isaac Katsakis. Took on Carl Riveri in the first round of draft. Found the only win for Puffin players at this table in that first draft round.
Yeah, Justin been farming gravies all day long. On Acilio, of course, in those CC rounds. But now one more Gravy Bones to take down.
The killer of SoCal, please, Arthur!
Hunting those Riptides for sport right now.
Oh, and it's all the AGE boys. Again, I think Vor's Arizona, but still. Yeah, it's crazy that he runs into 2 teammates round after round. But okay, Chuhong also falling to his hand. Arthur is an absolute monster. Walk the plank here. Already as we're getting in the game. Into the pitch.
Setting up a chowder very early on. You love to see that graveyard stacked up early if you are an Arthur Trehet fan.
I think he's representing an attack here with that Restless Bone. Something noted by Salmon Punkage. It's a deck that's heavier on some of these Restless Bones. These cards that obviously get you started early in the game. Also a Mutiny on the Battalion Bark. It's like thrown in there. And Chowder has hit the field. Going to gain that life, of course, for Arthur. A much better application of that ally on turn 0. Now to be over to Justin Fryar, who did pick up a unicycle. Light fingers as well. Rust Belt, also pretty high value pick. It's going to be a walk the plank presented here.
Classic 3 for 7 gaming. As I always do when I call games of High Seas Limited, I kind of obsess over that pitch deck. Want to know and on the horizon. Always want to know where those block cards are going to go ahead and show up in the deck.
This is not insignificant. An on-hit effect that will tap a pirate, hero, or ally that they control. And of course, as you untap at the end of turn, we put Chowder out of commission unless he were to respond and obviously try and use him to gain some life.
Yeah, I think Walk the Plank, one of the best disruptive effects in this entire format. And we know just generic 3 for 7 is very good. Walk the Plank, top tier for sure.
Blocks here, Arthur obviously something wants to respect. Binds you 2 gold on Treasure Island. Very incentivized in these first couple of turn cycles to get defensive. Throw some cards in front of these breakpoint attack actions. And so the Blue Sea Tricorn is also going to get involved here. Just cashed in for its Blade Break. And so Treasure Island so far remains unblemished.
Getting familiar now over the past couple months with exactly how these games work. And we know there's 2 types of games when it comes to Treasure Island. Sometimes you're just throwing this gold back and forth. Sometimes Treasure Island builds up a lot of counters and you go ahead and have salvos back and forth over who ultimately is going to claim that large burst of gold. And it's starting to feel like the latter thus far as Treasure Island now picks up its 3rd counter. And Justin, again, has the option of defending this Chowder attack, reaching for at least 1 card to start things off on the defensive side.
Yeah, of course, the red Charter course conferring +3, putting a counter on the Treasure Island too. Well, he may, opted not to here. It's just a counter being put on from, obviously, having attacked. But yeah, I mean, Charter Course says your first attack, not attack action. So plays quite nice with the allies. And ooh-wee, it's a whole suite of equipment. Getting in front of this one, keeping Arthur off that gold, and also keeping Justin with a bit of a thicker grip.
Yeah, and has eyes on going ahead and claiming as much gold as possible. But Arthur did actually leak a damage here. It was 2 block on the Swindler's Grift, so not a full block out. Justin just trying to find the best defense he possibly can and not let Arthur get gold rich. But on the swing back here with a 3-card grip, a card in arsenal, perhaps Justin able to claim a large number of gold here. However, there's business to be done first, as the Ravenous Rabble has to head after that Chowder. You do not want that life gain to accumulate.
Treasure Island reads the first time a hero is attacked each turn. Put a gold counter on this, so it remains at 2 for the time being. But it's a relatively elegant way for Justin to dispatch that ally. Signaling, obviously, that card converts much better on offense. Not the kind of thing that Justin felt like he wanted to put in front. Here it is, the glue of Puffin decks in this format. Goldwing Turbine comes out, creating a golden cog and pumping that next Mechanologist attack.
And of course, there is going to be a crank on the Goldwing turbine.
What you need to do is, it does not have go again baked in. Tighten the screws. Another front pump here. Okay, and once again, we're going pretty tall here with this Spitfire. This is an attack for 9.
I just want to call out the difference here between a Spitfire Puffin and a Blunderbuss Puffin. I had to kind of beat around the bush for a very long time when it came to Puffin. I think it's important, you know, you let players suss things out, but there weren't a lot of Spitfires early on in the format, Mitch. It was a lot of Blunderbuss, and I think these are the best Puffin decks, just straight up. Now that we're getting late in the format, I think Spitfire is the better weapon. You really do need to have the right cards to get your deck in position to play Spitfire, but if you do, it feels like that's when Puffin is really unlocked.
The fact that Spitfire does not require any resources sort of paid into attack. Much like Blunderbuss, it's also not a once per turn action. There are some cards, like Drawback the Hammer, for example, that can allow you to untap that Spitfire. You just need to have a golden cog in play, but there are just a number of cards, if you've done well through the draft phase, that will allow you to generate those.
This hand simply does not work in any other configuration if you're playing Blunderbuss. You don't get offensive output this go around.
Sirens of Safe Harbor being held onto now as we have the Angry and Burly Bones being committed on blocks. Again, one of the upsides here, they are blue block 3, so always attractive. Arthur getting a heck of a lot of those cards through this draft. And again, they're enablers. They allow you to do the thing. The jittery and restless varieties give you that go again, so they represent nice starters. But look at that gold flowing into the coffers of the pirate mechanologist here. Justin gets up to 3.
Yeah, that's big for Justin. Basically, any other turn where he finds another crank, that means he'll be able to combine with the Puffin ability, potentially pick up an additional card. For Arthur, a little bit of an anemic clapback here.
Not great.
Just Sirens being offered in a yellow one, unfortunately, so only 6 points of total value.
Looks like Throw Caution to the Wind was used to fuel this one. So Arthur, back-to-back scenarios, first of all, has to concede a large amount of gold over to Justin in order to have a turn. This turn obviously is still just a 2 for 6, but it was relevant against his Marlynn opponent in the previous round. Kept sending these 2 for 6s, kind of working them down. The Jack be nimble. Justin considering committing that to blocks. I mean, Justin's got to be happy here. 3 gold. You've got a way to generate these cogs, to crank, maybe even do it a second time to draw up.
Players now seemingly content to pass small amounts of gold back and forth to each other. First damage has been done.
Some trickle-down economics.
That is exactly how that works.
Okay, walk the plank. This is a yellow variety. So again, not a break point, but still represents a pretty annoying effect. Especially with 2 gold now, Arthur would like to make use of that, potentially to dig a bit deeper into the deck. If Gravy Bones is already tapped, though, that's not going to be an option. So Arthur wants to decide, potentially with this compass, how much he is married to the idea of making use of Gravy, or just go for it now. Yep, the risk of getting tapped down. We are destroying a gold to draw a card, and then we'll discard. It was a Limpet Hop-Along taken off the top, and it's not the first one in the hand.
We saw Arthur use double Limpet very effectively last round.
Tipple, Chowder, board the ship, 2 Limpets. Plenty of allies in the hand also makes it not a great blocking one, which is why Arthur maybe is just conceding that he will be subject to this on-hit. He's trying to make it as irrelevant as he can.
Gathering a little bit of information for the next turn. Timing on Gravy Compass, completely variable. The best Gravy players use it all over the place at all different times. Same with the hero ability. You know, the one thing that stands out to me as I talk to our best players about Gravy Bones and why they have fallen in love with this hero. Flexibility.
Yep.
Skill expression. It comes up time and time again.
Yeah, given that you have a myriad of different pathways at any moment. You know, the texture of your hand, I think, often dictates whether that compass is something you want to make use of. You might need to bail yourself out of these small hands that don't scale super well. Getting info about the top of your deck is very important, especially if there's any of these sort of, chart the high seas effects or, swells that you're trying to resolve. Make sure that you have maximum information. So, still contemplating the hand here. Board the ship, obviously, it's fine. We'll allow him to untap that ally if he had one in play.
It's like a golden tipple is the last card in hand as
a
well.
red
Combined very well with those allies, but not a super resource-rich hand for Arthur Trehet. Really having a long think about what his defenses will be.
His ability to sort of crack into a gold and dig deeper is limited by the fact that his hand is populated by yellows and reds here.
Yeah, does know the top card of the deck. That's valuable information, certainly with that golden tipple at the ready. Unknown arsenal card right now for Arthur.
He saw 2 cards deep, right? The Gravy Bones activation, then the Compass. It looks like we are considering committing our equipment here. Washed Up Wave. Again, with information about the top of your deck, this card becomes more than just an ornament. Discarding a card or destroying the top card of your deck. So you can obviously send away one of those allies again to fill up the yard. Turn one of those non-blocks into a 2-block virtually with the help of this equipment.
Yeah, it's kind of the less value-derived version of Washed Up Wave. You certainly prefer to go ahead and destroy the top card of the deck, but it can be used as a bailout as well, and I think that's what we're seeing here from the Washed Up Wave. Arthur has a good line to take knowing the top card of that deck, but just has to get a little bit more defense value out of the hand.
Yeah, I agree, Justin. Mentioning it's been a pretty long day. Arthur definitely had the tank on that a little bit. And that walk the plank effect, highly relevant for 2 heroes that are hoping to use their gold, right? Get some value out of it. Puffin, much the same way, needs to generate those golden cogs. Buccaneers bounty being used here just to gain himself the resource. This will enable for the golden tipple, and yet another ally will be thrown into the bin. This will allow, of course, Arthur to draw it up, create that gold.
You picked up some more bones, as you would expect from Arthur's deck. The bones be flowing.
It's a bag of bones, yeah. Was it something that will allow him to reasonably get an ally into play? Looked like a...
I think it was a blue bones.
Yeah. Yep, a blue restless bones. Justin takes the 3 off the tipple. So you're going to pretty comfortable follow-up here, but, you know, only the one swabby in the list here for Arthur Trehet. It's a lot of, like, cutting sharks and limpets, so not these huge, hard-hitting allies, but limpet, bear in mind, limpet with that go again, so can sometimes help extend that turn along.
Wonder if... Yeah, just going to go ahead and fire here, and I think that makes sense. There wasn't really anything to do with this Restless Bones. Maybe could have looked to set it up in Arsenal, but that Arsenal is unknown to us right now. There is some overpower here in Board the Ship. Being burned. We saw some block cards stashed by Justin Fryar very early on in this game, though. So oftentimes with Board the Ship, it's not a card I love in Gravy Bones, but it is great at closing games. And I'm very happy to pitch stack one late, but maybe Arthur recognizing that that's just not going to be effective in this game, given the density of block cards, which have already hit the pitch deck.
Thinking time. We've got Teeth of the Cog, draw back the hammer, tough old wrench enough. Yellow flying high in the hand for Justin. Flying high for me. It's felt pretty darn good. Let's see.
And Justin's willing to take some damage here, so we're expecting fireworks offensively from Puffin.
What's in the bin? I mean, what's in the arsenal, rather? I mean, Justin's hoping to convert this whole hand here. Ravenous Rabble. Able to draft 2 of those. Not too shabby at all. And an exposition 2 as 0 keys on top means we're coming for 4.
Nails the reveal on the Ravenous Rabble, so we were expecting fireworks. Starts things off in the best way with a 0 for 4 go again. Arthur Trehet is going to be put to the test defensively here now.
Again, looks like a very bony hand as per usual. Cutting shark there. Looks like a...
I think there were more bones in the arsenal, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Gravy Bones playing thematically right now.
Arthur Trehet. In fab terms, lots of skeletons in the closet, so to speak.
In real life, that's kind of hard to believe. One of the nicest, most just humble people you'll ever have the pleasure of meeting. You know, you mentioned Arthur does have that seemingly quiet demeanor, almost shy, timid, maybe if you don't know him well. But when he gets down in the feature match area, in his home, and he gets to lock in and just play flesh and blood, particularly with the help of some allies, like I said, stone cold killer.
And honestly, like, Justin here's got a bit of catch up to do. Down 8 to 16. again, like just holds onto his hand. So there's the expectation that this converts for him.
And Arthur's saying no blocks very early on in this turn. You know Justin kept, you're expecting output here. Arthur wants to see how bad it's going to get before he commits to giving up any portion of his hand, and draw back the hammer can certainly make things pretty rough, especially combined here.
The tough old wrench. Big 10. There's a very potent attack. Tough old wrench coming in for 6. With the galvanize effect on defense, obviously relatively nice to refresh a golden cog or convert a gold. 10 though, decent number. Looks to obviously pocket away that last, I think that was the on the horizon. Sending 10's very reasonable after having already sent 4, a 14 damage turn. Nothing to scoff at. But again, less of that inclination here to try and, make golden cogs. There's, we are using a lot of these front pumps available to the mechanologist in this set just to beef up our follow-up attacks. Arthur thumbing 2 cards here. Restless Bones is going to get in front, keeping the Mutiny on the Swiftwater and a Cutty Shark in hand. And it goes a significant amount of his life total here. Has to preserve that life and play off these somewhat smaller hands. Gold generation, like you mentioned, not an issue. It is, it's on for young and old there on Treasure Island. Fire Festival could never.
Both players looking very rich right now, very posh. Showing off their bling. Arthur looking to show off his bones once again. A true necromancer.
Let's have another peek back here. What? Okay, Restless Bones. So we've got a starter here.
Yeah, not sure of the color of that Restless Bones.
I want to say it was yellow.
So not going to unlock the graveyard.
Yeah. He needs a blue card to enter the graveyard to be able to start to dredge things up.
Gold
There's
available,
gold,
of course, yeah.
Definitely Gravy Bones into that. Get rid of the Mutiny. That would satisfy that condition.
Saw that glance upwards. I don't know. Just to me, that denotes Arthur reviewing the contents that are left in his deck, in his head.
Yep.
I think he's trying to determine what his possible draws are here.
He's already picked the top card with Compass. Prior.
Yep. You want to know what's below that.
Yeah.
That's what's really important for this turn. When you have multiple gold like that, you know kind of what your ranges are. There's only so many cards left.
I'm sure Dash.io players would love to know that second card as well, but that does not come so easy.
Super Compass.
All right. Cutty Shark for a gold.
Yeah, and it was a 2-card deep line. That's what Arthur was contemplating in that spot.
It involves the pitching of an ally. There's so many that Arthur has access to in the graveyard here, so. The Mutiny on the Swiftwater there.
Yeah, I think he picked up a blue battalion bark.
Yep. Here's the blue, hits the bin. Okay, we're getting there. Just reviewing the contents of the graveyard in terms of who might be reanimated.
Now, I think there's a question for Arthur once more. Does he want to go a card deeper and try and maybe get that battalion bark online? Again, that's all about knowing what's left in the deck, knowing your odds.
I mean, great point, right? You pitch that blue to another gold, hope to draw it, and then send a bit more of an imposing attack in the form of that battalion bark. Or is the line get an ally into play? That seems to be preference.
Little safer.
Yeah. Chowder. It's the board.
I'll play Chowder.
And obviously there's a Restless Bones, a yellow Restless Bones in the arsenal.
Yeah, this Chowder's now nice because now Arthur can go ahead and clear the arsenal here. Just fire off the Restless Bones and still get value from the ally, though. You tap the Chowder, you gain the life, and it's not wasted. And that allows him to set up that big ship there in the arsenal.
Okay, so Swiftwater Swell, I think, was the card off the top. So no go again.
Yeah, sorry, is going to have to pitch here. It is Restless Bones, not Jittery Bones. So I
Yeah.
was thinking the free
Jittery's
play
the
from
0
the
for
Arsenal.
4. Yeah.
Yep. Still, though, same implied line. You do get your value from the Chowder and just close out here with the Restless Bones.
Maybe just like, I thought hoping to high roll into a blue on top there. It's tough for him to see quite that deep. All right, Chowder, of course, that tap ability to gain life is at instant speed, so could quite happily do that and then move to untap. Quite nice if you can't always make use of Chowder offensively. That 1 life adds up over the course of multiple turn cycles. And Arthur, happy with this. It's still got a nice little 6 life buffer, but Justin has been holding onto these cards, keeping them close to the chest. Time to gamble, he says. All right, off we go.
Yeah,
Gold popped.
Let's go a few cards deep, see what we can work with. For Arthur now, I think we're probably about through the deck, so you can expect most of the possible cards have been drawn at this moment.
There might be a Sky Skiff there. Goldwing Turbine of the yellow variety. Cloud Skiff, excuse me. Sky Skimmer of the red variety. And an Expedition.
So there is another potential draw here on the back of that Turbine and the Puffin ability. It is going to be used.
Yeah, no reason not to make a Golden Cog. Crank that as well. Allowing you to draw.
Also having 2 golden cogs in play, able to power up all the good stuff that Puffin will be offering throughout this turn. Let's keep an eye on that unicycle as well, Mitch.
Oh,
if there's
yeah.
any of those big flashy plays from the Puffin deck.
Yeah, Sky Skimmer here, Cloud Skiff, I think, in the hand. So cards that absolutely want to benefit from those cogs. Sky Skimmer of the red variety, this is pretty relevant damage. We also have to take into consideration the +2 pump the Goldwing Turbine's going to confer. Overall, we can absolutely see why Justin opted to hold onto his cards.
The Puffin ceiling can be quite high. It looks like Justin wants to explore that ceiling right now at a really important juncture in this game.
Just needs to avoid flying too close to the sun. Deck is getting pretty thin. Okay, we are shouldering the pickaxe once more. Gold cracked. A very hefty looking pitch zone. Red Sky Skimmer. Red Sky Skimmer. Okay. We're gonna have some girth to this turn.
Sky Skimmer. If I can think.
You may think, Justin. Absolutely. Comes in for 4 at base, but +2 from Goldwing Turbine. Once per turn. You can either give it go again or +1 with a Golden Cog tap.
Arthur weighing those defensive options, does have the red Fiddler's Screen here. That's nice as long as the chain gets closed, but you can get punished for something like a Fiddler's Green if it's not something you're looking to discard through, say, the Gravy Bones hero ability.
It's the Zuma Sigil of Solace, if you will.
So sorry.
Yeah, I think a unique card in its own right, and one that's really starting to find some appreciation across all formats, frankly.
Seeing it emerge in these gravy decks just as a part of their game plan to extend the game. Much more synergistic in terms of what they want to do than a Sigil, for example, is its nearest analog, I guess. Giving you that benefit on discard. Plenty to think about here. Arthur knows that there's more where this came from. Aware that Unicycle is still untapped, so in theory, Justin has access to 3 Golden Cog taps.
Give it go again.
Justin still has a window, of course, to give go again here. Does do so on the Sky Skimmer.
Yep, that being an instant speed effect is not irrelevant. Definitely comes up.
Second Sky Skimmer here, once again.
Missing the gold trigger. I don't know how that's...
Offering damage. Thinking about the
I
gold
see.
here.
He did not take the gold, I think, Justin, yeah, because that was a hit. Arthur is allowing him to claim it.
Little glimpse of nerves, perhaps, from Justin.
I mean, I think that Arthur's like reserved demeanor would make that even more so the case. The guy is so locked in. You know, you are the David in this David Goliath situation. Just a titan of flesh and blood. Pegleg's going to get in here on blocks. That blade break 1. Chowder to gain some life. Yeah, I mean, that life disparity has absolutely shrunk after Arthur took 6 to the chin.
Yes, so there's an option here for Justin to plus the Sky Skimmer. And what is left in Arthur's hand? I guess there is still...
It's like a swabby. It looks like a Nimby? Fiddler's Green?
Yeah, he's going to pass on it. And I think it's the right call because Arthur did actually have a bailout there in the form of something like Fiddler's Green. Could have gained life at instant speed. So I like the go again call here from Justin. There was a moment I think he considered just going for the pump, but you see why he played that way. Tough old wrench is the fire here.
So is Justin simply telegraphing a Spitfire follow-up here? If he needs that extra... I mean, it doesn't have to, but this tough old wrench has go again. Goes up to 6, so for all intents and purposes, a red tough old wrench. Like you mentioned, Arthur has bailouts. Absolutely. Discarding away that Fiddler's Green. Got a little bit of life to gain. More cards to block with, but now he has to start making some of these decisions.
Yeah, Unicycle at the ready for Justin to go ahead and untap that cog and send Spitfire in.
Does it feel to you like a 2-value use of the Unicycle?
Depends on the game situation. Yeah. I mean, you get to start dictating the match and start telling Arthur.
When your opponent's at 1, I guess?
Yeah, this is how many cards you get to keep. I'm in control now.
Mind you, Chowder's already been tapped. He's already been used for that life gain this turn. Arthur has no equipment. The peg leg got in there. 2 limpets, I think, in the yard.
Yeah, we talked about double limpet doing big work in Arthur's last round, but you need some cards to go ahead and fuel that. You need a blue starter.
Honestly, there's some competition for the card to be discarded from Arthur's hand here with the Gravy Bones activation because there's also a swabby there.
Really interesting spot here for Arthur. I feel like this is where Arthur really shines, though, in these difficult moments.
The problem, Brian, is that obviously Fiddler's Green is just not a card you can use to block. It's only a block 1. And Swabby does not block at all. So there's only 7 block power, I think, in this hand for Arthur. Seeing 6 damage come here. He's going to be forced to make that Fiddler's play with this follow-up.
Yeah, here's the NIMBY block alongside the Restless Bones. He's thinking about just committing the Fiddlers right now, going for a full cover on the Tough Old Wrench.
I mean, NIMBY's only a 2 block.
Yep.
So
there's also the Chowder out there. Yeah, and it is going to be the Fiddler's block here.
Okay. 6 block, crack unicycle, cog, and as we expected, and the Swabby in hand does not block Arthur. Yep, has to go for this now. Looking for a card that blocks off the top. Swabby thrown away. We got there. We are alive. Walk the plank. Gets in front.
Arthur's always going to find the card off the top. We've been here long enough. We know how this goes. Arthur finds the block and gets the life gain. Moves back to 4, passes the turn back.
Yeah, I mean, again, that life gain, of course, as the chain is broken, puts Arthur back up to 4. Though, ball firmly in Justin Fryar's court. He is the aggressor, but Chowder's still on the board.
Yeah, virtual 5 on the back of that Chowder. No Arsenal this go-around for Justin. Some of the resources have been used up here. I don't think we're quite through the deck for Justin. Try and get a look at the hand here, and we'll see if we're still working with some powerful stuff. Double chart, of course.
It's okay. So the problem is here. Are we going 1 wide this turn? I think we might be just pumping a Spitfire.
Yeah, and
so that red chart, of course, matters for sure.
The thing that complicates it is there's always gold lines to explore for Justin, but it could be something like go ahead, use Puffin ability to get the cog you need to get the Spitfire online, double pump.
Yep.
Seems fine, but Arthur has kind of gotten himself out of that Kodachi lock range with the help of Fiddler's Green and still has that Chowder in play. A Chowder that sticks around for multiple turns is bad news for an opponent.
And if Arthur doesn't have to use Chowder to gain some life here, even with an empty hand, he can still threaten lethal damage.
Yep.
That's why, of course, he just holds on to it. Blue Battalion Bark in hand for him. Like a throw caution to the wind. What are we looking at here? Yes. Restless Bones. And an Angry Bones there as well. Not one of the go again variety. So here's Goldwing Turbine. First, it's a pump. Okay. Cog created. Second one as well. We're going to be able to draw now.
Picks up a new card.
And it was an elbow. Okay, looked like on the horizon.
That's the pitch deck now. We are through. I thought maybe he got there a little earlier, but unquestionably it is the on the horizon that was pitched in the early game. So Justin should know what he's working with at this point. And you see a shake of the head there from Justin.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like it's enough. I mean,
two cards for Arthur Trehet.
Okay. Well, the fatigue is very real. Yeah, Charter Course here, conferring the buff to the first attack this turn. The yellow Charter Course probably not relevant for Justin. He cannot go wide enough. But Spitfire gets a +1 off the tap of a golden cog. So we're looking at a very healthy and respected 9 damage.
Not bad for a Spitfire. Arthur really going to want to find a couple of 3 blocks here to answer this cleanly. But that doesn't leave Arthur with a lot to work with. Going to have to get stuff like the Swabby out of the bin if this is going to work out for him.
Okay. First things first, let's get info.
Yep. Double check. What is that card? Should be known at this point.
Into the yard we go. It's 2 limpets and a Swabby. So remember, one of those cards I think in deck is a Cutty Shark. It was pitched earlier on.
Yeah, and the other card is now known to Arthur.
Okay. Permitted to check again, just to remind himself. Again, long day. So the Angry Bones in his hand probably represents a blocking opportunity.
But you have to leave enough behind to actually close out this game.
The beauty is that Chowder doesn't need to be paid into to attack. So with the Angry Bones and Battalion Bart getting on block duty here, that would take Arthur to 1. It's acceptable for him, I'm sure. Finding a way to pressure lethal on Justin will be triviality. But Puffin player is definitely given quite a fight. A lot of these front pumps, I think, have really allowed just the tall single attack action turns or Spitfire, but we were able to see that double Sky Skimmer turn definitely put Arthur Trehet on the back foot.
IP penalty taken here by Justin Fryar, not able to use all the cards in hand. If only a little bit more juice on that turn had come together.
It was the yellow Charter Course, yellow on the horizon.
Sorry, I still have one. I haven't flipped anything over.
Yeah, I do that all the time, bro. Don't worry about it.
Mitch says it's fine.
I play Dory.
No harm, no foul.
I play Dory, so I get IP'd on the regular. Yeah, very used to that, yes. That's why I'm officially saying it's fine. Is that Cutty Shark?
Yeah, knew the last card in deck, able to use the Restless Bones to set up a nice turn here. Restless Bones into something like Limpet, Go Again, and the Chowder. So this is maybe Arthur Trehet's last gasp, but does have some ability, no matter what cards are taken away, to go ahead and keep offering damage with the Chowder. So it's important that Justin is able to defend this and keep cards in hand. I will say the Spitfire potentially available off something like a Puffin activation if every card is taken, but there's still just a tiny bit of block left for Arthur Trehet. Pinion Sentry coming through now.
Okay, getting on blocks.
Refreshing that cog is a big deal.
Throw Caution to the Wind is not effective if there are no cards in your deck. That's the problem. It's a non-block functioning for Arthur. You reveal the top card of your deck, and the next time you will be dealt damage that turn, you prevent X of it. So that doesn't do anything for him. He's drawing from thin air in that case.
Only producing resources at this point, and now it's time for the Limpet to go ahead and come out of the bin. I want to talk about this Chowder being left behind by Justin, and thus far it has looked to be the right decision. He's found himself very, very close to taking down Pro Tour champion Arthur Trehet, but has to do the last bit of work here. Yep. Refreshing those cogs is going to keep helping. Justin's going to be very cog-rich going into this next turn, and if there's anything good to use that on, it could spell Arthur's demise.
But Limpet, bear in mind, allowing for the turn to be extended, right? The only ally that has that Go Again, so Chowder is waiting in the wings.
One more attack can be on offer here, but Justin with an arsenal, with card in hand, going to go ahead
Limpet
and pull this other Limpet here.
Of course, the Compass allows your first ally with Water Grave to go again. The attackers go again. Means, yeah, we get to go into Limpet here. And Obviously, Chowder. It's the field. Okay, looks like Chowder was giving the life there to Arthur.
Prioritizes the life gain as opposed to the attack here, and now it's just 3 defense plus Chowder life gain left in hand. So Arthur is going to be working with about 6 virtual life.
Exactly.
Justin Fryar with 2 cogs at the ready, 2 cards and an arsenal. Will it be enough? Can he find 8 damage, we believe, from this combination?
Okay, Charter Course, Sky Skimmer. So Charter Course only relevant when there's a second attack, but
it looks like Justin can get here this go around. Sky Skimmer, give it go again off the cog. Chart, of course, go ahead.
Pumps the
charge
Spitfire?
up your Spitfire.
You can absolutely buff it.
That's 7, I believe.
Time was called, so that's the discussion here.
I can just, if I want to concede, I can just no block, so I don't think I'll concede.
So you concede?
No, I don't concede.
Okay, so you're conceding.
Yeah.
All right. So
There's some discussion here, of course, as we've sort of reached time, and Arthur has got no cards in deck. So obviously, trying to avoid a draw scenario, Arthur says, well, look, if I think I'm dead, I'll just call no blocks here.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Yep. Checking out the arsenal here. It's a trade-in.
Oh, we got some width here. Okay.
Yeah, I think Justin actually just has it here. If I have read this hand correctly, going to be able to go ahead and trade in, use that Sky Skimmer, use the Spitfire in conjunction with the Puffin ability.
The Charter Course Yellow is going to get him the value here.
Picks up another gold as well. Now it's time for Charter Course. That does the Sky Skimming here, offering 5 to Arthur Trehet.
It's face up. He can see that there's go again to be given to the Sky Skimmer. And then
and
the
it gets
cog.
the fist bump, and what a well-played game by Justin Fryar.
And the emotion. I mean, Justin was the one that said it throughout the game. It is a long day, but he's got to be feeling elated. Comes in the Classic Constructed on the deck that he loves to play most. Comes out undefeated. Now into draft, he's 2-0, and he's taken down a Pro Tour champion to get there. Justin Fryar, the breakout story of this afternoon. You can see it meant a lot to him to get that win. A very tense game. Arthur had him on tenterhooks for much of it.
Look, when you bring an Arthur Trehet into the feature match area Pro Tour champion, that's always going to be the focus of the casting. But we just got to take a moment and acknowledge Justin played that game really, really well. Just knowing, having the audacity to leave a Chowder around for all those turns. Every blocking decision felt like it was on point.
Yep.
Every moment of, say, not pushing, there was an opportunity to get really greedy with a Sky Skimmer. Justin really didn't bat an eye, just played slow, steady, produced damage, and played a really fine Puffin game and drafted a really nice Puffin deck.
Yeah, I mean, you're one of 3 Puffins at the table, so you're not going to be flush with the Sky Skimmers and like a lot of those go wide attack action opportunities, but there are a ton of those very effective front pumps that give you some upside that allow you to go tall on some of these rounds. So consistently finding those, getting value at those Charter Courses, right? The red and yellow variety, especially reasonable, even on those smaller hands to be able to confer that buff and also keep that gold generation coming. I think there's 2 turns where we get a Puffin activation here, so getting access to those extra cards. And Arthur's deck, flush with 3 blocks, Fiddler's Green in there, ways to drag the game out, but doesn't really see that Swabby, for example, until sort of much later on in the piece.
Too late.
There's a lot of cogs to work with for Justin towards the end of the game, enough that Sky Skimmer gets go again. He can obviously power that Spitfire to come in for the win. Let's have a look at our records. After round 7 here, 2 rounds of draft already down. This is how the table is going. Yuki Lee Bender, absolutely wonder what she's managed to get herself out to a 2-0 situation, much as Justin Fryar has been able to.
Yeah, and it looks like we are set up for an epic showdown here to figure out who's going to be our undefeated player from this pod here on day 1 of the Pro Tour. Yuki Lee Bender versus Justin Fryar, set up for an epic clash one more time. Gravy Bones versus Puffin.
Yeah, I am stoked. It's the 1 of 3 Gravy Bones, the 1 of 3 Puffin, but 2 players who've been able to chart their course through a draft pod fraught with talented players, and I'm sure no shortage of big decisions that have to come their way. And for either of these 2 players, coming out of draft at 8-0 would be absolutely phenomenal. And we're going to see it's a North American continental clash between these 2 out here in Singapore. That's also a bit of fun as well.
Yeah, and we've seen Yuki Lee Bender in similar positions before, was dominant at Worlds back in the day, just crushed draft rounds, and is looking to go ahead and set herself up for her second Tier 4 top 8 potentially. But of course, Arthur Trehet still sticking around, and we have to figure out exactly who is going to pull out of this draft pod undefeated.
All right, folks, there you go. We've definitely had our whistles wet after those couple of games, and now we need to see the conclusion of this draft phase of day number 1. It's going to be Justin Fryar going up against Yuki Lee Bender, as we've seen that Titans can in fact be felled in our limited phase of day number 1. Arthur Trehet falling there. Justin Fryar on a heater. Can he keep it up? We're about to find out. The Pro Tour comes to Japan for the first time. Join the Flesh and Blood community in beautiful Yokohama, April 9th to 12th, 2026 for an incredible event in the middle of cherry blossom season. Secure your tickets today and check back for more information this fall. I'm pumped for that, of course. And still, we've got a Pro Tour here in Singapore. We need to wrap up with our last round of day number 1. It's round 3 of draft. And we just saw Justin Fryar get past one legend of the game in Arthur Trehet, and now another stands in his way.
Justin, if you want to be a Pro Tour champion, this is what it takes. It's going to be just Villain after villain, the best players in the world coming after you. You just got past Arthur Trehet, and you played beautifully, but your work's not done. Now you have Yuki Lee Bender up next.
Yeah, another player threatening a perfect record after day one of play here. So Yuki, of course, on Arakni slipped through the cracks through a classic constructed portion of the day. She drafts Gravy Bones at this table, a 1 of 3 gravy, and so far has wended her way to a 2-0 record so far. Something we liked about Justin, we saw a lot of those powerful front pumps there, some number of gold wing turbines, and the glue that you really need to make that mechanologist deck work. But just on a technical level, felt like he piloted that game against Arthur expertly. The blocking was fantastic here. Aggressive equipment block at one point in that game just to, work around at that treasure island. And he's the one that comes up with the lion's share of the booty on that first crack into the gold off that island.
Yeah, the question is it going to work against Yuki Lee Bender? And it sounds like our players are ready down in the feature match area. And I can't wait to find out who our undefeated player is going to be here from this pod number 1 at Pro Tour Singapore. This really sets the stage for those crucial final rounds of the tournament. Kind of sets up who we're going to be following tomorrow when we kick off the day with even more high seas draft. Maybe it'll be Justin Fryar or Yuki Lee Bender if they're able to navigate to an undefeated position here.
Yuki Lee Bender's record. I mean, she's had a whole smattering of different heroes to go up against over the course of the day, starting off with a mirror against very well-known Florian Christian Lohen. They're coming out of Austria, but great showing all the way through. Justin Koo as well, very notable name to have taken down there in round number 4. And now, of course, she sits across from Justin Fryar. A bit of an unexpected turn to see him come on out after a great called shot, I think, at a classic constructed and a great record there. Now sat across the draft table from none other than Yuki Lee Bender. In we go. Walk the plank will be the first edict of the game.
Yeah, we talked about that disruptive tap. It's annoying on turn 0 to have to deal with the walk the plank. It just basically says, I'm taking 2 of your cards, and you cannot do anything about it. Yuki dutifully pulls forward 2, thinking a little bit about what could potentially be a wrinkle in this turn, but it is just going to be a clean 6 on 6. First counter on Treasure Island, and turn passes back to Yuki Lee Bender.
I mean, it's a red Jurij Bones is pretty premium, right? And 0 for 4 that can guarantee you that go again. But there are a couple of other cards in Yuki's deck that will allow her to do just the same thing. There's a red Scarf or a Scar in the hand. Definitely hotly contested through a draft like this. And we are peaking, obviously, at the top. We've seen a Barnacle at the top of the deck. So it is an ally.
Yeah, another premium ally. I talk a lot about how just good these common allies are. They are very, very strong at just offering, particularly in the case of Barnacle, free attacks. You devote your entire hand to defense. You're still coming back for a very uncomfortable number for your opponent. Also uncomfortable, this first breakpoint for now threatening to take a counter off Treasure Island.
Again, the more of these 0 for 4s Yuki can find and send, more pressure Justice is going to be feeling to try and, at some point, it's not going to be worth it, trying to keep Yuki off of this gold.
We'll see if this is a stockpiling game or a quick exchange game here when it comes to the gold.
Looking to the equipment again. Looks like Unicycle going to get committed to blocks here alongside a copy of Shifting Tides. That's a 4 block. A Portside Exchange to follow.
And the yellow is, in fact, in exchange. That means Yuki is set up with her first gold of the game. Treasure Island be damned.
Yeah, you won't give it to me. I will find it myself. Enterprising soul, the Gravy Bones is. Okay. Red Angry Bones. Looked like it would be pitched there.
Yeah, she was reaching for the Buccaneers bounty, too, so maybe a little resource constrained to go ahead and end this turnout.
And bear in mind, Yuki, I think, blocks with a red and yellow on turn 0, so not a ton of lose, but you're right. Buccaneers Bounty is going to power this Barnacle dredge up and get him in there. Remember, being able to get sideways for free and then throw that 4 damage in. Another relevant breakpoint against that Treasure Island that Justin has been investing in protecting pretty heavily.
Yeah, likes to win the first salvo in games we've seen thus far, but back-to-back. 4 power attacks for Yuki. I think it's going to be an arsenal Scar for a Scar, so don't be surprised if she looks to take a little bit of damage on this next turn cycle.
I mean, yeah, that life manipulation has been pretty important, especially cards with life for life also in this limited set.
And once again, we see Justin getting very aggressive with this equipment, all committed to the defense here. And that means we are out of equipment options on Justin's side.
Now, the tension here is that in order for Yuki to get that goal against Scarfa's she actually has to concede some gold. She has to take some damage here. Walk the plank is going to be thrown. A breakpoint threatening to tap down that Gravy Bones or the Barnacle. Justin is asking for a little bit of gold from that treasure island now.
Yeah, the walk the plank is presenting an interesting decision here. It is, of course, going face, so the Barnacle we expect will stick around for another turn, but it could potentially be tapped down by the walk the plank.
And, you know, there's an argument here. Yuki just to sort of take one, give one gold, still be online for that Scar for a Scar. Yeah, have to deal with the fact that maybe Barnacle is out of commission for a round.
Yeah, that argument was a lot better before walk the plank was the damage being offered, and it makes things a little bit harder here. We're going to see Yuki go into the tank once more. It does have the Swift Strike bracers set up in the arm slot here.
No red burly bones there. That's the overpower variant. A mutiny in the hand as well. Is that a rigor mortis hiding behind those?
I think it is. Could combine well with those bones. First things first, walk the plank has to be accounted for.
Yeah, wouldn't be unreasonable, I guess, for Yuki to look towards some of this equipment block. Justin's definitely been quite liberal in that regard. Okay. And we saw this as well from Arthur, you know, fearing having the gravy tapped down, so make use of it now. Again, it just extends your reach in terms of information, lets you clear a non-block out of your hand. And that's where the rigor mortis ended up, apparently. Obviously, none of those into the hands of Arthur. Now what are we looking at? 2 Burly Bones, Mutiny on the Swiftwater, and a blue golden tipple. Plus that Scar for a Scar.
Golden tipple, unfortunately, not finding a yellow to pair with quite yet.
That's why Compass being held on to here. Maybe that changes if Yuki spies a yellow on top. Perhaps she'll... Ooh, just a glimpse.
Doesn't have the gold available yet to go ahead and manipulate the top of the deck.
Yeah.
Does have something like the tricorn.
Gravy you already ate through that sort of reserve of gold. So Justin looking to starve Yuki off that treasure island here, maybe starting to actually manifest meaningfully in game. Probably these 2 bones cards being lined up here. So yeah, the idea of leaking that 1 damage, just accepting the Barnacle gets tapped down. Scar for a Scar's online. Give 1 gold, could be much worse, but again, the coffer's now beginning to fill for the Puffin player.
And I think there's a wrinkle here, Mitch, that is an ability that Justin has to choose to use, and it looks like he has not
doesn't tap the Barnacle down.
Tapped the Barnacle here.
Oh, no. All right. Again, you've got to declare that.
This is the Pro Tour, Mitch.
Yep. Absolutely. Justin mentioned it's a long day, but that is it's a bit of a mistake to make, but if rigor mortis ends up being the one that gets sideways here, then Justin not really punished for making that choice, or rather not electing to tap the Barnacle down. Rigor mortis with a bit of resource available, the Yuki, the much more desirable option to get into the red zone. The 6 go again for you. So that might still be an issue because Mutiny on the Swiftwater allows the stealing of the gold. Another reason for Yuki to let the damage through. So on 2 different axes, first the Scar for a Scar and the Mutiny being able to steal something, gives go again a rigor mortis. Pretty good card.
Yeah. And unfortunately, this Barnacle looks like it is going to have influence over this turn.
In we come.
There's the 4 on offer.
Barnacle not
Justin
having to walk
quickly
the plank.
down to 10.
That hurts. I mean, any turn where you can, get yourself set up on a 2-card hand to send, 2 ally attacks for a total of 10 damage. Very, very high value.
Yuki picking up a nimblism here, so he's going to have an option to get that swift strike bracers involved, but...
And she picked up a ton of gold there, Brian.
She's also working with a barnacle and a rigor mortis in play, and Justin seems to have no interest in dealing with allies.
Okay.
He has an approach he takes to this gravy matchup. It's
Face
very
of the
clear
place.
now, just does not interact with allies at all. I don't know
about that.
here, Mitch.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I think it worked out really, really well against Arthur Trehet when he went ahead and activated this plan. But facing down this barnacle, this rigor mortis,
that's a yellow golden tipple to hand. Off of the Gravy Bones activation, all that gold coming in, allowing Yuki to not only seed the top of the deck but manipulate it. That Scar for Scar still sitting there. Now she has to ask the question: will I ever be in a position to actually harness the effect on this card? Is it just worth it to take some damage, get me there, and turn around and really lay it on thick when I get to go on the offense?
I kind of like it because her hand is so explosive.
So
She's
sick.
got a flying high in hand as well. She's got something like the Gold Hunter long sail, and she could just potentially go off on this turn with the help of those allies. And, of course, that nimblism equipment that she has at the ready.
The Gold Hunter light sail being the one that obviously gives you that go again if your opponent has more gold than you. That's not a thing, though. Not here.
Yeah, but she can make
can
it
set
a
it up.
thing.
She
Yeah,
can-
she's going to go ahead and pass over a bunch of gold if she does, in fact, choose to take the damage here.
You can pay into the gold as well. You can break a gold to get yourself less than if you don't have the Gravy Bones activation available to you on your turn.
I think we'd be looking at a big turn for Yuki if that's
Honestly,
the way she chooses to play it.
I would ship this. It would be unfathomably based. If there's anyone who knows how to fathom, it's Gravy Bones.
Actually, a very respectful amount of punnery going on this weekend. It could be so much worse for you, viewer, I promise, given the themes of this set. And I think we've really played it pretty straight,
actually,
Mitch.
I think I should be commended for my restraint.
Yeah,
personally,
I would agree.
We got 2 more days.
That's true. The delirium will set in. Anything can happen at that point.
Thinking on this.
Sorry, brain's turning off here a little bit. It's
Well, I'd say I relate, but I never turn mine on. That's the trick. Just run it in safe mode.
Both players feeling the effect of a day under the lights on the Pro Tour. It is stressful. It is hard.
Well, I also think when you're playing this Gravy Bones deck and you have to make a decision like this, you're busier than a one-armed bricklayer.
Yeah, and Yuki Lee Bender has chosen to take 13
Based!
here, Mitch. A massive salvo from Justin Fryar, but I think the return fire is going to be even worse.
We are broadsiding now.
She is set up with a monster hand. And we are going to work through this gold to start off the turn.
Yeah, get a little bit lower now that Gold Hunter Light Sail is online for that extra width.
Some potential for misfortune on the top of the deck if the resources don't cooperate, but they have for Yuki Lee Bender, and that means fireworks are coming.
All right, powder keg lit, and in we go. Scar for Scar online.
Yeah, and you see Justin nod. That makes a lot of sense when your opponent goes ahead and takes 13.
Now, there is the wrinkle, of course, of Treasure Island here. Treasure Island says you put a gold counter on it when you attack, so that has now been attended to. So Yuki says, oh, I have this other blue to pay into my gold, draw another card, get lower.
That's the advantage of being the turn player. You can just go ahead and work through your gold pretty freely.
The hits are going to keep coming. That nimblism, of course, converts on offense beautifully to the tune of 3 damage. Here we go.
Gold one more time.
What do we work with now? Okay, that looks like a blue on the horizon.
I think it was the red that was picked. I think it is red on the
red
horizon. And that's pretty bad, Mitch. That's not the card you wanted to see in this spot. No offensive output. Also doesn't pitch particularly well.
Still, nimblism, Gold Hunter Light Sail. Okay, yep.
Yep, nimblism into bracers here, into the light sail.
That is, I mean, getting to convert this card into +2 requires you to build that nimblism, into your deck. But 9 go again on this Gold Hunter Light Sail. Far heftier than the name would suggest. And yes, presenting that lethal damage, Justin also has to know there's some writing on the wall, and it doesn't look good for him. Especially when Rigor Mortis is just sitting there. All right. That attack gets resolved. Flying high. Obviously, next attack this turn gets go again. If it's blue, gets +1. And the goodest boy gets on the table. Rigor Mortis, it's 6. But 6 with a bit of go again. And in comes the Barnacle for 4. Yeah. Justin just counts the timer down and says, okay, fair enough. And you've got to hear the alarm bells klaxoning in your head when your opponent stares down your attack for 13 and says, ship it.
Almost academic there from Yuki Lee Bender. And again, that persistent value from those allies, you can say, okay, how are you going to make use of a Rigor Mortis and a Barnacle? It's so improbable, but the Flying High was the perfect thing to go ahead and unlock that hand. And you combine it with the Swift Strike Bracers. The numbers just got out of control. There was no way Justin was surviving that turn. And now Yuki Lee Bender, after day 1 of Pro Tour Singapore, sits at 8-0, the second time she has been flawless here at a Tier 4
That's
event.
right. I mean, and such a big deal. Let's, of course, have a look back over our records here and get a feel for how we're looking coming out of this draft. The sole 3-0 player emerging from the table is Yuki Lee Bender. After Trehet able to pick up that second win to go in 2-1, so very sort of respectable total over the course of the day. Justin Fryar, of course, suffering there at the hands of a filthy Gravy Bones turn, still walks out of this at 2-1. Yuki's got to be feeling fantastic about this. Obviously, 8th in calling Taipei earlier on this year. Battle Hard in Toronto, a 4th place showing. I mean, just a whole bevy of results to her name. An absolute superstar of the game and delivering, stepping up here in High Seas Pro Tour and showing us exactly how it's done. Stunning stuff. And of course, we get an opportunity now to hear from Yuki herself after that stunning showing here through draft. So let's listen in.
Day 1 of the Pro Tour Singapore has concluded, and there is only one player who remains undefeated at the top of the proverbial mountain, and she's a player you might recognize. It is, of course, Yuki Lee Bender. Congratulations, my friend. I'm happy for you. I gotta ask, how we feeling?
Feeling great. As good as it gets, and just, really stoked to have such a good start to day 1 and hoping I can keep the momentum going into day 2. I love this limited format. I'm pretty happy with my CC deck. So just got to keep things together day 2 and, one game at a time.
Love it. Well, you're on Slippy, the most represented deck here in the format. But talk to me maybe a little bit about, don't reveal me. You don't have to reveal any spice, any secrets. But talk to me maybe about like what you think you bring or your Slippy deck brings that might be different than some of the other competitors.
Yeah, I think I have a little bit of extra tech for the Gravy matchup in particular, just to kind of shore that up. It's a pretty close matchup, quite volatile. Gravy can run really hot, play a bunch of allies, do a whole bunch of damage. But Slippy can also just kind of disrupt Gravy and keep him on the back foot and run him over in a similar fashion. So my deck's sort of tailored towards that, having a little bit more disruption in it so that I can sort of just keep the gas going and just keep him on the back foot and off balance, hopefully long enough. I'm feeling really good about where we landed on the deck, and particularly the Gravy matchup. I think we had some sort of 2 days before the PT breakthroughs kind of thing.
Sick.
Yeah.
Sick. Well, talk to me a little bit about the process. I was actually talking to Sean Dollywell earlier, Team PCG Invasion. Talk to me about some of those breakthroughs, how you worked together with the team and how you landed on the deck, and then how you're feeling for tomorrow.
Yeah, so I kind of landed on Slippy maybe 10 days or so before the PT. I originally thought I was going to be on Gravy for sure. He's been very powerful, had great results, but the problem with Gravy right now, I think, is that the meta is really hostile to him. Cindra is not great for you. Slippy is okay. Verdances are starting to figure out that matchup a little bit with some fatigue plans. So I really wanted to kind of steer away from Gravy, and Slippy just, I guess in contrast, not quite as powerful, but really well positioned. You're great into Cindra. I think with where we landed, we're a little bit favored into Gravy, and then like your worst matchups like maybe Verdance, and even then I think you have a really solid chance. So it just feels like Slippy's a great all-rounder, really stable hero, and there's nothing that you're really hoping to not see, except for Florian.
Hey, we saw it worked out.
But it worked out.
It worked out.
The deck's just so powerful that you're always kind of in it. You have some high roll potential with the bonds and mantles and all that.
Totally. Well, you're a national champion. You're a calling champion. You're a world's top 4 competitor. But what would it mean to finally capture that Pro Tour top 8?
It would mean so much. It's sort of like what I've been chasing and kind of the thing that I really want to do more than anything. So, yeah, it would be like a dream come true, honestly. It's, Flesh and Blood's what I do, and it's my passion and my focus. And yeah, winning a Pro Tour is, I think, at the top of the list for anyone, even people who have done it before, like Pablo.
Totally. 100%. Well, so thrilled for you. Congratulations on a great day 1. I wish you all the best tomorrow in day 2. For now, I'm going to send it on back to the booth, and we will see you with more Yuki and more Flesh and Blood tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Sam. And great to hear from Yuki Liebender, our sole undefeated player after day 1 of this Pro Tour Singapore. That is a feat in and of itself, and it's not the first time she's pulled it up. To reinforce this, I'm citing sources, i.e. our standings. Let's bring them up here and get an idea of how the field has panned out, Brian, after our first day of play.
Yeah, there you see it. Our lone undefeated player. It is, in fact, Yuki Liebender at 8-0, representing Slippy. One of 3 Slippies represented across this top 10. But then it kind of goes a little bit wild once you break out of the Slippy thing. We have an Acilio sitting in second place. Arthur Trehet, our lone Gravy representative. And that kind of fits with where the data is starting to play out. After day 1, it is Slippy putting up perhaps the strongest performance of these top tier decks. Nothing really out of bounds, winning at about a 55% clip, it looks like, but that's certainly the type of number that justifies this being the most represented deck. When you get to decks like Gravy, 51% win rate, certainly solid. Cindra, 53% win rate. So all of these sort of top tier heroes looking like they're going ahead and justifying their inclusion as some of the most played decks. But some of these other heroes, things like Ira that we saw represented on that first page, only representing at a 40% clip, Acilio at a 47% clip. So really inspired performance by their pilots to go ahead and get them in contention. And there you see even more Slippies on this second page of standings.
Yeah, also great to see a couple of blue pitch players show up here in our top 20. Nova Chan and Alan Lau representing here. Also, Felipe Lima Cardoso, top 8 competitor at Pro Tour Los Angeles. He was that lone Kano. Of course, we've even seen him on the broadcast before down there at Sao Paulo. So good to see him here again. Verdance not having the strongest representation here so far.
She's having a good day, though, Mitch. She's sitting at about a 54% win rate. I wonder if maybe there's another classic case of the Wizards not being quite prepared enough for a draft, although Justin looking quite good. Maybe Acilio's the lone wizard who just breaks out. He's got that kind of like Rune Blade at home vibe going on, and he just converts over when we get to the draft.
I mean, we heard from Justin Fryar. He said he wasn't feeling as well prepared for draft, but
drafted very well, played beautifully.
Yeah, I don't feel like all of his eggs were in the classic constructed basket at all. It's just an issue of going up against the Titan that is Yuki Liebender. It's a tough proposition for the very best of us. Now, of course, we'll be back in just a moment to break down things and get a cap on the day. But you just saw Yuki Liebender go undefeated in day 1 of play here at Pro Tour Singapore. We'll be back in a moment to cap us off.
The World Championship returns to the USA, baby, for the first time since the very first Worlds. Please join us in the city of brotherly love November 13th through 16th for an action-packed weekend of classic constructed and living legend. Secure yourself exclusive promo cards with the souvenir package. Details coming soon to fabtcg.com. Sam Byrne and Pankaj Bajwani here to give a little recap for the day, and I'm gonna be honest, y'all, this has been so much fun.
Day 1 of World Tour Singapore is in the books, and what an incredible day it has been, Sam.
Yeah.
5 rounds of Classic Constructed. We saw lots of fireworks. We saw players getting blown up by some wizard heroes, and then we moved on to Draft, where we saw an excellent Gravy Bones deck being piloted by none other than Yuki Bender.
Yeah, and shout out to Justin Fryar. We heard him just doom and gloom about his potential performance in Limited, and then just went on an absolute tear. At X and 1, we'll have to see, can he do it again, and then put himself in the position that he was in day 1 to just eat up Gravy Bones and Arakni slip through the cracks on that Azalea deck.
Speaking of people that have been going on a tear, I believe it is time to check in on the teams and see how our various teams alongside Flesh and Blood have been doing. Starting with the Runaways, a team from the United States. Over here we see, I think the one that sticks out the most, Naib Mobasir here, 7-1. Parting Ira, Scarlet Revenge. I believe he went 4-1 in CC and then 3-0'd his draft.
And of course, this was, as I believe you mentioned, they described this deck as Naib's on the Naib deck, not the Ira deck. It's so different that it was not anything that the rest of the Runaways were comfortable bringing, but it's working out for my good friend Naib. 7-1. Shout out to you, Lucas Oswald as well, very much alive and kicking. Charles, Pat, and Peter, their tournament run might be over. I don't even know if with fully winning out they can do it from here. And Noah Bagelman, great dude, great competitor, 5-0 CC, and then an 0-3 draft.
I had a chat with him just now about his draft. Just a few bad beat stories over there. Some cards just didn't quite line up. Needed a 3 block and drew only a 2 block at the end over there, leading to his 0-3 draft. But still going to be playing it out in day 2.
Let's take a look at Team Blue Pitch. Looking and see who here has done the best. Nova Chan trying to take the ninja title from his good friend Pudding Tam. He's at 7-1. Pudding Tam's tournament might be over too at 4-4. But Alan Lau, as we said, 9th no more after Worlds this last year. But here, 6-2, still fighting.
I swear you're going to cast a curse him, and I'm going
No.
to be so upset, Sam.
No.
Don't say 9th no more on day 1.
Well, no, I just mean 9th no more. He was only 9th until Worlds Osaka.
All right,
You know?
all right. Okay, cool. Alongside him, Law Win at 6-2, piloting Verdance, also from Team Blue Pitch. Lots of big spread of heroes across this team.
Yeah, absolutely. David Yao there, 3-5. This is the full roster of Blue Pitch that we are looking at here. Bun, again, kind of wheels. Looks like it fell off a little bit in the draft. I think that was a 1-2 in the draft after a 4-1 start in CC. But this team is one of the best in the business, and they do not do a whole lot of staying out of top 8s for long. So we'll have to wait and see which of these players continue to do well. Let's take a look at the super team, at the Armory. And a lot of these players are still very much alive.
Especially, starting with the founder over here at the top of the list, Simon Nielsen, 5-3, piloting Gravy Bones alongside most of the rest of the team. Sam Sutherland, of course, carving his own path with the Dash IO, also at 5-3. But looking at the best record on this scoreboard here, Arthur Trehet at 7-1.
Yeah.
On the Gravy Bones as well.
The 3 best records. We've got a Pro Tour champion, Arthur Trehet. We've got a 2-time Pro Tour champion, Pablo Pintor. We've got 4 best records, excuse me. We've got a world champion in Mike Hamilton. Then we've got the front runner on the Player of the Year race in Brody Spurlock. Team's good. Team's good, and they're on a good deck. Let's take a look here at Team Sigil. Actually, 3 6-2s as well. We got Dylan Thompson, Anton, and Felipe Lima Cardoso, friend of the show and no stranger to top 8s and Pro Tours.
Unfortunately for Shamir, another friend of the coverage team, unfortunately for him, looks like his day 1 at Pro Tour Singapore didn't go so well. Might be playing the calling tomorrow, but alongside with his other teammates, Jason Rolfe and Alex Sheet, who might still be sticking it out at the X3 bracket.
Yeah, look good for Team Sigil. Most players still alive in day 2. Moving on, of course, the Value Vampires here. Damn, like nearly the whole team still alive and fighting, save for just those couple at the top of your screen and a couple drops. Most of these players doing pretty well, though.
A lot of 6-2s and a lot of 5-3s, as you said. This is the one 4-4 as well. Philip in that Cindra, a bit of a rough day for him, but most of Value Vampires, still, we're going to see them tomorrow.
From the PCG Invasion team, these players put on such a great show in London, and most of them, if not all, save for the drops, are still alive and fighting, including The only lone undefeated in Yuki Lee Bender sitting there at 8-0, but a lot of these players still doing well.
That's right. This team gets to boast that they have the only undefeated player at the end of day one with Yuki Lee Bender. Marjin Bey as well, US national champion, currently 6-2, which means he 3-0'd his draft yet again. He's been on an absolute tear at these tier 4 events and US nationals in terms of limited.
That's my dog right there. Happy to see him continuing to find success in the limited format. Let's check out the New Zealand hometown heroes. All of them pretty much, or a vast majority of them, still alive and fighting it out. Led pacing the field in this pack by Ben Dodd at 6-2.
And many 5-3s to follow right behind him. Dennis Zhang on the Victor, Oliver Berry on Gravy Bones, another Verdance piloted by Thomas, and of course one Kasai as well, a warrior piloted by Matt Rogers here, also in the X3 bracket.
Let's briefly go ahead and from here and just take a look one more time at the final standings after day one. We see Yuki atop the field at 8-0, a whole lot of 7-1s, including Tao Tao Chu down there. That's a name I think we are going to have to look out for, as Arakni Marionette might be a nice pick in this meta.
And what a diverse spread at the end of a day one. We already knew coming into this meta that we were expecting a diverse spread, and this first page of standings also reflects that.
Yeah, taking a look at some more of our players at X1 and X2, we can see a lot of those kind of top 5 decks, but some Dash IO slipping in as well. A lot of great players and a lot of interesting decks, including that Florian sitting there at 6-2, and Chris Ayali still alive. He brought Riptide, and it's paying off for him.
Lots of slip through the cracks in these pages 2 and 3. Moving on to the next page as well. A few more Gravy Bones, a few more slip through the cracks as well. But here we still see a couple of Cindras, a Verdance, and yet another Dash IO, all in the X2 bracket.
Yeah, checking out the last bunch of 6-2s here, and this is where you're starting to see some of the Verdances. All these players still very much alive, and honestly, I think even an X3 player, if they just win out from here, has a good chance to make it in, depending on how the breakers go. So it is such a diverse field. Yeah, there's a lot of Gravy, a lot of Slippy, and a lot of Cindra, but there's a whole lot of some of these other exciting heroes as well. So it's really anyone's game from a deck perspective and from a player perspective as we look ahead to day 2. Now, Ponkage. We've had one day of competition. We have a whole another one coming up. And any final conclusion, I'm going to say conclusionary. I know it's not a word, but I'm still going to say it. Any final conclusionary thoughts from you as we look ahead to day 2?
I think the players right now need to just settle in and be confident in their ability to draft starting tomorrow. It's the first 3 rounds of tomorrow is going to be the second draft of the tournament, followed by the last 4 rounds of CC, which will be absolute nail-biters. But they need to relax, be confident that the draft prep will get them there.
Yeah, this is what I love about these Tier 4 split format events. We're not just trying to find the best deck in Classic Constructed, we're trying to find the best player in the room. And after a whole day of competition, we are one step closer, but we have not reached the end of the puzzle yet. There's a whole nother day coming up right after this, folks, so we hope you'll stay tuned to the Fab TCG YouTube channel, because at the end of tomorrow, we've got a top 8 from my colleagues over there, Mitch and Brian. Pankaj Bajwani, my name is Sam O'Byrne. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow.
Send over here to punish the defense reaction block. You'll get to choose both modes, and that's exactly what comes up. -3 defense on the Rootbound Carapace and +3 offense for this Graphene Calistera. This is exactly what Yuki Lee Bender was trying to set up this entire time, getting the full 6 value from this terrifying card.
Oh, we got the 24 on the dice.
Yes! That is our max dice range. We've done it.
That's got to be on the bingo card. There it is. Knick-Knack Brick-a-Brack alert. Played in a Pro Tour, folks. Finally, after all these years,
not
Mr.
just
Patel is
rumored,
vindicated.
Not just rumored, an actual Knick-Knack Brick-a-Brack.
Not a psyop, folks.